comes down low, hits all alone, stopped by Hill. Heiskanen, they score! Joe Pavelski! A power play goal! And the Stars are still alive.
Hauser, 30-footer from the left side, dagger! Sam Hauser drills it. And if any Celtic fans were nervous, they don't need to be anymore. That'll do it. That ends the game. The Boston Celtics force a Game 6. 110-97. We're going back to Miami.
Conforto swings and launches it high and deep out to right center. This one on its way. It is gone. Michael Conforto on the first pitch of the 8th inning. Schmidt swings, line drive, base hit into left center. And that one will split the outfielders. It'll roll to the wall. Yastrzemski has scored. Here comes Sable rounding third. He will score. And Casey Schmidt into second, a 2-out, 2-run double. The 2-2 is swung on and missed. He struck him out, and the game is over. Giants break open a close game late, and they beat the Brewers in the opener of this series 5-0.
And that should do it.
The Giants in the bullpen take down the Brewers. What's up, everybody? Happy Friday morning. It's Marcus Boucher, the water boy from the Murph and Mac show, that is, taking you up to 6 a.m. this morning with Overnight Dave behind the glass, getting you ready for a 3-day weekend. That's right, it's Memorial Day weekend. It's a Reggae Friday on the Murph and Mac show, and I'll actually be checking out some reggae music this weekend down in Monterey for Cali Roots on Saturday, so the good vibes are here. And they're especially high after watching the Giants get another 5-0 win over the Brewers yesterday. And folks, here we are, back at 500 for the second time this week. So this weekend, the Giants will look to go above 500 for the first time this season. So we'll have a full weekend preview for you, let you know when Logan Webb is going to be back on the bump after being pretty cautious about his back injury last week. We'll let you know about Michael Conforto lighting the world on fire, going 4 for 4 yesterday, getting on base 5 times. We'll break down this bullpen game and how it's going to affect a guy like Alex Wood, who's starting today, a guy that the Giants have on a pitch count right now. So his last couple outings, he hasn't gone more than 4 2/3, 75 pitches. So we'll see how the bullpen performance yesterday affects the bullpen and the strategy moving forward today. But man, oh man, it's going to be a fun weekend with a lot going on. Giants and Brewers all weekend. We'll have the Eastern Conference Finals potentially wrapping up as soon as Saturday. Hell, if it doesn't wrap up on Saturday in Miami, Game 7 will be on Monday, and we won't be doing a show on Monday. So by the time we come back on Tuesday, we should have our NBA Finals matchup set, see who will be taking on the Denver Nuggets. I still do believe that it will be the Miami Heat, even though they got dominated last night by Boston. But hey, Boston took care of their home court advantage. Now the pressure is on Miami to win Game 6. We've seen the Boston Celtics go down 3-2 before, just last round against Joel Embiid and the Philadelphia 76ers. They went on the road and won in Philadelphia. Then they came back home and won in Boston. So we'll see if the Celtics can become one of these teams, hell, the first ever in the NBA to come back from a 3-0 deficit. We gave you the numbers. After LeBron James and the Lakers got swept by the Nuggets, teams that were down 0-3 were 0-150 in 7-game series. The Boston Celtics will look to be the first. Just like the Boston Red Sox were the first in baseball. Something that I also noticed, it's happened a few times in hockey, and I feel like we don't talk about it too much. But most recently, what was it, about 10 years ago? When the Sharks blew a 3-0 lead to the Las Vegas Golden Knights. But hey, since we are talking about hockey this morning, shout out to the Dallas Stars and our guy, Forever Shark, Joe Pavelski with the one-timer last night. Avoided the sweep from the Vegas Golden Knights. But that's about all the hockey coverage you're going to get on this show, or pretty much anywhere on the Bay Area. I'll also give Dave a shout-out for the Indy 500 going on this weekend. I know Dave wasn't too happy about my takes yesterday with NASCAR and racing, but hey, I stand by my takes of what is a sport and what is not a sport. One thing I definitely know is a sport is football. And we've been talking a lot of 49er football this week with OTA starting up, which of course has led to plenty of questions about Brock Purdy, where he's at in his injury recovery timeline.
Only God knows.
Questions about Trey Lance and whether or not he's a bust or if the 49ers will give him an opportunity to go out and prove that he will be QB1. And then you look at a guy like Sam Darnold, who was seeing ghosts his first couple years in New York, and now we got people talking about him having the best arm talent in 49er history. So there are tons and tons of 49er quarterback questions. And I even got one for a former 49er quarterback, Jimmy Garoppolo, in case you wanted an update. This guy's hurt again already. And Dave, this is perfect timing. We should just hit him with the Nate Diaz.
Hey, I'm not surprised, motherfuckers.
Is anybody surprised? Jimmy's hurt again. Not going to be ready for OTAs. Maybe not ready for training camp. Who knows if he's going to be ready week 1? And Murph and Mac have the audacity to ask why I'm not happy with Jimmy Garoppolo as quarterback of the Raiders. Hell, ask 49er fans. 808 KNBR is the number. Ask Kyle Shanahan. Ask John Lynch. There's a reason why they moved on from him. 1, because of his health. 2, because he's just not that good of a quarterback.
I can't guarantee that anybody in the world will be alive Sunday, so I can't guarantee who will be on our roster on Sunday.
Yeah, so I don't
that goes for all of us.
And that goes for Jimmy Garoppolo. He won't be on the 49er roster. Apparently, he's still on the Raider roster. If you want to go back to that physical where it was delayed for a day, I'm guessing it's because of Jimmy Garoppolo's foot injury, but hey, the Raiders went through with the deal. Shout out to Farhan Zaidi and the Giants for pulling out of the deal with Carlos Correa. We saw what happened with his physical, and we've seen now how he's dealing with plantar fasciitis to start the season with the Twins. So maybe Farhan should go to the Death Star with Mark Davis and take over. I don't know. I don't think there's anything saving that franchise right now, but we do have some sound from Davante Adams talking about how he's not happy with the direction of the Raiders franchise. We'll get into that sound a little bit later and get his thoughts on Jimmy Garoppolo. But we will start this morning here in the Bay with those San Francisco Giants, a team that we can reset the workplace injury history, a.k.a. the San Francisco Giants 500 record history. It's been 1 day since they've been 500. They're back to 25-25, 50 games through the season. And yesterday, we saw maybe the best performance by the bullpen all season. And I felt like I've said that a couple times in the past couple weeks because there's a big reason why the Giants have won 8 of their last 10 games. It's because of that bullpen. It's because they're not blowing games.
8.
It's because they're actually putting up some runs. And yesterday, we saw a complete, entire wall-to-wall bullpen game. 6 different pitchers used, starting with Sonoma State's own Scotty Alexander, followed up by Taylor Rogers. Jacob Junis, the a.k.a. bulk guy, goes 2 1/3. Sean Manaea comes in, an inning and a third. Tyler Rogers gets an inning, and John Brebbia, the guy that is usually the opener, was the closer yesterday, comes in the 8th and the 9th and close out this ball game as the Giants put up 4 runs in that 8th inning. A big, big home run from Michael Conforto, who continues to be one of the hottest hitters in baseball over the past couple weeks. He hit his 11th home run yesterday. This is now, his 6th home run in the last 12 games, something like that.
11.
And if you want to look into those 11 games from the Giants and when Michael Conforto hits a home run,
11.
They're 8-3 in those ball games. And so that's what everybody was looking for this offseason after missing out on Carlos Correa and Arson Judge, bringing in Mitch Haniger and Michael Conforto. Now, these were 2 guys that struggled with injuries during spring training at the beginning of the year. But we've now seen over these last 12 games, Michael Conforto has raised his batting average from around 160 to up above the Mendoza line over 200. He's now batting 239. Now, Mitch Haniger is still struggling a little bit. He's hitting 193, went 0 for 3 yesterday. So we would like to see him start to turn it around. I don't know if he has hit a home run since that Mexico City series, but hey, as long as Mikey Conforto is continuing to get on base, 4 for 4 yesterday, also drew a walk, was on base 5 times yesterday. That's what really kicked off that 8th inning rally. And then you go and look at guys like Casey Schmidt, once again, getting a double, knocking in a run. Hell, the first run of the game, Casey actually got on after a base hit and then stole second. I believe his second stolen base of the year, showing off a little bit of that speed. Another multi-hit game for him yesterday. He goes 2 for 4, brings that batting average up to 339. And like I said, in that 8th inning, 2 outs, Giants get the rally going. Casey Schmidt with the double to center, scores Sable, scores Yaz. And then even Patrick Bailey, the other youngster that we've been talking about since making his MLB debut last week, got a double, knocks in Casey Schmidt. And that pretty much put the nail in the coffin. John Brebe comes in for the 8th and the 9th, and they close it out. And actually, I do want to take a couple steps back to Patrick Bailey, catching what I believe is his first career shutout, and how much of an impact he had on yesterday's game. Because anytime there's a no-hitter or a perfect game, people always look at the pitchers. But it's a two-way relationship. That's why they call it a battery. That's why, in my opinion, catcher is arguably the most important position in baseball. They're the quarterback. They're the one calling the pitches. Now, I know in today's game, with the pitch comm, you have a lot of pitchers calling their own games. And I'm sure yesterday with the bullpen, I'm not sure who was calling the pitches. If it is Patrick Bailey or Andrew Bailey, the pitching coach in the dugout, something that I would actually love to talk to Mike Krukow about. Maybe we'll ask him today at 7:35 during the Power Hour with Murph and Mac. But I thought Patrick Bailey did a great job yesterday catching 6 different pitchers, getting that shutout performance, and managing the entire staff. Again, bullpen staff day. I'm not a huge fan of these bullpen games. All it takes is one guy, one inning to go wrong, one man to throw up a crooked number. Hell, it used to happen to us all the time when I was still playing ball in college. We'd go out and play these fall ball games, these like 18-inning marathons. And so we would just stack up bullpen arms. You get 2 innings, you get 2 innings, you get 2 innings. And then, like, the redshirt freshman comes in, and then he gets lit up for a 7 spot, and like, oh, no, we lost the game. Then again, it's fall ball. It doesn't really matter, but that's what I've seen before. We've seen it in the major leagues with the opener strategy, but yesterday it worked. Gabe Kapler presses the right button, and like we said, the Giants are back to 500. They'll be looking to get above 500 today. It is going to be an interesting strategy to see how they use Alex Wood, if they're going to extend that pitch count at all, especially after using all those bullpen arms yesterday. But why not check in with Gabe Kapler to see what he has to say about this bullpen, what he has to say about these Giants 50 games through the season, and even let you hear from some of those bullpen arms like John Brebbia, Jacob Junis, and all the cast and characters that make up the Giants bullpen. We'll do that next on the other side. It's the water boy Marcus Boucher on a Friday morning, getting you ready for a 3-day weekend on KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM, the sports leader.
Swinging a line drive to center field. Is it going to get down? It does. Weimer overcuts it off, holds Conforto to a single. It takes a big turn at first, so stay hot, Michael Conforto.
Conforto swings, ground ball, left side and through. Right between short and third. Adames, the shortstop, was shaded up the middle. Couldn't get to it on his backhand, and Michael Conforto on base for the third time tonight. 2 hits and a walk. Conforto swings and launches it high and deep out to right center. This one on its way. It is gone. Michael Conforto on the first pitch of the 8th inning launches one. 0-1, a swing, sharp ground ball, right side and through. Past the diving Miller at second. Out into right center, the 4th hit tonight for Michael Conforto.
I know the people of Milwaukee aren't very intelligent.
Nicely done, Dave. Dropping in Christian, former pro wrestler, taking shots at Milwaukee. And shout out Overnight Dave getting into the Reggae Friday vibe also. Shout out to all my people going down to Cali Roots this weekend. And shout out to the text line, 808 KNBR is the number. I gotta point out what the 707 pointed out, saying, boys, how can we start the show today without starting about that rendition of the national anthem yesterday? And, bro, I heard it too. Shout out to DC. I know he clipped it and played it in the post-game yesterday. You can always check out the post-game rap on KNBR.com and the brand-new KNBR app. And, man, oh, man, was that girl hitting them high notes and dragging out those lyrics. Pretty funny, pretty interesting. But, hey, maybe she was getting ready for Memorial Day weekend. Thank you to everybody who served this great country. And thank you for everybody tuning into the leadoff spot this morning. We are live streaming on KNBR.com and the KNBR app. And we are talking Giants baseball after they got a 5-0 win yesterday. The bullpen brings out the shutout, slows down the Milwaukee Brewers, and Michael Conforto, the man you heard on the rejoin, really got the party started. But Dave, it looks like you have it ready.
And the rockets regular, and the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there.
I mean, you want to talk about holding a note. That's more impressive than John Lund's, oh, yes. But that's how the party got started yesterday in Milwaukee. And then it was followed up by Michael Conforto going 4 for 4 on the day, gets on base 5 times, and hits his 11th home run of the season. And this is the stat I want to get into. Something that Laura Britt heard, you'll probably hear it in this answer coming in from Michael Conforto, is the fact that the Giants are 8-3 in those 11 games that Michael Conforto has gone deep. And this is a guy now in the past 11, 12 games has risen his batting average from the 160s to now the 230s, which still isn't anything to write home about. But when you're looking around the MLB and you look at the home run leaders, you look at Michael Conforto in double digits. I know there's guys like Max Muncy has 13 or 14. Aaron Judge is around 13, 14 also. But it's looking like the Giants will finally have a position player on pace to hit more than 30 home runs for the first time since Barry Bonds was in left field. It's been a while, folks. Brandon Belt got close with 29 in 2021. But, of course, there were some health issues that stopped him from reaching that mark. I think what we're all hoping for is from Michael Conforto is that he stays healthy and continues to swing the bat that he is right now. Here was Michael Conforto post-game on NBC Sports Bay Area with Laura Britt asking him the question about why the Giants are so successful when he does hit these home runs.
I was looking into some numbers, and the Giants' success this season has been so tied to your success at the plate. They're 12-3 this year when you drive in a run, 8-3 when you hit a home run. What does that mean to you to know that you're such a key piece to the Giants' success?
Well, I mean, that feels great. I had no idea. That's a pretty cool stat. That's who I want to be. I mean, I definitely want to be a guy that drives in runs and, is kind of a force in the lineup. I've been that guy before, and I've had, some years where I've been a little inconsistent. So that's kind of what all the work has been going towards, is just being, that guy that drives in runs and, is a consistently tough out, and is always, a threat to help the team, do some damage up there.
Consistent. That's what we're looking for. Someone to be consistent. Hell, I just want an everyday player in the lineup for the Giants, if we're being honest with you. And this was one of the two guys that we were told this offseason, him and Mitch Haniger, that would be in the lineup every single day. Now, there has been some platooning, some off days, some rest for these guys. But yesterday, you saw against a right-hander on the mound, Michael Conforto was in that 3-hole. And as long as he continues to hit like this, he should be in that 3-hole, even against lefties. We can go back to that weekend series where the Giants almost got swept by the Royals. It was Michael Conforto. I'm not sure if it's a pinch hit or not, but I remember him going deep with the go-ahead home run off a left-handed pitcher. I want to say he's got a couple home runs off of lefties this year. So let the kid play, especially when he's swinging a bat as hot as he is right now. A big, big reason why the Giants won yesterday 5-0. But the other reason was the bullpen. After Gabe Kapler announced earlier this week that they wanted to give Logan Webb some extra rest. Now, this is stemming back to Logan's last outing when he was pulled from the game at only about 91, 92 pitches. And Gabe Kapler after the game said, yeah, he had some back tightness. Now, Logan came out and said, I'm fine. I should be pitching next Thursday. But here we are Friday morning talking about a bullpen game and not Logan Webb. Now, the good news is that Webby is scheduled to pitch on Saturday. Probably the best pitching matchup of the weekend between Logan Webb and Corbin Burns. And shout out to Mike Kruko. I'm sure we're going to talk to him about it at 7:35 today. It seems like every time the Giants play the Brewers, Corbin Burns is on the mound. Even last year when they had that weird schedule where they had like a one-day stop in Milwaukee, guess who was on the bump? Corbin Burns, the man that won the NL Cy Young last year. So that's a great matchup. Actually, a pretty good matchup today with Alex Wood and Freddie Peralta. Freddie not having a great season, but is still a high strikeout guy. But tonight's matchup, I feel like, is going to be impacted by yesterday's bullpen game. Because Alex Wood, we've seen in his last 2 outings since coming off that IL, he's only gone 4 2/3, 4 1/3. And there's been a couple of instances where he's walking off the field, shaking his head, looking like he's not too happy with the decision by Gabe Kapler. Now, it is early in the season. We're 50 games in. He was injured early on. But I'm wondering if the Giants will extend that leash today. Let him go over 75 pitchers because they used 6 different pitchers yesterday. But before we get to tonight's game, let's recap with those 6 different pitchers. First of all, here was Michael Conforto, the man getting it done at the plate, talking about the guys getting it done on the bump yesterday.
You really got to hand it to those guys. They've been as big a part of this as anything, with the way we've been playing the last couple weeks. So they've been awesome. We're feeling like we can rely on them, and we feel comfortable with anybody out there. So we're very excited about that.
And if you're looking for signs of success for the Giants, if you're looking at these last 10 games and the Giants winning 8 of them, it comes down to the performance of the bullpen. Because early on this year, it seemed like every other day somebody was blowing a lead. And that's why we were all freaking out. Saying, oh, what's happened to Taylor Rogers? He's not the same guy. Camilo Duvall can't hear with the pitch calm on when people are cheering for him in the 9th inning. Well, all those guys are finally starting to settle in. And yesterday, whether it was Scott Alexander opening up the game, whether it was John Brebbia closing it, or Taylor and Tyler Rogers sandwiched in between with Jacob Julius and Sean Manaea, everybody took care of their job yesterday and went out and threw up zeros on the scoreboard. Here was the skipper, the man pressing all the buttons and pulling all the strings, Gabe Kapler, talking about this bullpen game and why the Giants had success with it yesterday.
These strategies tend to work when pitchers do a great job and are really bought in. For example, Tay Rogers before the game was very comfortable coming out there behind Scott Alexander, which is huge for us because once we get their lineup and we see that the bottom part of their lineup is best for one of our lefties, it's really nice to be able to have that flexibility to go to Tay and then use Junis and Manaea later in the game. Kind of gives us a lot of mix and match options, but really the bullpen is responsible for the recent wins in these types of games, and it's because they're doing a great job out there.
The bullpen is responsible for these recent wins, and he's right. They're not blowing games. Defensively, they have been playing much better if you want to throw away that getaway game against the Twins when they had a season-high 4 errors. And then offensively, they're cutting down on the strikeouts, folks. Remember the first 20 games in the season when they were on pace to break like every major league record for most strikeouts by a team in the season? Well, look what happens when you put the ball in play. Good things happen. What a shocker. This is kind of like when Kapler came out last week and said, oh, we're playing good defense, and defense translates to wins. Like, yeah, tell me something I don't know. Water is wet. You don't kick the ball around, you're going to have a better chance of winning ball games. And when you're throwing zeros up on the scoreboard, back-to-back innings, of course you have a great chance to win. So why not talk to a man that was on the bump yesterday, a guy that is usually the opener, playing his own On the Opener, Nobody Loves Me song. Well, hey, We love it when John Brebbia is closing out games, especially when the Giants are winning. Here is John Brebbia postgame talking about the bullpen starting to finally find their footing and becoming the bullpen that they thought they would be preseason.
After kind of an up and down first few weeks of the year, what do you think has kind of turned the tide here collectively for this group?
That's a great question. I think we've seen a ton of talent from spring training on. I mean, there's obviously guys in this pen that just have good stuff and are good pitchers. And it's only, whether there's struggles or not struggles, it's only a matter of time where having the good stuff and being a good pitcher starts to prevail over bad luck or a bad outing or something like that. So I think what we're seeing now is everyone for who they are. We have a good bullpen. There's good bullpen pitchers down there, and we're starting to see them pitch well. So they're not starting to. I feel like it's been something that we've been decent at throughout this year, and it's starting to show statistically too. So that's also really nice.
And this was the plan during the offseason for the Giants, to build more depth in the bullpen. That's why they went out and got Taylor Rogers. And we all watched the same games. We all saw Taylor struggle through the first quarter, whatever you want to call it, of the season. And now he's looking like a guy that you can rely on from the left side. You look at Scott Alexander, that's another left-handed arm you can use. And then we can talk about another free agent, Luke Jackson, who's down in San Jose right now getting his rehab innings in. He's eligible to come off the IL in 3 days. So that's another bullpen arm that you can add to the mix. I think that's great news. We've seen a guy like Ryan Walker get called up from AAA. He's got some pretty filthy stuff. Giants are finally starting to mix and match and get some success from the back end of the bullpen, which is great, especially when you got guys like Logan Webb and Alex Cobb going 7-8 innings. If you can get 1 to 2 bridge innings, that is going to make it a whole lot easier on your starting staff. And it makes it a whole lot easier if you're only allowing 1, 2, 3 runs a game for your offense to go out and win ball games. Giants were up 1-0 for the majority of the game, put up a crooked number, a 4 spot in that 8th inning. Here was John Brebbia talking about the Giants offense yesterday, providing some run support and what it's like seeing it from his perspective, either in the bullpen or on the bump.
Runs are cool, man. They're fun when your team gets them. I can watch that. If these guys want to score 4 runs every inning for the rest of the year, I'd be just fine with that. Hitting is so dang hard, though. So when you do see that, when you see guys, I'm staring at Michael Conforto right now, just looking amazing, baseball and aesthetically. He's coming in here. I mean, just such a sweet swing. So fun to watch them drive a ball because it's such a hard thing to do that when you can do it and you can do it a lot and do it all at once and do it back to back, there's nothing better. I don't think there's anything harder in sports, and that makes it a ton of fun to watch. Unless I'm giving it up, then it makes it miserable to watch.
I'm telling you, John Brebbia might be the most interesting man in the Giants clubhouse.
Runs are cool, man.
Runs are cool, man. Except when I'm letting them up. Man. I mean, this is the same guy that uses, Wham! Wake Me Up Before You Go as his walkout song. Shout out to our guy DC in the post-game rap we were just talking about. Always uses the John Brebbia lap for sure.
Fun when your team gets him.
Yeah, this dude is a character, and he's been pitching pretty damn well this year, and he's got a point. It is fun to score some runs. Hopefully,
runs are cool, man.
Hopefully the Giants can score some runs tomorrow for Logan Webb, who seems like he gets Matt Caned every time he's on the bump. But like I said, the Giants are heading in the right direction right now, playing some of their best baseball of the season, and they're scoring runs without relying on the home run.
Runs are cool, man.
That's pretty cool to me, John. It's pretty damn cool to me. But you know what else is cool? Watching these prospects come up and have success. We've been talking a lot about Casey Schmidt over the last couple weeks. Yesterday, he had another multi-hit performance. Got actually a single, stole second, got knocked in by Lamont Wade to put the Giants up 1-0, and then was a big part of that 2-out rally in the 8th inning. But the man that came up after him and also had an RBI knock to score Casey Schmidt was Patrick Bailey, a guy that I feel like is getting a lot more attention for his glove than his bat, and a guy that we've been talking about his expectations and whether or not they should be at a level of a Casey Schmidt. Well, here's the thing, folks. Casey Schmidt was drafted in the 2nd round of the 2020 draft. Patrick Bailey was drafted in the 1st round of the 2020 draft. So maybe he should have higher expectations, and it seems like the last couple of years we've been looking for that Buster Posey replacement. Shout out to Buster making it into the Bay Area Hall of Fame last night. And shout out our guy Murph, only getting like 2 hours of sleep because he was emceeing it last night. I'm sure he's going to break it down for us. But Patrick Bailey is the catcher of the Farhan Zaidi era. Joey Bart was not drafted by Farhan. And trust me, there's plenty of intrigue and angles you can talk about this going forward with Joey Bart and Patrick Bailey. Of course, Patrick is now getting the opportunity because Joey is dealing with that groin injury. The latest update I saw is that he is expected to return in late May. We've talked about this a few times already this week. I do think the Giants can go into a platoon system, have Joey versus lefties, Patrick in there versus righties, and then go put Blake Sable out in left field and only use him in an emergency catcher situation. But those are all things we can discuss when Joey Bart comes back. As of right now, it is great to see what Patrick Bailey is not only doing at the plate, but behind it also. And yesterday, catching his first career shutout, complete game shutout, even though it did take 6 different pitchers, still had 13 strikeouts on the day. 6 of those pitchers combined in those 9 innings threw 130 pitches. So regardless of who's calling it, if it is Patrick Bailey, if it's Andrew Bailey, if it's the pitcher himself, I think you still got to give credit to the young kid behind home plate for calling a great game, for stealing some strikes, and being pretty much in charge in the driver's seat of this shutout yesterday with all these pitchers being used. Here was Jacob Junis, who got the most work yesterday pitching to Patrick Bailey, 2 1/3 innings, talking about what he has seen from the young kid behind the plate and how much he improves the entire pitching staff having a catcher with a Gold Glove caliber kind of resume. He won it in the minor leagues. We'll see if he'll win one at the major league level. But here was Jacob Junis on Patrick Bailey and what he has seen from the young catcher so far.
Yeah, he's great. He's been really great back there. I threw to him. I was lucky enough to throw to him quite a bit in spring training, bullpens and live BPs, and actually a couple of games as well. So when he got called up, I was really excited. Very good back there. I think for a rookie, a young guy coming up here and catching the majority of the games so far since he's been here, super impressive. And the way he's called games has been awesome. And it's showing. The pitching staff's been doing pretty well. So a lot of credit to him for being good back then.
And yeah, man, this has really turned the season around, I feel like. I mean, how many times have we talked about the Giants and the gravitational pull to back to being 500? Yeah, they're back at 500. They're a 500 ball club right now. But these last 10 games, this last 12-game stretch is some of their best baseball. And a big reason for that is the prospects, is the kids, Casey Schmidt and Patrick Bailey. I expect them to both be in the lineup today. Hell, I want Patrick Bailey catching Logan Webb on Saturday also. Great matchup between him and Corbin Burns. Then they'll wrap it up on Sunday. Alex Cobb versus Colin Ray. And then the Giants will be back on Monday for Memorial Day, taking on the Pittsburgh Pirates. But first, they got to wrap up this road trip out in Milwaukee. Giants will be back this weekend. And don't look now, 49er football could be back in your life sooner rather than later. 49ers OTA started up earlier this week. That means OTA started up around the league. So on the other side, we're going to answer some quarterback questions. And the question of whose man is this? Jimmy Garoppolo and his latest injury with the Las Vegas Raiders. We'll discuss that and more on the other side. It's the Waterboy Marcus Boucher on a Friday morning on KNBR 104.5 FM at 680 AM, the sports leader.
Runs are cool, man.
I've had injuries in the past, so the mental part wasn't. Initially, it sucks. Obviously, you hate being in a situation, but once I got past that initial part, especially once we started to make a little bit of a run in the playoffs last year, I was getting ready to ramp up again and be ready. But things didn't work out, and I'm glad how things ended up, I would say.
Well. Look who's back in our lives. Jimmy James Garoppolo, the brand new quarterback of the Las Vegas Patriots. The Las Vegas Raiders. But now we're back to things we were talking about all last season. Hell, the season before that, the season prior to that season. Hell, the last 5 years from Jimmy Garoppolo.
Prior.
Yeah, we've been talking a lot of priors and prior injuries. Well, guess what? There's a brand new one for Jimmy Garoppolo. And I hate to do this on a Reggae Friday. We've got good vibes going. It's positive vibes. But I've told you a million times, I'm not very positive about the direction that the Raiders franchise is headed in. Neither is Davante Adams. We'll let you hear that sound in just a quick minute. But here's the latest update on Jimmy Garoppolo. Because if me and Overnight Dave have to deal with him in silver and black, so do you. You've got to deal with the updates. And that's why it's hilarious when I've been going back and forth with Murph and Mac. Why aren't you happy about Jimmy Garoppolo being a Raider? I don't know. Why were Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch so happy to get rid of him?
Only God knows.
Yeah. Maybe it's only God, or maybe it's everybody else who has watched Jimmy Garoppolo throughout his career and watched him get injured over and over and over again. Well, folks, here's the thing. He's hurt again. After it was reported yesterday that Las Vegas Raiders quarterback Jimmy Garoppolo underwent surgery on his injured left foot after signing a free agent contract with the team in March. Now, this to me throws up red flags. I feel like Farhan Zaidi going over the autopsy report of Carlos Correa when he had a failed physical. And we can go back to the day that Jimmy Garoppolo was supposed to be introduced to Raider Nation and how there was suddenly this mysterious delay and how they had to push it back a day. I'm guessing the Raiders team doctors found something in his physical. They obviously saw something with his foot that wasn't right. But hey, shout out to Jimmy G and his agent for deciding to have the surgery after signing with the team, unlike last season where they had surgery during the offseason and Jimmy couldn't find a new home. Well, Jimmy's got a new home in Las Vegas, but not everybody's happy about it. Not just me, just not Overnight Dave. It seems like his number one wide receiver, Davante Adams, is not too happy either because he did an interview about a week ago. I think something that we brought up on air, and they asked him about the franchise, moving on from his guy Derek Carr to Jimmy Garoppolo. And he essentially said, I'm paraphrasing, that me and the Raiders do not see eye to eye with the direction that this franchise is heading. And I'm like, damn, Davante's only been here for 2 seasons. This is a guy that grew up a Raider fan, is loyal to the team. And even after they moved on from Derek Carr, still committed to the Shield. Still said, I'm here to win a Super Bowl, regardless who's playing quarterback. Even though me and Derek Carr were college teammates, best friends down at Fresno State, and a big reason why I came to the Raiders, we'll see what happens this offseason. And Davante was out publicly trying to get Aaron Rodgers to come to the Raiders. But again, that's why it was so frustrating for me going from Derek Carr. And again, I know this will probably piss off a few 49er fans, but going from DC downgrading to Jimmy Garoppolo, I do think it's a downgrade.
Jimmy played good enough for us to win.
Especially when you have guys like Aaron Rodgers and Lamar Jackson, 2 MVPs available on the free agent market. So me and Davante Adams were in the same boat. I don't think either of us are happy about the direction it's heading, and that's why a lot of people paid attention to those comments from Davante Adams. But yesterday at OTAs, where he actually showed up because he's healthy enough to do so, he responded to some of those earlier comments about Jimmy Garoppolo, about Josh McDaniels, and the front office of the Raiders and the direction that they're heading in right now with Jimmy Garoppolo, not even healthy, but scheduled to be their week 1 starter.
You know, you're not always going to see things the exact same way, but when you've earned a right to have an opinion, or you see things a certain way, or even, going into the operation this offseason, obviously, I poked fun at having Aaron here a lot, and why would I not talk about having, best quarterback to play the game and a guy who I have a lot of history with. So that's who I had on my mind initially. So, that was never a slight at Jimmy. I didn't even know we were, pursuing Jimmy. So it had nothing to do with any of that. And then obviously I put something on social media saying, don't hit me up. Don't stop hitting me up if I haven't talked to you recently. Don't hit me up about this stuff. And that was, I already said what that was about. That was clearing up the whole, me just getting bombarded with messages like, oh, what's going on? How you feel about this and this and that? So, that could have been anybody. But at the end of the day, like I said a couple times now, I'm excited to get to work with, the new guys. And Jimmy's a great guy. Love him to death. I didn't know him very well before he got here, but getting to work together a little bit, be around each other, getting to know him, he's a great guy, and definitely excited to get to work with him and everybody else that's in here.
All right, so that's Davante changing his tune a little bit. Of course, what is he going to say? He's stuck with Jimmy Garoppolo now, and I do want to clarify this. I agree with Davante. I think Jimmy's a great guy. I've talked to him on the phone before. Me and him were riffing about finding him a pizza on the East Coast for one of the 49ers road trips. He's a great locker room guy. He's a great leader. This is nothing personal against Jimmy Garoppolo. He's just not that great of a quarterback. And from the perspective of Davante Adams, from going from Aaron Rodgers, who's arguably one of, if not the best quarterback in the NFL, I'm sure Patrick Mahomes fans will chime in there, but let's not forget, before having that thumb injury last year, Aaron Rodgers was back-to-back MVP. But it's also something we should probably point out this morning is that yesterday at Jets OTAs, Aaron Rodgers also left the field with an ankle injury. But I still think Davante, me, Overnight Dave, and Raider fans would want Aaron Rodgers back at quarterback over Jimmy Garoppolo. That's fine. But then he goes from Aaron Rodgers to Derek Carr, his former best friend, college teammate. One of the big reasons why he came back to the Raiders. And you can say whatever the hell you want about Derek Carr. I remember Raider fans getting mad at me last year because I didn't have him as a top 10 quarterback. I think he's somewhere between that 10 to 15 range. I think he's actually going to have a good year with the Saints this year, playing with the best defense that he's ever had surrounding him. But I also think you look at the just abilities, the ceiling, the talent, the arm talent that we're talking about with Sam Darnold and Trey Lance. Derek Carr has it. Jimmy Garoppolo really doesn't. And this shouldn't be a shocker to any 49er fan that has watched Jimmy play football over the last 4 or 5 years. He does not have a deep ball. I don't even want to bring up the Emmanuel Sanders play because I know everybody loses their mind when it happens. But hey, if he would have completed that pass, we're probably still talking about Jimmy G being QB1 going into training camp for the 49ers this year. And Jimmy didn't make the throw, and that's why he's not with the 49ers. And that's why he's now with the Raiders. But Davante actually doubled down on his comments, clarified even the previous comments about Jimmy G. And here he was saying, hey, don't pay too much attention to me. If you got free time, go play some Monopoly. Here was Davante with the quote of the day from Raiders OTA.
The thing is with me, and I'm unapologetically me. At the end of the day, I truly do not care what people have to say. So when I'm clearing things up and talking about this stuff, a lot of times it's me protecting other people that were involved. Like, I don't ever want Jimmy to feel away, think that I didn't want him here, or I don't like him, or I don't want Josh to feel like, I post a picture with Ziggs and then they're like, oh, is it Josh that that must be the real problem. So y'all can do that if you're that bored, like, Go play Monopoly or some shit.
Go play Monopoly or some blank. Dave, we might have to bust out the board because I'm going to have a bad feeling.
Go play Monopoly or something.
I mean, whenever these Raider games come on, Dave, we might have to just start playing Monopoly or some blank. I mean, that's the thing. Again, I love my guys Murph and Mac. Here they were a couple weeks ago when the schedule came out saying, oh, Raiders Chiefs on Christmas. I think Jimmy Garoppolo is going to beat Patrick Mahomes. And I had to sit back and just laugh my ass off because it's hilarious to think maybe Jimmy will be even healthy enough to play on Christmas Day. And now we're talking about him maybe not even being healthy for training camp or week one. Again, whose man is this? Dave, I guess it's ours now. But there's always the possibility of maybe our new owner, Tom Brady, will come down and take some snaps. Yeah. Let's get back to the good vibes. Let's get back to Reggae Friday, and let's make the connection with Murph and Mac on the other side. It's the Water Boy getting you ready for a 3-day weekend on KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM, the sports leader.
Missed an interview or want to hear it again? Catch them all at knbr.com/podcasts. You're tuned into the leadoff spot on the sports leader.
Nicely done, Dave. Wrapping up the leadoff spot with yesterday's rendition of the national anthem. It was one hell of a national anthem. I'm not sure if Murph and Mac heard it as they were just walking into the studio right now. We'll have to play it later on for them. And
the home of the brave.
I mean, Dave, you might just take us straight into the face-off into the Murph and Mac show at 6 a.m. Those notes are never going to end, but it's a great way to kick off Memorial Day weekend. It's a 3-day weekend. It's a Reggae Friday, and I'll be down in Monterey on Saturday for Cali Roots, checking out some music, Paulie Mac.
What about Bottle Rock?
Bottle Rock is tomorrow, correct?
Are you going?
Today? Today? Right? Starts today, doesn't it?
Today. I gotta hit up Shannon, get some tickets. I gotta go see the Stone Foxes. Murph, good morning.
Good morning, buddy. I'm going to go with all my new friends from Bay Area Sports Hall of Fame. If I could take anybody to Bottle Rock after last night, yeah, we know P. Willis. Yeah, we know Buster Posey. I'd take Andre Ward.
Andre Ward,
my new best friend.
Dude, he's that dude.
My new best friend.
Yep.
What a stud, man. So anyway, yeah, great weekend ahead for everybody. And you know who was there last night riding high? And I'll tell you all the stories. It was a great night. Bay Area Sports Hall of Fame down at the Hyatt Embarcadero, Waterboy.
Nice.
Shout it out. It's right here.
It's
like
on
right
the
there.
Embarcadero.
You can chuck a rock and hit it from
we're
here.
a couple blocks away from there.
Yeah. And I walked in, and they got me there at 3 o'clock. You know, the event doesn't end until 10, so I'm a little bit twisted here right now. But I walk in, dude, the first guy I see just kicking ass, just pointing here, pointing there, putting up banners there, moving a table here, moving somebody there, hugging this guy there, shaking hands here, fist bumping there, the vest, the white sneakers, Raymond Ritter.
Yeah, of course.
Raymond Ritter.
Who else would it be?
You know what? He should go into the Bay Area Sports Hall of Fame.
How is he not in it already?
Question.
And like you said, yeah, he's got the vest on. He should have a traffic vest on for the way he's controlling traffic out there.
And I have a request. When Raymond gets inducted into the Bay Area Sports Hall of Fame, Murph, would you mind if I inducted him? I'd like to give the speech.
Yeah.
I'll start prepping it now, dude.
The inductions, by the way, are become like a thing. Because now, who you choose to induct you. Shout out Andre Ward's wife, Tiffany. Fantastic induction speech. Went through his 5 or 6 most important fights and talked about one personality trait that emerged from his why Andre is the way he is. She remembered these fights again, and I wish I had the memory to remember all these fights. But a dedicated, passionate, talented, intense, hardworking, committed dude. Son of God, Andre Ward. So there you go, man.
And he's one of the GOATs of this generation. I'd say a guy that I feel doesn't get the respect that he deserves.
I rode the wave of Overnight Dave. Overnight Dave, you were in the building last night. I said to people, people don't understand this guy's place in the sports history. So I saw Ring Magazine said the 12th greatest fighter of all time.
Wow.
Of all time, any weight class.
Wow.
Yeah. So we're talking Ali, Lewis, whoever you want.
And that being said, for Murph, Tyson. I know you're a historian of not only sports, but of also the Bay Area. So you got to think, where would he rank, honestly, on the all-time greatest San Francisco-born athletes?
And he was born here in the city.
I know. He's got to be pretty high. I mean, I think Keith Hernandez was born in the city as well. So he's one of the greats. But I would put Ward on that list, all-time greatest San Francisco athletes.
Yeah. And especially for someone of my generation, I know Dave will go deep with boxing and the history of it all. But in this century, everybody looks at Manny Pacquiao, Floyd Mayweather, Canelo. Andre Ward is in that category. He's in that group of one of the greatest of this generation.
Those guys you mentioned, they lost fights.
Yeah.
He didn't.
See what I mean?
Yeah,
I'm here to win them.
One point we were talking about, I got to do the panel discussion with everybody at the end. Julie Foudy, fantastic. Buster, Patrick Wills. Gary Payton was unbelievable last night. Stole the show. The mouth that roared, man. He was out there just barking all night and talking about how his old man taught him the mouth and everything. But the point is, we were talking about how much they all hated to lose. Yeah. That's what motivated them all. Fear. And Buster said fear of losing and fear of getting embarrassed motivated him more than anything. And they were talking and talking and talking. At one point, Gary said, yeah, except for Andre. he never lost.
He doesn't lose.
He
has no fear. That's awesome.
Anyway, it was a great night, and Farhan was there.
Nice.
And the Giants win allowed me to riff heavily on Farhan getting the W.
I'm sure Farhan was in a great move after
Jeremy
the
Shelley,
bullpen game shutout.
Right next to him with the I said, you guys aren't watching the game, and they looked down. They had the phone on their lap watching the game. So, hey, man, we'll be playing we got to get Dave out of here.
Yeah, let Dave go home. He needs to start his
we'll
weekend.
Be putting the stamp on it shortly.
Yeah,
it's
totally.
a 3-day weekend for Dave. Shout out to everybody on Memorial Day weekend. Dave, thanks for your service for the country and for the leadoff spot as always. And you are listening to KNBR AM and FM in San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus Media station, and the Murph and Mac Show on a Reggae Friday starts right now.
I said I'd be interested in going, so I won't bring it up because I was going to.
All right, happy Friday, everybody! What a Friday! What a fun weekend awaits. A little misty driving in. It's funny. I was looking
the wipers on, Murph. Totally.
It's funny, Paulie. I look at the Polymac weather page.
Oh, the Weather Center, yeah.
And you start to see the United States get oranger and oranger for its heat.
Sure.
Not here, brother. No. Not here. I had the wipers on this morning.
Yeah, I did too.
So
I did too.
Really a big Thursday night last night for your boy Mikey Conforto out here doing Mikey Conforto things.
He's smoking hot, Mikey Conforto. Smoking hot.
Farhan Zaidi doing Farhan Zaidi things. And a big night at the Bay Area Sports Hall of Fame last night, probably at the Hyatt Embarcadero. Shout out Mario Alioto putting on the show last night.
That's my boy too, yeah.
And dude, just give me the Buster Posey. Just, I think Javi Lopez summed it up best when he goes, he's going into all these Hall of Fames because he just went into the Florida State Hall of Fame. Because, he's going into all these Hall of Fames. He's going to the Bay Area Sports Hall of Fame. He goes, he's not 40. He's not even 40 yet.
Right.
This guy is like...
Well, actually, speaking of, so what year would Cooperstown be eligible?
So he retired in 21, so 26. So we're not that far away.
I mean, you got a early read on that?
Great question. Well, somebody asked me that last night, and I said, everything's changed, and the steroid era changed everything.
He's going in.
Now, in the old days, he would not.
No, just
Thurman
based on
Munson
numbers.
didn't go in, and is not. But although he has things that Munson didn't do, Munson never won a batting title.
There you go.
Right?
Did Munson ever win a Rookie of the Year?
Yes, he did.
He did.
Wow. And he won an MVP.
He did. Munson won an MVP. I didn't know that. Damn. And I respect Thurman. We all respect Thurman Munson, but I didn't know he was an MVP.
Hang on,
Let's just confirm.
I don't want to step in a pile of it here, buddy. He won an MVP.
God bless him.
Probably 1976 American. He was your bicentennial MVP.
That was the year the Yankees they were starting to crank up their machine. Now Marcus wasn't even on the earth yet, but I remember because this is like my awareness started kicking in after that Sox-Reds series. And in 76, the Yankees went to the World Series and got swept by the Big Red Machine.
Yeah, they
got
did.
swept. But then they came back and won 2 straight.
Then you got to have a Chambliss bomb.
Yeah, nice. Yeah.
By the way, the year he did it, only 17 bombs, 105 ribs. 17 bombs. That's unusual to have that many RBIs. But he hit 302, and he's a career 292
And Buster's final career batting average is 301?
Well, last night I ad-libbed that it was over 300, so it better be.
He definitely hit the 300 mark when he retired.
We were talking about failure and how they all handled failure as athletes. And we were saying how baseball, the old line that you fail 7 times out of 10 and you're going to the Hall of Fame.
How about that?
You know
Tell me baseball's not a tough game.
And we were talking about it, and then eventually I said, yeah, except for this guy right here. He didn't fail 7 times. I had a 302 career batting average.
Yeah. So I just think it's like this, man. You watch Buster Posey. We were lucky enough to see the entirety of his career, beginning to end, the bookends. I felt like when you watch Buster Posey play, you were watching a Hall of Famer. Like he acted like a Hall of Famer. He hit like a Hall of Famer. He had the respect of everybody like a Hall of Famer. So he certainly appeared to be a Hall of Famer to me.
Dude, let me tell you what. So each inductee, I would say, turn your eyes to the video screen, and they did a video for him. And there was a really great video for Julie Foudy, historic women's soccer player, et cetera. A really great video for Gary Payton. Gary Payton's already gone into the Naismith Basketball Hall of Fame, and Gary Payton's legacy is secure, but he said, it was so important for him to go in at home. A lot of Oakland pride. Dude, we got to the Buster video. Kruko, let me tell you what. Who can narrate? Frickin' Mike Kruko can narrate.
Give it all.
But Mike Krukow has like a
He has a sense for the
cadence,
yes, he does,
and he has a timing,
and he can also come down to a hush and then bring it up like he is. No, I know exactly what you're saying.
This guy can narrate.
Yeah, he can. He's got a great feel for that kind of stuff. He does.
Mother, father can narrate. All right,
Yeah, he can. Yeah.
But anyway, dude,
Mother Blanker can narrate
to
a
your
short
point
film.
about Buster Posey, you were saying we've seen it all. And if you saw the 3-minute video that Krukow narrated,
you're putting him in the hall.
You would have stamped his Hall of Fame.
Well, give me some of the clips. Obviously,
well, they were. He was just talking about. He had one line in it where he said, "The youngest guy on the team, but twice everybody's age," and it was him running out to go hug Brian Wilson at the end of 2010.
Nice.
And it was like, it's true. He was the youngest guy on the team, but he was the oldest soul on the team. You know,
He always conducted him.
They showed. Sorry to interrupt,
Yeah,
but then they cut to that shit, the pudgy face of a T-shirt wearing Buster going, "Let's enjoy this one tonight."
Love that.
He goes, for maybe a day, a week. He goes, maybe a month. He goes, and let's get back at it and go do this again.
I remember that with the hoodie on, right? Wearing the black hoodie. Yeah, no, he was the man. That team, man.
Seeing that 13 years later, and the fact that they went and did it again and again was incredible.
You know what really strikes me about those two, and that includes Buster, is just the cast of characters that 2010 team had when you look back on that. I mean, they had all ends of the spectrum, from Brian Wilson all the way down to a totally reserved young Buster Posey in his rookie season. But even then, dude, he just had this aura about him. Like there was like a veteran kind of vibe coming off him. Even as a rookie, Buster had that demeanor.
I have to tell you, it's going to be hard for me to recreate this story, but
I love this because none of us were there. So give it to us.
First of all, it was the Bay Area Sports Hall of Fame, and we'll talk about it all morning long. And in fact,
crowd. Good
great
turnout.
crowd.
Yeah.
Great crowd. Dude,
and I'm picking your brain for P. Willis when we're done. So
we'll get to that too. Yeah, dude, I'm burying leads all over the place, man. Because we'll get to that one. But
I want it all.
I was on my way to tell you a Buster story, and I had two digressions on the way here. Number one, they did this first time I've been there, we did an in memoriam segment of people we've lost since the last time.
Yeah.
Bro, the first face up there, man. I had trouble holding it together, man. Sam Spear.
Oh.
And they had Sammy wearing like an old fedora. You know what I mean? Like, and he was out at the racetrack. You know, and it was a black and white photo, dude. He was holding a microphone. Man,
I'll see you at the races.
I ain't gonna lie, man. It got me.
Well, that's our friend, man. He's a good friend of ours.
And then it went on. Gwen Knapp and John Crumpacker and Al Sarasevich, all my old Examiner colleagues. And then, the ones you knew, Bill Russell, John Madden, those ones that were so
names.
big.
I mean,
but bro, when they ended it with Vida, I was like, oh man, dude, so between Spear and Vida, I had a little trouble.
Yeah.
I had a little trouble holding it together there, man. And then so that happened. 1, 2, we need to spend some time later in the show talking about the man who inducted Pat Willis, bro, and I mean he held the room spellbound.
Oh, I can't.
Paulie, 450 people. Dead silent, hanging on his every syllable.
Reveal.
One of the most powerful sort of in-person speakers I've ever experienced.
Reveal.
Mike Singletary.
No kidding.
Mike Singletary, bro.
Okay.
I mean,
yeah.
I think we know he's not a great NFL head coach. Bro, you want that guy giving you a speech. Oh my God, Paulie. First of all, the intonation. Patrick Willis.
He's very dramatic. Yes. He's very dramatic. Yeah.
I met the young man. It's his Senior Bowl. Texas drill. And he started telling a story. But, dude, by the time he got to the end and he had built up to a crescendo, dude, he held pauses and it was like this.
Just, you could hold your breath. Yeah.
Silent. Nobody was clinking a plate. And
everyone's forks were down.
Dude, they were down. I had the vantage point because I had to stand back at the back of the stage because I was.
Oh, you were looking out at the crowd.
So I could see the crowd. Dude,
cool.
What I was focusing on? I was focusing on like Mully.
Nice.
Chris Mullen was there, dude.
Nice.
Mully was spellbound, dude. Hanging on every
he knows.
word.
Mully knows. Yeah.
But, dude, given that Patrick Willis grew up with an abusive father who was absent all the time and everything, dude, when he turned to him and he said, dude, I'm going to get a little emotional. He's like,
he turned and looked right at Pat.
But he's like, I love you because you're my son.
Oh, geez, Louise.
Dude,
this is the kind of Niner stuff. I love this.
Patrick Willis' sister was there filming it, and dude, I saw her face start to get a little.
He said
I
might need a minute. I wasn't even there.
And he said at the end, he goes, Patrick Willis, what you've done and what you've overcome and who you are. And he ended it with this. He goes, you are a beautiful black man.
Whoa, dude.
And dude, P. Willis puts his hand on his heart.
Which is exactly what I just did.
And the place went crazy.
Yeah, dude. No, I'm actually getting a little.
Let me tell you what, I was like, NFL head coach, no. speaker anywhere you want him? Yes.
And just to get full, and never forget, too, that you got to, honestly, just to be, let's take a step back and be honest. When you look at like that 80s era of NFL football, there's two linebackers that get mentioned. One's Lawrence Taylor. The other one is Mike Singletary. Never forget what the guy was on the field.
Talk about the man as a player.
He was right alongside with Lawrence Taylor as the premier linebacker of that entire. I would say from like 81 to like the early 90s, like you got to have Singletary in that conversation, and everyone does.
Yeah.
He was a hell of a player.
And then the last story I just told you, I have a million of them. We'll tell you all tonight.
How did what was Patrick Willis's reaction when Mike was saying all this amazing stuff?
He was just hanging on every word like everyone else.
Yeah.
We're all hanging on
Willis
every word,
is such an impressive guy. Like, you stand next to Patrick Willis, you're like, damn, that's the real deal right there.
And then I just happened to be, it was during...
Was Hitman in the house? Was Whitner in the house? Just ask. Just curious.
No,
Okay.
Dante.
Any of his other
You know who was, though? You know, and I took this pic. Oh, I want to show you this picture.
Yeah.
I took this for you, Paulie.
Thank you. I can't wait.
I'm always
I love
thinking of my guy, Paulie, here. Here at 6:13, I know. First of all, there's that picture of me and Ritter. Yeah. Actually, there's two pictures I need to see. I took two pictures with two people last night. One was Lee Hammer, and the other one was this guy. Dude, that's Rames. Ted Rames.
Oh,
yeah. I was like, I'm only getting a picture with this guy, Rames.
Hey, by the way, shout out Murph, looking pretty sharp in the suit. Dude, you might want to start coming in like Pat Riley. That's a good look for you.
I'm breaking out the hat today because of no shower, no sleep. But anyway, and then, dude, these two guys. Can you tell who this? Paulie's knocking over the photo. Is that on the? On the live stream?
You get to see all warts and all, man.
Can you tell who this is? Can you tell who that? I couldn't get in front of them because I didn't want to make it too awkward. But these two guys.
That's not Guy McIntyre, is
and
it?
who's he talking to?
Oh, hold on.
He's talking to.
Oh, he's talking to Buster.
Buster Posey and Guy McIntyre.
Well, it's two Georgia boys hooking up. Totally,
dude. Look at those two guys.
Yeah. That's money. No, that's money. And that's my guy. Guy McIntyre's my boy.
I thought you would get a kick out of that. I was like, and I said this to later on to the tables. I was like, did I see two Georgia boys getting together?
You do.
Did I see two dogs
talking about Georgia
stuff? I go, you guys talking dogs? And Buster goes from this table, goes, nope. And then and then guys like, now he's a Seminole. Now he's a Seminole. I'm like, oh, so I guess it was other Georgia business. You know what I mean?
Totally.
But yeah, and there's other. And I guess why not 6:15? Keep telling it.
Yeah,
but,
I love this.
No, I know we got to get going, but okay. Well, at Will the Thrill. Do you know who's there? He was there the entire night, getting tons of love from everybody. Is Barry Bonds.
Okay,
and
Lamar.
Both Andre Ward and Gary Payton shouted out Bonds as like they both talked. Andre Ward said baseball was his first love. And he tried to hit like Bonds and Will Clark. He said, Will, you had that front foot in front of the other foot, that closed stance. You know, he goes, I tried to do that too.
See what I mean? Back then, dude, the guys wanted to play ball.
I'll tell you guys a funny story. So when I had to introduce all the dignitaries in the crowd, and I was like, and I said it, I go, do I say it? Do I say it? The greatest hitter of all time? Barry Bonds?
Everybody went nuts. I meant to.
And then I said, and then the next guy on the list, and I said, wait a minute, how can I say that when the guy sitting next to him saying, how can he be the greatest hitter of all time when I'm the greatest hitter of all time? I was like, ladies and gentlemen, Will Clark is right next to him, you know? And then I said, wait a minute. And they were sitting next to each other, yucking it up the whole night. Elbows yapping away during dinner.
Right.
I said, has a banquet ever had two seats next to each other at a table with more masher quality? Have two hitters ever sat next to each other at a banquet more prolific than Barry Bonds and Will Clark? I'm like, that might be the greatest banquet seating tandem I've ever seen. And dude, right down in the lower right, I hear this. It's like, and I'm like, what? I kind of catch my eye, and they're like, and I hear this, you're killing me. And this guy's like, you're killing me. And I'm like, oh, I'm getting heckled. I look down, and at Buster's table, Buster was sitting next to Kipe. And Kipe's giving me the palms out like, and he starts doing this thing, pointing to Buster and him. He's like, what about us? What about us? What about us?
Kipe's the freaking best.
Hilarious.
He's the freaking best.
Dude. So I was like, Bonds and Will Clark, the greatest hitting tandem.
See Kipe getting involved.
You're killing me. He's pointing to Buster and him. He's doing the comedy, the physical comedy with the palms out.
And before we go to
Buster was playing the straight man too. Buster's like shrugging his shoulders and pointing to Kipe. He's like, what about us?
Tell you what, the personality of Posey since his retirement is really starting to blossom. Last thing I got to ask before you break real quick, was Kipe true to his word about the induction? Give me like a stopwatch, a clock.
No,
on
he
Kipe.
kept it tight.
He
said he's the only guy who worked mildly blue all night. He said, I wonder why I'm even up here. He goes, giving an introduction to Buster Posey. He goes, introducing any of these athletes is totally unnecessary. It's like foreplay in high school.
Hey now, Kipe. I mean, wow. Let me give you the appropriate response. Where's my group stun thing? Here we go. Hey now, Kipe. Give him one of those. Whoa.
It was a big...
high school foreplay.
Like, whoa.
Well,
Yeah.
what are we talking about? The back of the car type of scenario on a dark road? One of those? Hey, yeah.
Anyway, we got to put a stamp on the Giants win. We'll do it on the other side, and we'll tell you more of those tales.
Wow, it sounds great last night.
I want that to be today's big hit. I want your guys' Bay Area Sports Hall of Fame. But I think you got to
sign me up.
Should the rules be you got to pick a Giant, an A, a Niner, a Raider, and a Shark, and a Warrior. 6.
By the way, speaking of Sharks, shout out Joe Pavelski, former Shark great, extending that series last night. Little Joe doing work out there, man.
I don't mean to be cheap shot here, but I'm going to bring it to the air. I didn't even something. Here's how casually I treat these airwaves. Something I wouldn't say at the banquet because it was too offensive, I'll say on the air instead. Because there's only 50,000 watts and thousands.
No one's listening. Yeah.
But there was an executive there from the A's, and it's nice of him, to be there. And then Mario's like, "You got to introduce this guy from the A's." I go, "This guy's got some balls showing up here." Who?
Yeah.
Oh, it's in the phrase I've always liked to get out there, dude. The guy's got some balls. You know what I mean, dude?
Yeah. This guy's got some set of balls.
I'm like, wait a minute, the A's guy's here? Guy's got some balls on him.
Yeah. Poor guy. Yeah.
I mean, the guy's like, "Hey, man, I was showing up. I'm part of the board." But anyway, I was like, "Really? You guys are really coming here tonight?" But then again, the Raiders too. Big Ray Chester was in the house last night, and all that. So. Maybe one day Jimmy G will be there as a Niner
Marcus's guy
and a Raider.
By the way, I'm ready to psychoanalyze Marcus. I had some thoughts today driving in when he was just having a breakdown about Jimmy G, and I started thinking, I've spent enough time in a doctor's office. I think I have some info for you.
Well, we went obviously 20 minutes too long on the intro, but I had to tell those stories. All right. We'll be right back and put the stamp on it. Say good morning to psychoanalyzed Marcus next on The Sports Leader.
Boom, boom. It's all about me. Boom, boom. It's all about me.
What's trending now? On KNBR.com.
Dre Greenlaw stopped by the Papa and Lunch Show yesterday to talk about the start of 49ers OTAs and his expectations for the 49ers 2023 season. To hear that podcast and more, check out what's trending now on the all-new KNBR app.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Concerned inflation will ruin your dream retirement? Learn more. Listen to David's show every Saturday morning on KNBR or call 1-866-PROTECT. Follow the leader on Twitter at KNBR. For once again, we are the sports leader. KNBR 104.5 and 680.
A high set from the right-hander. The 2-2 is swung on and missed. He struck him out, and the game is over. And what a night for the Giants bullpen. A bullpen game and 6 relievers combine on a shutout, a 4-hitter. The Giants break open a close game late, and they beat the Brewers in the opener of this series 5-0.
Man. Giants win. Rizzo calls it Reggae Friday. That's what we got. I mean, what more do you need?
Nice track by Marcus, too. Nice selection.
Sounds great.
Coming in from the cold, man.
Always Marley at 620 or
great tradition.
626.
Well, in other words, Bob Marley, who's the leadoff hitter on a Reggae Friday? Bob Marley. How's that say? He's like the Ricky Henderson of reggae leadoff tracks.
Nesta.
Yeah.
The man. What do we got here, Waterboy? What's the tune?
Coming in from the cold.
Paulie's got it.
This is a classic.
Stole the words right out of my mouth.
Sorry, I should have let you do it.
I mean, got drizzle outside. Yeah.
Yeah.
Hopefully your Cali Roots Festival will be a little warmer, although Monterey can get that gray now.
It can get cold.
Reggae will warm you up, though. It's going to be great. I'm kind of jealous, actually. Where's this reggae festival happening?
So it's at the Monterey County Fairgrounds, Paulie.
Oh,
Mac.
dude, man.
That's
this is
different
awesome.
from Laguna Seca.
Yeah,
I always remember everything's at Laguna Seca.
Grateful Dead played down there, man. Yeah, they did.
All right, well, great. Are you staying the night down there?
No, I'm just going up Saturday just for a day trip. Me and my buddies, they hit me up last night. Say, yo, bro, buy a ticket on Saturday. Hop in the car, carpool with us down to Monterey. I said, sign me up.
You gonna chew on anything gummy related?
I would hope you do.
I'm gonna chew on some stuff. I might smoke some stuff. I might do some other stuff.
You do whatever you
never
gotta
know.
do.
It says if you forgot it, you can actually buy a bong inside the festival. That's in case you forgot yours.
Now, Murph, I want to tie this sports connection into Monterey.
Tripoli bought his there.
I'm not surprised. I'm not surprised at all. Now, Murph, going back in time just a little bit, when the Dead had their one and only top 10 single, The Touch of Grey, they filmed a video for it, and they filmed it at Laguna Seca. And in that video, Mickey Hart is wearing a Celtics jacket that Bill Walton gave him.
That's awesome.
So you got a little sports connection right there.
And that's a cool jacket. I've always liked that
cool jacket. Yeah, you like that, yeah.
A couple things here. Number one, we are proudly sponsored by Marin Health, your gateway to better health with an exceptional medical center and more than 150 primary and specialty care doctors in clinics throughout the North Bay. And number two, it's been too long in this show before we put a stamp on the 500
right here for
team,
you.
who I was chatting with the very upbeat Farhan Zaidi last night.
Nice.
My riff on Farhan was, so we came back from dinner and the Giants had won the game. So I had to reintroduce the evening. All right, everybody, your dinner's over. And I held up my phone and I said, and look at this news tonight. We're having such a great night tonight. I said, look at this alert on the phone. Live from Milwaukee, San Francisco Giants 5. Milwaukee Brewers 0. I'm like, look at you, Farhan. I said, you're 1-0 tonight, aren't you? I said, you're undefeated. Look at undefeated Farhan over here. And I said, and guys, the great news is I said, Farhan showed tremendous restraint and only made 3 transactions between the salad and the main course.
Wow, dude.
That was the riff. You like it?
I love it.
Okay, all right.
Did you get a nice laugh?
I think I got a courtesy chuckle.
Bro, I wonder what he was. Yeah, there you go, dude. Well, Farhan and Murph now are like BFFs, man. I don't know if you guys know that. Next time Farhan comes on the show, I'm not even kidding. If you guys are in great standing with each other, we should play him the Eddie Money tribute. We should play it for him. Yeah. Let him know how we see him. Well, we're giving him props.
He might, then he might think he kind of owns us a little bit.
Not so fast, Farhan.
But hey, let's put the stamp on it because, there I was with my phone trying to avoid Paul from Pleasanton, the sales guys next to me.
I heard he was running amok.
Wearing me out
Word on the street is he was running amok.
Wearing me out. I think he means well, but
By the way, can I ask you a quick question? What was he even doing there? Did he just buy his way into the room?
I said to him, I go,
yo, Paul, we love you, but
I said to him,
this ain't for you.
He's one of our account execs who he'll just wear you out.
He's a good guy.
And I said, he is too good of a guy, actually. And he's a big listener, too. So we thank him for that. Yeah. But he said, I go, which account is yours? He goes, Murph, this is all my account. He goes, this is all. He sweeps around the room. He goes, this is all my. I was like, all right, buddy, I see you.
Bar's right over there, Paul. Yeah.
It's all about me.
Boom, boom.
Dude, it's all about me.
Paul. Boom. All about Paul.
All about me.
Hey, man. Patrick Willis chose Singletary to induct him. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Chose him to induct
That's two of the greats right there.
Shout out Dennis Brown, Keena, and Guy McIntyre for being there repping the Niners. And I said to Keena, I said, hey, man, I said, that guy, Joe, Jerry, Ronnie, they ain't nothing without this guy, Keena Turner, right here, man. So
God bless
he was awesome. I love Keena. Okay, guys, they're winning. They're back to 500. We can put that Marcus Boucher workplace safety back to 0. It has been this many days since we were under 500. 0 days since we were under 500. They did it last night on the road against a good team, against a winning team, the Milwaukee Brewers. Kai Correa called Rob Manfred. Actually, did you guys know this? Manfred was actually in Milwaukee talking to the Giants. Yeah, he's checking in with teams about the pitch clock and all that stuff and the shifts and all that.
I'm glad you stopped by.
I know. So Kai Correa actually face-to-face knuckle bumped Rob Manfred.
Just went right, whispered in his ear.
He said, you know what? It's nice to see you, Kai. Give me that score. San Francisco Giants 5, Milwaukee Brewers 0.
Oh, it's all good, baby. It's all good.
Beautiful baseball. Beautiful baseball.
The Giants. Fun.
This is some kind of good.
This is unbelievable.
But you know, it was there last night, and I probably gave him a little too enthusiastic of an introduction because I said Kevin Costner would dream of playing this guy in the movie. I said, and quite frankly, my wife has a major crush on him. Ladies and gentlemen, 3-time World Series champ Ron Wotus.
Hell yeah.
So Woe was there.
Hell yeah.
Great line when Mike Murphy was there, because I said, Murph stops me in my tracks because that's San Francisco Seals. You know what I mean? And Will Clark went up to say hi to Murph. And Will Clark was there. Will Clark goes, hey! He goes, well, one Murph who won't stop talking and one Murph who never talks. How about that line
Bro,
from
that
Will?
should be on a plaque somewhere. See, Will Clark, he's a prophet, man. I'm telling you. You just got to listen carefully for the signs. That is great.
I said, Will, Gators? I said, Gators? And he's like, he was kind of like, he had his drink in his hand. He's kind of looking around the room. He's like, nope, September. Gator season, Will? Nope, September.
Nice.
So, I said, what are you doing? Ducks then? No? He's like, no. He said, what is he? He's like fishing right now. So.
Yeah, of course he is. He's an outdoorsman. That's what he does.
He's on his way he's going to be with the club next week during the homestand.
Sweet.
And then he's going up to Eugene.
Nice.
So it's time to hit him up. Anyway, guys, I got to tell you, I don't have to tell you about this guy. Sizzling hot. 7 homers in his last 14 games. So bring on Bobby Weir, Mike Conforto, number 11.
Bombs away.
I mean, this is a dude. He went 4 for 4 last night.
He is, man. He is feeling it right now.
And this is the guy.
I think I have a good song idea for him, too. As soon as I get into the room with Tony, we're going to spit something out because I have an idea. It's like I'm just laughing just thinking about it.
And are you guys thinking about the guy who went 2 for 4 with an 2 RBI double last night, swiped a bag and scored a couple of runs? You thinking about Casey?
I am thinking about Casey.
Okay.
Yeah.
How about, was he doing Waterboy? Tell me about Marcus Boucher back there.
Yeah, Marcus.
So they call it, what, elephant ears? Casey was really flapping the back pocket last night. Did you see that?
Yeah, he had the left turn signal on. He actually had both of them out, right?
Yeah, and they were flapping as he was. Did you notice he was running from, this caught my eye, when he was running from third to home, the back pockets were flapping.
Nice flaps.
It's almost like he's got a cape out of his back pocket.
Maybe that's his desired effect. Maybe that's what he's looking for.
It's a bird. It's a plane. It's Casey Schmidt.
That his look?
I don't know.
All right.
Well, he's a little askew, like we said, like with the hat. He's got the... He's just got a look. He's got a thing about him. He really does. And let his flaps flap. If he wants to flap, he's going to flap.
Yeah. That's his look.
Flap it up, man.
That's his look, man.
You keep flapping.
All right. Let's get the guest list on a Friday, 5/26/23, 3-day weekend coming your way.
I can dig that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Waterboy, what do we got?
All right, we're going to get the party started early on a Reggae Friday, 6:50 this morning. Susan Slusser checking in from Milwaukee on your San Francisco Giants.
So early Sluss.
Mm-hmm.
All right, good.
We're going to get her before the Power Hour, which starts at 7:35, of course, talking to Mike Krukow about the bullpen shutout yesterday.
And his performance narrating the Buster Posey video, and we couldn't have him last night. Buster asked Kruk and Kipe to induct him, but Kruk was doing an event to raise money to fight childhood cancer.
Nice.
So. Yeah. All
nice.
right.
And then we'll get into the Power Hour, do our big hit where we've been discussing maybe giving our own Bay Area Hall of Fame members from each team in the Bay Area. And then Murph, at 8:50, 9 o'clock, sometime around that time, a man that was actually introduced into the Bay Area Hall of Fame last night, Buster Posey, joining the program.
Yeah, Buster said, I said, hey, you got time for us tomorrow? He goes, yeah, sure.
Thank you, Buster. I love this post-retirement Buster, like the accessibility of a Posey.
I said, what time? And I said, 9 good? He goes, they have a hospital visit at 11 a.m.
How about
they
that?
do a lot of
See?
work. So we're supposed to text him this morning and pick out a time. So it'll be sometime after 8:45.
Steph Curry and Buster Posey might be like race, like in a duel to see like who can out-humanitarian the other as they just continue to make the world around them better. Because I know Buster does a lot of that stuff. And from what I've heard, like a lot of people don't even really hear about it. He just does it under the radar. But he visits kids. He spends time with people.
Kawakami did a story on those two guys. You know, they're similar in age.
Yeah, and they've got the same kind of disposition.
And they both came from the southern part of the United States to San Francisco.
Maybe they came out here on a mercy mission just to straighten out the Bay.
Probably on a mission from God.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
I mean, it took a look and said, you know what, not only are we going to bring some titles for you guys, 7 and counting. 7 and counting.
7.
But we'll go ahead and make the community better in the process. And that's not even an exaggeration or a joke. That's what they've done.
Unbelievable.
Yeah.
So,
counting, by the way, with Steph. That ain't over.
Did you know Steph launched his own bourbon this past week?
You were talking about that.
Yeah.
What's it called?
And Raymond said that when he went on...
Baller bourbon? Like, what do you got a name of the...
It's called I think it's called Gentleman's Cut.
Gentleman's Cut,
You
Murph.
see? Perfect. Exactly. I can see him like in a gray suit already. Legs. Yeah.
And he said to Raymond when he went on Inside the NBA and TNT to do the accept the Kareem Abdul-Jabbar Social Justice Award, he asked Raymond, he goes, can I product place behind me? He's like, yeah. He's like, sure, yeah. And then...
Gentleman's Cut. I got to get a bottle of Gentleman's Cut right after I finish drinking my Metallica blackened whiskey.
Yeah.
We got... See? Now he's in a whiskey game.
Raymond said to him, he goes, hey, when you do that hit, can you end it by saying, guys, before I go, I just want to say I need some time to think about whether I'm going to play again next year. That was Raymond. Raymond wanted him to say that, to riff on LeBron. Raymond wanted him to get the line off on LeBron, and he's like, oh, man. And Raymond was like, oh, it would have been so great. Oh, man. Because Steph, of course, wouldn't do it, you know?
Yeah.
But Raymond trying to play pranks.
Right.
How about that? All right, so that's Buster Posey, and then...
And then we'll talk to a man that does want to talk about LeBron James. That is Jovan Buha from The Athletic. He covers the Lakers and, of course, covers LeBron James.
Right, and we still haven't even talked about the Heat and Celtics.
No.
Yeah,
we
we'll
have
do
not.
that. Yeah.
And then we'll top off the show today, 9:35. Bill Lasky, The Tree, coming on. I think he's got a big weekend show coming on talking about Vita Blue.
Yeah, man. Tell you, when I saw Vita in that in memoriam, it got me, man.
Just to put a word in your ear, too, but I know you didn't see the Celtic game. I'll just say this. It was the quietest we've seen Jimmy Butler in the postseason so far. 14-point night. I mean, he sat on the bench the entire fourth quarter.
Everything's going to be all
They better start picking it up, though, Marcus. You don't want to go back to beans tied up.
Alicia Keys better show up Saturday
Yeah.
night. Susan Slusser at 6:50. Giants are hot, hot, hot. Next on the Sports Leader. We can get into the bourbon.
Everything's gonna be alright.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now, Murph and Matt continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Raga Friday, Ollie. Raga Friday. In fact,
that's Raga.
When we talk Reggae Friday, how come we haven't asked for Spinal Tap's a cappella version of Heartbreak Hotel? Because that is Raga, Polly. Raga.
Since my baby left me. Dude,
it's clanking Raga, isn't it?
It's almost time to watch that again. It's been a while.
How about Triple E writes these little promos for me to read? So I got to read his copy, which is like, whoa, wait, what?
What's he saying now?
Because he says, let's keep brockin' and rollin' with KNBR all day and catch Tim Ryan at 1:30 with Papa and Lund to break down 49er camp.
Rock and roll.
But he wrote it as, let's keep brockin' and rollin'.
Right. I want a Brock. Yeah, I understand.
Well, there it is.
Yeah.
But hey, they got Tim Ryan at 1:30. I'm tuning in.
Yeah, I am too. I'm a little jealous, actually.
T-Rock at 1:30 with Papa and Lund, Polly. Okay, so listen, it was a crazy night last night. Giants get their win, get back to 500. Farhan's in a great mood. I can riff on him at the Bay Area Sports Hall of Fame. I was at the Bay Area Sports Hall of Fame dinner last night, got to run the show and induct Julie Foudy, the women's soccer pioneer, Andre Ward, son of God, Gary Payton, the mouth. Let me tell you what, GP. So they were auctioning off, Franco Finn was in the house auctioning off for the Special Olympics, right? And they got a Buster Posey catcher's mask signed by Buster, and then they passed it around. Orlando Cepeda was there. He signed it. Barry freaking Bonds signed it. Will Clark signed it. And Kipe signed it. So you got a helmet, dude, with Buster, Cepeda, Bonds, Clark, and Kipe.
Yeah.
That's pretty good, right? I mean, where are you going to get that many? And so it was going up, and it got to 10,000, which is big because the other stuff was going for like 3, 4, whatever. And it got to 10,000, dude. Gary Payton just jumps up from his chair, walks up, grabs the mic from Franco. He's like, yo, here's how we're going to do this. He's like, dude, everybody's like, whoa, it's a big room.
You're getting loose.
He goes, this woman wants 10,000. This woman wants 10,000. He goes, Buster. He goes, you're signing. He goes, Buster, Barry, Will, you guys are signing another one of these. We're doing 2, and we just raised 20,000 for the Special Olympics. And hands the mic back to Franco.
Nice.
So, GP2 said his old man never gave him a compliment in his entire life.
You hear this from a lot of these great athletes, man.
And I want to thank him.
Pat Riley said the same thing. Pat Riley has said the exact same thing, that his father would not compliment him. And when he would achieve something as a kid, he said, this is Pat Riley now, he said when he would actually do something great and achieve something, his dad would say, show me more. Show me more. That was like the big thing.
Did Riley have affection for his dad?
He
actually dedicated the book The Winner Within to his
he does, and that's kind of what GP is saying as well. Like, they look back on that. It's tough in the moment, but then you realize the method later in life. You're like, okay, I was getting pushed. I see.
There's the movie. That's the entire premise of one of my all-time favorite movies, The Great Santini with Robert Duvall, where he is the lunatic
Great Santini wouldn't fit in 2023.
Oh,
those
man.
methods.
It's so funny because I kind of bring it to some of the stuff I do, and people are like, dude, get this guy out of here. I'm like, wait, Santini did it? Isn't that cool? If Robert Duvall did it, can I do it? No, not in today's day. Instead, what we do is we just hand out tickets to see Rob Zombie. Paulie.
Nice.
Don't forget the Bone Bash is September 22nd.
Yeah, man.
When do you want to do it? Do you want to reward the early crowd?
Yeah, I do. That's a great call. Let's do it. Let's do it early. Yeah, get them over there.
We have 2 tickets to see Rob Zombie, Alice Cooper Ministry, and Filter.
School's out for summer.
Do you think Gary Payton's dad would want no, you could get your ass on the court and get to work. You can't go see Alice Cooper. You can't go see Alice Cooper.
But Dad, it's the $1 Billion Babies tour. I don't care. Keep shooting that jump shot.
2 tickets to see Rob Zombie, Alice Cooper Ministry, and Filter. 922-23. Call 415-896-KNBR. 415-896-KNBR to see those guys and enjoy the show. Okay, quick psychoanalysis of Waterboy, and then we can get to Sluss.
No,
All right?
again, and it's interesting. Like, there's remnants of this even on the text line. Apparently, he was sparring with some people. I've just stumbled across this. I see him exchanging with listeners. It's all about Jimmy Garoppolo. But it almost seems like it's an unhealthy amount of, like, just bile and, like, acidic kind of reflux up in his throat about Jimmy G.
Yes.
So I think what's going on here is, you know, the funny thing is it's, like, misplaced blame that's coming from Marcus.
Okay.
He really shouldn't be mad at Jimmy G. It ain't Jimmy G's fault. Jimmy G, they offered him a deal. He took the deal. You should be upset with your Raiders.
Yeah.
It all starts with the franchise that opened the door for him and said,
I think he has said that.
What are you talking about, Paulie Mac? I got Tom Brady as a minority owner now. Yeah, I'm upset with the Raiders.
well, again, I
Whether
think
it's Mark Davis, Josh
By the way-
McDaniels,
by
Dave
the way-
Ziegler, I'll go down the whole list for you,
By the
Paulie.
way, the Raiders are in Vegas, too.
Yeah.
All right, buddy.
Yeah. Are you thinking at any point maybe just about cutting them loose like
it's
a
too
primordial
late.
tail almost?
I'm in too deep, Paulie. It's been 30 years.
I
I've
don't know.
served
It's
my
just not
time.
healthy. I'm slightly worried about you.
Only way
Guys,
out is in a box, Paulie.
Guys, as if on cue, the great Chris Kelly, our buddy from New York City, the
CK.
stage manager of Saturday Night Live, literally, he sent this before you started your psychoanalysis.
Right.
And it says, "Happy 8 Boys, happy summer.
CK.
Tell Waterboy in my little upstate town Raider Nation lives." It's a picture of what appears to be some sort of storefront with a gigantic shield painted on the window.
Yeah.
This is up in upstate New York.
Good looking
brother.
photo, actually.
Raider
yeah.
Nation is worldwide. You know this, boys. Come on. What, are we surprised?
Not global, intergalactic.
Yeah.
I was talking to Jar Binks. Well, so you're just saying
I'm
that
just
he's
saying that it's misplaced. Yeah, it's misdirected. It's misplaced. Like, he's really unhappy with his entire organization / fandom of the team.
100%.
And he's using Garoppolo as a punching bag. And, like, it's really, like, Jimmy, again, you look at Jimmy, it's just like, he's just a pawn in the game. Like, you got bigger fish to fry than Jimmy G.
Oh, Paulie Mac, you're preaching to the choir.
Okay.
Like,
Don't fight it.
I agree with Devontae Adams. I'm not confident with the future.
What did
of
he say?
He said he's not seeing eye to eye with the front office. He doesn't think they're moving in the right direction. And I agree. They were
Where's the quote? Do you have the exact
They were
quote?
a playoff team 2 seasons ago. Josh McDaniel comes in, runs out the franchise leader in every stat, and now goes from a downgrade.
They were a playoff team, kind of.
What do you mean, kind of? They were in the playoffs.
Riffing, dude. One and done. Laid an egg. Do you have the sound bite? You said you had sound? Or
Yeah, you want some Devontae sound?
Yeah, I want to hear.
Yeah, I want to hear it too.
Man.
I haven't heard it.
I know we got to get going. We got to get to Sluss, man. But
just trying to help Marcus out.
Misplaced blame, lashing
blame.
out,
Yeah,
the whole
yeah.
deal.
Yeah, it's
I'm
misdirected.
mad at everybody.
But I
boys.
will
It's not
say,
just
I will
Jimmy.
say,
It's not Jimmy.
the Jimmy thing is pretty unbelievable.
Yeah.
I mean, he's out until July with a busted ankle, and this Waterboy pointed out this morning in the leadoff spot, which you should all listen to, is that remember the delay on his signing?
Yeah, totally
Probably
right.
was this.
Yeah.
And Mark Davis was like, well, let's just go ahead and do it anyway. You know
Well,
what
this
I mean?
is, again, this ain't Jimmy's fault. Jimmy just showed up.
So Devontae Adams, one of the great players in the NFL today, Palo Alto High, Jock Peterson's teammate,
Maybe
Waterboy's
he'll
foe.
wind up on the list today. Tune in and find out. You'll see. Yeah.
And this was him yesterday at OTAs talking about those comments of him not seeing eye to eye with the Raiders franchise.
The thing is with me, and I'm unapologetically me. You know, at the end of the day, I truly do not care what people have to say. So when I'm clearing things up and talking about this stuff, a lot of times it's me protecting other people that were involved. Like, I don't ever want Jimmy to feel a way, think that I didn't want him here, or I don't like him, or I don't want Josh to feel like, I post a picture with Ziggs and then they're like, oh, is it Josh that that must be the real problem. So y'all can do that if you're that bored. Like, go play Monopoly or some shit.
Okay.
Wow, he's a more misplaced taker. By the way, here's a text for you. Where did it go? From the 408. This one's for you, Marcus. Nobody celebrates a 5-win season like Raider Nation.
Who the hell's celebrating? I'm not going to be celebrating this year when Jimmy doesn't win 5 games.
I have the solution. We got to get to Slusser.
We got to help this kid out.
The solution is, once again, the door is open, buddy. Come on over.
Yeah, you really should. That's
Come
what I'm
on
saying.
over.
You might want to cut this thing loose
There
at this
I was
point.
with the likes of a Keena Turner, a Guy McIntyre,
You
a
want to
Patrick
class
Willis.
yourself up. You come hang with us and Ronnie Lott, Keena Turner,
dare I
Guy
say,
McIntyre.
Paulie, winning with class.
That's what
Dare
I'm
I say
saying.
that, all right?
Yes.
All right. Susan Slusser is talking about this team that is only a half game out of the wild card and 5.5 out in the West. It's on, as they said in the Super Mario Brothers movie, it's on like Donkey Kong. With Susan Slusser next on The Sports Leader.
Go play Monopoly or some shit.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk. Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now, Murph and Matt continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Giants still with that 1-0 lead as Conforto swings and launches it high and deep out to right center. This one on its way. It is gone. Michael Conforto on the first pitch of the 8th inning launches one, and it's 2-0 Giants.
Joe Rizzo on the call, Michael Conforto on the swing, and Waterboy, before we say good morning to Susan, the reggae.
This is Stick Figure. Who set the world on fire? Murph, here's the answer. It's Michael Conforto.
Very good, Waterboy, very good. The headline, the Chronicle says, Giants deploy speed, power, and defense. Pardon me, speed, power, and pitching. I was downloading when I read that. Speed, power, and pitching, and defense, actually. Yaz and D.D. Davis. They looked like a darn good baseball team last night after flushing the Wednesday bad one. 3-1 on the roadie.
Nice trip, man.
Susan Slusser in Milwaukee doing her thing. Good morning, Susan. How are you?
I'm good, guys. And this Brewers team is one that often gives them trouble. Hey, it's one game, right? But that was about as good as they looked all year. And a lot of those runs scored late for a long time. It was 1-0 just based on the strength, essentially, of Casey Schmidt's stolen base. And that's not something that I realized he had kind of in his, sack of tools was a little more speed than I realized. I knew he was a good base runner, but that was good timing on that.
So one of the stories of this whole kind of 14-9 May is they're not sitting back and waiting for the homer anymore, huh?
Yeah, I've kind of lost track of how many games now they've won without a homer, but it was like 2 out of 3 or 3 out of 4 at one point, and then last night that's how it was looking until Conforto's kind of messing that whole thing up. I think that's very rude of him to hit a homer every other day, basically. But yeah, my gosh, it's been fun to watch. Yesterday was just. And then you look, he's still only hitting like 239. He really dug himself a hole. You know, when a 4-for-4 night with a walk only gets you to 239, but he's on fire. Now they need to get Mitch Haniger going somehow.
Yeah, that's a great point, though. 4-for-4. I was like, oh, he must be up there. No. You know you're in a hole when you go 4-for-4 and you're still hitting 239. Susan, I'm looking at Conforto's career numbers. In 2019, he hit 33 home runs. I mean, no Giant has hit 30 homers since Barry.
Yeah. Bell got to 29, right? In 21.
Did he get that high?
He did, I believe so. Was that right, Susan? 29 and 20?
Yeah, 29, and then he broke the hand on the bunt attempt.
Right. So, but Conforto's like 11 before Memorial Day. He's in that conversation. So this is the guy that they wanted, and this is the guy that really, I don't know how much interest he got from other teams before the Giants signed him, Susan.
You know what? There was definitely, I think, interest out there, but, he wanted to do one of those bet on yourself kind of things, get the option. I know that's been a little bit controversial. A lot of guys in that clubhouse now kind of have these one and then an option year. But for him, it really did make sense coming off a season where he was totally out and without a team, and you kind of think about that. Of course he got off to a slow start. Not only was he spending all of last year rehabbing, he didn't even have a team to do it with. No organization to help. No, flood of doctors and trainers checking in on him and facilities. Obviously, he's got the means to get all that himself, but it's different when you've got like a whole group of people that are dedicated and a team to getting you better. He was just out there on his own. So I certainly understand why he wanted to go somewhere where they were willing to say, like, yeah, we will only take the one guaranteed year with you. You can bet on yourself. We'd love it if it's 2, but that's your call.
Yeah, it's a great story. It really is. And he's just delivering the goods and shout out, the sprinkling of Conforto jerseys you'll start seeing at Oracle Park. Now, you mentioned Haniger. Okay, so, this is a guy, this was the guy like the hometown boy, and Mariners fans loved him. We had Mariners fans tell us, oh, my God, you're going to love Mitch Haniger. He's a heart and soul guy. And right now, here we are going into Memorial Day, hitting a $193. Now, we know the injuries, but in your interactions with him and maybe others in the clubhouse, like, how is that unfolding? He's like a heart and soul spirit guy, and it's not happening for him right now. How's this playing out in the clubhouse?
Yeah, I think he's very even keel. I don't think it's affecting certainly anybody else around him. It obviously doesn't look like it's having any effect on results lately. Mm-hmm. When he does get rolling, this team is really going to be tough for opponents to deal with. But FP Santangelo keeps saying, he's gotten a little pull happy. He needs to start going the other way. There's probably a lot to that. But he was really sick for more than a week after Mexico City, obviously, and started the season on the IL. So he's had a lot of stuff going on. He will get hot. He's such a good player. His track record is great. But he looks a little lost still.
Yeah, he does. And like you said, if he gets going, my God. So Conforto, yes. Haniger, no. And then, Susan, here they are. So it's not just, we keep saying Schmidt and Bailey, but there's another rookie there. And it's funny, I saw his quote the other day, said, I kind of feel like a veteran rookie. And that's Blake Sable. So there's 3, like when you say you got to like these kids, you got to include Sable. We think of him differently because he came from another organization. He's not homegrown, but he's a rookie who doesn't have to be succeeding, Susan, but they're putting him, I see him hitting 5th sometimes in the lineup. What's the Sable story? From April to May, we're watching a guy kind of get his footing, right?
Yeah, this is a guy who hits right-handers so well. He's kind of like his numbers. It's not quite like Austin Slater, from the other side against lefties, but he's one of their better hitters against right-handers. He's not bad in the outfield. He's looked a little rustier behind the plate when he's been there on the few occasions he has been recently since Pat Bailey came up. But what a really interesting player. But it's right. You're right. He does not seem like a rookie. He really doesn't. He looks a little older than the other guys. He's not. But I think part of it is just that he's been here all year. So I think in April we were like, who is this kid? And, and Bailey and Schmidt come up and they're amazing. You kind of forget about Blake Sable, but he has been nothing but a really, really, really nice addition. Usually you spend all year with Rule 5 guys going like, are they going to stay on the roster? This guy's on the roster. That conversation ended a long time ago. He's on the roster.
Yeah, no, it's true. It's a really amazing story because Rule 5 guys don't stick like this, much less get this much run. By the way, the Giants start 3 rookies in their starting lineup. Think about that. Sable, Schmidt, and Bailey. These are 3 rookies. It's funny, Susan, I look at the box score, and we're talking to Susan Slusser, of course, the great beat writer for the San Francisco Chronicle. And she's in Milwaukee as the Giants get ready to take on the Brewers tonight. And that is, I look at the box score, and this is for, Paul, this is just for my head, but I see, every time I see P. Bailey, I think of the great Earth, Wind, and Fire lead singer, Philip Bailey.
I can't blame you for that.
Right there. So
shout out Easy Lover. Yeah, great track.
So he goes 1 for 4, but this is something Marcus brought up in the leadoff spot, and it's worth repeating. He caught 6 different guys last night and caught a shutout.
That's a good point.
And as much as I want to praise Sable, Susan, I don't want to see him behind the dish anytime soon because the difference between the delta between Bailey and Sable is gigantic,
Bailey,
right?
Yeah.
Bailey's he's an absolutely elite catcher. You watch him catch, and he makes it look really easy. Catching these guys, and you're right, with 6 different guys, and one of them's Tyler Rogers. He's not easy to catch on the best of nights.
No.
And he really does make it look easy. He does frame, like everything everyone says about the framing, the blocking, all of that. He doesn't have the strongest arm, but he's good at controlling the running game even so. Really, really impressive. I've seen him during spring training, but I've never seen him look this good. He's answered the bell.
Yeah, it's been a week? It's been basically he got called up a week ago, right? Wasn't it a week ago? Am I going crazy? Was it 2 weeks? It's a week ago, right? It was a week ago.
Week and a half.
Susan, doesn't that feel like a really long week? We're like, oh yeah, Phil Bailey. Pat Bailey, he's part of the team. You know what I mean?
Seems like he's been around a while already, yeah.
Yeah, well, he's just, again, here's somebody that does not play like a rookie. It's funny because Casey Schmidt seems like a rookie. I think part of it is he's so enthusic. And he looks like a kid.
Right,
and he's kind of like running around grinning, which I love.
Good call.
But you go rookie. Patrick Bailey looks like he's belonged from the second he walked in the door. Plus, he's got a little bit of an A.J. Brzezinski kind of look about him, too, which he's got the mustache. He looks a little older.
He does.
And the catching skills, he looks like he's been doing that at the big league level for a really long time.
He really does have that interesting look. He's very impassive. Like his face does not show much emotion, whereas you're right. Casey Schmidt's like a puppy. You know what I mean? Yeah. He's like puppy peeing on the rug sometimes. You know what I mean? So
running around.
Did he have, by the way, hard-hitting baseball question. Was Casey Schmidt, does he go with the back pockets out? Does he go with those looked like when he was rounding third last night, his pockets were flapping. He looked like he had a cape on.
It does seem like that happens a lot. He walks around the clubhouse with that a lot too. So yeah,
all right, that's his look. Yeah.
Whatever works for you.
Right.
Susan Slusser of the San Francisco Chronicle. Susan, another one of these stories is nuts. Is Lamont Wade's on base is 430. Is that? I think I just read. Is that number 1 in Major League Baseball? Wait, what? This guy over the winter, he's like, hey, I'm going to come back and lead the bigs and on base.
Lamont Wade.
What is that?
That's a guy who's fully healthy and very confident.
Yeah.
And he, once he starts getting the borderline calls that right now sometimes he's not getting, you go what is this umpire? Look at it's Lamont. If he took it, it's it's not a strike, dude. When he starts getting those, he's gonna that on base percentage is going to go up because he's gotten jobbed out of a couple of walks here and there already this year. He sets the tone, and when they're at their best, that's what's happening. He's having those long at bats. He's getting on base, and with Conforto swinging the bat the way he is, everyone kind of benefits. It's one of those lengthening the lineup kind of things, and it starts with Lamont. One of those games in Minnesota, I think Wade had a couple walks. He didn't go eye-popping numbers. Almost the first thing Gabe Kapler said after the game was the key to this game was Lamont Wade's walk. You go, yeah, I can see it.
Yeah.
Hey, man, Ted Williams and Barry Bonds will tell you the same thing. All they did was walk their way to the Hall of Fame. Well, Barry's not in the Hall of Fame, but would be. By the way, I just confirmed it. Lamont Wade is currently the Major League Baseball leader. He's ahead of Yandy Diaz of Tampa Bay at 425, and Juan Soto still there at 423.
All right.
Luis Arias at 422, and Ronald Acuna Jr. at 419. Lamont Wade, I can't imagine. If you gave Farhan truth serum,
he wouldn't have called that.
He can't call that.
No, I mean,
right?
We knew that one of the keys to their season would be some of these guys coming back to where they were 2 years ago. Not everyone is. Obviously the injuries last year for Lamont. He's not a guy where I was like, oh yeah, he's going to be absolutely back to where he was 2 years ago. He's better though. He's better than he was 2 years ago. And that was how big was late night Lamont, in that great season. He was huge for them. He's a better player now. I'm honestly surprised, and it's really cool to see.
I would say he's one. I did not see this coming. I remember thinking one of the things I was like, had these moments of clarity. I was like, God, the Giants are just a bunch of spare parts. I'm like, Yastrzemski, Wade, these aren't like big time big leaguers. Excuse me, guys leading the bigs in this on base percentage. So what a year for Lamont Wade Jr. A couple more minutes here with Susan Slusser before we let her go into Milwaukee to see Alex Wood go against Peralta tonight, right-handed pitcher, which means Blake Sable will rake tonight, right? By the way, first pitch at 5:10 our time, 5:10. We haven't even mentioned the pitching. First of all, Logan Webb, they gave him a couple days off, so that back was a little bit of a thing, or what?
He says it wasn't. He said he could have gone. I think this is more the team saying, let's, maybe be a little more cautious, or even just like, hey, this is a good time of the year to give him a little extra bit of a day. Yeah, either way, it's fine. He is absolutely adamant that it never was a big deal. So I got to go with what the guy says.
So what they're at now is they have four guys that Giants fans really look forward to: Webb, Cobb, Wood, DeSclafani. That's all great. The fifth spot, Susan.
It's kind of a, yeah.
But I mean, yesterday they get away with six guys in a bullpen game. But what is the future of the fifth spot?
You know what? They're 3-1 in bullpen games. I don't love bullpen games.
No.
I'm not sure anybody does.
Not really,
including the bullpen.
Yeah,
and it can wear out your bullpen pretty quickly. So I'm for picking one of those guys who's pitching well, probably Manaea, and sticking him back in the rotation. Obviously, we always know Kyle Harrison is there, kind of hanging around the edges of the conversation, and that will happen at some point, I think. But I think you got to throw Manaea back in there and let him sink or swim in that fifth spot, at least for now.
Yeah. Susan's going Manaea. You heard it, Giants fans. You're going to have to deal with it. I mean, he pitched well last night, right?
He did.
What did he have?
Was like one of the third.
One and a third,
yeah.
with three punchies, too.
He's been getting some Ks lately.
That's 2 in a row, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, that Monday night bullpen game, he had 8. That's tough to do in a bullpen game.
So maybe Manaea's the guy, and you're pretty good about your spidey sense of covering this game for many, many, many years, and Farhan of the Kyle Harrison. You said it. You said his name, and he talked to Tolbert and Copes this week and said, we're saving his bullets for both his arm and for later in the season. So what's your guess?
Yeah, that's what he told me like a week or two ago, too. That's one of the reasons we're seeing that low innings count now is so they don't have to worry about innings restrictions on him when they call him up. And it was kind of pretty much when they call him up. Both Schmidt and Bailey were here faster than I thought. So I'm not ruling anything out. I'm really not. But the only thing is, they do have all these veteran arms. Stripling, what do they do with him when he comes back? Manaea's out there. You can't throw everyone in the bullpen. They got Luke Jackson, who's a very good reliever.
That's my guy.
Also coming back here probably in the next week. Like, there aren't the spots, so you're going to have to make a hard decision in your rotation to get Kyle Harrison back, unless there's, barring an injury or two, obviously.
That's what they do. I mean, you hate to even say that because you don't want anybody to get hurt, but sometimes these things play out like that and something happens. So they always say these things, quote unquote, take care of themselves, or somebody underperforms or something like that. So, well, Susan, I mean, man, oh man, 8-2 in their last 10, 500 record, half game out in the wild card, 5.5 out in the West. Conforto's leaving the yard. The rookies are here. You got a fun team. This has been a good month. It's been a good month.
Really fun, really fun. We haven't even talked about Camilo Doval. He's been the best reliever in baseball this month. He's just been ridiculously good and big smile on his face all the time.
So I'm
really cool.
You know me, I'm the cringy dad joke guy, right? So I'm totally cheesy and everybody knows me as such. So, but can you buy my nickname for him? El Camilo Real. How's that?
Oh, no.
Come on. Hey, we like that. Even Waterboy's only 30. He likes it. El Camilo Real. Come on, man. We're staying local.
You know what I mean?
Come on. Sloss.
Susan's not buying that one.
No matter what I said, you were going to reject it.
Look, I can't say anything. I'm the one that dropped something like a comfortably win,
Okay, well, good. Then we're both cheesy, all right? We're both cheesy. All right, very good. I'll support you if you support me, Sluss, all right?
All right. Okay. Mutually assured destruction on bad jokes.
Feel free to use El Camilo Real, all right?
I will not.
We're putting batters in traffic on El Camilo Real. All right, hey, enjoy Milwaukee, the Chicago River, and a nice little the Laverne and Shirley building and all that stuff, right?
I will. I love this place.
Yeah, I just feel like it's a baby Chicago. It's kind of like everything Chicago has, just on a smaller scale.
Yeah, it's great.
Midwest summer. So enjoy the weekend, Susan, and we'll talk next week.
Thanks, Susan.
All right, fantastic, guys.
There she is. I didn't expect to be rejected so thoroughly. I thought El Camilo Real was a good nickname.
Susan's going to give you a little tough love now. And I got to say, we're following up. You dropped a Milwaukee. That's a reference to a
Wayne's World.
Wayne's World. But the guy who gave you that line was Alice Cooper, who Murph was generously giving tickets away for about an hour ago in the show, or 30 minutes ago, something like that. I was going to shout out the winner's name, but I looked in the box, it's blank. But anyway, I know they gave them away. So whoever won those Alice Cooper tickets with Ministry and White Zombie, you guys enjoy yourselves.
Yeah, whoever.
Yeah, whoever you are, mystery person.
Enjoy Milwaukee.
Who? Milwaukee.
All right. Hey, listen, man. I don't know. It's been a good month for the Giants. They're 14-9 in May.
I'm feeling, listen, you can't complain right now. Things are going well. And like you said, it's interesting. Sometimes it is an injury that'll get a guy up. Sometimes these dominoes fall, and next thing you know, a guy's here.
I showed Kevin Graham, our program director, the Giants score on my phone.
How'd he take
we were
it?
At the Bay Area Sports Hall of Fame last night.
Did he give you a fist bump?
And I said he couldn't see it. He goes, I can't see that with my eyes.
Right. Well, throw your glasses on.
So I had to say,
like Murph, throw on some Adam Clayton.
And I said to him, hey, Kevin, good for business.
Yeah.
Giants.
The more wins, the better, hopefully.
I told Farhan that, too. I'm like, hey, man, you guys keep winning. It's good for our shop.
Yeah, I got bills to pay,
I told Farhan. I said, hey, Farhan, a rising tide lifts all boats, buddy.
Right.
All right. So I got some stories to tell you about the Bay Area Sports Hall of Fame last night. Some legends went in last night at the Hyatt Embarcadero. I got to be there and run the show. So I'll tell you, Paulie and Marcus, about it next. And then we got Kruko. And then we'll do our own Bay Area Sports Hall of Fame for the big hit on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
Praise Dale or raise hail. From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk. Now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. This has been the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Do you want to pay less taxes this year? Learn more. Listen to David's show every Saturday morning on KNBR or call 1-866-PROTECT. Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now, Murph and Matt continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Sounds good. Who doesn't like Reggae Friday? I mean, Reggae Friday is like undefeated, isn't it?
If you don't like Reggae Friday,
the only problems we have on Reggae Friday are when Creative Tony tries to throw his "you can't play that on Reggae Friday" card.
We'll hear from him shortly, I'm sure.
So, Waterboy, who do we have here, Marcus?
This right here is another man I'll be seeing this weekend down at Cali Roots, Collie Buds, Murph. Finally, the herb has come around.
Are you
Wait,
serious?
That's the name of the song?
The name of the song's just Come Around.
Sounds like my kind of track. Finally, the buds have come around.
In the lyric, he says, finally, the herb has come around.
That's the whole chorus.
Yeah.
Finally, the herbs come around.
Well, see, I can understand that.
You have a soundbite there that tells you. It's just a plant, right?
Well, Bob Marley's been trying to tell us for years the natural, organic, medicinal benefits of any given ganja plant. After all, it's a natural growing right out of the earth.
Herb is a plant.
And furthermore, Bob Marley,
herbs are good for everything.
And Bob Marley can break off some sports takes, too. This is a sports show, after all.
Yeah, like soccer. Pianata soccer.
Beautiful soccer.
Apparently, he played it like to the... Didn't he play it?
He played soccer, yeah.
Did he get... Somebody said he... I hate to even bring this up, but like, didn't a soccer injury lead to his... demise? So I heard the story.
No. He did pass it. Well, I'm not sure.
Like, as an injury led to take him to the doctor, and then the doctor... At least I heard this story.
Wow, no, I didn't know that. I don't know.
The doctor found...
Yeah, that's terrible.
I'm going down that road.
He
I
had
don't wanna go down
cancer.
that road.
I know that
Marley lives forever. And Marcus, I'm going to have to ask you, how long has he been a Rasta?
How long have you been a Rasta?
Well, I've been a Rasta from ever since. You know?
And it's maybe the greatest...
I do know. I know exactly what he means.
Soundbite of all time.
I know what he's talking about.
Maybe number one. Mm-hmm. It's right up there with Tim Lincecum's F Yeah.
I was going to say it's right up there with George Clinton. Go KRBN, the sports leader.
Speaking of Lincecum,
Parliament Funkadelic in the house.
In honor of last night's Bay Area Sports Hall of Fame induction ceremony, today's big hit is going to be ours and yours, listener. Bay Area Sports Hall of Fame in your personal list. And everybody's Hall of Fame is different. And the rules are you got to pick one from each franchise. I am including the A's, even though they're on their way. I told you the guy, this is so funny. I said this earlier in the show. Sometimes in the first segment, I feel like nobody's listening, so we can say whatever we want. You know what I mean? They're like, hey, you said this at 6:03. I'm like, yeah, but nobody was listening.
No, not true. You'd be surprised. I can see them. They're on the text line. They're up.
But they had, and I don't want to break this guy's cojones because, he's...
Cojones.
The guy showed up, and he's on the Bay Area Sports Hall of Fame board, which is nice.
Who?
Well, it was an official from the A's.
Oh.
And Mario Alioto, who, by the way, shout out to Mario, ran the whole thing. Amazing. God bless him. And Mario's like, yeah, well, you got to introduce, here's the guys you're introducing. He goes, there's a guy here from the A's. I'm like, Guy's got some balls showing up here. I said, you know what I mean? Probably any excuse I can get to throw out the phrase, one of my all-time favorite phrases, that guy's got some balls.
Let me see this, Murph. When was the last, and I'm not even sure I can answer this question myself, but when was the last time you actually walked through the turnstile over at an A's game?
Remember the famous Murphy family stranded to the 5th inning getting in?
Oh, that's true. Okay, that was a giant game.
Copes recommended to Digital that they put the Curb Your Enthusiasm on it. I texted Fleming to tell him, hey, you need to know that there's thousands of fans stranded outside.
Thousands.
Then Flem began updating the journey, and Javi was there too, remember? And then we got to the game bottom 5, and I got that big tall boy. And I showed up, and Crawford hit into a comeback. They had 2nd and 3rd, and Crawford hit into a comebacker. And
weren't you like
cut
eating or drinking or something?
I was drinking a big tall boy, and I was just looking depressed. And then Copes layered the Curb music on it.
Yeah, wall. By the way, Marcus, I don't notice you going to a lot of matinees anymore either, unless I'm missing something. You used to go.
I've been to 2 so far this year. I went on opening night when they played against Shohei and the Angels.
Shout out opening night.
Yeah, and so I went a couple weeks ago when Mason Miller made his MLB debut also.
But it feels like you're going. No, I haven't been doing it. I mean, last A's game I went to, man, oh man, I can't even pinpoint it really.
Paulie, you and hundreds of thousands of others.
Yeah. Although, let it be known on the final exam when Murph and Mac are exiting the building, you're all required to take the test before we can leave.
By the way, that test is coming up.
It is coming up soon. We're printing it up right now. Murph and I actually went to an A's playoff game once upon a time together. Sat side by side at an A's playoff game. True story. This is pre-Giants World Series era. This has got to be like, what, 06 maybe?
06, and it was Marco Scutaro was the hero. He got the big hit, and the entire crowd was chanting, Marco Scutaro.
Well, see, that kind of moment,
like 40,000 strong.
That's what I was going to say. Like, when they used to fill that place up, they had some passionate fans over there. They were rollicking, having a good time, nice and loud. But those days are long gone, buddy.
I would agree with you, and dare I say it?
Say whatever you need.
Are their playoff crowds more raucous than Giants playoff crowds?
Wow.
I think the answer is yes.
Wow.
And I think it comes from their little brother thing. Like, when you're a little bro, you're going to punch back harder. You know? So I'll give them credit. I tip my cap, which I'm actually wearing today.
Is that true with the brawling Bouchers? I know you guys used to box and stuff like that. Is the youngest brother usually the most dangerous?
Oh, why do you think me and Murph fight all the time? Because we're both young. We're both a little brother. That's why.
Okay. So you don't have a brother, so I don't understand the dynamic. I have a sister, yeah.
By the way, speaking of punching back, sometimes on the text line, I get a little, you know me.
No, I can see it's been heated today. Marcus
was mixing me on the text line. He said, Murph, you just said the Giants are 14-9 in May. He goes, they're 16-9.
They love to correct you.
So I was like,
they do.
Really? So I've gone back, and now in this conversation we've had about Marley and the A's and everything, I've checked 3 times. They're 14-9.
Well, the Murphs have got, listen, I'm not going to doubt Murph's stats.
5, 6, 7, 8. Well, it wasn't my stat. I went to Baseball Reference.
Yeah.
I looked it up, and then
it wasn't my stat necessarily.
Well, in May, so they beat Houston 1-2, Milwaukee 3-4. They beat Washington 5, Arizona 6. They beat Philadelphia 7, Philadelphia 8, Philadelphia 9. They beat Miami 10. They beat Miami 11. They beat Minnesota 12. They beat Minnesota 13. They beat Milwaukee 14. They're 14-9. So we just settled that.
Yeah, no, I'm not.
That's pretty darn good, by the way.
Yeah.
That's really good.
And generally, we like to keep cool heads on a Reggae Friday. We don't want to mix it up too much. Yeah, we're trying to keep it nice and chill.
Hey, real quick, to get us ready for the big hit Bay Area Sports Hall of Fame, I just want to shout out the incredible class that I had the honor to be the MC last night for. Ready for this? Women's soccer pioneer, Julie Foudy. And one of the themes we kind of talked about all night is like, yes, it's the Bay Area Sports Hall of Fame, but everybody's connection to the Bay Area is different. Like Julie Foudy, it's just Stanford. She's from Orange County. She's a SoCal girl, but she went to Stanford. That's her connection to the Bay Area, right?
Right.
Number 2 was Patrick Willis. And I said, here's a guy from Brewston, Tennessee, who went to Ole Miss. That's not the Bay Area, but the drafted by the 49ers, comes out, carves his legacy as one of the greatest linebackers in team history.
P. Willis, man.
Okay.
You don't get much better than that.
And I said, then we have a small-town kid with big league dreams from Leesburg, Georgia.
Come on.
Who went to Florida State and got drafted way out on the West Coast and changed the history of 2000s baseball.
You know what's crazy about this, man? When I start thinking about this,
Posey.
Once you say
Make
Leesburg,
sure I didn't nail that
I would
thing
assume people know where you're at. But, at some point, I don't know how in the future this is going to be, but it's a legitimate question / thought. You're going to be going to a Bay Area Sports Hall of Fame induction, and one of the names on that list is going to be Madison Bumgarner at some point.
Yeah.
Who's kind of estranged from the Bay Area at this point, but you got to bring him back.
If I'm still doing the gig, I'll be like, he couldn't be with us tonight, but congratulations.
I was going to say, do you think?
But my point of my intro speech was and then the last 2 are sons, not just of the Bay, but proud sons of Oakland. Andre Ward, I said he's a son of God too, as he called him. And the all-time, the town's basketball tradition, Gary Payton. By the way, I said, where's Jason? I said, bring in Jason Kidd and Damian Lillard. Think about this point guard tradition from that city. You just talking about, I'm not even talking about Bill Russell. Okay,
that's a great call, man. That's a great call. I mean, Jason Kidd.
Gary Payton, Jason Kidd, Damian Lillard.
Wait, what else you want?
New York City probably, obviously, but New York City is the biggest city in the country. Oakland ain't the biggest city in the country.
If Dame Lillard was a Golden State Warrior instead of playing up in Portland on these mediocre to subpar teams, he would be he already is a household name if you're a basketball fan, but he would have transcended
They're talking about trading him to, come on.
Where?
Here in my brain.
I'm a fan of his.
No, one of the contending teams is talking about making the move for Dame. The Knicks. The Knicks.
I've heard rumors.
They're talking about the Knicks.
Yeah. He is perfect for New York, too, because he's got a steady hand. He could definitely play in New York.
Yeah, but he'd also kind of clash a little bit with Jalen Brunson. I'm sure they can work it out. I've heard rumors about Dame to the Lakers.
Here we go.
Which
now.
I don't even want to get
I'd
into.
much rather see him at the Garden than go down to L.A.
It says that right now the Knicks are the betting favorite to land Damian Lillard.
Well, the Knicks have a famous history of blanking everything up, though.
Yeah,
they can easily blank this up. Easily.
Yeah, listen, this is like LeBron to the world. That was one of my big lines. Paulie, I try out the material. I tried my Niner line didn't go over that well. I was like, hey, I'm glad everybody got together. I'm glad we could all be here so we can settle the most important question of the day: who should be the Niners starting quarterback? And that's not much of a laugh. And I said, I need the Brock Purdy people over here. I need the Sam Darnold people over here.
Wow.
I'm going to need the Trey Lance people over here.
Did you get a nice response?
I got like a tiny chuckle, and I was like, all right, I got to keep trying. And then I said, actually, I'm kidding. We're not here for that. What we actually are here for is a dry run. This is really just a rehearsal for the 2030 Bay Area Sports Hall of Fame when we induct future Warrior LeBron James.
Hey
okay, Murph. I got a good reaction. I got a lot of groans. People are like, oh.
Yeah, people are not feeling that, I know.
And I said to them, hey, groans are good. Groans are good.
We like groans.
I like any kind of noise. You know what I mean? Other crickets are bad. At least I got groans on that one.
Yeah.
I just want to tell you, Paulie, that it was a very spiritual night. There was a lot of incredible words said.
Yeah.
I got to tell you, I got a million stories for you, but I got to tell you, maybe the most compelling speaker of the night. You're not ready for this. I know we got to get out.
I'm ready. Hit me.
Patrick Willis's presenter, Mike Singletary.
See, look at this.
Let me tell you what. The dude can hold a room. Oh, my God, Paulie.
Well, he's got presence. I mean, no question.
So, NFL head coach, maybe not, right? Inspirational speaker, motivational father figure, yes. Green check, yes. I mean, this dude, and Patrick Willis chose him.
Yeah.
And, dude, it was pretty emotional because Willis, grew up with an absent father and a very difficult childhood.
Yeah.
Very difficult childhood where he had to take over the family at a young age. And Singletary, dude, told the story of, getting him up and then giving him the tough love. And he capped it by saying, he's looking right at him, too. He's like, but I love you. He said, you are my son.
God, see, this... I mean,
and then he said, and Patrick Willis, you are a beautiful black man.
I agree.
Patrick put his fist together and put it on his heart.
Oh, dude. You're killing me right now.
That's how his speech ended.
The emotion of when those Niners get together, bro, you better bring some tissues along because you're going to be dabbing some tears.
And Tiffany Ward's speech about her husband, Andre, baby. Yeah. Man, oh, man. Buster got up in a very dry way. He goes, I couldn't get over how good Andre Ward's wife, Tiffany, was. He goes, I was elbowing Kristen the whole time saying, you want to get up there and maybe give it a run? And she was like, it was that dry Buster humor.
I do, I know. Yeah. Who, by the way, will be joining us later on in the
that is correct.
festivities. Stick around.
That is correct.
Yeah.
So anyway, just some stories there. We'll do that for the big hit. Let's get into the Giants who are winning, and they're 14-9 in May. Mike Krukow to finish the week on KNBR 104.5 and 680. These Sports Later.
Be caller number 10 to 415-896-KNBR for a chance to win a pair of tickets to see your San Francisco Giants take on the Padres Monday, June 19th. First pitch, 6:45. Presented by Toyota, the MVP of MPG. With class-leading MPG and more hybrids than any other brand, Toyota, let's go places.
Morning Bay Area.
Good morning. Good Lord.
Brace yourselves for KNBR's Power Surge. The sports leader welcomes you to Murph and Max Power Hour. Giants fans, there's no question we've got the best in the booth. That's why Murph and Mac catch up with Krug right now.
He hits it high. He hits it deep. It's out of here. Adios, pelota. Gone.
Sponsored by your Northern California Honda dealers. NorCal Honda Dealers Race to Save is on. Race in now for winning deals on every model.
On KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM.
All right, I heard this gentleman's voice last night as he beautifully narrated the Buster Posey video at the Bay Area Sports Hall of Fame. So before we talk Giants baseball, let me tell you what, Mike, you have many, many talents, and narrating is one of them.
Nice.
You've done some great narration through the years for the Giants videos, so propers, my man. Good
Well
morning.
done, Mike. Yeah.
Well, thank you. I want David Attenborough's job, man. I'm pushing hard.
You know what I mean? Yeah.
You're good, and that video was, I mean, you set the tone because it was the last one of the night, and you know, there was a lot of love for Buster in that room, and you brought everybody back. There was a line in there that said something like the youngest kid on the team, but twice everybody's age. Something like that, like meaning this old soul that came to us, Mike.
Well, that's exactly what it was. I mean, you don't see that walk in there very often, and he was the guy that everybody looked to. I mean, that's bizarre. That just doesn't happen with a young player. But that's how special he was, and you know what a 12-year career he had for us, and we were so privileged to be able to tell his story. And you know, last night to be enshrined in the Bay Area Sports Hall of Fame, that's a big deal. You know, and everybody goes to the airport, and when you go to the airport in San Francisco, you see all the people who've been enshrined, and it encompasses so many different sports, and you just realize just how rich of an area that Northern California is to have had all these stories come out and then to be recognized and then to be appreciated and then eventually to be enshrined. So it's a big deal, and Buster was certainly moved with it. And, you know, it takes a lot to get him to get emotional, but that did it.
Yeah, it was really great. And his whole family was there, Kristen and the two boys. Well, I say not the two little girls. They're too young, but the two older kids. And Kipe was great. He was fantastic. I got to tell you a funny story, Mike. I had to introduce the notables in the crowd, and I got to Barry Bonds, and I said, do I say it? Is he the greatest hitter of all time? Barry Bonds, you know, and everybody clapped. And then I said, the next guy on the list is probably saying, wait, how can he be the greatest hitter when I'm the greatest hitter? And it's Will Clark, and everybody laughed. Yeah. And that they were sitting next to each other, Mike, all night, having a great time. Nice. And then I said, look at those two sitting next to each other. I said, I dare any banquet to get two better hitters, two bigger mashers sitting next to each other at a banquet.
I'm not arguing that.
Than Will and Barry. And your partner didn't miss the moment. I hear this guy in the corner going, hey, you're killing me. You're killing me. And I look over, and Kipe is sitting next to Buster, and he's pointing to Buster and himself going, how about us?
What about us?
What about us?
Yeah, you know, how about a little love for our bats that we brought to the Bay Area?
Yeah,
but, you know, it is pretty funny. You know, you think back to 1993 when Barry first came over to the Giants, and that was one of the relationships that everybody was watching because it was Will Clark's team. And how were you going to get, you know, Barry to come in and play second fiddle? And yeah, it was unbelievable to watch. Because, you know, I mean, they were marking their territory everywhere they went. But along the way, you know, in that, you know, because they were going back and forth, but the careers that they've had and the journeys in life that they've had, they've become really good friends. And when they talk, you know, they talk hitting. They talk hitting like they did around the cage in 1993 with Matt Williams. You know, that's what they are. Hitters are hitters. And, Will still puts it on the tee and hits in his garage, And Barry still prides himself on being to hit the ball in McCovey Cove, which, that's pretty remarkable given their age. But, all I can say was those stories were ours.
Yeah, for sure.
And I do think we do need to stand back and say, well, yeah, okay, Buster, you can be in that foursome. Kipe, you too, doggone it. Let's go.
Come on in, Kipe.
Physical comedy was great. Kipe was working it like a Laurel. He's like, with the palms out. Like, what are you doing? You got me and Buster right here. So it was really funny. And he did great. And by the way, I want to remind everybody, while we are talking Giants, that Tim Ryan will talk 49ers football with Papa and Lund today at 1:30. All right, Mike. Well, we had Susan Slusser on this morning from Milwaukee. I mean, talk about just wipe out that Wednesday loss, get right back on the horse, use 6 pitchers for a shutout, have Michael Conforto go deep, have Casey Schmidt drive in 2, have Pat Bailey drive 1 in, and whoop, 5-0 win, back to 500. Mike, this is good. I mean, the vibes are good.
And they caught the ball. I mean, you look at the game that they lost on Wednesday in Minneapolis, and they kicked it around. And they had a ton of errors, and Sable had a rough day behind the plate. I mean, he's just, you cannot make those type of mistakes and think that you can beat a good team on the road. And so they get on the plane heading into Milwaukee thinking, well, we beat ourselves. But you know what? You have to have amnesia in this game. Get back the next day, take your reps, go out there and prepare for the game, and go out and catch the ball, which they did. And they supported the bullpen. It was a bullpen game, which, bullpen games can go weird for one reason. Yesterday, you give the ball to a bullpen, and you had what? I mean, there was 6 guys that pitched, I think. Well, there's a pretty good chance that one of those guys out of 6 is going to have a rough day. You can't assume they're all going to be good, but they were yesterday. And one of the big thing is they caught the ball. There was a play made in the game early. Second hitter for the Brewers in the bottom of the first. Darren Ruff, our old friend, Scott Alexander throws a sinker down and away, and Ruff takes it over the wall in center field. And what happens? Yastrzemski goes up and catches it, takes away a home run. And I think that play really set the tone for everybody on the field. It's like, okay, game on. Wednesday's over with. We kicked it around in Minneapolis. We're not going to kick it around here. And I just think that the effort of the defense and the effort of the bullpen, those are the 2 big stories since the Arizona series. On the road in Arizona, when the bullpen bottomed out, they have been spot on, and they really shined yesterday. And the defense had a big part of that shining.
Mike, we were talking to Susan about how Casey Schmidt and Patrick Bailey have gotten all the love the last couple of weeks, and that there's another rookie in the lineup that we don't really think of as a rookie, and that's Blake Sable. I know he didn't have a huge game yesterday. In fact, he actually struck out twice, but it struck me. They're starting 3 rookies, Mike. 3.
Well, and when Brett Wisely gets in, it's 4. And there's been times where they've had 5 when you put Johnson in as a defensive replacement late in the game, and nobody even bats an eye. And the beautiful thing about all those guys that you just mentioned, every rookie, they have expectation. They're not just coming up here thinking, I just want to try and survive. You can smell that. But when a guy crosses that little threshold to where, you know what, I can play here, and I can make a contribution here, I can make a difference here. You don't have to be a Buster Posey or a Will Clark or a Barry Bonds. Just be a professional player. Make the plays. Have a good at bat. You go back to that one game in Minnesota when they were down 3-0. They had a bases loaded situation, nobody out, and now all of a sudden, boop boop. Now there's 2 outs, and they still have nothing on the board. 2 of the biggest at bats in that game were 2 at bats from 2 rooks, Bailey and Johnson. They got walks with the bases loaded. Those are big plays. You have those kind of at-bats, and you start to think, yeah, I belong here. And so, the rookie element, it is, as you said, it doesn't feel like they're rookies on the field. And that has everything to do with how they're prepared.
We're talking to Mike Krukow as the Giants get a 5-0 win last night in Milwaukee against a good team, and they did it with the bullpen. 6 pitchers. Junis gets the win, but 6 different guys. Hey, quickly, just that 5th spot, Mike.
Yeah.
Because, you're feeling good. You got Wood tonight. At 5-10 against Peralta. You got Webb tomorrow. You got DeSclafani, Cobb, Webb, and Wood, right? You feel good about all 4 of those guys.
Like to have that 5th guy, though.
What are they going to do with the 5th spot?
Yeah.
Well, I think Sean Manaea is the guy right now who's fast-tracking back into the rotation. I think he's throwing the hell out of the ball. And he's getting swing and miss with his fastball, which is what he did when he established himself with the A's. he had swing and miss fastball. He could make it look easy. And, and we've talked about this before, when he went south down to the Padres, you kind of got out of whack, and you go out there and you're not in the comfort zone. You get into mechanical problems, and, you try to carry the image, but when you're not performing, it erodes your confidence. And all that happened to him. And then when he came back to the Bay Area by way of the Giants in spring training, he got a little bit of it back, but he still had an inconsistency. And then he makes a tweak. I mean, here's a guy, if you're hitting right-handed off of Manaea, the left-handed pitcher, he has a fastball that if he throws it belt high and above, there's a jump, and it goes away from you. And it just kind of goes, boop, a little jump. And it's really hard to time it, and it's really hard to get your top hand on it. And that is just deception and just the magic of Manaea's pitch. Tony Watson had it to a degree. I mean, it's kind of a lazy arm movement that you have. You see guys with long arms. Blake Snell has it. It's a fastball that you see, you think you can hit it, you can't. And he's got that pitch back. He moved over to the left side the right side of the rubber. He's on the third base side. And now, as he throws the ball, that little movement that runs away from the right-hander is enhanced. And it doesn't have to be a big deal. It can be a half inch to an inch and a half of movement, but it's all the difference in the world. And I think that what we've seen him do come out, he had a start in Minnesota. He did great till he ran out of gas. But I think they're going to build him back up to get to the rotation. So I see him coming back in. And if you get Manaea back the way that he was early with the A's, look out. Because then there's another guy who can get you into the 6th, 7th inning consistently and give you a chance to win every 5 days.
Well, that 5th spot will be something to watch. And then, of course, we keep thinking about Kyle Harrison some point, maybe later in the summer. I don't know. We'll keep watching that. He pitches again next week after that great outing he had. Mike Krukow joining us every Monday, Wednesday, Friday. Giants back to 500. Only a half game out in the wild card, if you care. Mike, we mentioned the 3 rookies, but just to revisit again, because we can't talk enough about them. Casey Schmidt, another energy game, right? 2 knocks, stole a bag. He's got the back pockets flapping out as he's rounding third.
Yeah, I can't get enough of this.
And it's funny, we're already started deciding, Paulie and I were talking about this, he and Pat Bailey have sort of 2 different auras. Like, Bailey seems to be detached, cool, and Schmidt is like the puppy.
He's
jumping
excitable.
up on your leg.
I like the energy, though. I like that.
Are you feeling that a little bit?
Oh, yeah, totally. And he's the guy that they can get in every city. They can set him up and have fun with him, and he's not afraid to laugh at himself.
Okay, good. Yeah.
He's playing the great rook. But I tell you, there's one similarity, though, that is of major significance to this team, is both guys last year won minor league gold gloves. Bailey is a catcher, Schmidt is a third baseman. And that contribution it's really been what I think has turned this club around. Once they became a better defensive team, all the pitchers relaxed. It's something you can't see in a stat sheet, but now guys don't have to be in the strikeout mode for fear of putting the ball in play that somebody isn't going to catch it. And that, I'll just keep pounding this theme. When you go back and take a look at the championships that this club won in the 10, 12, and 14, they were good defensive teams. They made a difference with the glove day in and day out. We always remember Joe Gargiulo used to say, speed has no slump. Well, good defense has no slump, really. You catch the ball, you make the plays, you take a situation where you could have an inning that collapses because you didn't make a play. All of a sudden you make that play and that inning's over. That is such a huge boost of confidence to a team. That is such a huge interjection of I can do it to a pitching staff. And this is what these 2 guys have done.
Man, oh man. Like I said, rookies ahoy, keep playing them, and the gloves and the energy. It's just all happening right before our eyes in the month of May here.
And the wins keep coming. It's good.
Yeah. And another guy's not a rookie, but he's still young, and that is Lamont Wade Jr. And we asked Susan Slusser about this. Mike, you wake up this morning. I'm not saying this is going to hold for the rest of the season. He leads all of Major League Baseball in on-base percentage. He's ahead of some big names like Ronald Acuna and Juan Soto, who are in the top 5. He's 430. I'm looking at his career on base. His best ever year was the really brief year in 2019. It was 348. Other than that, it was 318, 326, 305. Mike, how does a guy jump 100 points in on-base percentage to lead Major League Baseball?
Well, number 1, feel that you belong here. Number 2, realize that your strength is your eye at the plate. And that's another one of those things that doesn't go away. If you have that eye, If you have that belief that you can hit in a 2-strike count and you can afford to be patient, he gets more pitches than any hitter in the game. And you can never take that for granted. I mean, as much heat as Brandon Belt got, as off times from our fan base and some of the letters that got written and some of the frustrations they felt, he was consistently the best guy on the team, and that never had a slump. That's kind of our theme here: things that never have a slump. Well, Lamont Wade Jr. has worked hard to develop that, but now he trusts it. Now, not only does he trust his eye, but he trusts that if the corner pitches do get called against him, he can do something with the bat in a 2-strike count. And now, all of a sudden, you got a bad animal. And there's another guy who's an old soul, just his temperament in the clubhouse. And it's great presence in the clubhouse because of his consistency at the top of the lineup. And he's really come into full bloom as a mature big league player now. And that's his strength. And others respect him for it and want to be like him in that regard. We heard Conforto talking about it in a post-game interview the other day about he was watching Lamont Wade Jr. And this is a guy in his 7th year at the big leagues. He's watching Lamont Wade Jr. take his at-bats, set up his at-bats, have his approach, and how consistent it is from at-bat to at-bat. And now, it's paying off with big numbers, where his on base is up above 400. That's bizarre. That's the elite. And not only is he the elite, he's the best at it. So I don't see that slipping back down to 318. I think that's something he carries with him the rest of his career.
Yeah, the new Lamont Wade and grinding it out there and doing his thing. And, Mike, we'd be remiss if we didn't just spend more time on Conforto. This is a guy, Giants fans may not have followed him a ton when he was a Met, but he hit 33 homers in 2019, and then he got off to a really slow start. And now, Mike, he's kind of the fulcrum of the lineup now. 4 for 4 last night. Boy, we were talking about this with Susan. You're in a scuffle when you go 4 for 4 and you only get up to 239. That shows how big the hole is. But now that's 7 homers in his last 14 games. I don't know if you're seeing anything in the swing and how he's feeling coming to the yard today.
Well, I think, the swing was always there. I think that, he was a fish out of water. We saw the same thing when Evan Longoria came to the Giants from Tampa. He was such a ray, and he was the cover boy on the media guide, and he was such a fan favorite, and everybody loved him. And then he got to San Francisco, and he really struggled to find his identity and his comfort zone. He just didn't feel right in that uniform for the longest time. Then when he did, you knew it. Well, the same thing can be said for Conforto. Only difference is he didn't play last year. The thing we always talk about spring training is it happens to everybody. When you get back to spring training, you have to prove it to yourself that you can still play. That is essential. And you do it every year. That feeling is renewed every year. And then when you come over to a new team, having been the darling of the New York media and a fan favorite, and now you're putting on another uniform, it feels weird. And it is uncomfortable because you're not back in Kansas. And it's just a whole different world. Yeah. And not only that, you're trying to prove it to yourself you can still play. And he had all these things to deal with, and I think it really defined as to why he didn't get off to a better start. But now, you know what? He feels like a Giant. He looks like a Giant, and he's got his swing back, and he's got his confidence back, and he's going to have a great year. It's and that 239 we're looking at right now. By the end of the season, he could be at 293. That's the confidence that he has right now, and it's contagious. Other guys are picking up on it, and it helps the lineup. It really does. When you get a guy like that with that type of swing, using the whole field, backspin in the opposite gap, it helps everybody think that they can do it too.
And Mike, wrapping it up here, Jock Peterson and Austin Slater are due to come back pretty soon. Almost causes a log jam, a good problem, but there's going to be a little bit of a crowd, huh?
Yeah, and Stripling's not that far off, and Joey Bart's not that far off, and that's a wonderful problem to have.
Yeah, right.
And these guys who are on the outside because of the IL right now, they're looking into this, and guess what they want to do? They want to be in on the fun.
Yeah.
And that intensifies their concentration, and that makes them a better player. So the vibe right now is it's a pretty special thing.
Yeah, especially on the road. They're 3-1 on the road trip. 2 out of 3 in Minnesota. The first one in Milwaukee. We'll see. It's a tough next 3 games. Obviously, they're not expecting to roll over the Brewers, who are 27-23. But it's Alex Wood tonight against Peralta. 5:10 first pitch. All right, Mike. Well, it's a 3-day weekend, so we won't talk to you till Tuesday. Once again, big proppers on your narration. You killed it on the Buster Posey video last night. And so we'll have, Mike, 3 games to talk to you, and we'll talk to you next Tuesday.
Had a bit.
Mike Krukow on a Memorial Day weekend, Paulie. There you go, man.
By the way, Murphy family, you guys packing up, heading up to the mountains or the lakes or the camps or whatever? I don't know.
Why would you go to the mountains when you can go to a 11U travel baseball tournament in Fremont, Paulie? Why would you go to the mountains?
Well, I know you're a mountainous guy. You like to,
Now, shout out to my Fremont people. That's no slag on Fremont. I love Fremont, but it ain't the mountains.
One of my favorite stories.
Although there are hills in Fremont.
You got some hills. It's not quite like Tahoe, though. I like one of my favorite Murph in the mountain stories is Murph driving up to Tahoe in a blizzard. His kids looking at the manual. The car's not running.
Paulie,
it's just
midnight snowstorm.
Once the manual comes out, that's where the panic kicks in.
We come to a dead stop in the snowstorm. Stop. And then I turn off the engine because I don't want to run it. And then, dude, I forgot to put it back into park.
Anybody surprised when I tell you
we're trying to start it? It's not starting. And now cars are going around us.
Is it in neutral or park? What are you doing over there?
I had just turned off the engine. It was still in drive. And, dude, cars are going around us. Cars are going around. Now we got a 7-year-old Rory. Dude, here comes the panic because it's pitch black and the snow's coming down.
Situation.
I called AAA. I got calm and cool.
Guys, maybe just kick the engine over to start the car.
I said, get the manual out. Get the manual out.
The manual, dude. That's the panic.
And then he's like, dude, I've called AAA. Cars are going around us. It's getting more and more lonely on the road. The snow's coming down. It's pitch black. Rory's like, we're all going to die. The Donner Party.
Daddy, I'm cold.
Here comes Sasquatch.
Daddy, turn the heat on.
Here comes the abominable snowman.
Totally. Or some vagrant who walks up to the car. Hey, give me all your money.
No vagrant because we're in the middle of nowhere. Dude, Declan says, okay, Dad. It says, put the car in park. I look down.
Why don't we start by putting that car in park? Yeah,
dude. Let me tell you what. When you put it in park and then turn the ignition, that's a good feeling.
Well, it's a good start to get the car moving. Most people wouldn't be surprised when I tell them Murph and Mac show, not exactly readers of Popular Mechanics. We are not car guys. I know how to drive one. I don't know how to fix one. I don't know what anything means. The lights come on.
Triple A's never heard that story.
Oh, yeah.
No, it's even better.
Triple A's
Waterboy? Yeah,
I'm glad I brought it up. Glad I brought it up.
It was on the ballot for Murph and Mackey's in 2019.
It was a hell of a story.
If you can find that, maybe. If you can find that old... Not now. By the way, there's what I love is about our listeners, and God bless them. God bless you guys. We love you, and we're on the stream. Hello, hi, how are you?
Hey, now, y'all.
There's the producer cam is back. There's
Thank
Marcus
God.
and Triple E.
Although I could use a bigger bubble for Marcus. We'll address that later.
There's Paulie, and there's me, and there's Aaron Rodgers, the oil painting. And anyway, the listeners, right at 650, because you say no offense, but Fremont people take offense. I'm like, that's
the best.
Paulie painted a picture. Are you going to the lake?
No, we're just doing it. It's a riff now.
Why would you go to the lake when you go to 11U?
You know what it is? It's a study in contrast. Murph was trying to paint a picture. That's all it is. Don't take any offense.
It's like when I talk about Jimmy Garoppolo. I always say no offense, but the text line freaks out.
Get out of here.
You got to be like Devontae Adams in that quote you had earlier. He goes, I really don't care what people think.
Yeah.
By the way, you are listening to KNBR and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader.
By the way, Murph, you notice I brought back that Everybody Wants Some left just for you.
I like it very much. Thank you.
That's Pewter. Remember the catcher Pewter?
Thank you.
Yeah, the country boy.
And 916 has the right attitude. He goes, don't forget the part where the Murphy family survived by eating ketchup packs.
Shout out Christopher and Paulie Walnuts. Give me some of that relish.
That's the kind of text we're looking for.
Yeah, we're in the van all night. You got to see Murph walking down the street with a rug wrapped around his foot.
He's an interior designer.
I lost a shoe.
Okay, so here's the deal. The big hit. The big hit is a wide open thing that can be anything. It can be, do you want LeBron James on the Warriors? It can be, has Casey Schmidt changed your outlook on the Giants?
Well, the one common characteristic I would say of the big hit is that BHE, which we got to get refamiliar with on a Friday. You got to get this, let this seep in.
You down with BHE?
Big hit energy.
You down with BHE? You down with BHE? Who down with BHE? Every last homemade.
Don't forget, not Trenton, East Orange. As I learned.
No, true story. Yeah.
So here's the deal. Last night I had the great fortune to MC the Bay Area Sports Hall of Fame induction ceremony for these names: Julie Foudy, women's soccer pioneer out of Stanford; Andre Ward, son of God, son of Oakland, one of the greatest fighters in the history of boxing; Gary Payton, the mouth that roared, the glove, the all-time great Oakland point guard in the Naismith Memorial Hall of Fame; Patrick Willis, out of Tennessee and Ole Miss, who made his name as the all-pro linebacker with the Niners; and, of course, Buster Posey. So I said to Paul, how about if we do our own? Remember we did the lists during the pandemic?
Do I remember the list? There's some of my favorite shows.
This is sort of the lists. Yeah. And I want you, me, and Marcus to come up with your own Bay Area Sports Hall of Fame class. Now, it doesn't, there's obvious answers. But it doesn't have to be.
Let me just raise a hand to the judges. I want to make sure I understand the criteria. So when we're talking about Bay Area Sports Hall of Fame, and we're going to create our own list, Murph, we don't have to take athletes that were born on Bay Area soil.
No.
We're just talking about guys
Good
that played here.
Good question. No, and I want 6, by the way, 6.
6.
And I'm being very generous now and including the Raiders because they're in Vegas.
Yeah, that's a gift to Marcus.
So one Niner, one Raider.
Okay.
One Giant, one A,
That's
one
4.
Warrior, and one Shark.
Nice. Well done, man. I'm glad the Sharks are on there.
And then we'll take your calls.
That's all.
808 KNBR and your texts as to who your all-time Bay Area Sports Hall of Fame is. And again, it doesn't have to be Willie Mays, and Willie Mays. If it is Willie Mays, that's cool. But it doesn't have to be. On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader. To start the car must be in park.
Mike Krukow with Murph and Mac has been sponsored by
your Northern California Honda dealers at NorCalHondaDealers.com.
The Murph and Mac Power Hour surges on.
Feel the power.
Next on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader. Here's what's trending now. On KNBR.com.
Jeremy Affeldt stopped by the afternoon show with Tolbert and Copes yesterday to talk about the Giants' bullpen game and why they have been so successful recently. To hear that podcast and more, check out what's trending now on the all-new KNBR app.
Now this is Murph and Mac's Big Hit.
I'll take a hit.
Hit me. Hit me. A hit is a hit, you pathetic schlepper.
Fly ball into left field. Base hit.
Sponsored by Benjamin Moore Paints. Experience the Benjamin Moore retail difference at their independently owned authorized retailers today or at BenjaminMoore.com.
On KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM, the Sports Leader.
Niners pick it up off the deflection. Patrick Willis back up the right sideline. Beats one man. Gets by Hasselbeck. Needs a block. He's down to the 40, the 35. Can he run fast enough? 20, 15, 10, 5. Touchdown, 49ers. Oh, what a bonanza. 85 yards deflected. Interception, touchdown for Patrick Willis. Brown still foul. Outside the Smith. Smith to the ball by Bruce. Sends it ahead to Garrett. Too far ahead. He saves it. And new unified light heavyweight champion of the world, Andre S.O.G. Ward.
Literally, my parents, if I came home covered in mud from playing tackle football, they'd be like, how'd it go? It was never like, honey, that's not really ladylike. You shouldn't be doing that. Never. I was competitive naturally, and I wanted to win, and I was scrappy, and I think that's probably what helped me the most when I look back on growing up.
He throws. Buster hits a fly ball deep to right field. Way back there. Adios, Pelota! On a 3-0 count, Buster Posey sends one to the opposite field, and it cleared the arcade and hit the top of one of those water cannons out there.
Oh, man. Great job, Triple E. That was the 5 inductees from last night. You heard them all. You heard Patrick Willis with a pick 6, Joe Starkey on the call. You heard Andre Ward, man, who I got to tell you, my conversations with Overnight Dave was transported to another place when he was talking to Andre Ward. He's like,
no, Dave is all about
he's
boxing.
One of my all-time favorites. He's one of the greatest boxers of all time.
Dave's the guy to check in. When you're talking sweet science, you go see Dave, or any auto racing matter, much be it to Marcus's
I'd
chagrin.
ask Marcus, but he would turn the question into an MMA answer. That was nice, for all you
Murph.
P1s out there.
Styles make fights, Murph.
Were you an Andre Ward fan?
Of course.
Yeah.
Who wasn't in the Bay Area?
Yeah.
Like I said, since 2000, on this side of the century, he's one of the guys on the Mount Rushmore for boxing.
Look at you.
You talk Mayweather, Canelo, Triple G.
Except those guys lost fights. Oh, no, Mayweather has lost
never
fight.
lost. Before he became a professional, but yeah.
By the way, to bring it all home, he cited, I ended the night by asking them, is there one, during the ceremony tonight and during the speeches tonight, is there one person you thought of that got you here? who did you think of?
Great question.
Yeah, and Buster said his wife, Kristen, and Gary Payton said his late father.
Nice.
He was known as Mr. Mean in the neighborhood.
Yeah, well, look how his son turned out, though.
Julie talked about her mom and dad, who were just beaming in the front row with that. And then Pat said his uncle, Patrick Willis had an uncle that looked after him and trained him.
Oh, he was in the house? Was the uncle
but
in the
he
house?
talked about an uncle, though, who took care of him when nobody else would. And trained him in the. Do
you remember his name? Uncle John?
I think it was Uncle Jim. I think it was.
Shout out Uncle Jim. Thank you.
He talked about in his town there was like a village. He didn't have it. Like his family was a little scattered, but he said that the grandma was here and the two uncles were there. But the one uncle looked out for him and used to work him out in the front yard late into the night, saying, "If you catch this ball now, you're going to the league. You got to go catch this ball." And he wanted to be a Dallas Cowboy and all that. And then Andre Ward, the whole point I bring it up is that Andre Ward said he had three people. He had his late father, Frank Ward, his trainer, Virgil Hunter, and his pastor, Napoleon Kaufman.
Damn.
Who might be your Raider in your Bay Area Sports Hall of Fame.
Dude, I'm not even lying. One of my first Raider jerseys ever was a Napoleon Kaufman jersey.
Okay, so, well, maybe that's going to be your guy. Okay, so just for fun, you get to induct your own Bay Area Sports Hall of Fame class. That's today's big hit. In honor of the Bay Area Sports Hall of Fame, you're going to pick one Giant, one A, one Niner, one Raider. We're including the Raiders. They're in Vegas.
Well, it's a kind of a olive branch to Marcus.
In LA for a while,
He's got these psychological issues now.
We're going with the Raiders, all right?
We're going to include Marcus,
The Warriors. Of course, Raymond Ritter was awesome last night. And the Sharks.
I appreciate you putting the Sharks on that list. I do.
Somebody's mad I didn't put the Quakes in, but I got to draw the line.
There's only, you know what? We'll honor the Quakes right now with a special shout out to Ted Ramey, who was also at the Bay Area Sports Hall of Fame last night. Ramey, tell you what now, this kid will go into the weight room and fire out some sets.
The Sharks put together, Franco Finn we got to get moving. The Sharks put together an auction package for tickets and stuff, and Ramey was bidding on it.
No, Ramey's my guy. See, I'm not surprised.
With Marcus. Marcus, do you want to go, do we want to do it one, everybody does their team first, or want to just do your whole? Yeah, why don't we do the team?
I was gonna ask.
Why don't we do the team?
And boys, since we are doing the random list, should we bring back the open?
This is, Paulie, the pandemic. We got a little Wilco.
I got to applaud Marcus for reaching deep into the archives to pull this out. This is bringing back memories of me sitting on my couch in sweatpants.
Were you on a couch?
Oh, yeah. I was trying to get as far away from everybody else in the house as possible, which is kind of the living room area because nobody ever goes over there. So I was sitting in there, and I'm listening to the list intro. I got my coffee right on this table. I got my sweatpants on. Murph, I was wearing slippers most mornings, for God's sake.
I was too, and I was sitting at that kitchen table. I was sitting at the living room table, and then Flash would come running up to me.
Oh, some of my favorite moments of the show. How was Flash, by the way?
He's doing great.
Yeah, I've gotten a Flash update.
He's doing good, man. He's 9 now. He's getting up there.
Yeah.
Trixie, by the way, I told you the vet said about Trixie, because we don't know her age. She's north of 10. She might be like 13.
It's not polite to discuss a lady's age.
We said to the vet, we go, how long is this little girl going to last? And our vet, Mary Press, shout her out. She loves Trixie. She's playing with Trixie. She goes, oh, she's going to outlive you guys.
Damn, just confidently. Yeah, don't you worry about that.
She goes, she got another 30 in her.
You have to put the deed to your house in Trixie's name.
Oh, my God.
You know what I mean?
Anyway, okay, so let's do it by the team. Waterboy, why don't we start? We'll start with the Sharks. Start with the Sharks.
Look at this.
Okay, so who's your Bay Area Sports Hall of Fame Shark that goes in?
You know what? I'm going with the guy that was skating for a different team last night, put one in the back of the net for the Dallas Stars.
Yeah.
I'm going Joe Pavelski.
Real good choice.
Second all-time on all-time scoring list for the Sharks.
For Paulie and me, it brings back memories of Tahoe.
I go, hey, Joe Pavelski, there's a big trend in the NBA right now. The Spurs are doing this thing. They're calling it load management. Guys are just taking nights off, playing every other game, stuff like that. And I go, what about that in the NHL? Can you foresee a time when you or any other hockey player participates in what they're calling load management? First of all, looked at me like he wanted to drop the gloves and slap me in the face. And second of all, he was like, no, man, I go up to the rink. I want to skate. I want to play. Good choice, Marcus.
Paulie, who's your Shark?
Well, I love the Pavelski choice. He really is one of my favorite Sharks, but I will go with Joe Thornton. I mean, kind of epitomized what being a Shark was all about for a long period of time. He will be firmly in the NHL Hockey Hall of Fame, and he's the guy.
You're doing that with the late, great Ralph Barbier going, you can't take him, he's mine.
No, he's going to be with me, though, Paulie Mac. I appreciate it, but
all right, Triple E, you said you were going to give me your list. I don't see it here, buddy. Where's your Shark? It's not on it.
Oh, it is. I see it.
He's going with Patty Marlowe.
That's a hell of a choice. I mean, no.
And how about me scooping all y'all? It ain't Pavelski. It ain't Marlowe.
Say it.
And it ain't Thornton.
Say it.
You know it.
Say it.
Because there I am.
Say it.
In a suite, and I mean, you want a big belly laugh. You want one of the toughest dudes ever to wear the teal. My guy, Owen Nolan, my Bay Area Sports Hall of Fame Shark. Owen Nolan,
Here's
baby.
what it sounded
Born in
like.
Belfast, Northern Ireland.
The night that Murph and Owen Nolan crossed paths, hung out, became best friends for life, got matching tattoos of each other's names, and also, this is how hard Owen Nolan was laughing with Murph.
So people don't know the story.
I'm still jealous.
Peterson Dean used to be a sponsor of us. They were a solar company, and they had a suite there, and I did their reads for a while, and they invited me down for a game, and then Owen Nolan was visiting the suites.
Arms around each other,
and he was hanging out. And
I go,
it was just a brief moment in time where Owen Nolan
time.
and I just were talking about something, and we both laughed at the same time.
Yeah.
And Candace happened to snap the picture.
It's incredible.
And I didn't really think much of it. When I showed it to Paulie, though, his jealousy went through the roof.
I go, what are you doing, man?
He's like, why are you with Owen Nolan in my sport, and you guys look like you're best friends?
How about give me a call next time? No, because Owen Nolan, I got to tell you the truth. When I came back to San Francisco in '96, and that like late '90s Sharks era, Owen Nolan was the man. He was a great captain of the team, led those guys to some really deep playoff runs, never got the cup. But I looked at that picture, I'm like, damn, bro, you're rolling with like one of the great Sharks, howling with laughter.
We have one of those digital camera frames where you can load pictures and they rotate, you know? So when I leave in the morning, it's like the lighting up the dark hallway when I leave.
Yeah.
And it'll be a picture of a Little League game, and then a school scene, and then, maybe a vacation, and then Candace put it in there. Every 15th day when I leave, the last thing I see is me and Owen Nolan laughing in the Shark suite.
Yeah, with that laugh.
650 says Link Gates, right? Link Gates. 408 says Mike Ricci. 209 says Nabokov, the goalie, the goaltender.
He was awesome,
those are some of the lines.
Was a lot
Another
of great
209er says, that was the same one. 209 says Nabokov. A 510er says, as for hockey, it's kind of like Fremont. Who cares?
Look at you guys. Hey, it's a Reggae Friday.
303 voted for Joe Thornton also, too. So these names. Okay, we move on to, since they're not here, we might as well just get them out of the way. The Raiders, as the great Chris Berman would say. We're going to save Marcus's for last. Triple E, I need yours, buddy. You got to type it in, kid, and send it to me here. Your all-time. He's going Sebastian Janikowski.
Now, see, Polish cannon, baby.
Oh, my God.
That's my guy.
Paul, you and I will go. Waterboy, you want to play Paulie's lead-in?
Yeah, do that.
This is Paulie's. This.
Give me 1 second.
Yeah, take your time. That's a great idea, Murph.
So we're going to pick a Raiders. Other people, I see people chiming in, but we'll wait till you make your pick to give yours, all right? Huh? Mm-hmm.
Oh.
All right.
Damn, all right, Jerry. This is sounding. We got to bring this back. This is hitting me right in the sweet spot.
Who's your Raider?
Well, for me, Murph, and keep this rolling. By the way, the more Jerry, the better. How do you feel about me going with John Madden? Because I feel like he was the face of those 70s. My favorite era of Raider football, let's be honest. I mean, those teams had so much personality. They're Super Bowl champs. They slugged it out with the best Pittsburgh Steelers teams in NFL history. The Miami Dolphins, too. Their playoffs runs to get to the Super Bowl were just littered with Hall of Fame teams and players. But John Madden was the face, and watching him get carried off at the Rose Bowl.
Something interesting is that when we do these, I always worry that we're going to have duplicates, but we don't, because I did not pick Madden, but that is a great pick. And I'm glad you did. And by the way, he was in the In Memoriam segment last night.
God bless Coach Madden, dude.
That got me, man.
From the Madden Cruiser on down. But my favorite image in memory is, and that's the first Super Bowl I remember photographically. I remember sitting on Euclid Avenue here in the city with my dad watching that game. And I remember when they carried John Madden off. The only time I've seen a coach ever do this, because they don't carry coaches off anymore. Everybody runs around the field, but they used to carry the coach off. Madden had a football in his hand, which he held up in the air, and it was just an incredible image. So,
great
John
one.
Madden, you're my guy.
Very good one. Do you have my intro, Waterboy?
I need it.
I need to hear. I haven't heard this.
Nice. Yeah. These are great.
Oh, man. Shout out Tony for putting the spec. Come on, listen to that. Message to you, Waterboy. All right,
let it play.
buddy?
Let it play.
Come on, man. There is no Raiders without me.
Okay, well, there it is.
How you going to make a list?
Yeah, you call that a list?
There's no list without me. Guys, we're going with the founder, the sweatsuit, the hair, the iconic.
It's all there.
Even though he's the guy that took him to L.A., I'm gonna build a mountain when I come back. I got to tell you, my fascination and love and admiration for Al Davis as a maverick American.
Where'd you go to school?
Like, he embodies like the old American ethos of like I'm gonna carve out my turf, manifest destiny.
Nice.
All the way to Oakland, California.
I love
it. Just in the interest of time, that's the end of my pick. Al Davis.
Great one. Oh, these are all great picks. Al Davis, John Madden, Sebastian Janikowski. They could be on my list also. And I'll give a shout out to my pop, so I know is listening right now, in the Snake, Kenny Stabler, his favorite Raider.
Yeah.
But I got to go with my favorite Raider, C. Wood, Charles Woodson, number 24. In my opinion, arguably one of the greatest defensive backs ever because of what he did at corner and at safety. 65 interceptions, 20 sacks. C. Wood is my all-time favorite
There are
Raider.
people on the line coming in. I see Bolitnikov is being represented on the text line, 925. Others saying John Madden, like you, Paulie. But somebody else, 303, said C. Wood, Charles Woodson,
That's
too.
my guy.
So no love for Stabler on our four names. All right, we got to keep moving. Like I said, this
Hold
team.
on, we do Triple E? Oh, we did Seabass. Yeah, okay.
Like I said, this team had a representative last night at the Barry Sport. And God bless them. I mean, thank you for being there. But I said, the Oakland A's are here? They got some balls showing up here, you know what I mean? By the way, I met Raleigh Fingers last night. I felt like I'm meeting Elvis Presley. You know what I mean? Eck was there last night, too.
Man.
I don't want to steal anybody's picks, but Oakland A's. All right, Triple E, buddy. He's going with Barry Zito.
It's a very Triple E pick.
Barry Zito.
Now, you won a Cy Young.
All right.
As an A. He did win a Cy.
Waterboy, your Oakland A in your Barry Sports Hall of Fame?
Oh, I'm taking Reggie, Mr. October.
Ooh, okay.
And I'm going to sneak in a little Yankee here.
Your era.
Exactly. But we
You're
all
just
know
going with the icon, the myth, the legend.
Murph, I told you I did an art project in high school representing the 1977 World Series Game 6 where Reggie hit 3 home runs. I'm going Mr. October.
Did you pick Reggie not because he was an A, but because he was a Yankee?
Of course I did, Murph.
All right. What's your list, buddy? You get to do it. Paulie Mack.
Yeah, man. Well, I'm going to do this for a couple of different reasons, but the guy I'm going to choose is Vita Blue. And not only, I know sadly we lost him recently, but he meant a lot to me as a kid. When he came to San Francisco, he kind of like put us up on the marquee like with the big boys. Hey, we got a superstar now in Vita Blue on the mound. Started the All-Star game in 78 for the Giants. That was a huge thrill for me as a kid. But I always like to do this, Murph, when I'm like getting into stats and my son especially, one of my sons is a real stat head. And we'll talk about great pitchers and great athletes. And I'll go like, you know what you want to do, James? Open up the a baseball reference, go to 1971, and just read me Vita Blue's stats. You want to get your doors blown off sometime? Reference Vita's 71 season. I go to that more often than you guys would think, and it was a truly incredible year for Vita.
Paulie Mack's 3 favorite stat things of all time, if you know your Paulie.
Hit me.
71 Vita Blue.
Yep.
Dwight Gooden, 1985.
That's right. You're right.
4.
It was, 85.
And Magic Johnson's Game 6, 1980.
Drop the mic. Murph knows me like a book after all these years.
Guys, this was a tough one for me because I was pretty darn certain I had my name, and at the last second I thought deeper, and last night's night affected me because Andre Ward and Gary Payton talked so much about Oakland and what it meant.
Yeah.
That I had originally, because he was such a good time Charlie and one of my favorite guys I ever covered, I had Jason Giambi. But I thought better, and I thought, you know what? This is the Bay Area Sports Hall of Fame. And last night, Andre Ward talked about it. And last night, Gary Payton talked about it. And this guy was second on my list, and he's jumping a late photo finish because he's Oakland all the way. And I got to tell you, even though I was a huge Red Sox fan and I hated when he would beat Roger Clemens, I don't think there's anybody in the world I would give the baseball to more than Dave Smoke Stewart. I think I'm going Stu.
Nice.
I think I'm going Stu.
Very
because
nice.
that is, hey, you want Stu on the mound?
Yes.
You want Stu
I do.
on the mound,
Looking
baby.
crazy. Yeah,
1,000 times out of 1,000 you want Stu on the mound. So in a photo finish, he edges
How about
Jason
the
Giambi.
look of
All
Stewart?
right.
Just that look of the eyes and all that.
Roger
You don't
Clemens wanted no part of it.
No, I didn't either. I was scared on TV watching.
All right, guys, we got the Giants, Niners, and Warriors left. Because we'll just go Warriors for the heck of it. Warriors next. Triple E Warriors. Your all-time Golden State Warrior is. You drum roll, please. He's taking a long time to type it in. He's going with Stack Jack. Steven Jackson. who used to frisk Matt Barnes, or Matt Barnes frisked him, which, by the way, was just a positive message for the kids.
How about Stachek walks out and just puts his hands up, and Barnes just starts frisking him?
Paulie, I mean, we don't have. I know we got to get going because of time and all that.
Oh, he and I.
But Triple E says the reason why is because he symbolized the end of the worst years of Warriors history. He symbolized the We Believe Warriors. Yeah. And I'm going to say one of the all-time greetings in meetings was Paulie Mack and Stachek in Miami.
Dude,
arranging a room smokeout.
He goes, give me your room number. I'm coming up later.
All right, Marcus, your all-time Golden State Warrior.
Hold that, haters.
Wow. Simple as that. I'm going Klay Thompson, a man that has been kind of slandered the last couple weeks in the playoffs. But let's not forget, Klay Thompson brought you 4 titles. Klay Thompson had maybe his best offensive season of his career last year. Klay Thompson is my guy. If I could live life like any athlete, it would be Klay Thompson. Right. He's on my list.
Oh, you want me to go first and set the stage for you? Or?
Sure, I have a feeling. Yeah, go ahead.
Well, you know what's funny about these things is like you wind up leaving some pretty big stuff. Like people like nobody picked Ricky Henderson for the A's. You know what I mean?
Which is
like
nuts.
I know. And like talk about Oakland, I could have gone with him, but I went with Stu just because Stu. I don't know. I went with Stu.
No, you're right. Not a bad choice, man.
And guys, this was a tough one because there's an extremely obvious one, right? And then there's the one of like my sort of younger years who I loved, who was in the room last night. And I got to leave Steph off, and I got to leave Mully off because I got to go heart and soul. And I said it when he burst onto the scene, and I'm going to stick with him because nobody moved me more with his intensity and his attitude and his defense. And I tell the kids, play like Draymond. Draymond Green is going into my first ballot, Golden State Warriors, because what he meant, and he shocked me and stunned me and brought such incredible intensity and defense when he arrived. I got to honor it. Draymond Green.
Okay, well, listen, I got to come in with the. I mean, a great choice too. This was a great idea by Murph today on the. I hope you guys are enjoying this big hit on a Reggae Friday.
Leaving people like Ricky Henderson and Steph Curry out of the list.
Well, that's not going. I'm going to put a stop to that right now because Steph Curry is my choice for all
we're leaving Mully off.
All the obvious reasons. I mean, what else can I tell you about Steph that you don't already know? Probably nothing. I just celebrate the guy. He's, again, as I like to say, he's not just like, oh, he's one of the all-time greats. No, he's more than that. He changed the way the game is played, the way Eddie Van Halen hit the scene and people started, he changed the way guitar players played. That's the effect that Steph has had on the game.
Other than that, what did he do?
Well, the 4 rings, the MVPs. He's got a little bit of a
and
thing.
Don't forget the bourbon, Paulie.
Right. Gentleman's cut. Gentleman's cut. I'm already sold on that. Anyway, so Steph Curry, obviously.
4-8's killing me. Obviously. Al Attles. I left Al Attles off.
You also left Bernard King off. I don't want to say nothing. I don't want to say nothing, but, I thought Murph was a Bernard King guy.
I am a Bernard King guy, but I had to stick with Draymond.
No Draymond, no rings. That's it.
I had to tell you because you remember I would tell you that he was my favorite Warrior of all time, and I had to stick with it.
I just had
to. Hey, listen, last night, we inducted 5. We left a lot of people off the list. All right,
it's good that you give Draymond his love when you're doing a list like this because a lot of times he's the guy that a lot of fans wouldn't mention, but it's good that you did.
Yeah, but again, Al Attles, Ricky Henderson, you're getting in next class, okay, guys? Do you want to go Giants or Niners? Well, since we're the Giants and the Niners flagship, and what do you want to do? Not Giants or Niners?
I'm going to let you call
Let's do Niners last because they were the original. And I said this last night. I might have pissed off Larry Bear. I said, next up is the legacy franchise, the only franchise in this room born here.
Larry started doing one of these. Larry started pulling his collar.
1946, the 49ers at Kezar Stadium, baby. That's it right there.
Established 1946.
So we're going to go Niners last. So you're Giant.
Okay.
Oh, my God. You could pick about 1 million of them. Triple E. He says, no question, the best vibes of any Bay Area athlete of all time. 55. He's going Tim Lincecum.
That's a great choice, man.
Lincecum.
The love I have for Timmy.
Blank on that pick, Triple E. All right, Water Boy, what do you got?
Well, I'm going with the homegrown prospect that came up right after him. I'm going Madison Bumgarner.
Nice.
The 2014 World Series is enough to put him in the Bay Area Hall of Fame.
Dude.
Put my guy Mad Bum in there, Murph.
Okay, the back foot sliders. Hey, I'm going to throw 4 or 5 straight chest-high fastballs to Salvi Perez until he pops out.
And then when you're done watching,
keep hitting my spot.
And when you're done watching that highlight reel, I want to remind everybody to revisit what Murph and I saw in person, which was Game 4 of the 2010 World Series when Bumgarner's on the hill going 8 deep as a 20-year-old, striking fools out hand over fist. We're like, whoa, who in the hell? This guy, Madison Bumgarner, great choice.
Now, listen, there's no rule. You can double down. You can pick the same person. You don't have to pick
I'm going with what I have.
For sure.
I'm not
going to put words in your mouth. Go ahead.
Well, am I going Giants right now?
Yes.
You want my Giant? Well, I got to go with the guy that means more to me probably than any other Giant in history. And I'm speaking directly from the heart right now because I think about this guy. I think about my own dad. I think about my childhood. See, I'm going to get I'm just telling you right now, I got to have Willie McCovey as my guy. Willie McCovey is my guy. There's nobody like Willie Mack. I'm actually getting emotional right now thinking about this whole thing. Anyway, Willie McCovey, that's my guy.
That's beautiful, Paulie.
Yeah.
And it's incredible that I just laid down the rule of you can have doubles. And when you just said it, love it. Listen, Will Clark meant maybe more to me than
and Timmy,
Tim Lincecum,
we love
Bumgarner,
No, there's
Posey,
something else though now.
Bochy.
Yeah.
It's different with McCovey.
It is.
I'm going with McCovey.
The cheers are all for McCovey.
I'm going with McCovey.
Yeah, the call.
I can't.
No,
I can't. It's like they say. There's a study like the scientists have that like the songs you hear between the ages of like 14 and 16.
Yeah, those are the
like
ones.
in your brain means more to you than any songs in the history of your life.
Why do you think I'm still in the Kiss Army? To your point, yeah.
So I have to go with McCovey, even though Paulie and with apologies to Will Clark, who I tried to be like when I played hardball in LA.
There's so many.
Apologies to Lincecum and Buster and everybody. It's McCovey.
It is.
It's McCovey.
It's Willie Mack.
It's spiritual.
Yeah.
It's spiritual.
It is.
And then finally, the legacy franchise, the 49ers, the Super Bowl champs 5 times over. Don't forget, Joe Legum's like, we'll get there. I've got 4. I'm coming.
Counting.
I'm coming for Joe. Triple E says he's going with our all-time favorite Friday guest for decade plus, Ronnie Lott. You know, it's funny, Paulie, they did a Special Olympics tribute last night, and they showed a video about the Special Olympics, and it ended with Ronnie giving a speech to this. There was the video, and it was Ronnie giving a speech. He goes, because that's what I'm talking about, and that's why you're going to give me a woo right now.
Yeah.
Woo right. And all the Special Olympic athletes are like, woo.
Yeah.
And he was like, a big woo. I want a woo hit today.
Yeah.
So Ronnie, great choice.
Yeah.
Great choice. And Triple E says the only 49er jersey he owns. I don't know. Can Marcus even make a pick coming from the black and the
He's going to
silver?
have to. You got to be a professional now.
Well, yeah. You guys all know I'm picking Jimmy Garoppolo, right?
All right, buddy. What do you got, man?
I am going to go from somebody from this generation, from this new era of 49er football, and a guy that is just scratching the surface of greatness, and a guy that I was screaming from the mountaintops last year for everybody to go put in a future bet on this guy to win Defensive Player of the Year. I'm taking the new number 97, Nicky Bosa.
Wow. Okay. First ever under 25.
I'm a Bosa head.
Well,
I'm obsessed with this guy.
He is. He's incredible, and all he wants is a championship, and all he wants is to be great. By the way, he'll be at the Bay Area Sports Hall of Fame.
Oh, he'll have his own night.
This is a great honor.
Just want to say thank you.
Paulie, do I go first here? Because you went first last time.
Yeah.
And I hope I'm not.
I know. No, it's all good.
Sometimes, sometimes the Beatles are the Beatles.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like people
And
go,
you gotta give
the
it
Kinks
up.
are cool. You know what I mean? Or sometimes, I mean, for you guys in the hip hop generation, is it like who is it? Is it like who's the great? Is it Jay-Z? Is he the greatest of all time? Is
I'm
Jay-Z the
staying
greatest
out
of
of
all
this. You
time?
guys,
Or is
yeah,
it Drake?
you know.
I don't know. Like,
Can't be Drake.
okay, no,
Definitely not Drake.
No.
Not even close.
Oh, I know.
I'm
some
with
people
you on that.
Mib would tell you it was.
Yeah, that's why I don't take advice from Mib. See what I mean? That's why Mib ain't running the show anymore.
You don't know.
Okay, and then like for me, in terms of like greatest American like icons of all time, like sometimes you got to say Sinatra. You know what I mean? Sometimes you got to say, well, who's the most influential rock? Elvis Presley. Come on, brother. It starts, ends, begins, middle, beginning, ending, beginning, and nothing is nothing. Life is nothing without number 16, Joe Montana, the Golden God, who is everything.
Yes.
He's everything.
Yes.
That's it. Mic drop. What do you got, Paul?
Well, he's still the best quarterback to ever play the game, as
He's the
far
best
as I'm
quarterback to ever
concerned.
play the game.
Well, Murph, if you can see at the very top of my list, when you gave me this idea this morning, you go, hey, I'm thinking about this for the big kid. Give me a name. Look at the very first name under Niners. Can you see what I wrote?
Okay.
Yeah. I got to go with it now. It's a name that's already been spoken on the air.
Okay.
It's Ronnie Lott for me.
Wow.
It's Ronnie Lott. Because, listen, whether Ronnie's on the field blowing some dude up coming over the middle, or whether he's lighting the tree at Union Square every December, everything Ronnie Lott does, he does it with all of his being, all of his heart and soul. And that's a real inspiration to me. Like, you got to sell out. If you're passionate about something, bro, you sell out. You go as hard as you can into that thing, which is what I like to think Murph and I have been doing for about, 17 years now. And a lot of that is Ronnie Lott inspired. Show up, hit it hard, do the very best you can, and be the best you can be. Thank you, Ronnie Lott. He's my guy.
Awesome. Yeah. All right. Well, there you go. There's our Bay Area inaugural Bay Area Sports Hall of Fame class.
Great idea,
Hopefully
Murph.
next class, Ricky Henderson and Willie Mays and Al Addles and all Kenny Stabler and those guys Jerry Rice. Yeah, Jerry Rice can get in and Steve Young. Oh my God, we left out some absolute icons. But hey, that's the deal. Barry Bonds. Nobody said Bonds. Oh, my God. Copes would have said Bonds. Copes would have said Bonds. All right, guys. There you go. Do we have room for quick cooler of content? And then one of those Hall of Famers, Buster Posey, will join us at 8:50. Buster Posey at 8:50 on the Sports Leader.
You're listening to Murph and Max Power Hour. Now on 104.5 FM and 680. This is KNBR, the Sports Leader. Here's what's trending now.
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
Dre Greenlaw stopped by the Papa and Lunch Show yesterday to talk about the start of 49ers OTAs and his expectations for the 49ers 2023 season. To hear that podcast and more, check out what's trending now on the all-new KNBR app.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. This has been the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Concerned inflation will ruin your dream retirement? Learn more. Listen to David's show every Saturday morning on KNBR or call 1-866-PROTECT. Crank up Murph and Max Power Hour.
All right, everyone, chill.
This is the Cooler.
You're not sending me to the cooler
of content.
Murph and Max Cooler of Content is sponsored by Mancini Sleep World. Sleep better, live better. Visit sleepworld.com. And by Marin Health. Marin Health Medical Center and Marin Health Medical Network world-class care. Closer than you think.
On KNBR, the Sports Leader.
By the way, text of the day. Shout out everybody. We saw all your texts with nominations, and we love that you guys played along. Thank you, guys.
How about the names that didn't make our list,
well,
man?
Dangerous Dan and 480 hit me with, how about nobody mentioning Bill Walsh?
There you go.
The fact that Bonds didn't get in. And somebody says 4 Niner picks and no Jerry Rice.
Where you see?
Wow.
Well, Jerry Rice is another one. Jeez Louise.
I know, right? He take him for granted.
But
He
if
really
we
do.
did, but let me tell you this: if we took Jerry Rice and we took Bill Walsh, people would be like, "Where's Ronnie Lott? Where's Joe Mott?" You know what I mean? Like you can't. There's only so many.
Waterboy taking Nick Bosa was a little off the.
Well,
off the
he's
charts
doing
there.
that now. I think to rebel. Yeah, he's just trying to rebel.
And by the way, 650 with the text of the year here says, "Wait, you guys are off on Monday? What am I going to do when I'm making my sandwiches, Paulie?"
He won right there. Thanks for listening, man. I appreciate
the
it.
story back when Paulie and I started, like in 06, 07, 06 maybe. Hammer goes, you guys want to work Memorial Day? We go, well, it's a 3-day weekend.
No, it's
like
a
family
national holiday, Lee.
He goes, you sure you don't want to work?
Well, there's me.
And we started, you start at 5 or 5:30 when we start 5?
It's 5, dude.
We start at 5. He goes, no, people will be up. They'll be making sandwiches and they'll be listening.
At 5 a.m. on Memorial Day, no one's up at 5 making tuna salad.
We had 2 people with 2 pieces of Wonder Bread slapping mayo and bologna on it. 5:05 to hear
Pitch black.
Yeah.
Because
they'll be up. They'll be listening to making sandwiches.
They crowd around the radio.
All right, Kevin.
Yeah.
Oh, Kevin Graham, our
KG,
our program
That's
director,
our guy.
got
Yeah,
a voicemail that made Cooler of Content.
Oh, okay.
It was a caller named Patrick.
I have no idea what's going on right now.
And
kind of psyched.
When Jimmy Butler sang that song, "Everything's Gonna Be All Right."
Yeah.
Everything's gonna be all right.
And I innocently asked, I said, is he going? He's not going 3 Little Birds here. And the Alicia Keys Army came out. No.
Yeah, they did.
Alicia Keys. This guy left a voicemail for our program director.
Hey, Kevin, it's Patrick Smith, man. I listen to you guys' show every morning, and I hear you guys this morning trying to figure out what song that is Jimmy Butler is singing. It's an Alicia Keys song. I don't know the name of it, but it kind of goes, no one, no one, no one. But it's an Alicia Keys song that he's singing. That part right there. It's an Alicia Keys song.
Bro, my man was feeling it. That's my guy, Patrick. His name is. Hey, Patrick, I might need you to do some backup vocals with me in the Freestone Peaches at Union Street.
He was hitting it. I liked
it. No one, no one.
That's my guy.
He kind of weaves through the note there.
I dig Patrick. I want to hear from him again. I need more Patrick.
So do we have the Triple E remix that was made here? Here it is.
You and me together through the days and nights. I don't worry 'cause
Everything's gonna be alright.
Nice trips. Yeah, man.
people keep talking. They can say what they like, but all I know is
Everything's gonna be alright.
Although that would.
No one.
Hey, Patrick. Way to be, buddy. Way to be. And shout out Kevin Grant for giving us that. All right, good job. Worst national anthem ever in Milwaukee yesterday? Giants game?
Oh, my God. Did you
Well, there's
hear
been some
this,
bad
dude?
ones. Roseanne Barr, obviously. Carl Lewis comes to mind.
Yeah.
But I haven't heard this one. What happened? Is there somebody? Are we going to throw somebody under a bus here for a national anthem? Here it is.
all the ramparts we watched
Not bad.
were so gallantly streaming.
Okay. Slow.
And the rockets red glare, and the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still
All right.
No,
Wait
no.
a minute. You guys think that's bad?
Oh.
Is that bad?
I was hoping for the end. Do you have the end?
I wasn't that bad.
Because she kicks it up.
Yeah, there's
No,
a
no, no.
scream, but
You
it
need-
wasn't that. I
you
thought we were
really-
going to get a disaster.
Yeah, I
here.
think you really got to finish this though, because she kicks it up a notch like 4 different times. Like, listen to this.
Okay.
Oh, say
Listen.
does that star-spangled banner yet wave?
Okay, all right.
Oh, here we go.
Oh, the land of the free.
Check this out.
And the home of the brave.
That's 2, 3, 4. She 4 notches up.
All right.
It's just
all right.
nonstop. I mean,
All right.
You feeling that?
All right.
Okay.
A little much.
Yeah,
a little
see what
much.
I mean?
I tell you, she went for it.
There was a
She definitely
prolonged
went
ending
for it.
like I've never heard.
Well, other people bringing up Fergie now at the.
I'm going to
remember
defend Fergie every chance I get. I know they beat her ass for that, and I didn't think it was as bad as people thought. That was the NBA All-Star game. I think they're talking about.
That was
or was it a finals game? It was an NBA event, I believe.
Somebody says T-Pain at Dodger Stadium did the bad one. Is that right? Do you know that one?
I don't.
That young lady was going for it, and maybe a little too much saliva coming. All right, the clock is a disaster right now. Do you want Devontae Adams to finish? Or do we get
She's still going, Murph.
All right, we'll get out of here.
Little
on
respect.
that. Okay, hey, we got to have a break, and then Buster Posey at
okay,
8:50.
man, yeah.
Wow. Woo, it's Friday. Feels like a Friday. On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
Go play Monopoly or some shit.
Happy Friday morning, and I hope everybody out there has a great long holiday weekend. Paulie Mack here talking about blackened American whiskey. Have you guys tried this yet? I gave Murph a bottle, told him to give it a shot. He enjoyed it. I enjoy it, and you will too. Blackened American whiskey is a collaboration between legendary master distiller Dave Pickerel and, of course, our good friends, the boys over there in Metallica. And they know great experiences always start with great sound. So here they come. They introduced the black noise sonic enhancement process. I got into it with one of the texters. He goes, tell me about the process. All I can tell you is basically they have the whiskey in the barrels. Then they bring in the Metallica playlist, and they basically pummel the barrels with extremely high decibel Metallica music, which winds up moving the whiskey around in the barrel, therefore releasing more flavor as it ages. And the final result is incredibly smooth. You're going to love it. Black & Whiskey did all of this to create a whiskey that's going to redefine the category. And then again, you'll have some great experience of your own to talk about. Black & Whiskey, it's whiskey remastered. You can find it at your local retailer or at blackandwhiskey.com. Black American Whiskey is 45% alcohol by volume, bottled by Sweet Amber Distilling Company, Columbus, Ohio. Please enjoy responsibly.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now, Murph and Matt continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
So the thing on Reggae Fridays, it takes a break from 7:30 to 8:30, and then it comes back strong for the finish here.
Stepping out.
Why am I blanking?
Who is this, Marcus?
This is Steel Pulse.
Yeah, it's Steel Pulse, of course.
Who will also be down at Cali Roots this weekend, Paulie Mack.
Good.
Yeah.
You're going to enjoy Steel Pulse. I think that might be Creative Tony's. They're in his like top 2 or 3. I know that he's a big Steel Pulse head.
Some guy's coming at me for saying the national anthem's not that bad. Proves my lack of taste in music, no cap. I said, hey, buddy, I'll meet you anywhere, anytime. On any musical topic, anywhere.
You know what I mean?
And quite confidently. I'll meet you at the Hotel Monaco.
Totally.
By the way, I saw the Hotel Monaco in Chicago. I took a picture of it for you guys. Sent it
I'll
to
be
you
at
guys.
the Hotel Monaco.
And speaking of Tim Ryan.
Thank you very much.
1:30 today with Papa and Lund to break down 49ers camp. That's pretty exciting. Okay, listen, it's been a fun Friday morning. Kind of, listen, the Giants are winning ball games, and the Bay Area Sports Hall of Fame was a great vibe last night. The Mercury News has a great picture of Buster Posey's son shaking hands with Patrick Willis.
Yeah,
and
nice shot.
Buster in the background.
Murph also got a nice photo. He showed me some of his shots last night. He showed me a really cool picture of Buster Posey talking to Guy McIntyre. A couple of Georgia boys right there, a couple of local greats.
And you know what was great to hear was Gary Payton and Andre Ward both point at Barry Bonds in the crowd and said, that's our dude. That's the guy.
Wait, Payton and who?
Andre Ward.
Nice.
Yeah, they both said it. Ward said baseball was his first love. He wanted to be a baseball player.
Is Bonds ever getting in, man?
You know, it was.
I mean, seriously, the clock's ticking here. What are we doing?
So Franco Finn, who did a great job auctioning off the catcher's helmet signed by Buster Posey, Barry Bonds, Orlando Cepeda, 1958 San Francisco Giant. So Buster Posey, Barry Bonds, Orlando Cepeda, Will Clark, and Kipe.
Yeah, nice. Hell of a lineup.
It went for no joke. It went for $10,000 until Gary Payton walked up, grabbed the mic from Franco, said, "Hey, Buster and Barry and Will, you guys are signing another one, and we're selling it. We're selling 2. We just made $20,000.
Nice.
But you know, I was thinking because Franco kept saying these Hall of Famers, and I realized Barry's not in the Hall of Fame.
That's what I'm saying.
They're
all pointing at him, going, "That's the best I ever saw." You say he's the best. You see Barry Bonds play, it's hard to...
What are we doing here?
That's what I'm asking you.
Sometimes the cloud lifts, and you're like, what are we doing here?
I don't know. If he's the best that everybody at the Bay Area Sports Hall of Fame has ever seen, and he's not in Cooperstown, you got to ask, like, when, why, how? Like, how is this going to happen?
That's a great question.
Yeah.
Who, what, where, why, when.
Yeah.
Okay, we told Buster Posey 850, so
Okay,
let's
man.
honor that. Okay, listen, the guy, I mean, what are you going to say? As Mike Krukow said in the film that they showed last night at the Bear, he said, we're grateful. He said, grateful is what he said, grateful.
I'm grateful, too.
And don't forget, he's part owner. He's got a vested interest in this team winning some ball games, so we'll
Yeah.
get his take on everything, including Patrick Bailey. Buster Posey next on KNBR 104.5 and 680 The Sports Center.
Buster Posey, Buster Posey.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk.
Yeah, it's Takamichi's East Coast Pizzeria. Sounds good on a Friday, doesn't it? A large cheese pizza, but also maybe if you're planning ahead for the next couple weeks, graduation parties, office parties, team parties, right? Catering. Amici's caters. Full-blown catering menu for larger events. Yeah, you can still order your favorite pizzas and other items individually if you wish, but the Amici's catering menu gives you options to order pastas and salads and famous flame-roasted lemon chicken wings in larger sizes, so your group can help themselves buffet style. It's a more economical way to feed a large group, still offering Amici's full range of menu items. So whether you need a corporate lunch delivered or food for a special event, Amici's has those great range of options. Perfect menu, ideal portion sizes for your groups. What you do is you check out the catering menu at amicis.com. And when you want to enjoy a fully customized and catered event, 2 words, baby, Amici's delivers.
Posey lines one to center field, base hit. Flores comes in to score. 7-1 Giants. Man, Buster Posey not messing around in the final game of the year. Posey 2 for 2, on base 3 times. He's knocked in 3 runs already. It's only the 4th inning. And that's his 1,500th Major League hit. He's getting a standing ovation from everybody here at Oracle Park. What a great time to get a milestone hit.
This is Buster Posey sending you back to Murph and Mac on KNBR 104.5 and 680. The sports leader.
Hey, we know that voice. And he's in with his family from Georgia to get inducted into the Bay Area Sports Hall of Fame last night. So we wish a hearty congratulations to our friend and kind enough to hop on, even though he's got some busy stuff going on this morning with the fam. Buster Posey to talk to all the fans on KNBR. Hey, Buster, thanks for coming on the show.
Yeah.
Welcome back to Murphy Mac. And congratulations on last night.
Congrats,
How
Buster.
are you, man? How are you?
Yeah, good. Thanks. Well, thanks to you for being there and hosting, and I'll say you did a great job as well.
Okay, well, listen, thank you very much. But I'd love your reaction on the evening. You know, you got to interact with other Bay Area icons. Patrick Willis from the 49ers, Andre Ward from the boxing ring, Julie Foudy, Stanford soccer player, and then, of course, Gary Payton, the great basketball Hall of Famer. What were some of your reactions?
It was a great evening. I think what I enjoyed the most was hearing the people that introduced each of those athletes and some of the stories they told. And, you know, as a former professional athlete myself, you can relate to so many of those stories that they mentioned, some of the ups and downs of your career and what it takes to kind of, I think Coach Singletary mentioned specifically Patrick Willis, getting knocked down so many times and getting back up, and stuff like that is always inspiring.
Yeah, you know, Singletary had and for people who don't know, Mike Singletary inducted Patrick Willis. He gave a compelling speech.
Yeah, it sounded pretty cool.
And he said, greatness is not talent. He said, greatness is more that it's overcoming, is what he said. Did that resonate with you, Buster, that greatness is not talent and it's something bigger?
It did, yeah. And I thought when Patrick was on stage as well, he spoke on that a little bit more when he talked about, you know, as a young child playing football in the backyard with his uncle and the vision that he had even at a young age. Again, I think that's something that we can all relate to. I know myself, I can remember like it was yesterday playing wiffle ball in the backyard with my brothers and my sister and, you know, pretending you're in Game 7 of the World Series. So to get to live that out, truly a dream come true.
Now, you were in Game 7 of the World Series and you did bat, but it was more in the crouch, right?
Yeah. It was, hey, Game 7 it's hard to explain the emotions that go into a Game 7. It's the nervousness before Game 7 because, you know, the last 9 months, everything comes down to this one game. And I'll just say I would have hated to have been on the other side of losing that game.
Right. I know. We're talking to Buster Posey, who got inducted into the Bay Area Sports Hall of Fame. And we'll ask him questions about the current Giants, too. But just a little bit more about last night. It was cute. I thought it was funny that you said that one of the speeches that touched you was Andre Ward's wife, Tiffany. And you said you nudged Kristen and said, hey, you want to go up there? Right? I got a big laugh there last night. But that was very nice of you. When I asked, along the journey, did anybody come to mind for you who got you here? And you said, Kristen. You can expand on that for the morning crowd.
Yeah, I mean, it's really an easy call for me. I've been fortunate to really grow up with her, started dating in high school, got married early, had kids early, and she's been there with me from San Jose all the way to being here now. And I just feel grateful and fortunate that I get to do life with somebody that, you know, I continue to grow closer to. And doesn't mean things are always easy, but I know that she's got my back. I've got her back, and she sacrificed a lot. You know, I hesitate to say sacrifice because we're so blessed as professional athletes. I think the sacrifice comes on the time end of things, right? It's the time spent away. I think one thing I didn't even realize is once you have kids that are school age, even when you're playing a home series, you really don't see them because most of the night games you're getting home at midnight, and then they're getting up to go to school at 7:30, 7:45 in the morning. Then I'm heading back into the ballpark at 2:30. So she was carrying the brunt of the workload there for a long time, and for her to do it so selflessly really allowed me to focus on playing baseball.
Yeah, it was nice. And just a little bit one more on last night, and then we can talk about the current Giants, and that is what Tiffany Ward said about Andre. I thought it was just fantastic. She went through all these different fights and what each one represented the qualities of Andre's. And I wondered, for you, where's Buster coming down on like a box on the sweet science? Did you follow? Like Andre Ward to me was one of the most interesting guys there because we're all so baseball, basketball, football, baseball, basketball, football. Did you have a reaction to hearing the Andre Ward story last night?
Well, I mean, just going back to what I said earlier about getting knocked down. I mean, that guy knows better probably than anybody other than, maybe Patrick about getting knocked down. And I thought she did a tremendous job. I thought, like you, I enjoyed hearing all the stories and what each fight meant. I enjoyed hearing about his graciousness. I thought the story that stood out to me is when he was fighting somebody that didn't make weight. And I actually didn't realize that they don't make weight, that they get fined, and that the fine actually goes to the opponent that they're fighting. And Andre knew this guy, I think, was kind of tight on money and gave the check right back to him. And that's the type of people you want to pull for, just to have empathy and understand that there's more to life than just paycheck to paycheck.
Yeah, it was a really great story. You're absolutely right. And by the way, I apologize for the offensive comments when I said that no banquet chairs, adjacent banquet chairs, had ever represented better hitting than Barry Bonds and Will Clark next to each other. I heard the harumphing and the coughing. Turns out I forgot you were sitting next to Dwayne Kuiper, right?
Shout out Kuip. Yeah.
Yeah, Kuip and I combined for a few less homers than those two guys did. They were sitting right next to us.
Kuip was like, "You're killing me. What about me here?" Yeah, so the great humor of Dwayne Kuiper. And we want to thank him for inducting Buster last night, too. That was great. You are listening, by the way, to KNBR and KNBR FM, San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station. All right, Buster, we got to ask you about the current 2023 Giants because you are a part owner. You're heavily invested in this team, and you know where we're going right out of the gate. We're going to the catcher. They called up Patrick Bailey. He's only been here 1 week, Buster. 1 week, and already people are saying they see the defensive difference. I don't know how much you've been traveling, and so I don't know how much you've gotten a chance to see him. If you have, and you can offer us an evaluation.
Yeah, well, got to be with him in spring training my last year, and then I've watched him as much as I could the last week or so, and been texting with different players, and I'm good friends with Mark Hallberg, the third base coach, and kind of getting his thoughts. And yeah, I mean, Patrick's doing a great job. It seems like the best way I can describe it is just easy, confident control is kind of what it looks like to me, and that's something that's hard to teach. And I think it's just kind of a natural gift that he has, and it's one of those things that as a catcher, you just really, I don't think you can overstate the importance of how you carry yourself and how much that can affect, obviously, your pitching staff. But I think all of us can even see it on TV or whether we're at the ballpark. And it's just a huge asset, and he's going to be fun to watch. And when Joey gets back and gets healthy, it's going to make for some competition for sure.
Yeah, and offensively, I'm wondering, you obviously, we talked about this last night, you finished with a career batting average of 302, I think, and so that speaks for itself. He's not, at least right now, he's not seen as an offensive guy. Does that matter for you guys in Farhan and Gabe when they're making the lineup and creating the roster? I guess my question is, does he not have to produce that much offensively and he can still stay in the lineup?
Well, I'm not going to speak for, what Farhan and Gabe think. My own just personal opinion, for whatever that's worth, I think offense is a bonus at this point, honestly. I mean, I think that if he can manage his staff, call a good game, play good defense, and carry himself like I was just talking about, I think any offensive production is going to be a big bonus. And I do think, he's got some thump in his bat and the ability to come up with some big hits that he's shown already, but hopefully that kind of is the message. It's like, hey, man, you're doing a great job behind the plate, and we want you to be as productive as an all-around player as you can be. But you lead this staff. That's first and foremost. And then I think you ask any catcher, and that's always going to be their number one priority is getting as much as they can out of the staff.
Yeah, well, there it is. He's done it in 1 week. He's already earned it. And I guess last one on Bailey, and that is he caught 6 different guys last night. Oof. Is there a way to describe how hard that is for a rookie in that stage to do that kind of error-free and get it done?
Well, that was hard for me as a 34-year-old. It's that's a challenge, especially I know he's still learning these guys. So it changes your preparation before the game. Normally you're thinking I'm going to get 5, 6, 7 innings out of this starter, kind of getting a routine with him. Now, as you mentioned, catching 6 guys, there's upside and downside to it, in my opinion. Upside is you're giving, obviously, the opposing hitters a different look. They're not seeing the same guy. But the downside is that you've got to be able to make an adjustment and say, okay, I'm just going to say John Brebbia. Let's say he's pitching right now. Right. Well, you're not guaranteed you're going to get the same Brebbia that you got 2 nights ago. So you've got to make an adjustment on the fly. That slider's not working the same way. We're going to have to use some different pitches. So there's just a lot more in-game adjustments. You've got a game plan going into it, but when you've got that many different arms, you've got to be able to adjust on the fly quickly.
Says a lot, man, about this kid, Patrick Bailey. We will watch him develop. And is it really, listen, I'm not going to make the analogy to 2010. 2010 was 2010. It's not 2023, but
it's a young, talented catcher coming up.
Yeah. And then there's another young, Casey Schmidt. And I'm wondering, Buster, so you were in spring training and, you've been around the club. And obviously now in the owner's office, you guys are in the owner's boardroom. You're looking at things. This is a different guy now. Energy, kinetic, attitude, swag.
He would have fit in on a 2010 team. He's got that energy, yeah.
I want the Buster Posey download on Casey Schmidt. What are you seeing as a baseball player?
No, he's just fun to watch. I think that's the first thing that comes to mind for me. I haven't had a chance to spend any time around him yet. Didn't get to meet him in spring training this year, but he's just fun to watch. I think all of us can see that the energy of the team has changed since he's arrived. And, first and foremost, he's very talented. You can just see the explosiveness with the bat. He runs well, has a cannon for an arm. And, I catch myself trying to make sure I tune in to watch his at-bats. Just like last night, the ball he hit in the gap. It's a line. I'm not saying a routine line drive, but that ball took off. Took off to the left center gap. And when you've got that type of bat speed, you can do a lot of damage without leaving the park, and he showed that last night.
And the arm. I'd love to get your take on the arm on defense. That is, I don't know if have we seen an infield arm like that? I don't know, maybe, am I sleeping on young Brandon Crawford? Would Craw's arm match it? Am I sleeping on
throwing 94 miles an hour?
Craw would probably adamantly say that you're sleeping on him, but I don't think that you are.
Nice. Yeah, nice.
That's a different type of arm. When you can just the eye test, I think all of us can see that just from watching him throw the ball across, whether it's from shortstop or third base, the way it comes out of his hand. And again, it's just fun. It's fun. It's fun to watch, and it's why there's a lot of I think optimism and excitement right now. And I always think that you guys mentioned 2010, but the exciting part about young guys coming up and making an impact right away is I think there's a snowball effect in that all their buddies that are in AAA or AA or even single A are looking and be like, man, that guy's he's my age, or he's a year or two older than me, and he's being an impact player in the big leagues. No reason I can't be as well. So I think that's the exciting part for me, is that confidence should continue to grow based on the successes that these guys are having.
Yeah, things are happening right before our eyes. This is a really exciting time. Well, we got to end it with the hardest hitting question of all, and that is the Javi, Vogie, Buster golf matches. DeRosa. We had Javi on the other day.
We do. We talked to Javi.
Vogie. Yeah. I don't know. How's it going? Is there an edge? Is there
break it down, Buster?
Somebody ruling the roost? What's going on?
Yeah, it's hard fought battles every day for sure. But I would say the last couple of months I've kind of I've been playing solid. I think Bogey turned a corner the other day. He was getting primed up for the member, so he was putting in some extra reps. And no, but we have a great time out there. It's special to be able to go out and just relax with some good old friends, and very fortunate to spend time with those guys.
Awesome. Those guys are decent company. Those guys. Hey, that's when we heard the youth baseball brigade. We got Eric Burns' son on the 12U national team for the USA. It's incredible, this next generation. Troy Gloss's son is on the team, too. But I know Vogie's got a kid playing, and I think did we hear a story that DeRosa got tossed? Did you hear this story, Buster, about him getting tossed?
No, I didn't.
Yeah.
I didn't hear that story, no.
Can you believe it, that he got tossed from a youth baseball game, I think?
Yeah, I'd have to fact check that one. I mean, I guess I could.
Was it
see
DeRosa?
I think D-Rose pretty poised too, but maybe, I don't know. We'll have to see.
But would Vogie be a candidate to maybe ride an ump and get tossed from the parent stands there?
I mean, we all know Vogie, how intense he is, but I think Vogie's perspective is pretty good, and I don't see him getting tossed from a game, but you never know. Who knows?
All right. By the way, how's your coaching career going? Is it still going?
Yeah, good. I mean, our kids are kind of hot and heavy in tennis, which is fun for me because I've always loved tennis, but didn't really play it much growing up. So it's fun to watch them be passionate about that, and new sport for me to kind of sit on the sidelines and learn with them. So that's been fun.
Awesome. And the French Open begins, so you guys have some viewing time. So, Buster, it's great to check in with you. Everybody loves hearing from you. And once again, huge congratulations. Yeah. And more, the first of, I think, a fair few Hall of Fame. We had Javi on. He said, Buster's gone into the Florida State Hall of Fame. Now the Bay Area Sports Hall of Fame. You guys know he's not even 40 yet, right? Is this? Are you okay with all these pre-40 accolades here?
Well, yeah, that's nice. I'm still 4 years away from 40, so I got some time.
You got some work to do. We'll find another Hall of Fame for you in the meantime. All right, have a great. I know you guys are going to go visit a hospital. That's great. And say hi to Kristen and the kids, and safe journey back to Georgia, and we will catch up down the road.
All right, thanks, guys. Good catching up.
Yeah, there he is, Buster Posey, Paulie.
I mean, listen, that was a treat for me. I'm sure the audience loved that. Anytime you get to hear Buster Posey in the morning, chilled out like that, and just relaxed after a big night, it's a real treat.
And the guy it's what everybody said about him when we did the book 28. He's so smart, and he listened. He was repeating things from last night, two different anecdotes. One about Patrick Willis and his uncle, and one about Andre Ward. He guy listens.
Well, listen, not only does he listen, I hate to put Murph on the spot like this, but, during breaks, Murph has been kind of filling me in on some of the stuff he saw last night. We haven't had time to get everything on the air. Would you be willing to share the riff about the next book that got a big laugh out of Buster? Because this kind of shows you that Buster has really, he's okay now. He's comfortable laughing and having a good time.
We had a little pre-media reception in the side room. Shout out to Hyatt Embarcadero, by the way. We're at my prom, Paulie.
Where is he?
Where the Untouchables didn't show up till 15 minutes before 1 a.m., then they had to shut it down.
Well, that's a big mistake. You got to make the gig. And then secondly, I got to shout out, come on, man, High Anxiety, the Mel Brooks movie.
I threw that at 3 or 4 different people yesterday and got blanked.
That's unfortunate.
I was like, isn't this where High Anxiety was? Some people were like, I got no idea what you're talking about.
We're talking Mel Brooks now.
And I said, admittedly, not his finest work.
No, but still, it was shot right there in the hotel, though. It's very relevant.
The only guys who remember that.
Shout out old San Francisco. Still lives on.
Anyway, and so we're in this little sort of side room, little cheese and crackers and media and all that.
Are you talking Breeze or what kind of?
Brie, and I ate some damn Brie. I did.
Was there Munster?
By the way, it's not cool to go eat that stuff because people are being discreet. I'm not going to eat. I was like.
Yeah, but you got to get some in the tank. Yeah, you really do have to eat before those things.
I'm starting to eat, and then somebody comes over to say something. You got food in your mouth.
You're like, you're not eating the Brie, are you? I'm like, well.
Anyway, Cam Inman, the great 49er writer for the San Jose Mercury News,
good dude.
My longtime pal. Yeah. I'm talking to Buster, setting the table for the night, telling him what we're going to do, and Cam walks up with his big grin. He goes, "Hey, didn't you two write a book together?" And we said, "Ha ha." He said, "Hey, is there going to be a sequel?" And I said, "Yeah. We're going to call it 29.
See?
And Buster laughed.
Yeah.
Legit
See,
laughed.
that's actually a big moment right there.
So there you go.
Yeah.
So there you go, Paulie. The dad humor.
Hey.
It's a little pelt,
Well, again, I'm just
laugh
saying.
at all the jokes.
You just contrasted with how Buster was when he was playing ball. He was very serious about the task at hand. Those kind of moments were far and few between. It's just great to hear him relax like this now.
What do you say about Bailey easy, calm control.
Yeah.
Was that it? Find that, Waterboy, if you can find that calm, confident control. Well, find the exact phrase.
I also like it when we're talking about Schmidt and we go, yeah, he can really fire the ball across the diamond like 94 miles an hour. And then he goes, yeah, well, if you talk to Crawford, he'll tell you he could do that too.
He said, except for I think he'd be wrong.
Yeah.
That's what he said. So,
Yeah.
breaking balls always at all times.
Nice work, man. Nice work.
So we do have a quick hit on the NBA.
Oh.
Jovan Buha, who covers the Lakers for The Athletic,
You know,
just to check in. They're saying LeBron might have to get surgery on his foot. Does this affect his trade value?
Not
my question.
Not only the LeBron James stuff going on, Murph, we haven't had a chance to talk, and it's understandable. We've had a lot going on today, but we haven't talked at all about the game you didn't see because you had your hands full at the event. But I watched the Celtics Heat. I'm starting to get a little panicky now on behalf of Pat Riley and Spoelstra.
Everything's going to be all right.
I know, but it wasn't when the game was played. In fact, Murph, the quietest game Butler's had this entire postseason.
We'll see. We got one tomorrow night. We'll see on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
Yeah, Kipe and I combined for a few less homers than those two guys did. They were sitting right next to us. So.
Here's what's trending now.
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
Jeremy Affeldt stopped by the afternoon show with Tolbert and Copes yesterday to talk about the Giants bullpen game and why they have been so successful recently. To hear that podcast and more, check out what's trending now on the all-new KNBR app.
Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. This has been the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Do you want to pay less taxes this year? Learn more. Listen to David's show every Saturday morning on KNBR or call 1-866-PROTECT. KNBR Heads. Fill your feed by following the sports leader on Facebook. This is KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM.
Steph Curry's a one to play with, for sure.
That was LeBron James in 2022. We're going to talk LeBron James in 2023 and some NBA with the Athletics' Jovan Buha, who covers the Lakers. We've had Jovan on before. It's nice to have him back. And Jovan, you are on the LeBron watch, as one is when he covers the NBA. So welcome back to Murph and Mac. How are you, man? Good morning.
I'm doing well. Thank you for having me.
Oh, yeah. How is it now? I guess is there news that he may need surgery on his foot? What is there news, Jovan?
No official update on that, but that always really loomed as a possibility ever since he came back. The first night we spoke with him, we hadn't talked to him in about a month at the time. He shared that he spoke with several doctors, consulted with several doctors who all advised season-ending surgery. He went to the LeBron James of feet, who figured out a way for him to sidestep that and return earlier than expected. So, just personally, as someone who watched him on a daily basis, I feel like he was never, clearly not 100% at any point since his return. I just felt like he didn't have the same burst and athleticism. I mean, there was a stretch early in the season when I think he had 9 or 10 straight 30-point games. I think at a 48-point game, that was not the LeBron we saw after he returned from that foot injury. So, I think on the one hand, it definitely saved the Lakers season and gave them some momentum going into the postseason, where they were able to kind of gel as a group and make that Western Conference Finals run. But at the same time, I don't think he was ever right. And I think it ultimately kind of put a ceiling on how good that team could be with that version of him.
Well, I mean, this is the intrigue that we're going into, his foot and his future. So, Jovan, I guess, the elephant in the room is, would he go anywhere else other than the Lakers? And if so, do the Warriors factor in? I mean,
that's the question.
This is what happened. I mean, I know, listen, there's part of it that's ridiculous. No, it's not going to happen. And the other part of it is it ridiculous?
Maybe not.
So I just wonder, Jovan, just in terms of the NBA, we've been surprised by a million things. Where Kevin Durant has gone, where James Harden has gone, Kyrie Irving has gone. I mean, there are surprises in the NBA. So what's your realistic take on the possibility of LeBron James to the Warriors?
I think it's certainly possible. I would definitely put them, if you were looking at realistic alternatives to him playing for the Lakers, I think the Warriors have to be in the top 2 or 3. And I think if you study LeBron James' career, when he has these types of losses, 2010 they lose in the second round to Boston. He leaves that summer to Cleveland. 2014 they get swept lose in 5 in the finals to San Antonio. He goes back to Cleveland from Miami, and then 2018 they get swept in the finals by Golden State, and then he goes to LA. And I think you've kind of seen it's been every few years with now him kind of breaking that exception in LA where he's been there for 5 years. But I think he is kind of taking this loss hard, and he had basically had a 40-point triple-double in Game 4, and that still wasn't good enough to even get a game in the series. So I think if he does, decide to, obviously first to come back and to not retire, but then 2, to say, okay, I don't like LA's future. I don't think this is the right place for me. I do think Golden State would be either at or near the top of that list. So I think from that perspective, it's not crazy. I think some of the trade packages I've seen might be a little crazy. Where I think, if you're LA at that point, you're probably rebuilding, so you are prioritizing young guys. But I'm sure they probably want some picks back or something. But yeah, I think like obviously he's got the Draymond relationship. He and Steph have known each other for years, so I think it's possible, and I think that team would be really, really good, if not the favorites, depending on what the trade package looks like. But yeah.
No, it would be like a phenomenon in the NBA. I mean, the jerseys would be flying out of the stores. Well, my question would be, clearly the Warriors are very attractive for all the reasons you just went through, Jovan. But what about the other teams he might consider? You say Warriors up near the top of the list. There might be a couple of like, what would the other ones be that he would consider? Other teams.
I mean, it's tough because, looking around, like on paper, I feel like LA just makes the most sense still with his family having roots here now. Right. They having a couple houses, having his son now going to USC. I think, and his other son is now transferring high schools in the LA area. So I just think with him being who he is and his family being as important as it is to him, I think it would be tough for him to be in another city. So I still think LA is the overwhelmingly favorite. I think Cleveland's up. There's Cleveland in that potential reunion where, if you kind of look at what they needed that kind of big wing forward type this year. Yeah. And I feel like you could see him easily sliding into that starting lineup, and making that work. But that's the only other one I could really look at off the top of my head. Unless there's another team, what do you guys think?
Well, Warriors, Cleveland.
I feel like it's Warriors or one of the LA teams. For the point you said about his son playing ball there, it'd be hard for me to see him leaving town just as his son arrives.
Hey, just for fun, why don't we throw him with Jokic up in Denver?
We could send him to Denver, maybe. I don't know.
That would be hilarious.
Hey, Jovan, we only have a couple minutes left here. Just on the way, I just have a personal question on LeBron. Just, he gets so much guff from people who love flop or he's not Michael Jordan, he's a diva and all, whatever.
Any number of,
He's also done such incredible things with his, he's stayed out of trouble.
He's awesome off the court.
Nose clean, and he's done all this charity work in schools and all that. Well, what's he like to cover? What's he like? Do you find him to be kind of an unbearable phony at times, or do you find him to be like a totally misunderstood, awesome legend?
I would say more towards the latter. Like I think it's one of those things where every now and then I kind of have that moment of like, this is, sometimes when you're in the moment you don't fully appreciate it, and I try to kind of reflect sometimes and be like, look, like when I look back at my career 30, 40 years from now, whatever, saying I covered LeBron James for a few seasons is probably going to be one of my highlights. Like I'm going to be able to say I covered at top 3 player, depending on however you want to view it. But that's special. And I think just kind of seeing, I talked about this recently, but he has this documentary crew that is constantly filming. So that they're in the locker, like we go in the locker room, they're already in there filming stuff. And it is interesting. I'm really fascinated to see where his documentary ends up going in terms of just direction, and because they just have so many hours of content. Like it's incredible how much content they're going to have. And obviously the Last Dance is the blueprint for that. But I think that part's interesting too, of just how comfortable he is in front of a camera. And with guys in the locker room, it's usually they don't want the media in there. They don't want us coming in with our phones and our recorders. And LeBron has basically brought in a full-fledged camera crew to record basically everything, including when we're not in there as well. So I'm sure there's private conversations and whatnot happening. So I just think to your guys' point, like he's one of the few athletes that we've seen really be like a child star, and it hasn't really changed him. It hasn't made him go crazy the way others have gone in the past. Like he just kind of matured in front of our eyes and continued to always do the right thing. So I think, LeBron is one of one for many reasons, but I think his ability to handle all that attention and scrutiny really is unprecedented for someone who grew up in the social media era.
Yeah, it's great to get your perspective, man. So, all right, well, we'll follow it. Obviously, the foot surgery is a possibility, and then the summer of the Warriors is going to get really gnarly, and we'll figure it out. So, just fun to check in, Jovan. Always love reading
Thanks,
you in The
Jovan.
Athletic.
Good
Thanks
stuff,
for coming
man.
on.
Thanks, guys.
All right.
Appreciate you.
Yeah, Jovan Buha, good writer for The Athletic.
Just kind of tack this on. It's amazing, like how complimentary I've become with LeBron James, like in the last couple of weeks. But I do have to give him his due. He's all these years, he's still playing at an incredibly high level. What did he have? 30 in the first half, at 35, whatever it was of the game. Even though they got eliminated,
40 in the finale.
Yeah, no, that's what I'm saying.
The guy, like
he's 170.
Like
he's
if
out
Steph
here.
scored 40, we'd be like, Steph scored 40.
It would have been nice if he had a teammate or two to kind of help him out.
Doing this with a foot that needs tendon surgery.
And I was going to mention, Jovan mentioned Jovan mentioned the Last Dance, and it's funny because I've been kind of checking back in on the Last Dance when I don't have anything else to watch or I'm bored. I'll check out an episode, and I noticed that when Mike. It just is a good refresher to like this angle, like that when Michael would deal with the press, he was a total pro. Like he was never temperamental. He would always go face the music, regardless of what was going on. The gambling scandals, the New York thing in Atlantic City, he would go out there to be 1,000 mics in his face and he would answer every question. LeBron always kind of strikes me like that too. Like I don't see him as being temperamental with the media, like not that I can remember. Like he's a pro when it comes to facing the music and answering questions. Like he's always right there.
There's something about him that drives a lot of people crazy.
Well, it's the diva stuff on the court for me. It's the begging
hurts.
for calls. Like if you look at the final still shot of Jokic running off the court with his fist up, and in the background LeBron is begging for a foul. Like that's, I think, what people.
Somebody said in a text said, "You guys are complimenting Patrick Bailey and Buster Posey for stealing strikes. How is that different than flopping? In both times, you're trying to fool the officials.
It's a bad look when you got a guy the size of Patrick Willis throwing himself onto the floor.
You're trying to cheat.
Yeah,
like you're trying to like overly dramatize something." I said, "Well, I understand. It's a clever text. I get it." But there's something embarrassing and unseemly about the physical flop. You know what I mean?
Couldn't say it any better. And Murph,
like the physical comedy. It's got to be good.
Totally. And speaking of cheat, I don't want to cheat any of our great listeners out of a cup of coffee on a Friday, on Reggae Friday before Memorial Day. 408 checks in and goes, Paulie Mac, I'm a little hungover. Can I get my coffee?
Anybody want more coffee?
I got you covered.
I'm making coffee. You want coffee?
Back to day one.
Okay, that's it. All right, I got my coffee. Take it away. I'm done.
Feel better, 408.
And me last night, water only the entire night.
Oh, that's my guy. You got to be a pro.
I'm tired.
Well,
despite the entreaties of Paul from Pleasanton.
Dude,
who kept trying to pour wine down my throat.
Same thing when I went to Freestone Peaches rehearsal the other night. Those guys are drinking beers, having a good time. Paulie Mac, have a beer with us. I'm like, bro, I got to drive like an hour to get home. I'm getting up in 3 hours.
Yeah.
I can't do it. So
all of a sudden, we've turned into Steve Young.
I know.
I mean, we're doing our thing. So we're doing our
nice,
thing.
Dude.
By the way, I'm going to show you something that's going to blow. In the break, I'm going to blow Paulie's doors off.
I'm ready.
There's a Twitter handle called NBA Cobwebs. And it's a repeat of the Game 2 1977 finals. Portland's Maurice Lucas and Philadelphia's Daryl Dawkins.
Oh, the fight.
Wait till you see this.
I can't wait.
They used to go so hard.
Boxing stance. Dude, they'd be throwing jabs.
And by the way, in the middle of their boxing stance, some random fan comes flying in from the crowd and tries to tackle him at the ankles. And
Shout
they start
out the
attacking
NBA
this
in the
guy,
70s. Dude, it was the Wild West.
They each got this is the real reason why it's being up here, because it was on this
flagrant,
date
no
in
suspension.
1977, so it was 46 years ago today.
I'm going to say no flagrants.
No, they each were fined $2,500 and given a warning by the commissioner, Larry O'Brien.
I will. Don't make me have to come see you guys. This is a warning. Yeah.
All right. Hey, Bill Lasky, Tree, our buddy. He's got a Vita Blue tribute show coming
Bill.
up. Then we'll ask him a couple questions about the Giants.
Totally.
On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
Steph Curry's a I want to play with, for sure.
KNBR heads. Our digital team is dropping daily dimes on TikTok until it gets banned at the sports leader. We are KNBR.
Well, we got controversy here.
Okay, what happened?
Well, it's a Reggae Friday.
Right.
But Bill Lasky, who's our great friend.
I love Bill.
We love Bill. We listen to him on the weekends. He's fabulous. He just requested Earth, Wind, and Fire, which, of course, this is one of my all-time favorite bands. You know, I've seen them live a couple of times, and I'll go Earth, Wind, and Fire 24/7, 365. However, it is a Reggae Friday. And as much as we love Bill, is he allowed to veto a Reggae Friday?
Well, it looks like it's been done.
Marcus, do you want to? Oh, it's for Vita. Okay, well, there you go. That's it then. Yes, he is. Yes, he is. It's for Vita. Okay.
Makes a lot of sense,
well, thank you. I needed an answer, and I got it.
It makes me like Vita even more now, knowing that he was a big Earth, Wind, and Fire guy,
By the way,
man.
there are reggae covers of Earth, Wind, and Fire out there we could have done.
What a great track.
Bill Lasky, the great,
man.
the great weekend host and Giants pitcher and dear friend of Vita Blue. Tree, it's great to have you on any reason to honor Vita, a better reason. Good morning, Bill. How are you?
Gentlemen, how are you both? And I know Paulie Mac's going to love this tribute to Vita Blue. It's a lot of music. I got Vita Blue's playlist, and we're listening to Motown from the OJs, the Commodores, Smokey Robinson, Lionel Richie, Jackson 5, Tina Turner. Paulie Mac, you're going to be psyched to listen to
I'm going
this
to bump Paulie Mac aside here. You're talking my music here. I'm the OJs guy. I'm the Commodores guy. He's the Grateful Dead Who guy. This is like, I grew up with a brother who was, my older brother was the king of R&B in the 70s. He passed it on to my sister, who passed it on to me. You talk stylistics, dramatics, Shy Lights, OJs, you name it. Seen them all, been to them all, Spinners, you name it. When is this show, Bill? When is this?
Well, it's Sunday, May 28th. And, I grew up in Toledo, so Detroit was the Motown capital of the world. And my parents had Motown on all the time. So when Vita and I talk music, it was Motown all the time. We're listening to it all the time. And that's what I did on the show. May 28th, right after the Giants game.
That's just this Sunday.
Yeah, a half hour is the KNBR wrap, and then of course Extra Innings comes on after, and I'll do a little intro and everything, and then you're in for about 2.5 hours of the greatest interviews I had. I interviewed over 30 people from Orlando Cepeda, Raleigh Fingers, Chili Davis, Jack Clark, and then I went Bip Roberts, Shooty, Joey Youngblood, Tito, and then I kind of went into the media with John Shea, Mark Ibanez, Vern Glenn. I did a segment with Greg Papa, and then I did the big time hitters, Rennell, Murph, of course, Mike Murphy, Steve Vucinich, Mario Alioto, Larry Baer, and then I ended with Michelle Lewis, who is the founder of Northern Lights School that Vita did so much work for. And then I ended with Derek Blue, his son, and we kind of talk about the family and what's next in the celebration of life that they're going to do for him.
Man, Bill.
Awesome.
This is like the true, well, first of all, kids out there, you got to put in the work. And Bill's put in the work here. He's chased down all these voices. So that's
cool,
we
man.
want to pay tribute to for doing the work. And then second of all, what an act of friendship. I mean,
love, man. It's all about love.
Yeah, this guy, you clearly you want your friend to be, listen, this is as old as human civilization itself, rituals of farewell and burials and all this. And you're putting in I'm very touched by this, Bill, man. Tell me.
You got to listen to it, Murph. When you listen to it, I tell people, grab a cold one and grab a box of Kleenex, because some of these interviews I have are so touching and so sentimental to Vita Blue, and that's what I wanted to get. And what's funny, Tony Farias, one of the young producers there, and he's my producer for Extra Innings. I sat down with him, not even maybe last Wednesday, and I said, I want to do this, and here's the perfect day because it's 11 o'clock game. We can get it in the middle of the afternoon, Memorial Day. People might be kicking back. And he goes, okay, you create it, and I'll produce it. Well, after 2 days, he said, I didn't know you knew how many people you know. You just unbelievable list of people. And I go, and I'm literally keep going. And I kept going. And then I had to start axing off some of the friends. So what we're going to do on Monday, on Memorial Day, is I'm going to have a tribute for people to call in and talk about Vida. And some of the sincere friends he had that couldn't get on this, they still want to talk. So we're going to kind of continue it with the fan base on Monday.
Yep.
Still talk Giants baseball, no doubt. But at the same time, these next Sunday and Monday are all about Vida.
So, it's funny, Bill. I was a kid in the 70s when Vida came over to the Giants. So that 78 Giant team is a big one for Murph and I. We were like 10, 11 years old, and they just brought baseball back to life in San Francisco. The fans came back. They drew over 1 million that year, and right in the center of that was Vida Blue. And I can't, I'm asking, it's really a question because I don't know the answer, but I don't remember any other baseball player who left such a big imprint on both Bay Area teams, the A's and the Giants, and was also an all-star for both teams.
Zito's close.
Okay, Zito's a good one. That's a good one. But Vida started the All-Star game. Like when he came to the Giants, he had such a great year. He started the All-Star game for the National League. I'm just saying it's another thing that makes him so unique and so beloved on both sides of the Bay.
No doubt about it. And when you hear all these interviews, you start talking about some of the great players. But again, Vida won 3 World Series with the Oakland A's, came over to the Giants, as you said, an all-star. He was the only pitcher to start the National League and American League all-star game. Right. And the other thing I included in here are clips. He was on the Bob Hope tour. I got that, a Dick Cavett show, nice. Kurt Gowdy from the all-star game. And then I found a clip from 1969. He was on NBC Nightly. And in that clip, Sally, his mom, talks about Vida, and I thought that was so exceptional how I found that, and it's just great. And this is all a tribute to him. We're doing like 20 to 25-minute segments. I do a clip with certain people, like Chili Davis, Billy North, Jack Clark. I drop a song from his Motown list behind them. So there's a meaning to that song for those people.
Man,
and one of the things I did was Renelle. Of course, Renelle was so in touch with Vida. And the song I played after her was My Girl. And it's just some of those things like that. Like Tony said, I didn't know you were a DJ. And I go, I didn't either. But it was just the list of songs and how I felt he loved those people and how I presented it.
By the way, shout out Little Tony. He's rolling this whole. We call him Little Tony because he's the second Tony running. He's a little tiny guy.
Yeah.
But he's about 415 texts in. A lot of people texting in right now, Bill. But one says, I went to Giants fantasy camp, and one of my favorite memories, I karaoke'd My Girl with Vida.
Oh, nice.
So this person did. So, well, this is an act of love, Bill. It's an act of friendship, and it's an act of Bay Area. So last night was the Bay Area Sports Hall of Fame induction, and Buster Posey and Patrick Willis and Julie Foudy and Andre Ward and Gary Payton. But, Bill, we did an in memoriam tribute. And Sam Spear was on it, and I was like, oh, gosh.
Yeah, very
John
cool.
Madden.
He touched a lot of people,
the
Murphy
last,
Mac, and I think you guys know that.
The last face-up was Vida, and it just sent the room. The room just felt it, man. The room felt it. So this is great. This is a true act of friendship and love. It is Sunday after the game. After the game. Right?
And don't forget, Saturday now, I'm even going to throw you another curveball, gentlemen. On Saturday, extra innings, I'm sitting down with David VR today and doing a one-on-one with him and seeing how he's dealing with Sacramento River Cats and how the move that he had to do and what he's doing to prepare to get back to the big leagues. And then right after that, I sat down with the Hall of Famer Robin Yount, and that interview is outstanding.
I'd like to watch that guy hit. Hey, by the way, how was your curve, Bill? You said throwing a curveball. How was the Lasky curve?
I had a slow curve.
Okay. Yeah, what was it?
Just off speed
if there was a gun on it, if there was a gun on it, what do you think? We in the 80s?
80, 82, 83.
And what were you popping? What do you think you were popping? Your best four-seam rising fastball, what was it?
Probably 92, 93. That's about all I had. I had sinker slider. If you ever hear Ron Wotus, it's always sinker slider, bone chips movement.
Tree, great stuff, man. And hey, tell David VR the Lonnie Walker story from the Lakers. They call him the Stay Readies. You got to stay. Lonnie Walker
ready, man.
Beat the Warriors by staying ready and scoring 15 points in that fourth quarter. And they said, we call it the Stay Readies. and you never know. So David VR, man,
Absolutely.
I know it's not happening right now, but if he stays ready, he doesn't know. He could play a big role later this year, you know?
You know, Murph, I got to know him when he was in Double-A. I did a few interviews, and I got to talk to him in the off-season. I really got to know David VR, and he's such a special person, and I'm just so excited to talk to him because I want to hear what he has to say and how his mindset is and how he's focused to be that next guy up, just like you said.
All right, Bill, we can't wait for that and all weekend long for this
Sunday.
Yeah,
Yes.
this suddenly, and I can't wait to hear the tunes. I'll send
Well,
you.
you got to listen to it live because, as you guys both know, if you put it in a podcast, all the music disappears because of all the licensing, and that's why I said you got to listen to it live.
I'll be
on
there,
Sunday.
man. I'll be listening.
Okay. All right, Paulie Mack and Murph, thank you so much,
Heck
and I
yeah.
hope you guys all enjoy the show. It's from the love of my heart, and like you said, little Tony put his heart and soul into it too.
That's it.
Bill Lasky.
Bill, thanks,
on
man.
I'm a guest line.
Yeah, have a good weekend.
Jeez, Paulie was today in my imagination.
A lot
was
of
today.
emotion today. I almost lost it at one point today talking about Willie McCovey. I almost lost control.
I mean, I told you guys all the stories from the Bay Area Sports Hall of Fame, whether it was Andre Ward
and Mike Singletary and Willis. You're my son and all this.
and then Paulie and McCovey,
You
and
know
now
what I mean?
and then Buster coming on today and kind of putting it all into perspective.
Nothing like friendship, dude. I'm a fan of shout out if you're a fan of friendship, the whole concept, because that's Bill just carrying on Vitus Spirit. I really appreciate that.
As the great Jon Stewart, when he had his daily show back in the early 00s, and Springsteen was on one tour, and Stewart was doing his little, sitting down at the desk. He's like, "Went and saw Bruce Springsteen and the E Street Band last night." Stewart's like shuffling the papers. He's like, and he looks at the camera. He goes, "You a fan of Joy?"
Yeah. Well,
anybody out there a fan of Joy?
and
Anybody out there?
just since you mentioned his name, I'll throw it out there. So Bruce Springsteen, a lot of times in the old days, he would introduce the song "No Surrender," which is actually about, some people think it's about Little Steven. And he would say, before he would play the song, he would go, "This one's for friendship." And then he played "No Surrender." Yeah.
Oh no, I thought they were. I always think of them
Bobby
as
Jean,
two
too.
hearts too.
Even Bobby Jean is about Little Steven.
I like when I like when they sing "When I'm Out on the Street."
Yeah. Oh. See you at Chase Center, y'all.
How about two hearts are better than one?
All of them.
Have those tickets gone on sale?
Oh yeah. Yeah, you got to
I didn't get mine.
Don't worry, bro. They're not going anywhere. They're charging an arm and a leg. We'll talk. Don't worry about it.
I'll be there.
Yeah,
There's
I
no
know.
question I'll be there.
Same here.
What's the day?
December, well, it's two shows. I want to say December 9th, 7th and 9th, I think, top of my head. It's
And then
Friday
we're not
and
going
a
to
Sunday.
Army Navy then.
Yeah,
Army
I'm already booked to see the boss. I already spent the money.
If they invite me back to Dublin, that's the week.
Yeah.
I don't want to miss
I'll
Bruce in
send
San
you some
Francisco.
videos.
I'll send you some
Yeah,
videos.
I don't know
That
what
ain't
to
gonna
say.
do it. Hey, we got a fate. Bring it in right now, Marcus. This is how we do it. So we wanted to do Vita to honor Earth, Wind, and Fire, but I said, but you can't.
Is this a mashup? Yeah, this ain't even a cover. This is like a mashup. I can tell by the vocal.
You can't not do Reggae Friday. So Marcus found a reggae cover.
No,
of Earth, Wind,
it's
and
not a
Fire.
cover. It's a mashup. So they took the vocal and put it on a reggae bed. That's the actual vocal. Yeah.
You sure?
Yeah.
I don't think so. I think that's a reggae vocal.
Give it up. I don't know. You got the source. No, I'm saying that's the original vocal.
Wait.
Yeah. What are we listening to, Marcus? Tell us.
Hang on. That definitely sounds like Phil Bailey, but not Pat Bailey. And by the way, several times this year, I'm going to call Pat Bailey Phil. Now, who's the artist?
I think Paulie Mack is right because it came from a YouTube channel that's just called Mashups, and it says Earth, Wind, and Fire September Reggae Mashup.
Okay. All right. Is that... Okay. It doesn't... Either way, it works. You know what I mean? By the way, they say it's December 8 and 10, Paulie.
Yeah, I was just thanking that guy. Thank you, brother. Yeah.
December 8 and 10. And if 650 says, wait, there's a Tony littler than Tony Ryan?
Oh.
That's pretty funny.
By the way, little Tony is a pretty little dude.
Sometimes I'm surprised at creative Tony. Sometimes he walks in the room, I'm like, really? You're that short, huh?
Well, he's actually down the hall. He's here right now.
He's not standing tall down the hall. I'll tell you that right now.
Standing tall.
It's been a crazy day. Hey, you want to keep... Do I read the copy the way Triple E wrote it?
Sure.
He says, keep brocking and rolling with KNBR all day.
He does stuff like
and
that.
Catch Tim Ryan today at 1:30 with Papa and Lund.
Wow. It's all part of the Triple E charm.
And this is all part of the charm, too, hearing this. Hey, it's Memorial Day weekend. That's why we're in this mood. We're in that mood. 707 says Springsteen concert beginning to look like a geriatric ward. Well, he's not telling too many lies right there. However, we are trying to bring the younger generation in. All right. We'll hand it over to Papa and Lund on the other side on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Is that Reggae Fridays? Is that your thing? I like it.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk. Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now, Murph and Matt continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
There you go, Waterboy. That's how you finish up a Reggae Friday traditionally. Hey, just a quick anecdote from last night. Pretty funny. So I hope Raymond doesn't mind me telling this. I think he said when Raymond was with the Lakers, he was there with Shaq. And he said that we were talking about Shaq, and we were talking about Steph going on inside the NBA on TNT, and how Raymond tried to get him to sign off with, and guys, I need to do some time. I need some time to think about whether I'm going to play next year. He wanted him to riff on LeBron, but Steph didn't do it. He's like, come on, man, it would have been fun. How about Raymond trying to pull pranks?
I can't say enough about him.
But he said he was telling the story. He goes, I love to pull pranks on Shaq. He goes, I've known him so long. He said, he tells this quick story. He goes, they were going to, it was like Shaq, Kobe Lakers, and they were going to Philadelphia to play the Sixers, and they were on the bus to not the Spectrum, Wells Fargo Arena, whatever the heck it was.
Right.
He goes in and he said, Raymond, I'm doing my Shaq. Yeah. Raymond, I need 10 really good seats for tonight. 10? He goes, Shaq.
That's a lot of seats.
The game's in a few hours.
Yeah.
He goes,
Raymond, give me 10.
He goes, yeah, I know, I need 10. I need 10 really good ones.
I can't wait to hear how Raymond solves this because I know he will.
And Raymond goes, Shaq, the game is sold out.
Raymond, give me 10.
And Shaq said to him, he goes, I know. Do you know the reason it's sold out is because of me? Now I need 10 really good ones.
Oh, that's Shaq. What a great exchange. It's a great Now, and did Raymond handle the accommodation?
I'm sorry. I'm the reason it's sold out. Now I need 10 ones.
The best.
Isn't that a great story?
The best.
So anyway, congratulations again to the Bay Area Sports Hall of Fame inductees. Julie Foudy, Andre Ward, Gary Payton,
nice
Patrick
work up
Willis,
there,
and
man.
Buster.
You did a good job. Everything I saw, people are raving about it, and Murph held it down.
Led to a fun Bay Area Sports Hall of Fame big hit.
I'd say it also led to a great chat with Buster Posey. If you missed it today, we had Buster on about 8:30 today. Definitely, or 8:50 rather. Go check it out on the podcast, though. You guys will love it if you missed it.
And just in case you need to know, A's, Giants, Warriors, Sharks, Raiders, 49ers.
Yeah.
None of us took Barry Bonds or Willie Mays or
Bill
Dangerous
Walsh.
Dan took
I know Gore. Great choice by Double D back there.
Yeah.
Frank Gore needed to be represented.
831, it's Aaron who always sends in his great recap texts, and he reminds us of things. He says, great week of shows, guys. He goes, there was some questioning of Stevie Wonder's blindness.
Well, that did come up at one point when he grabbed the mic stand.
Wild LeBron to the Warriors trade rumors.
Unbelievable.
Although Jovan Buha said he wouldn't rule it out. He said that.
Yeah, no, I wouldn't either. That's why I said 25%.
Giants youth gone wild.
We are the youth gone wild.
And Waterboy, he says, I want you to enjoy Cali Roots in Monterey. That's my wife's hometown.
Me too. Have a great time, Marcus.
And do that, too.
Yeah, you know what to do down there.
Yeah, and Waterboy, sorry about Jimmy G.
Do some
Again,
skanking.
I know this morning opened with you sort of lashing out.
I'm not surprised.
Yeah, you were losing it this morning when I was driving in. You were raging.
I mean, just because we have 1 minute to kill and there's nothing, Warriors,
what do you need?
Giants. Do you want to pay tribute to Jimmy? I don't know. It's just my kind of wild idea here.
I don't know.
Hell of a ride, guys. See ya.
No, I meant,
I think I know what you mean. Marcus, how do you feel about that? You okay if we go down memory lane here?
No,
well,
I'm not, but
I'm overruling you.
So in 1985, 80s on 8, this was like the
Let
number...
it into your heart, Marcus.
This was like the number 12 song.
I'm just a Garoppolo.
To hear it
in all its glory.
To hear it in its glory.
That's Dave. He's a song and dance man.
Incredible. He's entertained like an ear-to-ear grin for 4 minutes. You know what I mean?
Dave brings a smile to your face. We need more people like that today. We really do.
Paul, and Waterboy, he'll embrace it.
In time, he'll wear you down.
It's the end zone.
Doctor he knows.
There's a reason he recorded this song.
Sing it, Marcus.
Without me.
Go.
All right, let's get out of here. Happy 3-day weekend,
Happy
everybody.
Memorial Day. Thank you, veterans.
And thanks to everyone and those who have fallen. We honor thee. Way to be. Hey,
Yes.
when it's time for a change, think Speedy Oil Change and Auto Service, your trusted oil change, tune-up, and brake experts. You're listening to KNBR and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station.
No one.
Yeah, Kipe and I combined for a few less homers than those two guys did. They were sitting right next to us. So.
That's the end of the game.
Ladies and gentlemen,
Prepare yourself
Prepare yourselves for Greg Papa.
Sleeping Boy is Superman! San Francisco!
And John Lund.
It's 10 o'clock. Let's hit it.
This is Papa and Lund.
That's right. We're getting it going.
On KNBR 104.5 and 680. 680. The sports leader. Sports leader.
Okay, welcome back to the bottom of the third. Just kidding. It's time for our starting lineups.
Here in the eighth for the Giants, still with that 1-0 lead as Conforto swings and launches it high and deep out to right center. This one on its way. It is gone. Michael Conforto on the first pitch of the eighth inning launches one, and it's 2-0 Giants. A high set from the right-hander. The 2-2 is swung on and missed. He struck him out, and the game is over. And what a night for the Giants bullpen. A bullpen game and 6 relievers combine on a shutout, a 4-hitter.
There's an idea, there's a general plan, and this coaching staff does a really good job of communicating that and communicating where some of the changes could be. But at the end of the day, nothing is set in stone, so it's boots on the ground from the first pitch on, and we're just kind of ready to go. And it's exciting, I don't know if you can have a bullpen game every single game because you'd just be mentally worn out probably by the end of a week. But when you mix them in like we do, it's exhilarating. It's a lot of fun, and especially when you can get a dub out of it.
That is John Brebbia. You heard the boys in there. By the way, that was a tremendous version, right? Third inning is what FP said, but it was actually the first inning. Joe
Worst
Rizzo.
anthem of all time, John? Where's that
Carl.
go?
Everybody
Carl
lines
Lewis,
up behind Carl Lewis and Roseanne.
Roseanne O'Donnell.
Yeah.
What was it? Rosie O'Donnell.
Rosie O'Donnell, all that. Or Roseanne Barr. Sorry, Roseanne Barr. Everybody lines up behind those two, and then it goes from there. We got a ton to get to today with the Giants, and people are praising the bullpen, and we got 49ers going on, and Bay Area Sports Hall of Fame, and A's news, and it goes on and on and on. Happy Friday. I like that we are starting out. If you're on the stream, if you go to KNBR.com, KNBR app, you can see the rally hat. We're starting rally hat today because of the Giants.
Because they're back to 500, John. When we started this, they were below 500. Great homestand. The one thing we said, they got to win on the road, and they won 3 of the first 4, 2 on a 3 in Minnesota, and one last night, obviously, in Milwaukee. But after that national anthem, they put away the events of the game before by playing great defense. How about Mike Yastrzemski's catch on Darren Ruff going over the wall? And I think that would have gone over the wall or scraped the top of the wall and gone over. And then to go opener. And you heard John Brebbia saying we can't go opener every single day. They've done it twice on this road trip in 4 games on Monday in Minneapolis, and they give up 1 run. And last night with Patrick Bailey, John, just got here a week ago, catching all those different arms, a 4-hit shutout. Just impressive. And didn't Brebbia start the game in Minnesota? And then he pitches the 8th and 9th inning, last night. But just the way they went through it, to start Scott Alexander, and he just goes through 1, and then go right to Taylor Rogers because they had Rowdy coming up in the pocket of lefty, so Cap let him start early, and then the next inning, and then Jacob Junis, Sean Manaea throwing the hell out of the ball, and then you go back to the other Rogers twin, and ultimately the bearded Brebbia. And here they are, John. The rally cap has worked. After a 6-13 start, they have gone 9-12 since April the 22nd to get to 500 yet again. Now, can they get over 500 tonight? They've not been over 500 all year.
That is the big key. And look, the one thing that impressed me, and I know we'll get to the bullpen, and to me it's just too short of a sample size to start lauding those guys just yet. But defensively, like you said, the catch that Yastrzemski had that I think would have taken a home run, like you said, away from Darren Ruff, and then the barehanded play against Adames that J.D. Davis made at third base. Every time you think, well, let's just, let's stick Casey Schmidt there, whatever. It's Schmidt, it's short, and it's J.D. Davis. That was a hell of a barehanded play by him. So, it just shows you every single night. If you get those outs, you don't give extra outs or steal outs from a team, how much easier things can become for you. So, really impressive. And then Michael Conforto's doing his best Barry Bonds. What is that, 7-14 for Conforto? My goodness, man.
Michael Conforto, and we picked him. Go back to the home opener, John. We had our Danny's Big Poll, who's going to lead the Giants in home runs. and Michael Conforto was the people's choice. But you look at what Michael Conforto has done. On May the 11th, John, he was hitting 168, and he has had 7 homers and 13 runs in the last 14 games. He's now up to 239. He's raised his batting average 71 points. And last night, he gets the home run, but he also, the opposite field approach and going 4 for 4 last night. I mean, you have some hitters right now that are, Lamont Wade Jr. gets on base more than any player in baseball. Tyro Estrada right now is an all-star. His combination of batting average, he's obviously more aggressive than Wade, but he's a perfect number 2 hitter. They had 4 stolen bases last night, John. And then you have Michael Conforto. So your 1, 2, and 3 hitters right now are setting the tone. J.D. Davis has gone to a bit of a funk a little bit. Yaz is trying to refine his swing. You got to get Haniger going at some point here. He had another 0 for last night. He's hitting 193 on the year. So your 4, 5, and 6 are not doing well. But then the bottom of the order are all the rookies. Blake Sable wound up DHing last night. And how about the back-to-back doubles last night from Casey Schmidt and Patrick Bailey, who was hitting a solid 235 in the way he's catching. So the outlook on this season, we are going to talk to Ron Wotus coming up at 10:30. First of all, congratulations to Buster Posey. Great job by Murph last night, emceeing and doing the Q&A with the Bay Area Sports Hall of Fame. Patrick Willis went in, Gary Payton went in, Julie Foudy went in, and Andre Ward, and obviously Buster. So you want to get Wody's thoughts on the career of Buster Posey. But what's he seeing from Patrick Bailey? And then we have been trying to talk to Wody for a while here since Casey Schmidt was recalled, John, because he said he's a third baseman, not a shortstop. He can obviously play both. But where is Casey Schmidt's ultimate, best position in Major League Baseball? And then we got to ask Wody the hard questions. Last night, Craw was not in the lineup. Where's he at right now? J.D. Davis is in a bit of a funk, as I said. So the daily debate, you want to play Schmidt every day, have Estrada out there as much as he can play, and Bailey catch as much as he can catch. The real debate from day to day and composing the lineup is J.D. Davis versus Brandon Crawford.
Yeah, we're going to talk to Ron Wotus about that at 10:30. Do not miss it. The Silver Fox, he's looking good on TV these days. Andrew Baggerly at 11:30. We'll discuss more Giants there. Matt Mayoko at 11:50. We'll get an update on the 49ers camp. And ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls of all ages, I almost led with this because it's been so long. Bro, Tim Ryan out from hibernation at 1:30. I know that's a ways away, but plan your day around Tim Ryan at 1:30. That's all.
And I'm just going to let him go. We'll steer him a little bit on, what did he say the last time we spoke to him right after the NFC Championship loss? They need a war daddy, which means another big tackle next to Eric Armstead since Steve-O left, and they've gotten that in Javon Hargrave. But I want to hear his thoughts, obviously, on the whole team, what Steve Wilkes is doing defensively, and Tim sees it all. So I'll be out there next week on Wednesday for OTAs. I'll be there Wednesday and Thursday. We're doing the State of the Franchise on Thursday. But I do want to get E.O. Bro's thoughts on what's going on. Have the Arizona Cardinals released DeAndre Hopkins?
Yeah, that is the biggest story when you click on social media right now. Everybody's got that up that's related to football. So DeAndre Hopkins, who it doesn't surprise me just because he did an interview on I Am Athlete last week and basically bashed the organization, tried to be nice, but just couldn't help himself, and Kyler and Colt McCoy, and he pretty much burned any bit of bridge. Yeah, but
I thought they were going to be able to trade him. And the issue was the reworking of his contract. So I don't know how much of that's guaranteed. I think he makes over $19 million, John. So, I mean, they couldn't get anything back in draft pick compensation at all for D-Hop. They just had to flat out release him. And now where does he go? The interesting thing to be, the Bills would be in play for him, obviously. Kansas City, I think, would be in play for him. You heard rumors in the offseason about, and it's still the offseason, about New England and Bill Belichick going to get him. And I remember when he came back after, missing the start of last year with the PED suspension and the injury, Belichick was just raving about, you're the best wide receiver in football and you haven't played most of the year. But then you got Bill O'Brien is his offensive coordinator in New England, and it was Bill O'Brien that traded DeAndre Hopkins away from Houston. I'm not sure what their relationship is now, John. It did not end well in Houston, so You got D-Hop with those size 5X hands available on the street. Who's going to pick up DeAndre Hopkins?
So that is the big national story. He's been released by the Cardinals. All right, we'll get into everything. Ron Wotus is going to join us at 10:30. A couple of notes on the Giants as well at 500, but this one feels different. We'll talk about it next, and then we'll hit up Ron Wotus at 10:30 to talk about how much better the defense has gotten and the toughest question, which is, what do you do with Brandon Crawford, one of his favorites? We'll do that in about 20 minutes. It's Pop and Lund, only here on the Sports Leader.
Here's what's trending now.
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
The Giants are at 500. Can they keep it up? Can they actually get over 500? That's story trending now on the all-new KNBR app.
noise and kick it with KNBR on the gram for everything Giants. Follow the sports leader on Instagram at KNBR.
One pitch, Ruff swings. It's a high, deep drive out to right center. It's hit well. Yastrzemski back on the track. Yaz leaps, and Yastrzemski makes the catch. What a play, Mike Yastrzemski. He takes a homer away from Darren Ruff, his former teammate.
Great call by Joe Rizzo. Play of the game, Mike Yastrzemski takes a home run away from Darren Ruff, and Ruff kind of gives him that smile, and then right underneath the mustache, you see Yaz keep it cool, and then as Ruff smiles at him, he kind of gives him a little smile back, and the Giants are at 500. So, Mike, the thing I keep thinking about this team is, and we're going to have Ron Wotus join us at 10:30, is that why am I excited over 500? Now, they got off to a poor start, as you said, 6-13. Maybe that's it, and they're back to 500, and let's see if they can get over 500. But in a market like this, like if you're an A's fan and they're as bad as they are, I mean, if you're a 500 to be happy, or certain teams in Washington Nationals to be happy at 500, but we're happy. It seems like I could be wrong. Text line is wide open, but it seems like we're excited for 500. Why do you think
Well, we
that is?
should be, because last year they were 14-7 to start the year in April. And then May, June, July, and August were terrible for a lot of reasons. Injuries, the bullpen, just everything. And then they rallied at the end. And for the first time in the history of the franchise, going back to the 1883 inception as the New York Gothams, they finished exactly at 500 at 81-81. And I thought it was important to get there. You know, the talking point of the offseason, had you not gotten there from 107 wins to a losing year. Well, they didn't have a losing year. They didn't have a winning year, but they were 500, and they had to play their asses off in September and show some pride to get there. So I thought it was important. This year, it's a complete reversal from 14-7. You know, they were doing well right around Father's Day, and then, you know, they got walked off in Pittsburgh. Crawford got hurt, and the season unraveled. This year, you flipped it around because you came into the year with existing injuries. Mitch Haniger, Austin Slater start the year on the IL. Remember the matchups they could not get against left-handed pitching, John? It was terrible. Lamont Wade Jr. was taking all these left-on-left at-bats. It's like that's not his thing. And they couldn't get going at all. Logan Webb got off to a slow start. The bullpen was bad. You noted it to me every single day, how the defense has not improved at all, and they hadn't. And then they call up Casey Schmidt. They start by getting Haniger back. They got Slater back briefly, and then Slater got hurt right away. I mean, going into that game, we keep saying it, April the 22nd against the Mets, the night before, they lost 7-0. They were 6-13. You thought, how are they going to do this? Well, they just played better. Crawford hit a bomb a week after his 2-air, should have been 3-air game in Detroit. Webb started the shove. You got Joey Bart going a little bit. He had a great defensive game. You beat the Mets twice. You beat St. Louis 3 times. You went to Mexico City and got derailed a bit, but you went to Houston, took 2 out of 3 from the champs, took 2 out of 3 from Milwaukee. Call up Casey Schmidt, get energized when he got up, John, against Washington. Lost the 3 in a row after winning the first game in Arizona, but since that point, they lost 1 game on the last homestand. They've won 3 out of 4. They're starting to win on the road. So this is a ascending 25-25. Tony La Russa used to always say, don't talk to me about my team or my playoff chances until we get to 500. And there were times when teams had sub-500 records in baseball and won big. But generally, and you got those 3 wild cards now, and we're looking at the division standings, and, you know, the Dodgers and Arizona are up on you. Beating Milwaukee in this series, John, would be important, whether or not Milwaukee is able to hold on and win the Central. I think St. Louis is going to come back. Atlanta's the best team in the East, but you got the Mets there. You were able to split with them, take 2 out of 3 from Miami, sweep Philadelphia. These are all teams you got to beat to get in the playoffs. So I know what you're saying. We were all depressed last year when they were 81-81 after 107 wins the year before. But this is a different 500, John. A 25-25 after a 6-13 start. They have gone 19-12. Tell me how many teams in baseball have that 1-loss record since April the 22nd. Short list.
Plus, I think that there's a big difference between, if you're, like you said, if you're 25-25 and you got an old team and you're kind of on the other side and you're going down, versus a team that, and we said this right when Casey Schmidt came up, and I don't know if he's going to continue to do the things, but last night you heard Jacob Junis praised Patrick Bailey and how great of a job he's doing to handling all these guys. And it's not easy for a catcher, especially a young catcher. We're talking about the bullpen game from a pitcher perspective. How about the bullpen game from a catcher perspective? Now here comes a bunch of guys that you really haven't caught a whole lot. And there's Junis praising this guy going, man, this guy knows what he's doing. He's stealing strikes. He's calling the right pitches. You've got this system where you got to speed up, so you got to be more reliant on your catcher to call the right pitches. You can't sit there and shake off 2 or 3 times. You don't have time to do that. So he's getting praise. We're hearing good things about Kyle Harrison. We're hearing good things about Luis Matos. All of a sudden, a 25-25, when you have some hope for the future, feels good. Just if you just looked at the record and you weren't in the market, you'd go, what's the big deal? The big deal is, as you said, Lamont Wade Jr., better defense. The bullpen is showing signs of life. All of a sudden, you're saying to yourself, okay, and they're at a critical time because I think that, look, the Cardinals are too good. They're starting to play better. I know that the Padres have a run in them. The Phillies have a run in them. At some point, because we were saying this early in the season, the Dodgers, nobody in the NL West is running away. Well, the Dodgers are being the Dodgers. So you start looking at the wild card race. Some of these teams are going to start playing well. So not only do the Giants have to get to 500, they got to start getting some games over 500, but you feel better about the team because you can see an actual light at the end of the tunnel as they're going in the right direction with a lot of these young players coming up and playing well.
So what was the offseason about? And it was probably the most disappointing offseason since a number of years. I don't know how far back we have to go, but they were open about lavishly spending. They tried to get Aaron Judge. They offered him $360. They offered Carlos Correa $350. They had to flunk him on the physical. And by the way, Correa on the IL, plantar fasciitis. Now, that's not exactly the ankle, but it's in the foot, the bottom of the foot area. Mark McGwire lost several years of his career with the plantar fasciitis. So what is going on with Carlos Correa?
He's barely hitting over 200. Ugh.
He wasn't playing well, and he said part of it was he had to go to all these physicals in the offseason to get the contract approved. Something's going on with that ankle, obviously, but he curiously goes on the IL, that day game in Minneapolis. It's like he's a scratch here. Where's Carlos Correa? And then he goes on the IL. But anyway, the offseason was tremendously disappointing. Conforto's been a nice pickup. Manaea's starting to pitch a little better. Taylor Rogers is starting to pitch a little better. But you got to get Mitch Haniger going to be sure, John. And there's some other people, Ross Stripling on the IL. When's he going to come back? But you rolled right from the expectation level of getting somebody big, getting Judge, getting Correa, getting somebody. All the shortstops that were out there. You didn't get those guys. You had to go to tier B and maybe C and, sign guys to also contracts they can opt out after 1 year. These 2 years, $25 million. Now, they're not having great years, Stripling and Manaea, so they're probably not going to opt out. We'll see. But so it was a greatly disappointing offseason. And then the season starts, and, Haniger's hurt. Austin Slater's hurt. Logan doesn't, come out right away. You go 6-13, and then it's just the infusion of the youth. And it's the two in particular. Blake Sable's been solid all along, obviously defensively. And we'll talk to Andrew Bagley about how he's got to improve defensively. And when Joey Bart comes back and Jock Peterson comes back and Austin Slater comes back, what do they do with that roster spot? They've said they want to keep him all year. But with Ron Wotus coming up, Buster last night went into the Bay Area Sports Hall of Fame. And whenever he retires, Brandon Crawford certainly is going to go into the Bay Area Sports Hall of Fame. There is no doubt. So you've got, and Craw's the last guy from the championship run. And what you're seeing here, and I'm not going to compare Patrick Bailey to Buster Posey. Buster Posey, I think, has put himself into a Hall of Fame consideration at the end of his career, if not a certainty. But we'll ask Wody. Buster, remember when Buster was drafted out of Florida State? What was the line about him? He's kind of like these quarterbacks that come into the NFL, John, and they can't look at the defense because they're all looking at the sideline for weird pictures and what are they even saying there? In college baseball at Florida State, Buster Posey did not call his own game. It was called from the bench. So he's got to learn how to call it. And he had Benji Molina to mentor him when he came up late in 09 and then obviously in 10 in May and then took over in July. But I'd have to say, we'll ask Wody, I think at this stage of his career, Patrick Bailey is further along than Buster Posey as a major league catcher. And that's, wow, that's amazing to say, but I think it's true. And then where's he going to go from there? And then Casey Schmidt defensively, and Wody's the infield guru. I want to get all of his thoughts on where it is at third, short, second, all of them. Does it matter? The guy's got one of the greatest throwing arms of all time. And then with Craw still on the roster, Buster retired a couple of years ago, and now he's an owner. How do you do this? Let's see what lineup they roll out there again tonight, John. Because if you want, we talked about this, your best offensive and defensive lineup is Estrada at second, Casey Schmidt at short, and J.D. Davis at third. It just is. Now, J.D.'s in a bit of a funk, so we'll have to look at some of the numbers. You're going to see Peralta's going tonight for Milwaukee, Freddie Peralta, and then you got Corbin Burns from St. Mary's going on Saturday. But I want to get Wodie's intel on just where Patrick Bailey is with the soft hands, the down to one knee. Does not have a great throwing arm, more like a, Buster and Thurman Munson with quick feet, quick release, but just the way he frames pitches, where is he compared to Buster at that stage of his career? And then how good is Casey Schmidt, and how do they handle Brandon Crawford's playing time delicately?
The Silver Fox, Ron Wotus, he has all of the answers to all of it, and we did. We talked to him on opening day, and he cut you off. He said Casey Schmidt's a third baseman. He's been pretty good at short as well. I think he could play all three at once. Ron Wotus probably doesn't think that. But
go to a two-man infield?
Yes, that's all they need.
Well, he's so fast, John. Can he throw it and catch it himself?
Probably.
Probably not at 94 miles per hour.
Yeah, probably not. That's a good point. I was thinking of that Bugs Bunny, that one episode of Bugs Bunny. Now playing first base, Bugs Bunny. Now playing second base, Bugs Bunny. And he would hit it and catch it and do all that stuff, but he probably is not going to do that. So anyway, we'll ask Ron Wotus all about the Giants, how this feels with all these young players, and defensively they're getting better. So we'll ask him all about it next, only here on the Sports Leader.
Be caller number 10 to 415-896-KNBR for a chance to win a pair of tickets to see your San Francisco Giants take on the Padres Monday, June 19th. First pitch, 6:45. Presented by Toyota, the MVP of MPG. With class-leading MPG and more hybrids than any other brand, Toyota, let's go places.
It's always great to be talking to our good friend Steve Moskowitz. He is going to solve all your tax issues. And today we're talking about Steve, ERC. Tell us about that.
ERC. This is where the federal government is rewarding employers by giving. That's right. It's a giveaway. It's not a loan. By giving up to $26,000 for every employee you had in 2020 and 21 to qualify. There's multiple ways to qualify. I've experienced a lot of CPAs, a lot of firms are only taking the easy way out if your gross revenue dropped by a certain amount. If it didn't, they're being turned away. If that's you, there's another alternative method. It's a facts and circumstances method. It deals with analysis. It's more complex. It's more work for the professional. So a lot of them are just not doing it. I've experienced this with our clients. If you've been turned down for ERC because of that, talk to us for a second opinion to see if you qualify. If you do, you get just as much money as if you qualify under the drop in gross revenue method.
You've got to call Steve Moskowitz because you've probably heard of ERC, but you haven't heard of it and you haven't dealt with it unless you're talking to Steve Moskowitz. Call him today and call Moskowitz LLP today at 1-888-TAX-DEAL. That's 888-TAX-DEAL. Or simply go online to MoskowitzLLP.com.
Stream your proud home of Giants baseball 24/7, 365 on KNBR.com. This is the sports leader.
It was a great evening. I think what I enjoyed the most was hearing the people that introduced each of those athletes and some of the stories they told. And, you know, as a former professional athlete myself, you can relate to so many of those stories that they mentioned, some of the ups and downs of your career and what it takes to kind of, I think Coach Singletary mentioned specifically Patrick Willis getting knocked down so many times and getting back up, and stuff like that is always inspiring.
That's Buster Posey went into the Bay Area Sports Hall of Fame last night. A tremendous group last night. Amazing. Patrick Willis and Gary Payton, and man, what a group that Buster went into. So we'll get into that conversation. Also, the Giants back at 500, playing some great defense. Bullpen looked good. Some of the young players certainly giving the Giants a spark. And let's talk to Ron Wotus about it, who you've seen on TV. And I got to tell you, Ron, first of all, thanks for joining us. Joins us courtesy of the guest line. My wife doesn't much watch the postgame show unless you're on. The old Silver Fox, she's like, who's that? I'm like, oh, that's Ron Wotus. You wouldn't like him.
Well, thank you, John. It's a heck of a compliment.
Hey, I'm telling you, man. She'll watch the game with me, but even Estes, man, Estes is a good-looking guy, and you know she's out of there.
How about Contos? No Contos?
Contos, good-looking guy, but last night she's watching. She says, "Who's that?" I said, "Yeah, that's the old Silver Fox, man. Watch out."
Okay, I have no comment for that. I don't know what to do with that.
Keep moving.
That happens to me all the time when I say weird things. But anyway, we talk about defense all the time. Let's just start with defense and just how they're doing. Like last night with Yaz with that catch, J.D. Davis with the one-hander. You love this stuff.
Yeah, no, it was a great game. I didn't get to see it because I was at the Bayshore Hall of Fame last night and did miss the game. But I got word of it and heard about the replays, et cetera, et cetera. They played good defense. Early when guys are moving around, it wasn't quite the same. We had injuries, et cetera, but they picked it up in all facets. I've been listening to you guys here. I'm in the car, and I think you guys summed up the season really, really well on what's taking place right now. And one thing, I just got a call from Kai Correa. He heard this on the radio somewhere. He had mentioned he's thinking about with these big power guys that are fly ball hitters and fly ball pitchers, putting the second baseman and the third baseman out in the outfield and leaving Schmidt at short whenever they can. So I don't know where he heard that, but he's thinking about it.
He can cover second, short, and third. And I want to get your thoughts on Bailey. But since you were at the Bay Area Sports Hall of Fame induction ceremony last night at the Hyatt Regency, give me just how was Buster? How did he handle it? And the Kipe introducing him. And then with Patrick Bailey, Wody, we were talking about when Buster came up in 2009, at the end of the year and then early in 2010, the talking point was he didn't call his own game at Florida State. It was done by the bench. You had to kind of learn that at the major league level. Now, Buster Posey's a Bay Area Sports Hall of Famer. One day he will be in Cooperstown. So to compare Patrick Bailey to Buster is blasphemous. But early in their development, could you say that Patrick Bailey is further along than Buster Posey as a receiver, a game caller, a pitch framer, all that? And then I want to hear about Buster's speech last night, Woody.
Yeah, well, you're talking about Buster and last night. What a great night! What a great event that was! And I heard Buster on the clip talking about all the people in introducing everybody. Did such a fantastic job, from Mike Singletary to the boxer's wife. His name eludes me right now. I shouldn't, but
Andre Ward, the Son of God. He lives out near us.
Yeah.
He lives out near us.
Yes, unbelievable. And I didn't know we had so many talented people from Oakland, quite honestly. But she did a tremendous job. And, of course, Kipe always does a tremendous job. He got a good laugh. I can't repeat what he said, but he got the best laugh of the night. But Buster, look, he handles everything the same way, with class and dignity and self-assurance. And it was a nice night for him. He didn't say a whole lot. We didn't hear a whole lot from all the people inducted in. But it was a wonderful night. It reminds me of the Game Changer Awards. That's another great night when a Bay Area athlete honors somebody that helped them in their career or life. And but back to your second question. I think that's a fair comment, although I have to tell you that Bailey could be further along, or is further along, than when Buster got here. Just because he didn't call his own game. He played shortstop. Buster did. He played, other positions. I think that's fair, but I have to say, I rarely noticed Buster in his game calling doing things that we needed to correct. So the great players, they don't need coaching. They just need a little guidance here and there and give them some information, and they run with it. But I think that's a fair comment. Bailey's caught his whole life. That's his strength. He was drafted because his receiving ability and his calmness back there. He's very similar to Buster in that way, self-assured, very confident, and the pitchers love throwing to him, and that's a big plus for a catcher.
Ron Woodis is joining us. We're talking Giants after the 5-0 win over the Brewers. They're now at 500, talking with Patrick Bailey. Jacob Junis did say last night that he just loves throwing to him. He's a great framer. Like you said, he's very calm back there. The guys really already like throwing to him. But is the position even more important now because there's more stolen bases? There's only either 15 or 20 seconds, so it's not like you can sit there and shake off a bunch of times. You got to have more confidence in your catcher. So I know it's really important, but is it even more important now with the rule changes?
That's an interesting question, John, and I would like to say, yeah, it can be. I know, talking to Joey Bart, we do have several starters that are calling their own game, with the pitch com, which is new, right? That never happened before, and now we have pitchers calling their own game because of the speed of the pitch com and the pitch clock, needing to get it done, and the pitchers they don't have time to go back and forth as much. And I asked Joey, how much have you changed the call? And he says, he does, because now the catchers, if the pitcher's calling his own game, the catcher's not calling the game, right? And the catcher was the guy that you could fill his head with a ton of information, and he would guide the pitcher. But it's flipped with some of these guys calling their own game. And the point I want to make is, Joey said, there are times that he would switch the call, but to your point, sometimes that clock's ticking down. He doesn't want to go ahead and try to change the call because they don't have time to get it straight. So I think that, Patrick is calling his own game, obviously, with all the relievers and the starters that aren't calling their own game. And I do think it's very important to be in sync with your catcher. If you ask the pitchers, that's the number one thing for a pitcher, is to be in sync with their catcher and have the confidence in their catcher. And Bales knows our staff. He's green. He just got here, obviously, but he's been in the organization. He's been in Major League camp. He knows all these guys, so that benefits him too. And he's a quick learner, so it's been a smooth transition for him.
Now, he caught a shutout last night, Wody, and all the different arms going to an opener. It was pretty impressive to watch, and he's swinging the bat well. You mentioned Joey Bart, and Joey does have options. They could send him down when he is healthy. But do you foresee a scenario where Joey comes back on the roster with Patrick Bailey and Blake Sable? Because Sable can part-time catch. He can DH. He's playing a pretty solid left field, and obviously his hitting is there. And it would give Cap, a 2.5 or a third catcher. I always thought, going back to your days, that Bochy was a far better manager when he had a third catcher on his 25-man roster. Do you see them using 2.5 or 3 catchers and bring Joey back on the roster on the 26, Wody?
I could see that happening. I think that's a viable option for him. One thing, about that scenario, having a third catcher is great. It'll free Sable up, to pinch hit a little bit more, make moves with the catchers if they're not swinging it. Bale is off to a great start. So has Schmidt, obviously. But, it's a long year, and you don't know what's going to transpire. The other thing is, look, the two best catchers they have on that roster are obviously Joey Bart and Patrick Bailey. And Sabes is more of a bat and has done a fine job in left field. So if they can find a way to keep the roster the way they want it and keep their flexibility with 3 catchers, I think it's an option because, one other thing about Bailey, his strong side of the offense is hitting left-handed, and obviously Sable's left-handed as well. So, Bailey's right-handed swing, although he's done well so far, isn't his strong suit. So, it's not an ideal situation to have, Bailey hitting from the left side and then Sable playing left field or DHing. It's hard to go a whole year with your backup catcher playing other positions because we know Bailey would be catching the majority of the games if they chose to try to option Joey Bart. So I do think that's a viable option for him, what you mentioned.
Ron Wotus is joining us, Pop and Lund here on the Sports Leaders. The Giants now at 500 take on the Brewers again tonight in Milwaukee. This has got to be a tough one for the organization. Brandon Crawford has meant so much, but as of right now, you look at both offensively and defensively, you're probably best in the infield, and correct me if I'm wrong, if J.D. Davis is at third, Schmidt's at short, Tyro's at second. Of course, Lamont Wade's been doing a great job at first. Is that the best defensive lineup, and how do you handle a delicate situation with someone like Brandon Crawford who has been so important to the organization?
Well, I'm not quite sure if that's the best defensive lineup. I mean, there's other things that go into it, like, range, et cetera. And J.D. has played great third base, but I still do like the lineup just as much with Craw at short and Schmidt at third. Not to take anything away from J.D. because he has played, Gold Glove caliber third base, but he is a little more limited in range. So, I heard you guys talking about, what's going to happen. For me, it's just way too early to discard Craw. It's a long season. There's still a lot of unknowns, and I think the flexibility that the team has with Craw on this roster and try to get him going. I mean, you got to remember, there's been guys just, Conforto wasn't tearing it up, the first month either. So I know Craw's had some very unusual games for him in the day games, missing some balls. We've never seen that from him before. But I like to think there's still a lot in the tank. He's a big part of that club. He's a calming influence on that field for the guys. And I really think keeping him in the mix at this point in time is the right way to go and try to get him going. It's a long year, as you guys know, and you're going to need everybody. You're talking about injuries and this and that. So, they're going to play the hot hand. Obviously, Cap is going to run the guys that are performing the best out there. But I still believe Craw's got a lot left in the tank.
And I go back to a conversation the three of us had, Wody, the day before FanFest in February, and we were asking you about Casey Schmidt. And just at that point, it come to the public's eye that they want Casey to play some short, which he did at AAA, and then they also mixed him in at second before he came up here. I mean, he's competent at second, he's really good at short, but most people think he's special at third base. How do you assess him at each of those positions from what you've seen so far?
Yeah, before I answer that, I want to go back to the last question and make one more point. I think it's pretty valid. Is one of the big things today is giving players off days, right? Every year we're trying to get them more rest and recovery, et cetera, et cetera. And when Schmidt came up, they decided to use him to spell everybody and move around the field. I mean, J.D. Davis is older, so he's going to need his days off. And so it's just another argument for keeping Craw in the mix and try to get him going opposed to, saying, okay, Schmidt's to shortstop, JD's at third, and there's Tyra. I think everybody over the course of the season is going to be healthier and fresher if you can do that. Now, back to your question. Look, there's no question he's played a lot of third base, but I've been impressed with his ability to play short, quite frankly. He's taken to it like a duck to water. I know he has some games in there. He's played a little bit in the past. I hadn't seen him a lot at shortstop, but he's handled it extremely well. Good hands, accurate arm, great feet. And really, he could play any position the Giants want him to play, whether it's shortstop or whether it's second base. He could go over to second base and be a great second baseman because he has all the skills to do it. So I think, with the MO of the organization, right now we see where he's fitting and how he's being used. But going forward, I think they usually, have a player play the position where they have a need. I mean, everybody, if they have a need, they'll slide a guy into a position. So I think going forward, it's going to be where the need is, whether he plays third base or shortstop. And I would say second base, obviously, is probably the third choice.
Ron Modis is joining us. So, what we were talking about, just where the organization is. If you're a team, if you're at 500, where some of these teams are, like the Phillies or the Padres, they're hovering around 500 and they're a disappointment. But if you look at the Giants, especially with the way they started, but also with just this infusion of energy and youth, we're talking Patrick Bailey, obviously, and we're talking Casey Schmidt, and maybe Kyle Harrison's on the way at some point. But does it feel, I don't know, there's different ways, I guess, to feel 500. Does this feel like a good 500, or are the Giants just beyond that as an organization?
Well, you'd like to say we're beyond it as an organization, but we haven't been doing it. So yes, it's a good 500, and a couple of reasons for that. Obviously, we were 6 games below 500, and then we have 3 key players on that disabled list, and Peterson, Slater, Bart, etc. And we've been able to go on this run with a few of your frontliners on the DL, and that's a great sign for depth. As I said, you're going to need everybody. Also, the injection and the emergence of Schmitty. I mean, nobody could have predicted that he'd come up and get off to the start he's done and handle it as well as he has. And now Bailey's doing the same thing. So those are big pluses. And I don't know if you guys seen Walker's pitch at all, but he's got pretty good stuff. He's got pretty good stuff, and that's another guy that can really bolster that bullpen if he gets his feet on the ground and continues to improve, because he can be real tough on a right-handed hitter. So yes, the kids have injected some life into this team, I believe, not just because of their energy, but because of their performance. Right? You get a young guy that doesn't perform, and there's no energy. So. It's a long way to go. These are quality players, but we know they're going to have their bumps in the road. So I'm just trying to temper it a little bit, and I hope they don't, and I hope they continue to tear it up, because the team's playing really well with them right now.
Always great to catch up with you. Thanks so much. We appreciate it, and like I said, we're enjoying you on TV. You don't have to say anything.
Well,
just letting you know.
Okay.
Just letting you know.
Thanks, John. Okay, Pop. Good talking with you.
Travel well, my friend. Good talking to you, Ron.
All right, bye-bye.
See ya. He's funny.
He's a distinguished man.
Yeah. No, he's good. Look, I'm telling you, they got a great crew. And by the way, I know Richie listens, and I don't want to disparage Richie. He was on last night. It was absolutely
Did a great
to
job.
watch Richie, as always.
Kind of a bold jacket he had on last night.
He was.
He went to Lindsey Nelson.
Yeah, he did. He's a confident man.
Former Mets and Giants announcer.
I mean, all the guys that they have on are friends of ours. They're all really, really good. I'm just simply telling you that the other night she was watching, and usually by the end she's about had it. She's going to go watch some Netflix or something, and all of a sudden he caught her eye, and she went, "Who's that there?"
That could be that could be Danny's big poll. Hottest Giant analyst out there.
Oh man, that's a tough one.
Sean Estes, George Cantos.
Oh man, between
Ron
those two would be
Wotus,
tough, wouldn't it?
or Carlos Ramirez.
Richie.
Who's the fourth?
I mean, that's, I'm telling you,
Richie
in
Rich.
Yeah, and if you don't vote for Richie, no wine for you. I mean,
How about FP Santangelo?
Yeah, there you go.
He is a superb analyst. He's making the transition, first of all, from TV to radio. I listened to the first 4 innings last night. Joe was really good, first of all.
Really good.
I mean, you just throw them in there behind John and Dave, who are 2 of the best, and you got Joe Rizzo and FP. But FP's analysis is so spot on. And then Joe's play calling. And then FP and I were talking because he filled in for you on Monday. He's making a really aggressive play to learn to do radio play-by-play baseball. That is hard.
Yeah.
I think he could do television right now. He could do it tonight and be great at it. But to throw himself out there and to do radio, but that's a good listen, John, because FP's spot on. His analysis is, he teaches you something like the great Joe Morgan used to do years ago on Sunday Night Baseball. It's like, wow, I never thought of that. I mean, FP, he was that guy on the bench for Felipe and other spots where he was the eyes on the bench and stealing signs and, did it all. He just sees so much of the game, and he teaches you something or has some take that really I never thought of before. Like, yeah, that's spot on.
Yeah, no, he's really good. We've talked a lot about the play-by-play side of it, and like you said, you're trying to learn it at this level. And the only thing I said to him was just be yourself, because he's got a very relaxed demeanor, and you want it to be an easy listen, especially in baseball. And he sounds good. I mean, he's not me as far as filling in on the show, but I mean, as far as the play-by-play and the analyst stuff, he's outstanding.
It's a very different show. Well, he did. Last Friday I was out, and Monday I was out. That should be FP's poll. Who do you like working with better, Papa or Lund?
Well, he's told me, so I'm not going to say anything to you. Yeah, neither would probably be that.
He loves you more?
No, I think neither would be actually it. Neither would be probably it.
I agree.
By the way, just real quick, because I know we got to get going, and we got Andrew Baggerly at the bottom, and we'll have a Giants conversation a little bit different. But what was in that mug? That was that mug that you just put up there was
my
as
coffee.
big as your head.
It's my coffee.
That's a big mug, man. Or is that the Oh, I like that. Best dad
This is the one
ever.
I tell you about.
Oh,
so
yeah.
I get 2 of the K-Cups.
I know
all the way
Derek
tall
didn't
boys.
give you that one. Who gave you that?
I got the worst one, actually. It's been amended.
I've never gotten that mug or T-shirt.
I got a little hair of the dog
what
on
is
there.
that?
See the creamer
What's
in there? Yeah, a little bit.
See, you don't do
That's,
very much creamer. I like that, man. You just.
You know what I've
touch
actually
of it.
started to drink a
Touch
little
of it.
bit? You know what I've gone to?
What?
Decaf coffee.
Oh, I don't even know you anymore.
Which is kind of
Who
like
are
non-alcoholic beer.
Exactly.
I used to do ads for non-alcoholic beer for Matt Damon and Ben Affleck. What was the beer they had years ago? It was a Sam Adams Summer Ale.
Oh, that's right.
Or
yeah.
something.
Yeah.
And it's like, if I'm not pregnant, I'm not drinking,
right.
non-alcoholic beer. Why?
I'll drink water.
But the decaf is going down better in my life, John. And I do like just the
smell of
the
it's still
aroma
good.
of the coffee gets me going. And sometimes you get duped. You don't really know. And actually, if you get caffeine, how much do they put in your coffee, really?
Well, I drink
a little bit.
I drink sugar-free Monster drinks. That's all.
Well, what do you got? That's energy
This
drink?
is sugar-free Monster. I gotta have caffeine. Back it
do?
up with a little water. Yeah, I gotta have caffeine. But I can't. I don't like sugary stuff. And I've
Trying
already
to
had
cut
enough
back on
coffee.
caffeine.
Yeah, that's right. Yo,
The only guy who drinks more coffee than me is Tim Ryan.
Oh, man.
Tim Ryan will drink it. I try to drink it in the morning and then
all
taper
day.
off to hot water.
Yeah.
Well, then I'm working with Hunter Pence in studio and we're Spro Bros.
Yeah,
and
but
I'm like, dude,
he brings in like specialty
no, but he's
espresso,
doing it
like
at 9 o'clock
yeah.
at night. He's doing it
I
a
can't
double
do that.
Spro. I'm like, Tim, after the game when we're flying back, he's usually drinking a red Solo cup and he's got something else. But if he wants to work or when we're flying too, he pulls out a cup of coffee at like 9 o'clock
Yeah.
at night. I'm like, seriously?
No, I can't do that.
I can't do that
I don't
anymore.
like that. Yeah, 1:30, by the way. Tim Ryan makes his 2023 first appearance on the show. Actually, no.
Well, he was on during your the red and gold pen segment.
Yeah, that's true.
When we picked the schedule, he was in.
Yeah, but I mean, just officially official because he goes underground, man. He goes
does.
underground.
He never responded to my text when I gave him yo, bro.
He doesn't
I got
respond to
nothing.
anything
I
in
got
the
nothing.
offseason.
But he's coming on the show, so
He actually,
I want to get his intel. Let's do it. I want to get his intel on what he's
Exactly.
seeing because he sees everything.
Well, and I'm not going to tell people where he goes, but I know where it is because my parents have a place up there. You can't get a cell signal up there. I mean, it's nearly impossible. So I know you just
He's
gave me
not
that
trying
look.
either.
He's not really
trying
trying.
either.
That's true, but it is kind of the wilderness. So anyway, that's a tiny bit of an excuse. All right, thanks to Ron Wotus. Andrew Baggerly coming up at 11:30. 11:30, we'll do more Giants talk with him. So we got to get you caught up on a few other things. We'll do that next only here on the Sports Center. Your old pal John Lund here. You know, it's nice to see. Now, you take it for granted until you don't have it, until you're in a restaurant like I am, or I was, looking at the menu with my light on for my phone and glasses. That's fairly embarrassing. You're driving down the road, the cop pulls you over, and he goes, "Do you realize how fast you're going?" And I'm like, "No, because I can't see my instruments." That's a major problem. Walking around your house trying to find your readers so that you can maybe look at your phone, who's calling, and you pick it up, and it's like, oh, it's collections again. You don't want to do that. You want to know who's calling so you can ignore that call. Well, here's the deal. Papa was saying how great his eyes were, and finally I was like, okay, what happened? He said he went to Laser Eye Center, Silicon Valley, and had what's called CLR, that's custom lens replacement. So, of course, that's what I had done. And I told you this, it is life-changing. And I'm not just saying that because we're talking about it. I'm saying that because it's absolutely true. I don't need readers. I can go into a restaurant no matter how dark and see the menu. It is absolutely awesome, and it is life-changing. So here's what you do. You call 877-GET-2020, and it's a free consultation. 877-GET-2020, free consultation. Or visit them online at bayarea2020.com. It's a Laser Eye Center of Silicon Valley. It's Dr. Joe Ling and the incredible team there. It is very easy. The appointments just take a few minutes. They do a couple of adjustments, and I'm seeing great. It is absolutely awesome. So what are you waiting for? Call 877-GET-2020. It's a free consultation. Or go online, bayarea2020.com.
to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now back to Papa and Lund live from the KNBR Casino Matrix studio. Casino Matrix progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
What's happening? Happy Friday. Hope you have plans for the long weekend. Although the weather is not the greatest, but whatever. We're doing staycation. We're doing a barbecue. By the way, you're more than welcome to come.
Am I invited?
Of course you are.
You're not going Bottle Rock, John?
We had something come up, but so we're
Unexpectedly
laying
come
low.
up?
Yeah, we're laying low, but we are having a Monday barbecue.
You are? What time should I arrive?
I'll have to consult with my people. I'm not sure exactly what time we're doing these things. I just show up and drink, so I got to figure out when I have to be on the barbecue. That's my only thing. That's the only thing they trust me with. Here, flip some burgers. I'm like, all right, I can do that. I did that. It was my first job. So
Giants have a day game on Memorial Day. They're back home.
I wouldn't mind that.
Pitch.
I always enjoy that. By the way, if you're watching on the stream at KNBR.com or the KNBR app, you can see us. The City Connects are I do like that hat. I do like that hat. I know that, what are they, 21-6 in that thing, but I do like the hat. I will say
4-0 this year.
I would wear the hat.
Well, it's G, John.
Yeah, I like it.
I'm the OG.
For the Greg hat. I like it.
For the Greg.
All right, we're debating a few things for the poll, so I want to get your input. I have the text line up right now, and of course we have the live stream. So we're debating a few things. Number one, Tina Turner passed away this week. We were talking about Tina Turner songs, right? Private dancer, a dancer for money. Yeah, that's not
All
right. Yeah, that one.
You're not going to go simply the best.
Oh, that one's good.
Casey Schmidt is better than all the rest.
Did you hear Ron Rhoda say he could play all three infield positions at once?
At one time, simultaneously.
We were
two-man infield. Let's go to a five-man outfield.
Now, I don't know if we could do this one, but I was thinking about this in honor of the Bay Area Sports Hall of Fame. Now, obviously, Buster is going to eventually get in, and Patrick Willis is eventually going to get in. But I was trying to think to myself, who's the best Bay Area athlete who probably won't be a Hall of Famer? But this is going to be like a Bay Area Sports Hall of Fame guy, but not maybe a Hall of Fame, like Brandon Crawford. I don't know if Will
Madison
Clark's...
Bumgarner, Tim Lincecum.
I don't know if Will Clark's ever getting in. I don't know if Roger Craig's ever getting in. I think that the big three of the Warriors, Draymond, Steph, and Clay will get in. Is there somebody...
And Andre.
Yeah.
Andre will get in. Steve.
So, I don't know. Is there a Warrior that, that's not going to get in?
The best
Warrior
Warrior never to make the Hall of Fame?
Purvis Short.
Purvis Short was a deadly scorer.
I don't know. I'm trying to think of guys who, like I said, Tim Lincecum is a perfect example. I mean, around here...
Bumgarner.
Yeah, Bumgarner. I mean, around here... We've had this conversation many, many times. I don't know if we'd put Barry Bonds in this. I mean, Bonds is a Hall of Famer. I don't know if we'd put him in this conversation.
He's not in, so he just won.
Yeah, so maybe he just wins, and this is an irrelevant poll. But Lincecum, for example, was the first guy I thought of, just because he was like, we've had this conversation a million times. He was like a comet. It's not long enough to get into the Hall of Fame, but damn, I mean, if you polled sports fans who their favorite athlete not to get in the Hall of Fame, wouldn't it be probably Lincecum? They just love the guy.
Well, and Bumgarner equally. I mean, Tim won the Cy Young his first 2 full years in the big leagues, 2008, 2009. No one did that in the history of baseball. And then in 2010, he has that division series start against the Braves when he beats them 1-0, and then he finishes it off by beating Texas in Arlington, and they win the first World Series, and he won the Babe Ruth Award that year. He wasn't the MVP of the championship series. Renteria got that, or Renteria was the World Series. Cody Ross was the championship series. They didn't have one in the division series. But he won, it's like the Conn Smythe of hockey, the entirety of the playoffs. So his first 2 years, he wins the Cy. In his third year, he wins the World Series. And then he kind of reinvents himself when they win in 12 out of the bullpen. And he's big-time Timmy Jim. And Bumgarner was later in the career in his performance in 2014. But I don't see either guy, getting into the Hall of Fame. I mean, if you want to go back over a wider period of time, if you're talking just Giants, but Dave Stewart over on the A side of things, look at his numbers with Catfish Hunter. He's not going to be a Hall of Famer. And Vida Blue, we looked at Vida's numbers when he passed, over 200 wins in the 71 year and starting the All-Star game in 78 with the Giants. And His numbers are comparable to Catfish. I think Catfish just going to New York and winning in 77 and 78 on top of 72, 3 and 4 with the A's put him over the top. But, Catfish had injuries and, he had a hard time aging. By the way, after Sunday's game versus Milwaukee on Memorial Day Sunday, the Extra Innings show with Bill Lasky is going to celebrate the life of Vida Blue. And there's going to have Hall of Famers like Orlando Cepeda, Rollie Fingers, Chili Davis, Jack Clark, and music from Vida's playlist and a whole lot else. So you want to check that out after the game in Milwaukee on Sunday, a tribute to Vida. And then we talked about it. Jim Plunkett, John, and I know he won the second Super Bowl with the L.A. Raiders, but as a wild card team and winning the Heisman, he's the only Bay Area athlete to ever win the Heisman. Andrew Luck never won it. John Elway never won it. Christian McCaffrey, they all finished, I think, second. I know McCaffrey and Luck did, but Jim's the only guy to win. So I think of, the entirety of Bay Area sports and best players not to make their Hall of Fame. I think Lincecum, Madison Bumgarner would be in the conversation.
Well, that's
from
on
the
list.
Warriors. Tim Hardaway got in.
Yeah,
he had to wait a little while. He had a very unfortunate comment he should not have made. And he was able to overcome that and bounce back to get in. Richmond took a while to rock. Mully's in, obviously. I'd have to look at that more. But I'd say probably Jim Plunkett, Vida Blue, Lincecum, and Bumgarner. I mean, Plunk, how many quarterbacks have won 2 Super Bowls that are not in the Hall of Fame? Think about that. There's not many.
Isn't it?
Two as
Isn't
a
it
starting
him
quarterback?
Him and Eli's not. I don't know if Eli's going to get in, but him and Eli.
Eli will get in. Eli's going to get in.
But, I mean,
Tom Brady's not in yet. He's won
he'll be
7,
in.
but he will get there.
By the way, I just wrote down the list that you said. It's pretty amazing. And again, there's some of these guys who are clearly not going to get on, but they're icons around here. So we mentioned Crawford, Tim Lincecum, Bum, Vida, Stu, Roger Craig, Plunkett, Will Clark. I mean, I don't know if we could even get it down to 4. I mean, that's pretty amazing. Those kind of guys.
I think there's a sentiment that Will Clark may be able to get in.
I think he's eventually
I think
gonna
that's
get in.
changing. I think you got to give that time.
Mm-hmm.
I think there's a new way of thinking that, and if Will Clark gets in New York, you got to put Don Mattingly in as well.
Yeah, I'm trying to think of a Warrior too. I'll do a little bit more work on there's got to be a Warrior in that group. And again, I'm assuming that Dre.
Well,
Clay,
basketball's Hall of Fame is different because it's not an NBA. The
Right,
NBA
it's a
does
whole
not have a
thing.
Hall of Fame, which I don't understand why they don't. Every other league has their own Hall of Fame. They have the Basketball Hall of Fame, which encompasses all level of basketball and high school and college and international basketball. So it's a little bit deceiving. So, I mean, if you had a decent NBA career and then combine it with your collegiate career, did anything internationally, those guys pretty much do get in. So I'd have to look at it and see who's the greatest Warrior not to be in the Hall of Fame. That's an interesting one.
Yeah, I'm trying to look at like all-time leading scorers and stuff like that. But Danny just put this in my ear. I mean, people loved him again. Here's a guy who was kind of like a common around here was Baron Davis. I mean, people loved Baron.
Yes. He's not a Hall of Famer.
No, he's not a Hall of Famer at all. But I'm simply saying that just people loved him. He was just kind of like a comet kind of a thing. I mean, the dunk over Karolinko, all those different kind of things. So, but yeah, like you said,
not on that list. I would not put Lord Barron on that list.
But what I'm saying is it's hard because the guys who have been so good for this franchise, the big three that won all the championships are all getting in.
And Andre.
And Rick Barry's in, and Chris Mullins in, and Hardaway.
And
Nate Thurman. I mean, all the players who have been great, really highly productive for this organization are in. So it's tough. Anyway, that was one thought. And then what was the other thought I had? I guess that was it.
Young Giants. You love your
Young
Giants
was the other thing. I was just trying to think because, and the only reason I thought of this was because we've talked so long about Marco Luciano, and then all of a sudden it's, oh my gosh, it's Casey Schmidt and it's Patrick Bailey and it's Harrison. I think if we did that poll, Harrison would probably win, but Schmidt might get some of the vote. I would certainly sway that vote. But I do wonder what.
So what's the poll? The hottest young
Giant?
What
the
Who's
Giant
have
you're
the
most
best career
excited
of all
about?
the Giants?
Yeah, or the Giant you're most excited about, or whatever. Because it goes back to how we started the show today, which is I think that there's different levels of 500, if that makes any kind of sense. If you're a team that has been at the top and then you're playing 500, like the Warriors. The Warriors play 500, everybody goes ho-hum. But the Giants right now, it's not that they're 500, and I don't even know if it's that they got off to a slow start. It's they're 500, and there's these young players that are coming up, and they're giving you hope for the future. And so this 500 feels different, at least to me. I could be wrong. But I think that people are excited about the young guys that they're all of a sudden in mass starting to promote. And I didn't even mention Luis Matos, who is now at AAA, made a great play in right center the other night. He hit in AA, he's hitting in AAA. He's a good defensive center fielder.
Vaughn Brown,
like
AAA.
it just seems like these prospects stalled for so long, and then all of a sudden, man, they're coming down the pipeline and they're pushing their way in, and it's exciting. People like it.
Well, on the list of MLB.com Giants top 10 prospects, Casey Schmidt is number 4. Patrick Bailey's not even in the top 10. Your top two guys are Kyle Harrison and Lucky Luciano. Where's he now? He's in AA?
He's in AA. Yeah, he's in AA. And he was in.
But Matos is at AAA.
Yeah. And that's the
Vaughn
one.
Brown's at AAA, right? Grant McCrae's at AAA.
Yeah.
No, Grant McCrae's in A-ball.
Yeah, he's in A, and Brown was hurt, and I think he's at. Is he at AA? I think he's at AA. He was hurt early in the season too. But that was the whole thing, is a bunch of these guys were hurt. They weren't living up to things about a year ago. And it's like, when are these guys ever going to get going? And then all of a sudden, it just seems like everybody kind of blossomed, like spring hit. And it's like, whoa, what's going on? Looks like,
Well, I think if we did that poll right now Schmidt would win in the landslide. The way he has energized this team since his recall on May the 9th. You know what's amazing? Patrick Bailey was recalled a week ago. It was last week.
Feels like he's been in.
He got in late and caught the last 3 innings, got his first major league knock on Saturday going the other way, then hit a bomb on Sunday. I mean, look at this team since he's arrived, John. They lost the Saturday game, but they didn't do much offensively in that game. They've had a nice week with Patrick Bailey here, and he's caught all but, 1 or 2 games?
Let me play this for you, because if I'm Joey Bart, I'm not sure if I'm going to get my job back. And again, look, Bailey's got to hit some, but a switch hitting catcher is pretty great. But here's Jacob Junis last night on throwing to Patrick Bailey.
Yeah, he's great. He's been really great back there. I threw to him. I was lucky enough to throw to him quite a bit in spring training, bullpens and live BPs, and actually a couple of games as well. So when he got called up, I was really excited. Very good back there. I think for a rookie, a young guy coming up here and catching the majority of the games so far since he's been here, super impressive. And the way he's called games has been awesome. And it's showing. The pitching staff's been doing pretty well. So a lot of credit to him for being good back there.
That's nice knowing you, Joe. I mean,
take it easy, Mr. Extreme. This is a position you cannot play every single day. And you've got to take days off, obviously, and there's built-in days, day game after night game, and blah, blah, blah. The issue would be when Bart is ready, and again, the baseball gods have a way of working this out, and we don't want anybody to get hurt, but it just seems like we talk these hypotheticals, and then something comes up, and the decision's made for you. But assuming they're all healthy, I mean, how would you divvy up playing time if you did go to 3 catchers on the roster, or even 2.5? And Bailey clearly is the number 1 receiver. There's not a doubt. And Joey is clearly number 2. He's better than Blake Sable. But Blake Sable offensively is better than the other 2. He's a left-handed hitter. Bailey's a switch hitter, natural righty, trying to work it out from the other side, all that. And then Joey and his swing and miss and all that. So, if they all are on the roster at one time, John, and you play 7 consecutive days in a week, you play Monday through Sunday, how do you divvy up playing time? Or does Patrick Bailey catch 4, Joey 2, Blake 1? Is that enough? Is it enough for Bailey to be catching 4 out of 7? Should he be getting 5 out of 7? And then is it better served? I mean, you heard Wody say the 2 best catchers by far are Patrick Bailey and Joey Bart. Is it that's fair, but are you developing Joey Bart if he's a catcher that catches once or twice a week, John? So when Joey does come back, and we'll see, it's not going to be too much longer with the recent groin injury. If they do go to the 3 catchers, how do they divvy up playing time with the 3 guys? Does Sable catch it all?
I wouldn't want Sable to catch it all, and I want to keep him around. So whatever I got to do that, I got to keep him around. He's my emergency catcher. And then you just brought up a great point, which is, okay, both these catchers are young. They got to play. So if Patrick Bailey's your main guy and you're trying to develop Joey Bart too, a couple days a week? I mean, to me, and you're short on catching in the organization. They signed a guy, career minor yesterday.
Yeah.
And so they're still short in the organization. So I'm not necessarily right now advocating trading Joey Bart, but there's got to be somebody who's a number 2 overall pick. There's got to be somebody who looks at Joey Bart and says, hey, we had him rated pretty highly. Now, look, you're selling him low, But I'm starting to think about the trade deadline. I was listening to Jim Bowden this morning on MLB Network, and they started talking about trades. And, if this team is hovering and they're in this wild card race, you've got a decent farm system, and we're starting to hear a bunch of names come out of it. So, I'm not advocating that you're going out and getting a Juan Soto type. And what we heard in the Juan Soto trade was the Giants just didn't have the players. Well, they're starting to have the players now. So, they could be aggressive come trade deadline, but couldn't Joey Bart become part of a trade in which there's a team that liked him coming out? Because he's still, 25, 26 years old? He's still a young enough player to have upside.
Memorial Day is Monday. I would say wait till the 4th of July. I think you got to give Joey a chance to come back up and build up. Right now, you're not going to. It'd be like trading Trey Lance. You're not going to get back what his full value is. So that's something that's a conversation. You want to see mainly Patrick Bailey, John. He's been up a week, and we're already saying he's going to join Buster in the Bay Area Sports Hall of Fame, and he's better than Buster at this stage of his career.
You said that.
Which is partly, I agree it to be true. As a pure catcher, I think he is. And Buster wasn't bad, but Benji caught most of those games, and there was some work he had to do since he didn't call pitches at Florida State, and he played all over the diamond. But in any event, he's been here a week. Let's see it, deeper into June. And I think when you get into July, then you have those discussions, and hopefully Joey comes back up and increases his value. So what would be the number one thing you'd want to add? Starting pitching?
Yeah, I still think they're short an arm in the pen. I love what they did yesterday and give them all the credit.
Luke Jackson's coming back maybe as early as Monday, John.
I think that's big. But the best teams in this league, when you get to the 6th inning, it's over. So you're 7th, 8th, and 9th. All right, Duvall's good. The Rogers boys, especially since Taylor threw his glove away. I saw the numbers this morning. What is it, like a .68 or something ERA and all this stuff?
One run.
So that's starting to work. But still, I think the way that a bullpen is used nowadays, they're going with openers, which I have no issue with, except for the fact that your starter tonight, Alex Wood, better give you 6, and he normally doesn't, because now what you're doing.
He's not giving you 6.
Well, exactly. Because what happened is you just blew your bullpen out, and now you have a guy in Alex Wood who you don't like having to go 3 times through the lineup. So you're going to tax your bullpen on the very way that you're using it right now. So I would always think that you could use a bullpen arm. And to be honest, that's the easiest thing to find at the trade deadline anyway. So I do think that they could use that. I was complaining about center field, but Yaz he's played a good center field when he's healthy, and that was a hell of a catch last night.
They're just not getting a lot of offensive production.
Yeah, they've got to be better.
He's done well, but he's hit mainly in right field. Look at the numbers when you combine offensively their center fielder, whether it's Bryce Johnson or Yaz. Slater hasn't been in that long, or Wisely. And I think over time, just getting Yaz healthy and playing, they got to pick it up. But the production's not been there from center field.
Absolutely. So, yeah, look, another starter would be nice. Like you said, maybe that's Kyle Harrison, and they don't feel like they have to go out of the organization and do that. Maybe he could come up and give him that. We'll see what Luke Jackson is going to bring. But I like a team that after the 6th inning, you're 7th, 8th, and 9th, just say, man, it's over. You're just not getting it done. And Duvall can do that in the 9th. I think they have a combination that could do that. But I do think one more arm to just basically, And I'm talking about a high leverage, get a strikeout arm. They don't have a lot of those, right? Guy throwing in the high 90s, just throwing cheese out of the bullpen.
The close is pretty good.
Yeah, he's good.
Duvall has been incredible.
He has. He's been really good. So give us your thoughts. That's what we're kind of kicking around on a poll. We can do that. Andrew Baggerly is going to join us at the bottom of the hour. They actually made the guys a couple of days ago, all the beat writers for The Athletic, give a grade to the team so far. What did Bags give the Giants to this point? And even in the last couple of days, would he change that grade? So we'll do that with Bags in about 10 minutes. It's Pop and Lund, only here on the Sports Leader.
Here's what's trending now.
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
Wait, Nick Wagner covers the 49ers for ESPN. He broke down the likelihood of Brock Purdy being available for week 1 of the NFL season. That podcast and more trending right now on the all-new KNBR app. Hey, business owners, talking to you. Are you feeling stretched thin by the pressure of growing your business? You're keeping up with changing regulations. You're staying HR compliant. Got to worry about that. You're hiring and retaining top talent. Oh, yeah, you're handling payroll as well. The list goes on, and it's tough to maintain momentum and still keep your employees engaged. So what do? Well, fortunately, there's Insperity. Insperity puts over 35 years of HR service and technology to work to help you develop a people strategy that scales with you. So what if your HR strategy included access to better benefits to help you keep the employees you have and attract new ones? What if it also offered training for your employees to increase their skills so they become more productive? You know this as a business owner. There's always going to be challenges to face. And no matter where they come from, Insperity is ready to help you move past them by providing the HR solutions you need.
On Twitter at KNBR. For once again, we are the sports leader. KNBR 104.5 and 680.
It did, yeah. And I thought when Patrick was on stage as well, he spoke on that a little bit more when he talked about, as a young child playing football in the backyard with his uncle and and the vision that he had even at a young age. Again, I think that's something that we can all relate to. I know myself, I can remember like it was yesterday playing wiffle ball in the backyard with my brothers and my sister and, pretending you're in Game 7 of the World Series. So to get to live that out, truly a dream come true.
That's Buster Posey, one of a great group that went into the Bay Area Sports Hall of Fame last night. And based on that, that's what we're going to do our poll on today. And I think we came up with a 4. We'll unveil this officially and have the conversation about it after we talk to Andrew Baggerly in about 5 minutes. But the 4 we came up with, Pop, who aren't in the Hall of Fame, and we're throwing Barry out of this because he'd win this in a landslide.
Best Bay Area athletes not in their sports Hall of Fame.
Right, but would be like Bay Area Sports Hall of Famers would be. So here's the 4 we got to. Excluding Barry because, he would blow this whole poll up. But we did go over to Oakland to get Vida and Jim Plunkett, Roger Craig, and there's a number of Giants we could go with. We went with Tim Lincecum. I know he didn't go
over Madison Bumgarner.
But those are the 4 that we got. We only have 4. So Plunk, Vida, Tim Lincecum, Roger Craig.
I like that.
So those are the 4.
And not the hum baby, high knees, Roger Craig, the original 1,000.
Right, the original 1,000. So that's what we got.
Marshall Faulk, Christian McCaffrey.
Yeah.
CMC may do it a second time.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Or a third time.
Yeah.
Or a fourth time.
All right, let's get into it. So we will unveil that after Andrew Baggerly, so stay right there because we want you to vote, and we'll officially get the big fancy open and everything. Danny's big poll. We'll do that at about 11:50. But let's talk to Andrew Baggerly. We do it every Friday. He has graded the Giants to this point. We'll get into that conversation, plus the way the defense is playing. The pitching, the bullpen last night was absolutely great, and the Giants are at 500 again. We'll talk all about it with Bags coming up next on the Sports Leader. Oh, hey there. Hey, friends. This is John Lund for my friends at the Dolan Law Firm. And, you hear ads for personal injury and employment attorneys all the time. But did you know? Many of them aren't even based here. Many times, you'll never even see the attorney you thought you were hiring. Chris Dolan and the Dolan Law Firm, they've been headquartered in the Bay Area for more than 25 years. The award-winning attorneys at the Dolan Law Firm, they're dedicated to relentlessly representing their clients in the pursuit of justice. Chris Nolan and the attorneys at the Dolan Law Firm, they've been repeatedly recognized as the best attorneys, not only in the San Francisco Bay Area, but the entire state of California. The Dolan Law Firm has recovered more than this is a B, recovered more than $1 billion in verdicts and settlements for their clients. Now, they know that a serious injury, harassment, or act of discrimination, it can be devastating. They're going to evaluate your case for free, confidentially, with no obligation on your part, never charging you an hourly fee. They get paid when you get paid. The Dolan Law Firm, they live here, they work here, they win here. Online at dolanlawfirm.com.
Are bigger, but our bags stays the same. Andrew Baggerly covers the Giants for The Athletic, and he's on with Papa and Lund now on KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM, the sports leader.
Here in the eighth for the Giants, still with that 1-0 lead as Conforto swings and launches it high and deep out to right center. This one on its way. It is gone. Michael Conforto on the first pitch of the eighth inning launches one, and it's 2-0 Giants.
Joe Rizzo, 5-0. The bullpen was great. Defense was great, and Michael Conforto hit his 7th home run in 14 games, and the Giants are back at 500. Let's talk to Andrew Baggerly all about it at Extra Bags, and of course you can read all his great stuff in The Athletic. Joins us courtesy of the UMA Guest Line every Friday. How are you?
I am pretty good. I think, well, it's funny, I like to check out everything we have on our website because I can never read enough. So there's just so much good stuff from all of our MLB correspondents, all across all sports verticals every day. But one of the headlines on our sites is the Mets are really getting desperate for corner outfield production. And I thought, I hope this doesn't pop up in someone's Twitter feed right next to a Michael Conforto story because that would be kind of painful.
Oh, I'm sure they're talking about that. Hey, why don't we have Conforto anymore? What happened there? It's probably that's what sports radio sounds like today, probably.
Oh, it's funny. There was spring training. I think there was a day that, they let the fans in to watch BP. Really cool that they let them do that. It's a really nice time you can actually, interact with the players a little bit. And one guy's wearing a Mets jersey, and he's like, Mikey, we loved you in New York. We miss you. We miss you. And I'm thinking, is this going to be like this all year? I think it probably will be.
Right, being a New Yorker and a proud Italian American, I don't know what kind of speech you're going with, either one of you guys, but I'll move on. But we will talk Conforto, ends in a vowel. He was hitting 168 bags on May the 11th, the 7 homers, the 13 runs.
Jim, walk around, and physically he's not the most he doesn't wow you walking off the bus. It's not to say he's a scrawny guy by any means, but he's not one of those built like a tank, dudes that you think of, who hit 40 home runs. And then you watch him take BP, and he just has a technically perfect swing. And it's a swing that's got some effort in it. It's definitely an aggressive swing, but it looks very controlled at the same time. And the ball just flies off his bat. He just finds a way to backspin balls. And in a way, he reminds me sometimes of some of the great power hitters from the 60s and 70s. Maybe you guys weren't huge, but just, you look up at the end of the year, they'd have 35 homers every year. And I think that's, he did say that he made some adjustments with the hitting coaches. It had to get worse before it got better, but they stuck with it. And I think for him, it was all about timing and, not getting caught in between pitches, being ready to hit early count fastballs. That's been a big key for him. He's been ready for those pitches, and he's been aggressive on mistakes in zone. And obviously he's barreling them up right now. You're not going to do that, at the rate he's doing it right now all year. But, certainly when you get a player who's hot, it's good to see the team taking advantage of that and winning ball games when that's happening because, right now he's pretty close to carrying the offense.
Andrew Baggerly is joining us as he does every Friday. And, of course, we got more baseball coming up from Milwaukee today. And then on Monday, the Giants are back home for the holiday weekend. You're around this team all the time, and I think there's different ways to look at 500. If you're a really good team and you're kind of descending to 500, that's one thing. But it just seems like there's a buzz around this team, and these young players are coming up, and it's a good 500, if that makes sense. Would you agree with that or no?
Yeah, I would agree with that. I think you're much better off being at 500 when you had to win, 7 of 8 or 8 of 9 or whatever it is to get there versus, backsliding to 500. I mean, there's no question you're going to have momentum is what it is, no matter what your record is. And I think that, a lot of the things that were holding this team back looked like it might have held this team back all season if they didn't fix it. The bullpen being the primary one, finding a way to create offensive rallies that don't necessarily have to include a homer. They were very, very static on the bases, and Lamont Wade was getting on base, but he wasn't scoring runs. Mitch Haniger was obviously out. He still hasn't performed yet, so there's still other things they can look at and say, hey, this hasn't happened yet. We really believe it will. But, layering on top of the fact that the bullpen's a lot better, layering on top the fact that Conforto's turned it around, that they've cut the strikeout rate down a little bit, they've taken a struggling player like David Villar, demoted him. Casey Schmidt's come up, and obviously he's able to move on the base paths and make 94-mile-an-hour throws and be exciting. Patrick Bailey, I think, has stabilized the catching situation a little bit. But a lot of the things that were going right early in the season are still going right. Lamont Wade is still having great at-bats. Tyler Estrada is still making a lot of crisp contact. You can go down the list. So I think that's probably what gives you a good feeling, is that you see this team getting better week to week. And they look like it was going to be tough for them to win series, to take 2 out of 3 from anybody, the way they were playing early in the year. And I think you start with the bullpen. But, that now they look like a team that can walk into any series and walk out of it saying they've won 2 of 3 or 3 or 4. And that's I think that's a pretty big transition for them to make in just a couple weeks here.
Well, they've won their last 3 series after losing the last 3 in Arizona, Beggs. As you know, they swept Philly 2 out of 3 from Miami, 2 out of 3 from Minnesota, and winning in Milwaukee. 3 more to go on this one. And they're starting to win on the road, obviously. They got a good homestand with 5-1, but the road record was not great when the trip started, 7-13. But now they have been able to win 3 out of 4. And 2 of the 4 wins have been openers, where John Brebbia was the opener on Monday. He actually pitches the final 2 innings. Didn't get a save for it, but he goes from being the opener to the closer in a span of 4 days. You start Scott Alexander last night. Interesting to go to Taylor Rogers right away. Sean Manaea has been big. So my question is, now Alex Wood pitches tonight, and they typically don't let him go through a lineup at third time. So you're going to need the bullpen again. Is 2 bullpen games in 4 days too much? And then we got to ask you the Kyle Harrison question in light of his last start. Is there going to be a point here, maybe not Memorial Day or early in the homestand, where he comes up and he's your number 5 starter?
Yeah, two really good questions. I think, number one, you give yourself a chance to have 2 games where you rely on your bullpen a lot when you run a game the way they did yesterday, and hardly anybody got taxed. I mean, I think both Rogers brothers threw like maybe 15 and 17 pitches. Alexander threw 8 pitches. There's the only person who's probably going to be like capital deep down in that bullpen is Jacob Junis, and I'd imagine they wouldn't want to throw Manaea back-to-back days. But apart from that, everybody should be available, and plus you've got Alex Cobb and Logan Webb to follow, and you hope those guys keep doing what they're doing, and they require a little bit less from the bullpen. They obviously didn't even need to use Doval because they had that 4-run rally in the 7th, so that means Doval's fresh for you as well. So I think they're fine for today. You're right, you can't lean on that too often, and I'll bet if they probably thought that maybe they might even do another bullpen type game, or at least an opener game today with Alex Wood, but I think Wood is probably a little more traditional, and he'd like the chance to start, and so he's going to get the ball to start it. But I think you're right; they've been very prescriptive in not letting him face more than 18 batters, however far that gets him in the game, and we'll see if that continues or if his performance allows them to have a little more leash. And that's the thing, when you're telling Taylor Rogers to come into a game in the 2nd inning, I mean, that's a conversation you have to have with him. He's come in as early as the 4th, but the 2nd inning is a different thing. For a guy who saved 30-plus games last year, was a closer in the big leagues for 2 teams, got paid like a closer in this offseason. I mean, I'm sure he aspires to have that leverage roll back. I'm sure Sean Manaea aspires to be looked at as a regular starting pitcher again. But, the difference is, between aspiration and entitlement. And when you feel entitled, then it's a tougher sell. And, based on everything I hear, those guys hope that their performances will be able to get them back to where they, would like to be. But in the meantime, they know that they can be valuable to this team, and this is the opportunity they have. And, they're not sort of grumbling as they do it. And that's, I think that's a testament to the entire coaching staff and to the guys that the Giants have acquired, that they've gone out and gotten guys who they knew would be kind of selfless that way.
Andrew Bagley is joining us again. Giants back at it tonight against the Brewers after the 5-zip win last night. So, it almost seems like for years we were waiting for all these guys to come up, waiting for all these guys, and now it's almost like they're all just pushing their way through the pipeline. So we talked about, obviously Casey Schmidt is here and Patrick Bailey is here, but you've got a video up right now of even a guy like Reggie Crawford, who they took, last year? And then we're seeing, Luciano is now healthy again, and Matos is playing at AAA, and I saw the great catch he made in left center field. It just seems like that this team is starting to all of a sudden push all these. Carson Wisenhunt is a guy that we've talked about with you. I don't know how far he is away, but all of a sudden it seems like this farm system that we talked about when Juan Soto was on the block, they just don't have the talent to do it. Has this talent just been there the whole time, or is it just all of a sudden they're all starting to bloom at the same time?
Well, I think, there's a lot of things going on with that. I mean, 2020, they only drafted, 5 rounds. So you had the pandemic, which I think delayed a lot of people's development. But then you see other people have raced through the systems and other organizations. So, it's taken time. It's probably taken more time than most people would have wanted. But you're right. They've got enough interesting things going on in the farm system. And the really good sign for me is that, you move up a number of guys from AA, like Luis Matos or Tyler Fitzgerald, and you replace them, with guys like Von Brown and Wade Meckler, who are exciting in their own right. So you're not just, sort of pillaging one level and then, leaving them with a bunch of organizational players. They do have, they had, I think, 6 or 7 guys taken in the minor league phase of the Rule 5 draft. It was just one after the other. And, that maybe those guys won't be, big league superstars, but it just tells you that they're filling out the very ends of their minor league rosters with players who are at least interesting to other teams. And some of those guys, but when the lights come on, then they move quickly. And we've got, a Walker in the major leagues, an interesting crossfire reliever. And I skipped, sorry, Greg, I skipped your second part of your question about Harrison, but I totally agree. I think that if he has 2 more starts like that, where he is just close to unhittable and he's throwing enough strikes, then, I think it's going to be impossible to deny him. It's going to be almost like Tim Lincecum with how much he dominated in the minors. You get to a point where it's like, we just know this is going to play very dramatically against major league hitters. He's going to be better than what we got. So let's, even though we might not have a desperate need, we know he can have success right now if we put him in there. I think you don't second guess yourself. You just do it. And we'll see if Kyle Harrison can do that a couple more times. They've been very, very deliberate. I know Farhan Zaidi talked to Tolbert and Copes about this a couple days ago with how they've been using guys in the minor leagues. I think at Richmond, no one's gone 5 innings yet. Harrison, we went 4 and you think, oh man, what did he throw 90 pitches? He's got to fix that. No, he only threw 65 pitches. And it's just, they've been very prescriptive about ramping guys up very, very slowly to try to avoid some of that just attrition that happens with pitchers getting hurt. So, I think that they want to make sure that he's got enough pitches to be able to be, someone who doesn't need a whole lot of hand-holding behind him in a big league game. And maybe he's working his way toward that. But, man, yeah, you saw what he did the other day. And 9 strikeouts, no hits, 4 innings. And I got to think a couple more outings like that, and he'd be wearing a big league uniform.
Yeah, and up to 61 pitches, a high this year is 69. They hope to get him to 70 in 5 innings in his next outing. So it's been only a week. It seems like longer since Patrick Bailey has been recalled, Bags. Only a week, last Friday. And then May the 9th, they brought up Casey Schmidt. So, we're talking just a short period of time. But clearly, these guys are Gold Glovers from their minor league time at short and catch. Almost in your mind, you'd like, can't you play those guys every day? Well, you can't, especially at short, and it's a crowded left side of the infield. And then behind the plate, the nature of the position, you need days off. They're built in. But I want to go to your story, and they won 3 out of 4 on this road trip. The one game they lost, the day game in Minneapolis, just ghastly, just awful. 4 errors in the game. Crawford's having a problem now in day games. Was not himself. Obviously, Sable did not catch well. So your story after that game, and you don't write the headline, but I think it sums it all up. How should the Giants manage concerns over Blake Sable and Brandon Crawford? Now that Casey Schmidt is here and Patrick Bailey is here, and you've got Joey Bart, I expect to come back in a week or so, whenever it is, from the groin. Bags, would you keep Sable? And Farhan said he wants to keep him on the roster all year. Would he be more of a DH left fielder than a catcher? So you kind of ask the question in your headline, how do the Giants manage Blake Sable and Brandon Crawford's playing time proceeding forward now.
Yeah, actually, I did have a little input on that headline. We were having a hard time coming up with something because it was a little bit of a complex story.
You nailed it.
Yeah, well, I appreciate that. But so sometimes I'll have an idea of what I want to write going into a day, regardless of how the game plays out, because we don't have to sort of hew ourselves to what happens in the game every day. We don't have to do a traditional game story, as you know. So I really wanted to write about Blake Sable, and I talked to him. I talked to Justin Veely, the hitting coach, and it wowed me because entering that Wednesday game, he had a higher OPS against right-handed pitching than Shohei Ohtani. I mean, he's really made a lot of progress offensively, and I think that maybe we have a different perception of him and don't look at him as the exciting rookie like Schmidt or Bailey, because those guys, he wasn't drafted in the first or second round a few years ago. You haven't had a couple years as a fan to sort of dream on his name, and you haven't. He was a Rule 5 pick, and you tend to think of those guys as being fringe players. And it's been a struggle behind the plate for him. It's been inconsistent, and he struck out a ton in April. And for a lot of organizations, they wouldn't have needed to see anymore, or wouldn't have felt that they could have kept him, and the Rule 5 experiment would have ended. But clearly he's a guy who is mashing mistakes, especially breaking ball mistakes in zone. He's still a lot of swing and miss, but the chase rate is not crazy. So the Giants really love all the ingredients for him to be an impact offensive player. And frankly, the reason that this team has not missed Jock Peterson is because Blake Sable is providing production against right-handed pitching. So, unfortunately, I think the way they've got to get him in the lineup is to catch, and that's still a work in progress. And they feel like the offensive potential outweighs some of the ways that they may be giving runs back. And you're right, there are times when an inning will spiral out of control, and you think, boy, if it was Buster or a catcher who's got a little more poise back there, then maybe they could shut that inning down, or you have a pass ball, or little mistakes happen. No question. I think you give some of your value back that way. But I think they're committed to him being on this roster, and we'll see. I mean, if Mitch Haniger really does not get it going, I don't think they paid him $43 million to be a platoon player, but they're going to find ways if Sable produces to get him in the lineup. And with Crawford, it's kind of funny how you're at the beginning of your career or you're at the very end of your career, and that's when people doubt you the most. Do you really belong? Do you still have it, or do you have it? And so those two guys are kind of in the same boat right now. And the way that they're going to, I guess, put off any idea that they're going to play less is by performing when they get the chance to play. And it is interesting that you note that he's had his two struggles, Crawford, in day games on the road. So I don't know if there's any correlation there, or if it's just two really bad games. But there is a level of concern about Brandon Crawford right now. Not saying that he can't perform again or not do what he did in the second half last year when he looked a lot fresher. But there are definitely concerns.
Great stuff. Bags, thank you so much. We appreciate it. Enjoy, and we'll talk to you next week.
Okay, take care. Thanks, guys.
Yeah, you got it.
Thank you, Bags.
Andrew Bagley, great stuff at Extra Bags. Make sure you check out his stuff in the Athletic, and we've talked about this before with him. It's cool. He doesn't have to write a game story. He writes kind of what's the vibe of the team, so it's always cool to read his stuff. All right, we'll go from baseball to football. We'll go from Bags to our good friend Matt Miyoko, the latest from camp. We might even talk quarterbacks. We never do that. We're going to do that next, only here on the Sports Leader.
to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now back to Papa and Lund live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
That's Dre Greenlaw. We had him on yesterday, and he talked about that ball, that interception that he got from Tom Brady with a little assist from Fred Warner. He signed it, of course, TB12. I thought maybe he'd have like just a stamp, and he would just stamp things like that rather than sign them. But he did. He signed the ball, and then later on was like, I don't know what the hell I was thinking. Anyway, that was good stuff. The latest from OTAs. We might even talk quarterbacks, which we never do. The great Matt Mayoko, who, by the way, when we were talking about Juicy Lucy's in Minnesota the other day, sent me a picture of the Juicy Lucy that he had, which is the cheese-stuffed burger, which is very popular in Minnesota. It looked very delicious. And he joins us courtesy of the Uma Guest Line. What's happening?
Well, my tongue is still burnt from the molten lava of the cheddar cheese inside the patty. But no, that was a year ago I went there. And the bar... the original home is called Matt's, and
really?
So yeah, it's called Matt's Bar. I think it was fairly close to the airport, and then I bought the hat, Matt's Bar.
Oh yeah.
And I don't think I've worn it since because you put it on, and when your name is Matt and you're walking around with a hat that says your name, it's kind of goofy, and I didn't realize how goofy it was to be walking around with a hat that has your name. So I don't think I've even worn that hat since I went to Matt's Bar.
You have all kinds of paraphernalia. I'm showing people on the stream the Croy de Matt Mayoko pin.
Yeah. Our guy Henry.
From your guy Henry. Yeah. We were there, Giants home opener in the Gotham Club. Yeah. And you love your Sandos.
There's no Croy de Greg Papa?
That's shocking.
No, he said he's going to make one.
Oh, he did?
Because there's a Croy de Matt Mayoko. We got to go Croy.
Is that Sons of Johnny LeMaster? Is that who does those pins? Yeah.
Okay. That's Henry. So Mayoko's got one. But you love your Sandos. Marucci's, you have changed my family forever, turning us on to Marucci's. We're there like every Friday. And then what was the place, John? We kept running into you in New Orleans, going to a sandwich spot. The Butcher?
The Butcher place. What was that called? Butcher.
Yeah. The Butcher. Yeah.
That was right around the corner from our hotel. It was dangerous.
Well, how would you rank the Juicy Lucy, Marucci's, or the Butcher? How do you rank them 1, 2, 3?
Well, only because I know Butcher, they're not listening to this.
Mm-hmm.
So I'll just go Marucci's. Trying to get maybe an endorsement on the podcast.
Matt Mayoko here
it's
from
all
Marucci's.
About No, I love Marucci's is great. I am a sandwich guy. I love sandwiches.
So am I. The carbs. We got to go out and do the podcast next year.
Just double check.
We got to go out and do it from Marucci's. We got to go there. So enough Sando talk.
It's funny about. See, how many months ago was this? It was before baseball season started, and I'm walking through, and I see Cole Kuiper. Hey Cole, what's going on? And he's at Marucci's. Yeah. He's at Marucci's, and then I just totally hey, there's Dwayne.
They were there together, father and son.
Yeah, and I with you, I'm the reason that about Marucci's, but the Kuiper is Cole's big into lunch, and so I think he has an Instagram. I think his Instagram handle is Cole's Lunch. So it's great to see the Kuipers there too.
All right, we got to do our Ask Papa segment on your podcast from Marucci's one day out in the East Bay. But
absolutely,
I think we should talk a little football here. They were on the field on Tuesday, so just the Trey Lance mechanics, the gripping of the ball, the wider base with his feet. Just what did you see from Trey at OTAs on Tuesday, Manny?
I would say that his mechanics looked tighter I think the spiral looked tighter. I think he was throwing the ball. It wasn't perfect, but I would say that it looked better. It looked better than it was certainly last season, and I remember just watching him as a rookie. Even in practice and warm-ups before games, where he's airing it out a little bit, and that I didn't know it at the time, but just how the ball was coming out of his hand, a little bit funny. It was, he couldn't bend that index finger. I would say, yeah, he looked better. And I think, Kyle Shanahan has said that too, that he's the best that he's looked since he's been with the 49ers. That's right now. And so, it's an interesting situation, right? Because, they have, it was a very positive report that Shanahan gave on Brock Purdy as far as the potential for him to be ready for the season opener. And then, there's also Sam Darnold, there's Trey Lance. And so, the team seems to really like Darnold and they really like Trey Lance. But if Brock Purdy takes care of business and he gets healthy, stays healthy, and plays the way they expect, then Sam Darnold and Trey Lance will never step on the field this season. And I think that's, the best case scenario for the 49ers is, they like those other two quarterbacks, and, whether they can keep both of them, all that remains to be seen. But, if this season goes as planned, they won't need a second quarterback. They won't need a third quarterback. It'll be the Brock Purdy show from beginning to end.
Yeah, I would agree. Matt Mayoko is joining us. Of course, you read all his great stuff. You follow him, and he's got the 49ers Talk podcast with Jennifer Lee Chan. It's a very good podcast. You need to check that out as well. Kyle has said this before, but something struck me when, because obviously a lot of the questions are about the quarterback, but he was asked the other day about what he values in a quarterback, and he said timing, accuracy, where the ball should go, who plays the most consistent or consistently going to the right play, and then who plays the most realistically, which to me, I translated that into he doesn't want you running all around the field. He wants you to execute the play. When I hear him say those things, and I look at the history of quarterbacks that he has succeeded with, and I know he had RG3, but ultimately he went to Kirk Cousins and Matt Ryan and Matt Schaub. He wants a drop-back quarterback who executes the play as he has written it up. And Trey Lance is none of those things. So when I hear him consistently say that, I do wonder to myself, and I'm not down on Trey, and I'm not hating on Trey. It's just I wonder why they drafted him. Because none of the things that Kyle ever says about what he values in a quarterback, Trey is.
Well, I think that I think the best case scenario for Trey was a guy, they saw how he executed play action. Kyle asked his quarterbacks to, turn their back to the defense, execute play action. And I think if you look at the quarterbacks in that draft, it was Mac Jones and it was Trey Lance as far as guys who did that. I think what Kyle envisioned was, it's this term used about playing 11-on-11 football. And so, his idea was, most of the times when you're playing, when you have a quarterback, you're playing with a guy where, there are 11 defenders, 11 guys that you have to scheme against. And with Trey Lance, you're kind of taking one of those defenders, and you're basically assigning him to the quarterback. In other words, there should be more opportunities when you have a quote-unquote running quarterback, a guy who can make plays with his legs that defense has to take into consideration, they have to game plan for. There should be more opportunities for guys to be schemed open. And so I think that's the idea of this, is the simple math. And remember, I think, was it the 2020 season? It was during when the 49ers went to Arizona, and I think they played a Monday night game against the Buffalo Bills. And Josh Allen completely tore them up. And to me, that was kind of a game changer. And I think Kyle even talked about it at the time, like looking across the way and seeing what a player of Josh Allen's capabilities were and how that impacts a defense. I think there was a part of Kyle Shanahan, a very large part of Kyle Shanahan, who looked at that and said, you know what, the game has changed. I kind of want one of those kinds of guys on my team. And so I think that was kind of the impetus for them to move up in the draft and get somebody that had that capability of being able to stress a defense with his legs and with his arm.
I remember the game vividly. It was at Levi's. The 49ers were still not kicked out of their own stadium.
I thought it was in Arizona.
No, it was at Levi's. And he kept rolling. What he was amazing at that night is he got out of the way from the pressure and he'd roll to the right sideline. And time again, he would hit that right sideline and then just throw a P-Rod to Gabriel Davis or whomever was on the field at the time. And I agree with you. It's just a combination. And, going back to defend Trey a little bit, Josh Allen was very inaccurate as a quarterback at Wyoming. Yeah. His early years in Buffalo, he could not hit a simple check down in the right flat to a running back without having the guy either take it off his shoe tops or jump in the air, just flat out bounce the ball and miss him. So that's what they saw the inaccuracy in Trey, but they felt they could correct that at the NFL level. And then he got the finger injury in the last preseason game against the Raiders, and we all know the story. So the 49ers are actually...
And even to kind of build on what you just said, Greg, I think they thought that the accuracy would improve, but also they realized that he didn't have to be a pinpoint passer because of the other attributes that he had. He was going to be throwing to more open receivers just because of the numbers game and how defenses had to attack him. So they knew
he's live in the run game. He's an extra body in the box.
Absolutely. Yeah. Yes, absolutely.
Yeah. All right, so they're off today, Memorial Day weekend. So they're going to come back next Tuesday to start phase 3, and that'll be OTA practice number 4. OTA practice number 5 will be Wednesday. The media will be there. I'm actually going to be able to go there. The Giants have a day game. Thanks. So just what do you think is going to happen next week? And then they're back to phase 2 on Thursday. They're not going to be on the field. They do have a practice on June the 2nd, which is a week from today, which in theory would be exactly 12 weeks since Brock Purdy had the surgery of March the 10th. So do you anticipate, maybe when you're out there on the 31st on Wednesday, and I'm there as well, Matty, that Brock Purdy will be allowed to throw a football, even lob a football and throw in the towel, as you write?
I don't think, if you're talking about 7-on-7 or 11-on-11, I don't think so. But, it might be something. They'll probably do this, when we're not out there for practice. But, I fully anticipate that he'll be able to, I guess you're talking about next week. I think I do anticipate that he'll be able to pick up a football and start tossing. And it sounds like he's right there right now. As far as, it's just, hey, take it easy. Don't rush it. But I do think that he will be able to start throwing a football very softly and just start that, whatever it is, 3-month ramp-up program to being fully cleared to go out and play NFL football.
Matt Mayoko is joining us. So we're talking about camp. All right, in non-quarterback news, I know there's very little of that. In non-quarterback news, what are the big things that are jumping out at you from what you've seen so far?
Well, I guess the big thing for me is during this time of year, it's shorts, there's no pads. It's kind of flag football like, and so you can't tell anything with the offensive line. You can't tell a whole lot with the defensive line. It's really about I guess the one thing I could say about the defensive line is that Drake Jackson does look bigger. He stayed at the facility. He got the message very clearly. He has to be in better. He has to be stronger and more. He has to be able to be a contributor week 1 through week 18 and beyond. So that was a huge emphasis for him, was just to get strong and maintain that strength. But I guess the one thing that jumped out at me was the 49ers defensive backfield. I thought that Darrell Luter, the rookie, looked pretty darn good. Can he challenge for a starting job? Probably not. I think it's DeAndre Lenore and Charvarius Ward on the outside. But the one guy that I guess is a little bit of a surprise to me, just because I really didn't know too much about him. Isaiah Oliver was with the Falcons. He was a pretty high draft pick and just wasn't very good. And people and Falcons fans did not like him at all as an outside corner. He struggled. He wasn't a very good cornerback at all. But then he really found his footing when they moved him inside to nickel. And so when you think about what the 49ers have done at the nickelback position, they really liked K'Wan Williams. And K'Wan Williams was with the 49ers for 5 or 6 years. And they didn't have to worry about nickelback as long as K'Wan Williams was gone or was there. And then once K'Wan Williams left, then it was Jimmy Ward. And again, they really didn't have to worry about that. Jimmy Ward was a very good nickelback. Well, Jimmy Ward is gone. And so what are they going to do? And Steve Wilkes considers Isaiah Oliver one of the better nickelbacks in the league. And he was available in free agency. The 49ers went and got him. And just watching the very first practice, I can see why they like him. He's a bigger guy, 6'2", 200 and whatever, 205 pounds, something like that. He's a different style of nickelback than they've had in the past. But he was very tight in coverage. He's physical. He should help in run support, even though that's not necessarily a big thing for a nickelback. But what is being a big thing is being able to tackle. You have to be able to tackle if you're a nickelback. You got to keep those, on 3rd and 7, if a guy on you catches a pass, 4 yards past the line of scrimmage, you got to make sure that it's a 4 or 5 yard gain. They're not moving the chain. So he was the guy to me that's like, that was a question mark. What are they going to do at nickelback? And now I feel fairly confident in saying that I think their nickelback's going to be Isaiah Oliver.
All right, Matty. Good stuff. Appreciate it.
All right.
Good insight.
I'm going to go make a Juicy Lucy right now.
Oh, those are
Marucci
good,
run.
Yeah.
Marucci run.
Just don't burn your mouth off. I agree with you. That it is like molten lava in the middle of those things. I've had one. You gotta be careful, but they're good. Worth it.
Absolutely.
Yeah, worth it.
All right, Greg, I'll see you at Marucci's in about what?
Take care, Mayoko Marucci.
See you guys.
See you, man.
Hey, so Juicy Lucy, the opener September the 10th is in Pittsburgh, John.
Mm-hmm.
What's the name of that
From
sandwich?
Annie Brothers. Amazing.
Now that one's interesting.
It took me some time to get used to it, but it is so. Whatever meat you like, most people will do it with like some sort of a roast beef type of thing, and then they put it. And I'm not a coleslaw guy, but they put the coleslaw on the sandwich. They put the fries, and these are homemade. These aren't the type that you would get at a normal fast food joint. These are hand cut fries. They throw those suckers on there, and it's a big, soft, like white bread that they put on either side of it. A thick cut white bread. And the reason why they did this, the reason why they came up with this sandwich, is that they gave it to people on the run. So it was like you had all your meal just in your hand. And they're just messy as hell.
It was like for truck drivers.
Yeah, for truck drivers. And it has a sauce on it, so it's like, you got to be kidding me.
It is a mess, though.
It's a mess.
It's a mess. You got to go bib.
But it's really good. But the problem was, when I lived there, was you'd eat that for lunch, and then you'd sleep in the second half of your day. And then if you ate one once or twice a week, you'd gain 20 pounds. I mean, they're amazing.
Right. No.
But
the line is exceedingly long.
It's unbelievable. And they got about.
And I got a big mouth, but I don't have a big enough mouth. I couldn't get it in my mouth.
No, that thing.
Like, everything's falling out everywhere. It's too much.
It is. You got to have, like you said, you got to have a bib, but then they serve it with the wax paper and stuff. But
so how do the truck drivers eat it while they're driving and not just get covered from head to toe? They don't care.
Exactly. Even if you drop it, they don't care.
I like coleslaw. Can we put it on the side?
Yeah.
I like French fries. Can we put it on the side? Do we have to stack it up?
Plus, that whole place, no matter what you order, it's just the most massive sandwiches and meals you've ever seen in your life. And so you wonder, how do people in certain parts of the country maybe get a little bit bigger? I mean, it's like, hey man, par it down. You could use about half that. I seriously, I gained like 20 pounds when I moved there because everything is just massive.
And then you got to have the Iron City beer to wash it down.
One of the worst beers.
How cool is that? Season opener at Pittsburgh, September the 10th.
Yeah, that's a good trip. That's a good road trip because
I love going there.
And there's nothing.
That is football.
It is seriously.
Football.
There's nothing bigger than football in Pittsburgh. It was just. I've told you the story before. I tried to talk baseball one time. It was summertime. I just tried to talk baseball there, and they
didn't like the Pirates at all.
No, a guy called up and screamed at me. They had a quarterback named Brian St. Pierre. He was their third quarterback. He goes,
I remember.
I don't give a damn about the Pirates. Let's talk about Brian St. Pierre. And I just went, this isn't my market. These aren't my people. This doesn't fit me.
Well, you like football. Come on.
No, I do, but it was like the dead of summer. I mean, it was like May or something, and the guy's like, I want to know about Brian St. Pierre, and I was like, oh my God, that's all.
They love their third quarterbacks. They're going back to the days of Terry Hanratty, backing up Bradshaw, Jefferson Street, Joe Gilliam.
Unbelievable. It was
and they've got three good quarterbacks. They got Kenny Pickett, obviously,
this year,
should start the opener. Trubisky.
Mitch Trubisky still
and
there.
then they got Mason Rudolph still on
Oh,
there.
that's right. My goodness.
Yeah.
Well, we'll see what Kenny Pickett is. But anyway, I guess I am being a hypocrite because we were talking about all three 49ers quarterbacks constantly. So I guess that's true.
That's what are you talking about? You're not going to talk St. Pierre in Pittsburgh, John?
Oh, it was just crazy.
What year was this? This was post Barry Bonds.
Bonds they were the Pirates were terrible, and they were A's-ish. Not quite to this level, obviously.
No one
they
is.
Were A's-ish.
No one is.
And so, how dare I do that? I can't remember who even they had. I mean, it wasn't good, but still, it was like.
If you want ratings in the Steel City, you talk about the Steelers.
That's what you do. Yeah, that's what you do, man. It's just, and I was rudely reminded of that. I mean, he did. He screamed at the top of his lungs, "Oh, what about Dan St. Pierre?" And I was like, okay, all right.
D-Hop wouldn't go to Pittsburgh, would he? Well, they got some big receivers.
Yeah, they do.
George Pickens,
like George
Allen
Pickens.
They wouldn't bring him in, would they?
I wouldn't think. But,
where's he going to go? Where's D-Hop going to go?
Isn't Cleveland the dark horse there? I mean, wasn't he pretty good with Deshaun Watson? That's
you want to hear DeAndre Hopkins' next team and the top odds to get him, John?
Oh, okay.
Dallas Cowboys at 3-1, Chiefs at 4-1, Panthers 5-1, Ravens 7-1, Bills 7-1. They got the Patriots 7-1, but didn't he end it badly in Houston with Bill O'Brien?
Yeah, I don't think
who's now New England's OC. Would they take him?
I wouldn't.
49ers. I'm looking at Niners. Raiders 25-1. Niners are not on the board. I guess he's not coming.
Yeah, I wouldn't think he's coming here.
Well, Charvarius Ward will welcome him with open arms. Come on in, steroid boy. You're not that good. Remember Mexico City?
Yeah, that's right. I wouldn't think
he
that.
tore him one.
I wouldn't think that. I wouldn't want him in the NFC. I could see Kansas City. Isn't Kadarius?
How about the Giants? How about going to the Giants?
Yeah, I guess I could see that. Isn't
Eagles? Would the Eagles take? You mentioned him and A.J.
not.
Brown and
they got
Devontae
too
Smith.
much. They got enough. That's no.
Go 3 wide. They got a good tight end
that.
as well. Go 11 personnel.
Yeah, I wouldn't want that. I mean, he's not what he used to be, but he's pretty darn good. I mean, he's one of those guys.
He is who he is. He doesn't run routes. He just tries to post you up.
That's exactly what he does because he's
got big hands and big body, and he doesn't run a route. So
you just stuck your hand in the camera.
50 ball. I did.
Your hand looks huge in that camera.
I got D-Hop 5X. I got 5X gloves, John.
I like
you know
how
what they
you
say
stuck
about
your
guys
hand out
with
there.
neat big gloves.
Yeah.
They have isotoners. Dan Marino.
Yeah, that camera just kind of distorts things because you put that mug up there earlier. You took a drink out of it. I thought it was an oil can. Greatest
objects in this camera appear bigger than they actually are, John. And wait till we get to the caboose.
Oh, you have no idea today. You people have no idea.
Oh, you going bathrobe?
Oh, yes.
You going Hefner? What time are we doing the caboose? Because T-Rock's coming at 1:30.
Oh, that's right. We have to do it. Maybe I'll do it at 1:15 because we got a foreplay. We got some stuff for you. Yeah, that's our last guest until Tim Ryan makes his not year debut, but season debut. I would say 2023 season debut for Tim Ryan. I wish we had him on a cam. Could he call on and could we get him on the camera? Because we got to see the hair. My goodness, man. It still hasn't been cut, though.
I doubt we'll get him to do that.
Nah, he's not going to do that.
Want him to FaceTime?
No. Does he FaceTime? He does not FaceTime.
I don't know.
No way. There's no chance. He's not FaceTiming us. I mean, he probably would. Actually, no, I don't think he would.
Is he in town? He probably left for the holiday weekend.
No, that's a good point. He's probably gone again.
They're off today, and they don't come back till Tuesday.
Oh,
so
if he's back at his cabin, there's no cell service there. He's not calling us. But anyway,
we'll get him.
He says he will. 1:30 for Tim Ryan
We'll get him. Juicy Lucy.
I miss that voice, man. Just all that stuff. Every Thursday during the season. That's a good time. All right, we'll decide for some of the things Maddie said there, and we got some Giants still to hit up on. There's some NBA news. If you didn't hear, we just told you DeAndre Hopkins has been released, so as always, great stuff. And we'll update the poll for you as well. We did an interesting poll today, so we got a lot to get to. Tim Ryan in about an hour only here on the Sports Leader.
Here's what's trending now.
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
Michael Conforto, another home run. That's 7 in 14 games. In the bullpen, they lead the way. The Giants are at 500 now with a shutout of the Brewers. That story and more turning right now on the all-new KNBR app.
Now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. KNBR heads, fill your feed by following the sports leader on Facebook. This is KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM.
Yes, Tim Ryan in an hour. So if you haven't been paying attention to the new live stream, which you can go to YouTube, Twitch, or you can simply just go to KNBR.com or the KNBR app, and you can see us. You can see all the shows. I thought this is a one-day thing, but now that you've done it this long, you got to do it forever, and it's amazing. Because if I ever just, get drinking and forget what we're talking about, I just look at the screen and I see you in a different gear, and I go, oh yeah, we're doing Giants here. We got the rally cap, or oh yeah, we're doing Niners here. We're doing Giants here. We're doing Warriors here.
I got a new look on, John. People don't freak out. This is for a reason.
I've seen you in a robe. I've seen nipple. I thought you had burned all this gear, but I see an Al t-shirt and a Raiders hat.
I'm not burning the Al t-shirt. This is actually Derek's hat. So we're talking about in honor of the great class that went into the Bay Area Sports Hall of Fame last night at the Hyatt Regency, and it was Julie Foudy and Patrick Willis and Buster Posey and Gary Payton and the son of God, the great Andre Ward, that went in last night. We were talking about who's the one Bay Area athlete that has not made their Sports League's Hall of Fame. So we've done a Danny's Big Poll today. And, Vita's going to get a lot of votes, and Roger Craig and others as well, John. But Jim Plunkett, and the reason I'm wearing the Raider gear today is to honor Jim, who is, again, Eli Manning, but I think he will be a Hall of Famer. How many quarterbacks have started and won 2 Super Bowls? Not 1, but 2, and has not made their league's Hall of Fame. And it's Plunk. And, he was disrespected in a lot of regards. He never made a Pro Bowl throughout his career, which is amazing. But he was a Super Bowl MVP. The first one they won, 11, obviously, that was Fred Biletnikoff. But the first one he won as a wild card team. In Super Bowl 15, he was the MVP of that game. Rod Martin had the 3 interceptions. And then later Marcus, when they beat Washington in Super Bowl 18. So Jim won 2 and was the MVP of 1. Plus, he won a Heisman. I mean, how many guys have won a Heisman? I know college football is different than pro football, John, but look at the list of guys that have won a Heisman Trophy and also were the Super Bowl most valuable player. It's not a very long list. Marcus is on that list, and Roger Staubach and a few others, but not many. So I hope we don't get this all over social media. This will get me in trouble again. But a Al Davis T-shirt,
there's
I've never
a reason
given
why.
away. And I do have the hat. I was going to pull on the John Gruden. This is actually a John Gruden visor.
I do have one of those.
I have.
Yeah, I did that at Halloween the one year.
I remember you looked just like Chucky.
Yeah.
This could be yours, actually. How
I
about
do have
Dennis
one.
Allen and Pete Carmichael bringing
gosh.
John Gruden to New Orleans for OTAs to try to fix the broken car? Again, Derek Carr.
Did Derek see him walking towards him and went, what the hell?
Well, he liked John Gruden. Yeah, when he first dropped an F-bomb.
Yeah, exactly.
Derek effing Carr, where you been?
Wow, I didn't even know it was legal for Gruden to do that, but I guess it's all good. So,
well, they couldn't communicate and say, they couldn't send out a mass email to John. That would have got everybody.
Yeah, you don't want to do emails with him.
They don't want to go emails.
That's
they
not
don't want
good.
to do that. But anyway.
Yeah. That's not good.
So our poll, what,
all right,
what
so
do we
this
got,
is
John?
this is why you were dressed that way. We just want to make sure that we establish that. So Friday's big poll in honor of the 2023 Bay Area Hall of Fame class. Who is the best Bay Area athlete to not get into their prospective Hall of Fame? Now, one of the things we're saying is Barry Bonds is excluded because he would win this in a landslide, and I think at some point he's going to get in. By the way, before I give you the results, a couple of guys have chimed in underneath the poll. Daniel says John Brody. That's a good call.
Totally.
And
very close to being a Hall of Famer, no doubt.
And Flavor, he checks in and says Will Clark. The reason we didn't put Will Clark on there is we do think he's going to get in, right? We do think he's maybe on the verge potentially of getting in, Will Clark. So I think we discussed that.
But he's not in now. So
we could have put him in there.
Clark
We could have put him there. Yeah, we could have done that.
So who are the 4 we picked? Vida, Plunk?
Yeah, I think there's a good 4.
Roger Craig, and who else?
Yeah, Vida, Plunk, Roger Craig, Tim Lincecum are the 4 that we put on there.
Bumgarner. Could have been better.
Early vote, and this is it's close. Early vote: Tim Lincecum 33%, Roger Craig 32%, Vida 21%, Plunk 14%.
See, there you go. That's why I'm wearing silver and black here. He doesn't get respect in his own hometown. Incredible. How many of those guys are from the Bay Area except for Plunk? Plunk's the only guy from the Bay Area.
Yep, that's it. So
it's
that's a good list.
So Lincecum and Roger Craig are almost in a tie?
Yep, they're almost in a tie. And then Vida and Plunk. Every time I heard, and we talked about it because Vida passed, every time I thought about Vida, I thought he was in. And then you went, oh, no, he's not. I mean, my gosh, man. Vida should absolutely be in. So, and you're right about Plunk, the only one with 2. And if I'll tell you this, if Eli gets in, Plunk's got to get in. Because you think Eli's going to get in when he's eligible.
Eli's got to get in. You kidding me? Winning 2 for the New York Football Giants, he's got to get in. And Brady's the only one. He's got 7. Obviously, Brady's a first ballot Hall of Famer. Are those the only 3 that have won 2 Super Bowls that are not in? Starting quarterbacks for a Super Bowl.
Unless they're, like you said, unless they're active or not eligible yet, which Eli and Brady.
Well, that's it. Just those. There's those in Plunk, right?
Yeah. And I mean, I think if Eli gets in, then you're setting the precedence. Because I know he doesn't have the numbers and all those kind of things, but Eli Manning, he's a borderliner. But he'll probably get in.
John Brody's a good call. John Brody in 1970, he was the MVP or Player of the Year that year. He couldn't get over the hump in playoff games. He didn't play well in 71 in Irving, Texas against the Cowboys. He had the lead in 72 against Staubach and the onside kick and the comeback and all that, and did not have a great game in 70. He did beat Minnesota early that year, but when you think about these guys, it's a lot of it is rising up in the biggest games. I mean, Brody, as far as his regular season career, you can make the point John's the second best quarterback in the history of the franchise behind Montana, ahead of Steve Young, although Steve has a lot of the, QBR ratings and, passer ratings and all that. But Brody was a tremendous passer of the football, but he couldn't win in the playoffs where Jim Plunk did. He had the opposite career. Plunk was never a Pro Bowler in his career. It's amazing. But he won the Super Bowl twice. And the Rose Bowl, that's different, and obviously won the Heisman, so he just doesn't get a lot of love. And I don't know. There was a time we thought Tom Flores is eventually going to get in and be a Hall of Famer. Do you think one day, if Eli goes in first, the precedent will be there for Plunk to go in, John?
I do. I think he's one of those guys, but you and I have had this conversation a lot. It's extremely unfortunate that the Hall of Fame, and especially seems to happen in football, they put these guys in after they're gone. Ken Stabler after he's gone. Cliff Branch after he's gone.
Yeah, terrible.
And again, I'm not saying that it's still not an honor, but the point is that you honor these guys while they're around so they can enjoy it.
Totally.
Totally. They haven't done that. So anyway, keep voting on that. It's a good poll today in honor of the Bay Area Sports Hall of Fame, which entered a great class last night. Vida, Jim Plunkett, Roger Craig, Tim Lincecum, some good thoughts below. John Brody.
I wonder if we would have put Bumgarner in there.
Yeah.
What are they saying about us going with Lincecum over Bumgarner?
I just think people love Lincecum. I guess that's why we put it there. But
they love Bumgarner, don't they?
Yeah. Yeah, I think so. But Timmy, man, I just remember going over, and it was sad. I do remember going over to the Coliseum when there was more than 500 people at a game, and Lincecum was pitching for the Angels.
Oh, I remember.
And there was so many giant 55s in there, and the place was fairly well packed out. And I sat probably 2 rows back of home plate, and it was sad, man. It was just sad because it was just like, yeah, he's definitely done. And you just knew it. It was like, oh, man.
Well, he had the hip injury.
Yeah.
Yeah,
no doubt about it. All right, keep voting on that. We'll continue the conversation. If you missed, we started the show talking a little bit about the Giants. They get to 500. Now, normally that wouldn't be reason for celebration, but I think this time it's different. We'll go into what we saw last night. We'll have that conversation 1 hour from now. We'll talk to Tim Ryan about what's going on with the 49ers. And, that means that we're going to have an early edition of the Sweet Clean Family Friendly Blues Supposed to do about 1:15. It's Pop in London, only here on the Sports Leader. Summer starts right here, not where I'm sitting in the studio, at Modesto Toyota, of course, for great savings on that new Toyota you want. And get this, no dealer markup. That's right, Modesto Toyota has no dealer markup, and I love this part of it. There are new cars, SUVs, and trucks arriving every single day. So what you do is you check out the incoming vehicles at ModestoToyota.com. You pick out the one you want. You see all the bells and whistles that it's got. Yeah, it's got that. It's got that. You reserve it, and that's all with no dealer markup. It's that simple. Now, this should give you a lot of confidence because it does with me. They've been family-owned at Modesto Toyota and operated since 1965. They've grown every year because they take care of you, the customer, which I've experienced many times. And that means getting you a great deal with the very best price and, of course, great customer service. So it's time to get out, enjoy that wonderful weather. Got the long weekend coming up. Summer starts here with great savings on that new car, SUV, or truck you want with vehicles arriving daily. I've seen them. The big trucks, they are loaded with new Toyotas. So come get yours. That's right, no dealer markup. Go online to modestotoyota.com. You check out the one you want, you reserve it, and that's all with no dealer markup. So come get a great deal. This weekend, you got a long weekend, you got some extra time at Modesto Toyota, where I get my Toyotas, where I get my son's Toyota. Only at modestotoyota.com.
Listen to the sports leader on your smart speaker. We are KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM.
Yes. Hello, friends. Hope you have some plans for the long weekend. We'll get into some Giants here in a second. Tim Ryan in less than an hour at 1:30. Make sure you do not miss that. Any good plans? You're going up to Bottle Rock, aren't you?
I don't know yet.
Yeah, I know, right?
I'm going to roll here and there. I may hit Bottle Rock a little bit. Sunday's a good lineup, but we'll see where we go.
Right.
I'm going to your house on
You're
Monday, is it?
cordially
Monday
invited
for the barbecue.
Yeah. What would you like? Would you like to check mark steak, burger, or sausage?
Yes.
Like.
Yes. Check.
Anything I can pick up for you for the bar.
You going to
Anything?
Venmo? Where are you going?
Oh yeah. I have everything delivered now. There's a lot that go into the box, lots of ice. And yeah, we're getting all set up.
Memorial Day is a good beer day. You gotta
it is. That's a good call.
Guy,
That's a good call. Yeah. I got to trim some hedges this weekend, make the backyard look
Excuse
nice.
me?
I got to trim some hedges.
Okay.
Things high and tight.
You're Edward Scissorhands of hedge trimming.
That's a good call. I look like Edward Scissorhands.
Yeah.
Oh, by the way, you know what I'm getting a lot of lately is, and then we'll get into some Giants, I promise. As I'm aging here, I'm getting a lot of Conan O'Brien out on the street.
Totally.
Oh, man.
Your hair's not quite tall enough.
Yeah, I know. I need to grow it out a little
Conan.
bit. I just had it.
He's got tall hair.
Yeah, and if I do,
he's a tall guy anyway.
Yeah.
He's like 6'4".
Much like me. Maybe I'm
Very
5'4".
No, you do have a good. You have Conan O'Brien. Look
Yeah,
forward.
I got to. Maybe I just had my haircut, so maybe I'll grow that out for the summer and do a Conan. But yeah, I got that from one of my wife's friends the other day, and then I got that a couple of times on the stream today. And I'm not, he's a funny guy. He's got like you said,
He's a brilliant guy.
I don't know that he's an overly attractive guy, but whatever.
He's
fine.
good looking.
Yeah, it's fine.
I could see it. The hair color,
Yeah,
the
I got
complexion.
Yeah.
The work you've done on your eyebrows, they're so profound. See, the reason I wear a hat every day, John, is to pull down over the eyebrows so you don't see that.
My eyebrow girl could fix that too. She's I have an eyebrow girl, and
okay.
And
do you have an eyelash girl?
Yeah, I have just naturally long eyelashes, but yeah. All right,
naturally, it's all organic.
Everything on me is organic. I don't know what you're talking about. This is how I came out of the womb.
Yeah.
That womb, so polluted. Let's see.
I can't have a kid with her, man. My wife is a junkie.
That's so good. I love it. Anytime we can fit that into the show, I do enjoy doing that. All right. How do we feel about the Giants coming off last night in that we've complained about the bullpen? It was good last night. We've complained, I have certainly a lot, about the defense. It was really good last night. A lot of the things, Michael Conforto hits another home run. We were complaining about the free agents and how they weren't doing anything. Now he's got 7 home runs in 14 games, and he looks like Barry Bonds. So I'm not trying to overreact on one game, but they're at 500. You got a bunch of young guys coming up. We're starting to buzz about Kyle Harrison and Luis Matos and some of these other guys coming up. Even this kid, Ryan Walker, coming out of the bullpen. Luke Jackson seems to be close and on the way. How should we be feeling about the Giants about 50 games in now?
Well, I mean, they're 25-25, but you got to break it up into the 6-13 start. And the season flipped on that Saturday, April 22nd. And since that point, they're 19-12. They, up until this road trip, they weren't a very good road team, but they're starting to win. These are first-place teams. I mean, Minnesota going into the series was a first-place team in the American League Central, and Milwaukee is a first-place team in the National League Central. You are going to see Peralta tonight, and then Corbin Burns from St. Mary will go on Saturday, who's their ace, and he's having a good year. Maybe not as locked in as he was last year, John, but still good. I mean, this team pitched a shutout last night going to an opener. Starting Scott Alexander for the first time, closing with Brebbia, getting the work that they were able to get in between. I don't see a lot of holes on this team. I mean, they're not overtly toolsy. Like the Dodgers and Braves are clearly the two best teams in the National League, and the Mets and Philadelphia have a better roster, you would say. Although the Mets, sometimes I look at them and I think, the hell they spend the $320 million on exactly? Is it that great of a line? I mean, those two veteran starters at the top, they lost their closer. Pete Alonso's a good player. I don't know, John. That roster, Philadelphia's roster looks better to me. Maybe the Mets starters when they're cranking it out there with Scherzer and Verlander. But I mean, the Giants just are solid. I mean, that's why we were talking about, and it's way early. It's Memorial Day. You don't get into this until the 4th of July, a little bit before. But if you were to make a trade, what area of the baseball team is glaringly weak right now? Wade at first base is solid. And then when you face a lefty, Wade can play some. He's really good defensively. He's got range, maybe more range than Belt. Sweet hands. I mean, he's a good player. You could have him left on left some, but you got other people that can play first base when he's out, whether it's J.D. Davis or Wilmer Flores, and then Tyro's playing. Right now, Tyro Estrada is an all-star at second base. I mean, I think he has a great chance to make the National League All-Star team. I think you got a number of guys that could be All-Stars. Tyler Rogers, Alex Cobb could be All-Stars. The way Schmidt solidified the left side of the infield, and Craw and J.D. Patrick Bailey has, solidified the catching position. The outfield has been strong. Getting Conforto to play right field. He had that misplay in Minnesota, but that ball was nutted at 110 miles per hour. Yastrzemski's played better in center than we thought. Sable's done a good job in left. Haniger's defended well. I mean, the one thing is to get Haniger's bat going, John, and, one other arm, I think, in the starting rotation. But then at some point, like Bags was saying, Kyle Harrison's there. You've solidified the bullpen. It was a mess. They didn't know their roles. Their roles vary. You bring Taylor Rogers in some nights in the fourth inning when Alex Cobb is having a rough game. And then last night, he's the guy that comes in behind the opener. And you go left, Scott Alexander, and then Taylor Rogers. Really? But they did it, and it worked, whether he's pitching in the second inning or the fourth inning. So I don't see a lot of, I think they're good, solid baseball players. I thought they'd win 90 games, and that's what I'm seeing this year. The 6 and 13s are raced by what they've been able to do lately on the 19 and 12 to get to 500 now, start to pull away a little bit. And how many wins do you have to get to be a wild card in the National League? What did Philadelphia get last year, John? 87?
87. You got to be high.
How many will it take? How many will it take this year to be a wild card, one of the 3 wild card teams?
Yeah, something in that range, right? I would think something like that. 87, 88. That's normally what it takes.
Well, some of these teams are underachieving right now.
Yeah.
Is San Diego going to kick it in gear? They're playing the Yankees this weekend.
I mean, they just have so much talent. I cannot believe that they couldn't get things going. And here's the other thing, and I'm not saying that they would trade with the Giants, but if they don't get things going, how patient is their owner going to be? And I was looking at some of their free agents in the offseason. Blake Snell is a free agent. Josh Hader is a free agent. Do you want to get something back for Josh or for Juan Soto if he's not going to start hitting at some point and be the guy that you thought you were getting? So you basically depleted your farm system to get him. If he's not going to play well, are they going to start blowing pieces up there? I mean, that to me is something to watch, because if some of these teams, the Phillies spent a bunch of money. I mean, Aaron Nola's a free agent at the end of the season. If some of these teams don't start living up to expectations, are they going to start tearing it apart? Which ultimately helps the Giants, even if they don't get those players.
Well, then he gets fired. How long do you hang on to A.J. Preller? They're not gonna fire Bob Melvin. He's the one, Seidler, their owner, and getting Bogarts, and Juan Soto. He's not hitting for a high average, but he walks an incredible amount. His on-base percentage. I mean, Lamont got the highest on-base percentage, I think, in both leagues. But, the way he just spits on pitches, and the pitch clock was screwing up Soto.
Yeah.
He couldn't do his whole act, the Soto shuffle. He didn't have time to do that, and that's a big part of his game, is kind of daring the pitcher. But in any event, we'll see what they do this weekend against the Yankees. But as far as the Giants, I don't see a glaring weakness, except they got to get Mitch Haniger going.
Pen.
J.D.
What about
Davis
the pen? They need another arm, don't they? They need somebody in the pen.
I mean, when you get Luke Jackson back, what do you need there? You got the 2 lefties, Alexander and Taylor Rogers. You got Brebbia. You got Tyler Rogers. Camilo Duvall. I mean, your bullpen starts with your back-end anchor. That guy's an all-star. I mean, right now, and it's only Memorial Day, but as far as Giant all-stars this year, Alex Cobb, Tyro Estrada, Tyler Rogers, Camilo Duvall. Conforto started slowly, so his overall numbers are not great, and outfield's hard, but he could get there. Am I missing anybody else? Casey Schmidt, the starting shortstop for the National League this year, John?
That's given. That's happening.
It'll make you some money.
Yeah, that's happening. Yeah, look, I'm encouraged by things, and because they're 500, it doesn't really bother me, because I'm seeing something on the horizon, and I think that's what the fan base wants, is that they're seeing, not only is it, and we understand what the catching position means. I mean, Jacob Junis was just gushing about him and what Casey Schmidt has done, and it's not only that they're winning, but and I don't want to make a comparison to the 2021 team, especially for a team that's at 500. But what was happening that year was a bunch of older guys who you knew weren't going to be around for a long time were having career years. That you were on the downside of that, as weird as that sounds for a team that won that many games. But now you're starting to see a team that this could be long-term. I mean, I think Casey Schmidt's going to be a good player. I think that Patrick Bailey's going to be a good player. Kyle Harrison, we've been hearing about that so long. That, I think part of the fun in the roller coaster ride that is being a fan is that when you start doing the up, that's a fun part. And you're starting to look at the Giants and say, I see something on the horizon here, versus looking at the team and going, and this was just a couple of years ago, damn, they're old. How long can they keep this up? Now you're starting to see the flip side of it, which you and I have had this conversation. It's going to be hard at some point, and I respect what Ron Woda says immensely, but at some point they're going to have to tell Brandon Crawford, dude, you're hitting $165 and you're kicking it around in the infield. We can't have that. It's not a game of what have you done. It's a game of what are you doing and what are you going to do.
Yeah, and Crouch, Wody's always going to defend his guy.
And I would too. I love the guy.
And J.D. Davis has a lack of range. He's got a great arm. He seems to field everything that's hit right at him. But your best range probably on the left side is Crouch, short, Schmidt at third. Then Schmidt at short, J.D. Davis at third. I'm not sure. J.D. Davis is a little bit of a funk right now, so they're not going to bench completely Brandon Crawford, John. There may be some left on left that he's not a part of. They're pitching Peralta tonight and then Corbin Burns tonight. Or tomorrow, I should say. So that'll be interesting to see how they do that. But I something tells me Brandon Crawford's going to get out of this in a little bit of time. But right now, I mean, when they were 6-13, you and I had conversations. Remember they lost that game in that Friday night 7-0, and we thought we were kind of lost in the Warriors then, and the Giants and the 49ers draft. We weren't talking a lot about the Giants at the beginning of the year, but it really seemed like, how were they going to get better? How? I mean, just activating Haniger and Slater going to solve all your problems? And they kind of did, and then Haniger just hasn't hit, and Slater got hurt again. The way they did it was by going young and bringing up Casey Schmidt and Patrick Bailey. And you just didn't know that those guys would be this good. Now, are they this good? They are defensively, there's no doubt. Are they going to hit? How are you going to deal with them when they go through prolonged slumps? And then, since you've done it with those two guys, are you apt to do it again at some point in a week or two with Kyle Harrison? And then where is Luis Matos? How far away is he? Because still you're not getting a lot of production. I mean, you look at the lack of production you're getting offensively, John, it's mainly the center field spot. But you have to think when Yastrzemski gets healthy and Slater comes off the IL, you'll figure that out. And then you're doing it with really a four-man rotation. Your fifth spot just hasn't been there, and Harrison would obviously go into that spot.
Absolutely. All right, give us your thoughts. Text line is wide open. We're also on the live stream. You can check us out at KNBR.com and the new KNBR app, or on YouTube and Twitch, so make sure that you check that out as well. 1 o'clock hour, foreplay for you. Then we'll do an early version of the caboose because Tim Ryan, is going to join us at 1:30. He's been out at camp at all the practices. What is he seeing? He'll tell us at 1:30 only here on the Sports Leader.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now back to Papa and Lund live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Thanks for joining us. In about 15 minutes, we'll give you an early version of the Caboose. And there's a pretty funny piece of audio that we have to play from Pete Alonso, and then we'll get into normal Caboose stories. The reason why we're doing it early is because Tim Ryan's going to join us at 1:30. 1:30.
The polar bears going in the Caboose?
Yeah, this is pretty funny. And I often do wonder about this when players are on the field, the court, the ice. And sometimes you have to go to the bathroom. And so it's a pretty funny clip from Pete Alonso. So we'll play that for you as well. Also in the foreplay, Buster Posey, who was inducted into the Bay Area Sports Hall of Fame. Jacob Junis loves himself some Patrick Bailey. I wanted to play this the other day, and I forgot Dre Greenlaw talking about Javon Hargrave, and we'll talk a little bit about the Niners defense in that. And then Jovan Buha, who we had on during the Lakers-Warriors playoff
athletic
run,
writer?
talking about LeBron, and he mentions a certain team, and he says it may be time for him to move on. So
really,
we did talk
Is
about
it a
this
team
topic
that wears
yesterday.
blue and gold, John? Occasionally
Yes.
black?
Yes, occasionally. On occasion.
Even
Yes.
he's talking about that?
Just I'll play that for
Is
you.
LeBron going to need surgery on that tendon on his foot this offseason? Sounds like he might.
Well, I have to give him credit, man. He played on a torn tendon throughout the playoffs and didn't make that big of a deal of it. Wow.
He's always got something.
Yeah.
Remember the one year in the finals when he punched, I think it was the game J.R. Smith didn't know how many timeouts there were. No, he didn't know the score. Didn't know the score. And there was the overturn on the block charge with Kevin Durant. Remember that play, game one? Mm-hmm. And then LeBron punched the whiteboard, and then we got word right after the Warriors. Did they sweep him that year? I think they might have. I think they might have swept him. But in any event, remember he came right out, I was playing with a broken hand. He never mentioned that the whole series until he got eliminated.
Yeah.
Oh, it was a final, so he got, season over.
But yeah, apparently he's a torn tendon in his foot. He had that foot injury all year, and then had the torn tendon. So anyway, yes, he did. He did discuss that afterwards. So we'll get into that. All right, it is time. It is Pop in London, KNBR, AM and FM, San Francisco, the sports leader, Cumulus Media Station for playtime.
Time for some foreplay with Papa and Lund.
I'm Dirk Diggler.
4 chunks of audio that really get you going.
I have a gift, and I am trying to not be selfish about it, but to use it.
On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
A great class into the Bay Area Sports Hall of Fame last night. That's going to be a tough one to top. You got Buster there, Patrick Willis, Gary Payton. My goodness,
Julie
man.
Foudy.
Man.
Andre Ward, the son of God.
How can I forget him? Wow. Just
Great
an amazing group. So, anyway, that's the group that went in last night. Here's Buster Posey on being inducted last night. That was, of course, Buster with Murph and Mac this morning. If you want to hear the whole interview, just go to KNBR.com. It in certain ways, it just feels like it was like seconds ago since he retired, and all of a sudden he's going into Hall of Fames. You know what I mean? It happens fast, doesn't it?
Did Murph mention that it was 12 years ago to the day when they convened last night on May the 25th that Buster suffered that terrible ankle injury when Scott Cousins barreled him over at the plate? It didn't dawn on me that we were going on this date in history or something yesterday. Oh, damn, it's May 25th. That's the day Buster got crunched and missed the rest of the year, but then came back in 2012 and in his best year ever, MVP and a batting championship and a second title in 3 years. And that was also the date that Flan waved Angel Pagan around against Colorado on that Saturday afternoon on the inside the park walk off, leading off the inning. There was nobody out.
Oh my gosh!
He didn't need to do that. But in any event, it was a great ceremony last night. I saw some of the video as well. That's a pretty good class there because with Buster, you got a Hall of Famer. He'll go into the Hall of Fame in Cooperstown. And at Patrick Willis, at some point, John, he's been a finalist twice now for the Pro Football Hall of Fame. And it's just there's a little bit of a waiting time in the linebacker position there. And Luke Kuechly, I think, is going to be in the mix as well. Not sure who's going to go in first, but I think of that group, and Gary Payton obviously is a Hall of Famer, and Julie Foudy, Andre Ward. I mean, that's one of the better classes of all time where you could say all five are going to go into the Hall of Fame in their sport, not just the bash-off.
Yeah, no doubt. Geez, Joey Bart, I feel really bad for you. Here's Jacob Junis last night. He's just gushing all over Patrick Bailey and his catching, game-calling skills. Here's Jacob Junis, who was very good, part of a great bullpen yesterday for the Giants. What if Joey Bart texted Jacob Junis and went, thanks, bro? The hell?
Dude, everybody on the staff has said that. Has there been any guy that has thrown to Patrick Bailey? He's obviously a
we need some romance music behind that stuff. I mean, they love him.
Well, he's good. Yeah. I mean, he's right. Does he get a hit? How's he get a hit? He's a natural righty. What's his left-handed swing going to be? There's questions with him. How about the double he had last night when Schmidt and Patrick Bailey went back-to-back doubles? And now Joey's how soon will he be back for one off the, and this is a different groin injury. It's on the other side of his body than the one he had earlier in the year. I think I'm interested to see, if they do go to a Bart, Bailey, and then even Sable. That's the 3B. It's your killer bees, John. You got Bailey, Bart, and Blake are your three catchers.
Blake is
kind of 2.5.
Break glass in case of emergency, Blake. Blake.
So you're not, but they want him to catch. So I mean, out of a 7 game, say you play 7 games in 7 days, does Bailey catch 4, Joey 2, and Blake 1? How do you do that? But Joey's got. We'll see where it all goes from here. And there's a way he's got a hit. We'll see. I think it'd be nice at the major league level to have them on the same room together in the catching room. But they're young guys as well. Joey's the oldest guy of all of them, right? What's Joey now? 26.
26. Yep. When do you stop being a prospect?
Well, he's a major leaguer now.
Yeah, I know.
He's been in the major leagues.
But he's not established. I mean,
when he has to get playing time. The question is, he does have another option.
Well,
they could set Joey Bart back down to AAA.
I think that's officially Farhan's actual middle name. Option. Farhan Options ID. Oh, you have a what left? I have an option. Oh, we'd like to sign you. How many options do you have? That's what gets him excited.
3, and then they got to use them up, and you have one the entire year.
You have 3 options? I love you.
They put a rule in to restrict the number of moves on that.
Yeah, doesn't seem like it's hindering him whatsoever.
2021 year, that was a daily occurrence.
Oh, my God. The PR staff for the Giants.
That's the way to manipulate the roster. That's smart.
They would just, they already had it written, and all you had to do, it was like Mad Libs. All you had to do was fill in, like, whose name.
Well, the best year was the year of the pandemic, and then even in 21, when people were getting the virus shots, it's like, what's going on here? Somebody would somebody would get, a shot, and then they wouldn't be well. I'm like, what's going on? And it was, if a guy threw a lot of pitches the night before, you knew they were going to find a way
on some list
to hide him for a couple of days. He's not going to be available for the next 2 or 3 days.
He's got the sniffles.
It's genius.
He's got the sniffles. We're bringing somebody else up. It was crazy.
No, it's a reaction to Johnson & Johnson.
Right, exactly.
They did that all the time.
We've talked so much about quarterbacks, we thought we'd give you a little bit about the defense because that is actually the backbone of this team. Here is Dre Greenlaw, who was on with us a couple days ago, on the addition of Javon Hargrave and the back and forth from the championship game. It's going to be fun. I mean, the Niners defense is going to be the Niners defense, but you bring in Javon Hargrave. You don't have Azeez Al-Shire. You don't have Jimmy Ward. You're bringing a new defensive coordinator. Obviously, there's going to be some changes.
Well, and Javon Hargrave, and you put him next to Eric Armstead, and Tim Ryan will join us at 1:30. And one thing Tim was talking about all last year was a war daddy. And a war daddy is a big D tackle with 3 technique that can play next to Eric Armstead. DeForest Buckner was that guy. You don't have a war daddy. They drafted Javon Kinlaw hoping he would get to that point, but going out and giving the money to Javon Hargrave. And now, just stylistically, John, the difference in the body types between Javon Hargrave and Eric Armstead. I mean, Eric Armstead's a former basketball player. He's 6'7". He's angular. He's tall. And then Javon Hargrave is short and squatty with a big butt and those legs, and you can't move that guy. And you hear Dre Greenlaw. Could you imagine Dre Greenlaw and Fred Warner with the way they're playing right now, the best duo of linebackers in football, behind Eric Armstead and Javon Hargrave? That's why if you're Steve Wilkes, you're talking about using the athleticism of the linebackers to blitz. I mean, how are you going to block all these guys, John? You double-team Bosa. Can you double-team Hargrave too? Can you double-team Armstead? Can't double team them all. It's a math equation. What do you max protection every play? And then even if they are able to stand some of them up and you bring in, like Willis and Bowman coming in behind the Cowboy, I mean, just think about the options you have from that front. And that's why, Dre's so excited about having Hargrave on this team. You put him next to Eric Armstead. Wow.
Yeah. And then open up some lanes for him. And like you said, him and Fred Warner to make plays, and he's going to be.
And here comes Talanoa Hufanga,
all of a sudden,
the huff and puff.
So it's going to be fun to watch. And finally, number 4 on the list here is our friend. We had him on during the NBA, during the Lakers and Warriors series. Jovan Buha, who writes for The Athletic, covers the Lakers, said, LeBron likes to move around every now and then. Maybe it's just time now. I think
okay, he could take it hard.
Yeah.
He's still, in those other situations, his contract expired. When he went Cleveland to go to Miami, when he left Miami to go back to Cleveland, when the Warriors swept him and he went to L.A., and we sensed that was coming. He's under contract for one more year, and then he can opt out. Why would Rob Pelinka and the L.A. Lakers trade LeBron James this offseason? Not just from a basketball standpoint, but they're the Lakers. They're Showtime. They're the Lake Show. Do you see them trading the star that is LeBron James away from that team?
No. I wouldn't see him traded from any team, but let alone the L.A. Lakers, where, look, you've got to have a star on your team. And Anthony Davis, as good as he is not that kind of star. LeBron James is. And if he's telling the truth about this foot injury and it needing surgery, then 38-year-old LeBron James playing on a torn tendon, then I would imagine that he'd probably be better next year. Now they're going to sit him out a number of games, but I don't see it. And the only way I do see it is if the Lakers tell themselves, we're just not a contending team. And in the Western Conference, and I say about the Warriors too, I mean, all due respect to Denver, they're really good, but there's not a dominant team in the Western Conference right now. So if I'm the Warriors, I'm still trying to win. If I'm the Lakers, I'm still trying to win. The West, to me, next year is still open. The Nuggets won
Phoenix, Sacramento.
The Nuggets won 53 games, and that was the top number in the West. So there's not a dominant team in the West. So
Denver's going to be good for a while.
Yeah, they're good.
They're young, and they built it the right way, and they're solid. Phoenix has got to fill in around those two great players, Durant and Booker. So LeBron's got a contract this year for $46,900,000. Then he has a player option for the following year. So if he would go in and say to Rob Pelinka and Jeannie and the Lakers, all the buses, I'm gonna exercise my player option and I'm gonna leave. And then you got, is Bronny, his son, going to be one and done in college and go right into the NBA? Really? Is he not going to have to play 2 or 3 years of college basketball to prepare to be an NBA player? Or, is he even going to play professional basketball in the NBA, or is he going to have to go into Europe? So I think so much of this talk, John, is because they got eliminated on Mondays and he dropped the R word, retirement, right away. But he is under contract for 1 more year, but he does have that player option, and so does Anthony Davis. They both have that player option, so it'll be interesting to see what they do.
All right, we'll give you a quick version of the caboose, and then our good friend Tim Ryan is going to join us. We're going to call this 2023 season. Is it official? It's officially underway, and we haven't talked to Tim in a while, so we're all in for a treat at 1:30, only here on the Sports Leader. Your old friend here, John Lund, for my friends at the Dolan Law Firm. And, it was a rough winter for many of us. The heavy rains, dangerous driving conditions, and unfortunately, our friends at the Dolan Law Firm, they saw a sharp increase in accident and injury cases as a result. Now, the bad weather wasn't the only thing that made this winter difficult. We also saw people affected by the mass layoffs, especially in the tech industry. And the Dolan Law Firm's Employment Practices Group also saw an uptick in unlawful terminations, discrimination, sexual harassment cases. But now that the bad weather is behind us, our friends at the Dolan Law Firm, they want to remind everybody to please be aware that the good weather brings out pedestrians, motorcyclists, scooters, bicyclists, children playing. So let's work together to make sure the Bay Area is a safer place. And for your employees, go to DolanLawFirm.com to learn more about your rights. The award-winning firm has secured over $1 billion. That's with a B in verdicts and settlements on behalf of their clients. Headquartered right here in the Bay Area, they live here, they work here, they win here. DolanLawFirm.com.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report.
A 5-shot revolver. It was loaded, wedged in the crack of her buttocks.
Papa and Lund presents the Caboose Pistol.
The old caboose pistol, everybody has one.
A few stories that slip through the cracks.
Did you say caboose?
I know some women who could hide a machine gun in there. Yeah. I'm sorry, we're getting off track.
On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
All right, we did promise you the story behind the caboose. So we'll do that. We'll do that before we get out of here at 1:45 because that takes a bit of time, and we got to get Tim Ryan in 9 minutes. So we'll do that for you as part of remnants to end the show because we have gotten a lot of response being on video and everything like that on Twitter and on Twitch and on YouTube. So we will play that for you at about 1:45. But let's start with a piece of audio, and then we'll go from here. This is Pete Alonso, and I am intrigued by this because I wonder how many guys have to go to the bathroom. Like we saw Paul Pierce get wheeled off because he had to go to the bathroom. You see sometimes guys come out of NBA games.
Is that why he got wheeled off in the wheelchair? He had to go to the bathroom?
Yeah, he had to go to the bathroom and wasn't going to make it. That's what eventually came out. Yeah, that's what came out of that. Was that he had to go and he needed to be wheeled off because he wasn't going to make it. So Pete Alonso. Let's just play this from Pete Alonso. This is pretty funny. He was doing a thing with John Boy, I think, and this is what he said about a recent at bat.
Ending first pitch because I need to go. And then first pitch I get a hanging slider and then I deposit it in the seats and then as soon as I touch home plate it's straight to the bathroom. No high fives, straight to the bathroom. That was best case, but dude, honestly, if I had to run the base, I would have gotten picked off on purpose or something because I would have had to go so bad.
It's a lot of info. TMI, Polar Bear.
That was outstanding.
First of all, how old is he? He mistimed his caffeine intake. Yeah. It is a diuretic, so it makes you go pee.
Yeah.
But then he went to a goodness gracious.
Yeah.
I just drank a cup of coffee and now I got to go to the bathroom.
Well, thank goodness he got a hanging slider.
He drank. He dropped a goodness gracious.
Yeah, he did. I am surprised it doesn't happen more often because you do see NBA players will come out of a game and run straight through and maybe they got to go to the bathroom or something. But, I mean, let's say that you're like an outfielder. Like if you're moving around.
Rick Bosetti. You ever hear the story of Rick Bosetti?
He was a former Blue Jay. Yeah.
He took he was the best reliever in the league that year, John, and he played center field. So right in the middle of an inning, he let it fly.
Manny Ramirez did it one time, remember, in Boston, didn't he? He went to the bathroom.
I remember he wore the bone refractors that I have in my Bose sunglasses. He wore those while he was playing a game where he was listening to music in the outfield.
Yeah. No, it's famous.
He went to the bathroom?
I think they opened the door to the Green Monster.
Well, he
went
in the Monster in the wall.
Yeah. So he had to go
which
that
is disgusting because that's where they do the scoreboard.
But what I'm saying is like, if you're moving around, it doesn't seem to happen. But like if you're in left field or something and all of a sudden the mood strikes and because you're not always feeling great and your stomach is growling or something, and you're like, please don't hit it to me. I'm surprised like a ball in left center, and then there's not because a guy will wear like a jock underneath his uniform, so it's not like it's gonna you're not wearing Depends out there. I mean, I'm just surprised.
I don't know how
if
many
they have
actually
more.
wear cups anymore. How about Mark Schlereth? Mark Schlereth would urinate in his football pants. Was it before every game? That's where he got the nickname Stink, Stank, Stunk.
Because he didn't want guys.
Because no one wanted to touch him. No one wanted to go.
It's part of his strategy.
Yeah, he was disgusting, and he was all yellow during the game. So.
I forgot about that. Yeah, that was nasty. Anyway, there's Pete Alonso giving you a little insight into things, and like you said, when apparently he got to the dugout and people were trying to because I mean everybody does some sort of a celebration
Except the
now.
Giants. Everybody in
that's true.
baseball
What
got
do
a home run.
They got to do something, don't they?
Do the Giants need something, don't they?
Yeah, because everybody does something except for them. I think the Angels. What is the thing the Angels do? I think what the Angels do is maybe the best one.
They put on the hat. What's the hat they put on?
Yeah, the samurai hat. That one's pretty cool. But anyway, it seems like
the
everybody's
best is the
something.
Orioles. Have you seen their bird bat they do?
No, I have seen that.
They squirt water. Water all over everybody.
That's pretty good. I like that.
They bring the hose in the outfield. It's great.
Did the A's used to do the wheelbarrow? I mean, somebody did a wheelbarrow. The wheelbarrow was pretty funny. Anyway,
when they were the A's.
Yeah. So, but Pete Alonso basically was like, nope. I guess they were coming up to him like, oh, that's right. Red Sox had a laundry cart. But apparently,
they all got something now.
Yeah, Alonso, they were going to do whatever they do with the Mets, and Alonso's like, nope, and he just went straight down the thing and had to go to the bathroom. Anyway, there's that. All right, this is more caboose-ish. I think we have time for one more. Deputies in Indiana found a pair of scissors inside the anal cavity of an arrestee during a required body scan. He was booked into jail. I'm trying to see where this is. LaPorte County. Do you know where that is? You lived in Indiana. I don't know.
LaPorte County.
LaPorte County. This is called a secure pass body scan is what it is. They found the scissors in there. The arrestee eventually agreed to the scan, and when reviewing the images, they observed a foreign object inside. It was a pair of scissors. I'm looking at them right now. The scissors were 8 inches in length. That's a big pair of scissors, man.
So
I mean, these aren't the little kid scissors. You know
how fond I am, and there they are right there on the stream.
Ugh.
My scissors. I could not do a game without my scissors and my
you
scotch.
Just have them right there.
I have them on my desk. So when I travel, and when I'm on the it's a fist length that's the issue. Because I've been down this road a million times in my life when I fly commercial. So when I'm with a team, obviously I can bring them on a charter.
Right.
When I fly commercial,
you can't take those scissors.
If I'm not going to check a bag, these scissors are right on the line of whether or not you can get them on an airplane. It's basically a fist length. So these are longer than I've had these scissors forever. They're perfectly lathered up, or they just fly. Tim Ryan will tell you about that. I can't. I have to.
Those are not children's safety scissors.
So
you have scissor
But the
hands.
problem is, if I am not checking a bag and I'm carrying on, I would go caboose pistol with the scissors
if you
to
had
get
to.
them through TSA, because I cannot. If they find them in my bag,
they're going to take them.
They take them. And my Bumble and Bumble hair gel.
Oh, those are the two most important things.
It depends how high you have to squeeze it out a little bit, so you can't.
What is it? 2 ounces?
I don't know what it is. I'm not worried about those.
On a 49ers plane, though, you can bring just about anything, right?
No, the charter. I'm talking commercial.
Yeah,
commercial flight. I can fly. We can bring whatever we want on the plane. So the scissors and the caboose pistol. They're not that big. This camera makes it look bigger.
Okay.
But it is bigger. They measure it by a fist, and it is bigger than a fist.
Gosh, man.
I'm like, what am I going to do? Go into the cockpit and hold a plane up with these? I'm just doing my job.
If you don't fly us directly to Las Vegas, I'm going to cut your hair.
You know how many times I've almost lost these scissors? And these are the only ones I have other ones, but these,
they don't work as well?
Because there's no effort. It's just they
those are nice.
Just cut. It's my scalpel,
and people don't understand. What you need to do to follow that up is, do you have your chart in front of you, the one you use for play-by-play?
I have my Kyle Juszczyk
See,
notes, so
that's
there's
exactly right. So that's what you do. You cut out the notes.
There's my Kyle Juszczyk.
And you paste them for people who don't know. That's your system.
Yeah. So I got to have a pair of scissors and scotch. Actually, 2 scotches. Scotch tape and Johnny Walker.
Exactly. Sir, what is in your bag? Scissors, scotch,
believe me, there's how many times where I'm getting on a commercial flight and I got it. So the scissors are always in my bag. my briefcase.
And
or
you
my
forget
backpack.
that they're in there?
Well, then I got to transfer them to my luggage where I check them, and I'm like, damn, they're in my carry-on. Now what do I do? So if you do that, John, my suggestion would be, if you're going to go scissors in the caboose, start at this end and go up the
you
A-gap
can't go
that
the other
way.
end.
This way, we got a bleeder.
Okay, but I just saw this thing, and it was 8-inch long scissors. Are those 8 inches?
Well, I got 9-inch nails, so I'll measure.
But
no, they're not. They're not.
But
eight.
those scissors inside your robe.
But it's just the
and
blade.
lettuce.
We're not measuring the handle.
Right. Yeah.
I love the handle. They
Not
fit
the base,
my thumb
just the.
and my index finger just beautifully.
Boy, they
And
do
it's the
figure
way
it
they,
well. Look at your
it's the
thumb
way
go
they
right through
just,
there.
It's the way they. There's no stick. It just slides.
Plus, I
got
like-
it perfectly broken in.
Right,
It's like
and-
a good Brandon Crawford baseball glove. So where do
Well,
you
people
measure
can
the
hear
8
it.
inches? If it's from, we're not counting the
From
the
base to
finger
tip.
part. It's just the blade, just the tip. That's all you want.
Base to tip.
No, that's not 8 inches. But they measure. It's a fist.
Oh, I see.
Now, you know what I
We're
got to
getting
use?
it all in here. It's a
I got to
fist.
use Tim Ryan's hands.
Yes, use
because his
his
fist
hands.
is way bigger than mine. See, the problem is I got a small fist.
That's it.
Damn.
That is a problem. That is a bleeder. All right, that is your sweet, clean, family-friendly caboose pistol. We learned something about scissors today, which is always a bonus. You got those things right on your desk. That's beautiful. You just pop those things right out.
I sleep with
Beautiful.
these.
I like those.
The circumcision. The circumcision.
On that note, our good friend Tim Ryan is going to join us coming up next. The debut of Tim Ryan in the 2023 season is next. You do not want to miss that. Back from hibernation, only here on the Sports Leader.
Wherever you are around the globe, stream your faithful home of 49ers football 24/7, 365 on KNBR.com. This is the sports leader.
What happens in Vegas stays in Vegas.
Oh, man. We've been sandbagging all day just to get to Tim Ryan at 1:30-ish. We've missed him. He goes underground,
That's our
man.
first game in the preseason, John. We'll be in Vegas.
August
Joint
13th.
practice
Oh,
before.
man. That's going to be fun. Tim's been watching all the OTAs, and we just love talking to Tim anytime we can. What's up, bro?
What's up, bro?
I might just stay in Vegas. What stays in Vegas may be us. For the week, practicing against those guys should be fun.
Oh, absolutely.
Oh, my man. It's so good to hear your voice, T-Rock. I've missed you, man. I've not seen you since January 29th. How are you?
I'm doing well. Just headed out for the weekend. Been at OTAs the last couple weeks and going to roll up to the ranch for a couple weeks, come back for the mini camp, and get ready to get the party started, baby.
Yeah, let's get it going. So I'm going to be there next week on Wednesday to watch the OTA. Then we're going to the State of the Franchise the next day on Thursday. So I know you've been there a lot. You've seen the rookie mini camp. You were there watching the guys. Just broad strokes. We'll pick it apart, but I want to hear just overall, what are you seeing?
I would start with, I think this obviously is going to be a very good team. The roster is top-notch around the league when you look at it, position for position for the most part. And when I, just going back to OTAs last year and where they are now, just with the camaraderie and the competitive spirit, I think head and shoulders above where this team was last year. I really believe that, and I think you could talk to the coaches and the players that were here, and they tell you the same thing. So it's very competitive. It's been fun to watch. I think probably the most improvement, and a lot of guys going into their second year, the light goes on for them from a physical standpoint. Because you got to remember, a lot of these rookies, guys that were rookies last year, they really hadn't taken a rest or been able to, really get themselves rested, rehabbed, and re-upped and ready to go since before they went into their final year of college. So I would say Drake Jackson has been he has really upgraded his body in terms of getting in the weight room, getting strength. The guy looks like Bruce Smith now, not quite as tall, but just when you watch him at practice, and, I've seen him in the weight room. I know what he's done in the weight room. I know how he's improved. And that's a position, losing Sampson, Ebukam, and when you think about Hargrave coming in, Hargrove on the other side of, with Bosa, put those two guys on the same side, where the protection's going. And that other defensive end is going to have to be an absolute war daddy, and I think Drake Jackson is ready for the job.
Tim Ryan is joining us talking about OTAs with the 49ers. If we can just back up for just a second, explain to people OTAs, because they're running around in shells. It's tough to your offensive or defensive lineman. You're not really being able to tell that. So what can you tell when guys are running around at OTAs? Well,
who's passing the eyeball test? And they all do. There's not a guy that's not in shape out there. So the attendance has been, for the most part, outstanding. These part of the OTAs, they're not mandatory, but they're somewhat required. And in terms of the chemistry, and if you're a defensive lineman, and I know Javon hasn't been there, and he's had some challenges, coming over from Philadelphia, and I think he was there at the beginning. But these guys that haven't been there with those drills that Kasarik puts the defensive line through, I mean, their hip flexors are going to pop when they get here. I mean, it's been, and hopefully not literally, but man, those drills and what those guys do in the individual work is relentless, and the tempo is relentless. So I would say, the first couple weeks, guys are just out there working on their own, going through the conditioning. Then the coaches were able to get out there, but they weren't able to go offense against defense. So they're just a lot of drill work, a lot of, just going against air and going through plays. And then once the coaches got out there, and they've had, I think, 3 practices with the OTAs with the coaches where the players can go against the players. And now, you're seeing offense go against defense. And that started last week. And that's the first time the helmets have come on. So you can, that to me is where it really starts. And you see more of the offense versus defense and the competitive spirit. And how does Trey look now throwing against the defense? How does Sam Darnold look throwing against defense? And you can start to see those things show up. How is Isaiah Oliver really going to be in the slot? And I think he's, as a nickel corner, and I think he's going to be outstanding. Those 34-inch arm length, they are pass breakup machines and weapons. So you can start to see, the competitive juices, and it's highly competitive out there with these. And so, it's not the real thing. They're not, obviously they're not in pads and they're not hitting, but it's fun to watch, and it's fun to watch versus, and this year with a lot of the young guys. And then, of course, the veterans. Kittle looks amazing. Fred looks outstanding. I mean, the frontline players are ready to finish the job this year.
And then the major change from the coaching staff, obviously, is D'Amico Ryans getting the head coaching job in Houston, and Steve Wilks coming in. And Steve, being the interim coach last year in Carolina, doing a great job there. And also, we saw him in Arizona the year he was the head coach of the Cardinals, Tim. Beat the 49ers twice that year.
The year Josh Rosen went deep on the first play of the
2-0. Christian Kirk, the first play of the game, right? So
Adrian Colbert blew that cover.
Yeah. So Tim, how do you and Steve, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think he's the first former head coach that Kyle's had on his staff. So he could, he's going to be upstairs on game day. Saleh and D'Amico were downstairs, so maybe aid in game management there, where the former head coach's eyes. But as far as being the DC and the structure of the defense, how do you think it differs going from D'Amico to Steve Wilks?
Well, a couple things. I think Anthony Lynn was the head coach, and he's there as
that's right.
the running backs coach.
Yeah, you're right. You're right.
I would say there's, one thing about Steve, and I've always had a lot of respect for him. I was doing Bears games back in the day when he was there. The guy majors in secondary play and coverage, and we know from playing Carolina last year what the problems they can present. His scheme schematically, just with some of the disguises and the fire zone blitzes and stuff like that. So I think that's the biggest thing is. I think secondary-wise, they're going to look a little different this year, and we'll probably have a few more different wrinkles in terms of some of the looks. It's not going to always be quarter, half that, Saul obviously installed, and D'Amico had his own wrinkles off of it too. But I think that's the biggest thing. And one thing that's going to be different is the coordinator's going to be up in the box this year. I think Steve's going to coach from up there, which gives him the bigger picture perspective of what he's looking at, and that's where he sees the game best. So Daniel Bullock's the DB coach now. His role will end. He'll have the whole room now with the corners, and DB does a great job. And he'll be down on the field. And he's a former player, and his intensity and his fire will be, I think will be a shot in the arm for them down there. They're going to miss D'Amico. They're going to miss his presence down on the sideline. But Chris Kasarik will be down there, and he'll be handling the run fits and a lot of the blitz stuff and all the things that go on with the front seven. So I anticipate they're going to be better in coverage. Huff going into his third year. I think Demo's got pelts on the wall now. Demo Lenore out there at corner. I think Isaiah Oliver's going to be a shot in the arm, and nothing against Jimmy Ward. Jimmy was a safety, and Jimmy wanted to be a safety. Jimmy did a really good job as a nickel corner. But I think this guy is a true blue nickel corner. And again, those long arms and the ability to, for the pass breakups and the blitz stuff coming off the edge, I think he's already got a degree in that. So I anticipate Steve is going to upgrade the secondary and the secondary play and some of the problems that can present for some of the offenses around the league.
Tim Ryan has joined us. We're talking 49ers OTAs. The quarterback position. What from what you saw, what impressed you? We can talk about any of the quarterbacks. What do you think?
Well, I'll start with Brock, and I think Brock's on schedule to be ready for training camp. And I talked to him last week a couple times, and he's doing his thing and doing all of his workouts and all of his plyos, and I think he'll be throwing a football, sometime in the next 7 days or so. I think that's what the hope is. As far as the guys on the field, Trey is completely recovered from the ankle injury. I've had conversations with him. Doesn't even think about it. He won't really pass that full mental hurdle until he's out there taking hits when it's real. But he's moving around great. The deep ball still looks great, especially when he's going on that 9 route down the sideline. He's still dropping them in the bucket. Looks comfortable out there. Looks like he's got a good command of what he's doing. And going into year 3, obviously should. Sam Darnold is a human jugs machine. The ball comes out of his hand. It doesn't matter if he's throwing right, throwing left, back against his body on the run. I don't think I've seen him throw a wobbler yet. So it's always a perfect spiral and a catchable ball. It's not like he's got going on time into those intermediate windows and 6 to 16 yards and hitting those guys with accuracy on the run. So that's been fun to watch. The first day it was. I'm not going to say Sam Darnold struggled because he didn't, but it was not like it was the second day. And then the third day it was even better. And so I think it's a good problem to have, with 3 guys that are all very capable starters. It's just going to be interesting to watch how this thing shakes out once they get into training camp and ultimately who they decide on. I've never believed that a guy can lose his job for injury. And Trey obviously had his job taken with injury in week 2 against Seattle, and then buzzer's luck for Brock Purdy at Philadelphia. So, Brock certainly earned the right to be the one, but it's just going to be fun to watch this thing shake out, and I'm glad that because if history tells us anything, at some point we're probably going to need all 3. And all 3 are capable of winning with this offense.
So give me your thoughts on the schedule. We're going back to Philadelphia and the Link in early December the 3rd. You and I are going to spend every holiday together, whether it's Thanksgiving night in Seattle, Christmas night at home against Baltimore, New Year's Eve day in Washington. It opens in Pittsburgh. Just give me your thoughts about the schedule, T-Rock.
Well, they're going to have earned it. It's not an easy schedule with the NFC East and the AFC North, and it's big boy football, and it's perfect for how, the San Francisco team wants to play, especially late in the year. The opener at Pittsburgh is going to be tough. I don't remember. I think it was the opener. I know it was early in the year, like in 14 or 15. They had Antonio Brown, and Ben was, still priming and doing his thing. That's going to be a tough road game to start. And, a lot like Chicago was last year, but I think, the Steelers will be more equipped than Chicago was to start the year. And the 49ers, we walked out of there with a loss. So it's not going to be easy. That's for damn sure when you start matching up those games. The Thursday games are a challenge on the front end. They're a blessing on the back end when you get, a little mini bye. I love where the bye is again, right after week 8. Kind of right in the middle as this thing goes, and I would anticipate, the way this team is and the way they've been built, and it's all about, you and I both know this league's about staying healthy, especially with this team when you talk about the big time primetime players. But I think Dustin does a great job with the weight room and Big Ben and then, the other Dustin with the performance staff and the medical staff. This team will be looking for that run again at the end of the season. It just seems like with the way they do things and the mantra and the MO, this team gets stronger and they start surging in November and December. And I would expect nothing different going into this year. But the first block is important, and that game in Pittsburgh is going to be important, and that's going to be a tough game. So looking forward to the training camp and going and, practicing against the Raiders for a few days and then opening up with them in the preseason. I think it's going to come down to just finishing the job and having the luck in terms of the health to be able to put your best players on the field and, at the end of the year at the most important time.
Bro, great to hear your voice, man. We're glad that you're back. I know you're going to take a hiatus, but we'll talk to you. We'll talk to you soon, and we look forward to the season already.
Always good to hear you guys. Hey, Pop, are you going to be out there for the mandatory minicamp?
Yeah, so I'm going to go on Wednesday next week and watch practice. We're doing the state of the franchise, and I'll see some of the OTAs, but I'll definitely be there for the minicamp in June. So we'll reconvene then, T-Rock.
All right, fired up, you guys.
Take care, bro.
Let's get this party started.
Let's go, bro.
Let's do it. Have a good weekend, man. Miss you.
See you, man. All right, that is the great Tim Ryan. Just great to hear his voice, man. Yeah. No matter what he says.
2015, it was week 2. They opened the season home against Minnesota, and then played Pittsburgh on the road. Last year Chicago was tough because of the rain and the way it turned out, John. That Pittsburgh game. And the Steelers were 9-8 last year, and Kenny Pickett played better as the year went on. He had some fourth quarter comeback sets. And then you roll right into it at the Rams and then the home opener against the Giants on a Thursday. But that game in Pittsburgh, that's going to be a hard game.
Yeah, they're tough. All right, we've got a couple of things for you, remnants-wise. We told you we would give you the origin of the Caboose pistol this week. We'll do that coming up next. Plus, we got to update the poll before we get out of here for the long weekend on a Friday. We'll do it next, only here on the Sports Leader. What's happening? Your old friend John Lund here. And, Papa was walking into the studio constantly. Look at me. I can see. Because, he was basically using binoculars to walk around all the time. And so I thought to myself, all right, I'm having issues with my eyes. I'm going into restaurants and I'm having to put like a flashlight on to read the menu, which is embarrassing. I'm trying to find readers so that I can read what's, text messages or whatever on my phone. Gets old. You know what I'm talking about. Well, he went to the Laser Eye Center of Silicon Valley and had CLR. It's called Custom Lens Replacement with Dr. Joe Ling and the incredible team. So I did the same thing, and it has been life-changing. I'm not kidding. I can read a menu in a restaurant. That doesn't seem like a big deal, but in a dark restaurant, that's a big deal. I don't have to look for readers. I don't even have any around my house. It's incredible. I can read small print. I can read the phone. I can do all the things I used to be able to do, and it's a simple procedure. Just takes minutes and a couple of adjustments, and now it's like, how are you looking now? How are you looking now? I can say near. I can see far. It is absolutely awesome, and the best part is Papa doesn't walk in going, I can see, and I look at him and I go, I can too. Ha ha ha! That's actually exactly what happens. So all you have to do is call for a free consultation at 877-GET-2020. Free consultation, 877-GET-2020, and they'll talk to you about what you can expect. Or if you want to visit them online, you can do that too, barrier2020.com. I'm telling you, the Laser Eye Center of Silicon Valley, CLR, Custom Lens Replacement. Ask them all about it. Dr. Joe Ling and the incredible team down there took care of me, took care of Papa. They're going to take care of you. 877-GET-2020 for your free consultation or online at barrier2020.com.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now back to Papa and Lund live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
All right, a couple of things to take care of before we get out of here. So a lot of people on the stream, on the live stream, you can go to KNBR.com, KNBR app, or you can just go to YouTube or Twitch. And they've been asking, about your wardrobe changes, which you have the, I think you started with the rally cap and you're ending with the rally cap, which I like. Yeah. So they love that. But some people were like, well, where did this caboose pistol come from? We've been doing this. We've called the last segment of the show the caboose pistol since 2013, I believe. And it had other names, but we came across this story on WGN TV in Chicago, and we immediately changed it to this. And so this is the origin of it. It was a morning show on WGN, and this is the original story.
A woman lingering in a parking lot overnight Monday. A drug-sniffing dog let officers know she needed to be searched. They took her back to the police station where she was booked. That's when a female officer noticed the handle of a revolver sticking out from inside the woman.
It was a 5-shot revolver. It was loaded. And as she turned her around, she saw more plastic baggies, larger plastic baggies, wedged in the crack of her buttocks.
What? Authorities say the woman has a long criminal record. She now faces drug possession charges and charges for trying to smuggle a gun into jail.
Come on. Who doesn't have that?
The old caboose pistol. Everybody.
What are you getting all worked up over? Dave, don't knock it till you've tried it. It's a fun time.
Did you just say caboose?
I know some women who could hide a machine gun in there.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, we're getting off track.
And there's the open of our segment.
And there you go.
That's it.
That's where it came from. And
Long time ago.
complete with sound effects. They took that thing. The weatherman was jumping in there. Don't knock it till you try it. So anyway.
What?
Oh, that's the best part, too, when she's like, what? So
I'm not going to put a handgun in my caboose, John, but if I do have to get these scissors through TSA, and I'm going to go this end first.
Yeah. Don't do the hard end first. That might be a little
Cannot live
painful.
without my scissors. Can't live without my scissors.
And then finally, Danny's big poll today, and you can continue to vote. Of course, the Bay Area Sports Hall of Fame last night. Who is the best Bay Area athlete ever to not get into the Hall of Fame? 37%, Tim Lincecum. Wow. 29% Roger Craig, 24% Vida Blue, 10% Jim Plunkett.
Poor Plunk.
So, Lincecum.
All right. Big time Timmy Jim.
Yeah, very popular.
Timmy Jim.
Keep voting on that.
Darren Ruff, John, against Alex Wood, 8 for 17 with a homer.
Wow.
Christian Yelich, 15 for 36, 417, Betty.
Left on left. Wow.
Yeah.
Man.
How about Darren Ruff almost going yonder last night when Yaz pulled him back? So
you see that little smile, too? That was cool.
He should be in there tonight. So.
Both teams smiling. All right, Pop, have a great long weekend. We may see you up at Bottle Rock. Who knows?
May go to Bottle Rock.
I'll
may
send
see
you a note
on Memorial Day Monday.
I'll send you a note. I'll make some Juicy Lucy's on the grill for you. You know?
Oh, really? You going to go Juicy Lucy?
Oh, yeah. Why not?
Flotation device in the pool?
Oh, I got lots of flotation
devices. A beverage
devices.
at my side? Giants baseball on the radio?
I have the bar set up, but we will have a person who will tend to your every cocktail need.
A Little Mermaid will take care of me?
I have many of those employed at my compound, so we're good to go.
Having on the sunblock, Conan.
There you go. God, I'm getting called that now. All right. Thanks as always. Have a great long weekend. Be safe. Thanks to Danny. Thanks to Jacob today. By the
Jacob
way,
did a great job.
best hair in the business, man. I'm sorry to tell you, the best hair in the business. So Jacob, thanks to Jacob today as well. And Walter, what the heck? All right, Tolbert and Cope's coming up right now on KNBR AM and FM San Francisco, the Sports Leader at Cumulus Media Station.
If it ain't tight, it ain't right.
The NBA brought him to the Bay.
Oh, what a move by Tolbert. Tolbert is really feeling it.
While his co-host was born and raised here.
Adam, that is great co-host work right there. That is amazing. You're lucky to have Adam, Tommy.
Oh, absolutely.
It's time for Tolbert and Copes. Let's get it on! Tom Tolbert.
Yeah, thank you. Now if I could ever get some beer.
And Adam Copeland.
We're going to get after it today, man. Got to come with swagger.
On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
What is shaking? Adam Copeland, Tom Tolbert with you. Marcus Thompson's going to join us today. We'll get into the NBA Finals, and then we'll get you ready for Giants and Brew Crew right here on the Sports Leader. What's up? Hello?
Sorry, I was talking to John Lund. Sorry, he's yeah, I'm here.
Hello?
And then I was like, oh, is Tom talking to me? I was like, oh, damn.
Dealer?
We have a short
Hello?
guest list. Got to me quick today. I was in here riffing
Don't worry
with John.
about it. You can't even see me. I'm just kind of pointing and clicking on this computer to see if something pops up.
What, are you not on video right now?
I'm not on video right now.
Well, we are streaming video. I think I'm on video right now. KNBR.com, the KNBR app.
I'm going to take your word for it.
Yeah. I'll have to take your word for it. Number two.
Yeah, I mean, it should be when I shut it down to go to sleep, I should wake it back up and it should be right back where it was. That's what I expect. Like, boom. Hey, what's up? You ready? Yep, I'm good to go. Let's go. No, you gotta like punch it. So, who knows where I'm at now? I just started punching and clicking, and so
your commute is like opening the laptop. It's like,
I could be anything, pretty much. Yeah, and sometimes it's traffic, sometimes it's not.
Sometimes it's not. Yeah,
exactly.
We should change the. We should cut off the stinger at the end. Shut it down. Oh my God! just stop it after shut it down. Shut the laptop.
Oh man!
Nice holiday weekend coming up though. That'll be fun.
Yeah.
And we got a game 6, dude.
I know. I kept thinking of the scene at the end of Kingpin with Ernie McCracken. He needs 3 strikes and he gets 1 and he holds it. He gets 1, and then the 2. He's like, I kept thinking that's where the Celtics are right now. They got to get 4 instead of 3, but I don't know why that popped into my head. But yeah, it's like now they're thinking like, oh man. And who knows if Vincent is going to be back next game? They're going to have some. They're going to have some tight sphincters, I think. Game 6. I mean, they can't win, but there's like no more free shots. They had their 2 free shots at it, and now it's we lose this one. I mean, they could win. I wouldn't put it past.
Shut it down. Yeah, there he goes. He just, I don't know what happened.
Oh, my God! Oh! Shut it down!
Celtics have a chance to even the series. They've got to do it in Miami. And Derek and I were talking about this before the show, that it's never happened before. No team that was down 3-0 has ever even forced a Game 7, which is kind of incredible. So getting it to a Game 6 is something historically that has happened in the past. But what we were discussing is especially with the old format, when it used to be 2-3-2, it was far less likely to get to a Game 7 if you were down 3-0, especially if you were the lower seed, because you had to play Game 6 and 7 on the road at the higher seeds play. So that's a situation that the Celtics don't face, or that the Miami Heat don't face. They get to try to close it out at home in Game 6 tomorrow. We'll see what the more likely is to happen. We'll talk to Tom about it when we can reconnect with him. But Dallas Stars opportunity to come back from down 3-0 only happened in the 4 major sports, I believe, the one time, right? Is it just the Boston Red Sox who did it in the 2004 ALCS? They're the only team to be down 3-0, and that was crazy. that was crazy because of what it meant to the franchise, what it meant to baseball, where that rivalry was at the time, the way that they had lost it in Game 7 to the Yankees in the Aaron Boone Grand Slam the year before. The tension in Fenway Park, where Fenway just looked watching the game, I remember like it was yesterday. It was cool. It seems like everybody's right on top of what's going on the field there. And David Ortiz walks it off, the stolen base. He walks it off again, and then they just kick the crap out of the Yankees in Game 7. But and they did that one on the road too. That was on the road. Those are 2-3-2s. So the Boston Red Sox did it, but baseball a far different beast because your starting pitching changes everything each and every day. It's unpredictable. Whereas basketball here, obviously, you're running the same 5 guys out. You're trying to mix and match which fits or which lineups are going to be out there at different parts of the game, which sets you go with. And then at some point, it comes down to making shots, where Jason Tatum, for the first part of this series, was doing nothing in the fourth quarter and then kind of caught fire after he had that big put-away Game 7 against the Philadelphia 76ers. So that'll be a fun one tomorrow. Nice 3-day weekend. Should have some good weather. Giants get a win yesterday. We'll talk more about that. On the other side, Marcus Thompson is going to join us at 2:50. We'll pick his brain about what's going on with Bob Myers. We did discuss it briefly yesterday. The comment from Mark Spears to us earlier this week, where he alluded to the fact that maybe there would be interest for Bob Myers in taking a job elsewhere, especially somewhere like the LA Clippers, who now have an opening at GM. But would he take a demotion to go there? Unlikely is what it seems like. So we'll talk to Marcus Thompson about that and what's going on in the NBA playoffs as well. We don't have much OTA news, but we'll get you some of that next week. I saw there's a lot of video out there. I guess Trey Lance looks good throwing the football, huh? George Kittle was fired up. So nothing's new. Everything's right on schedule. Giants get a win yesterday. Things are rolling there. And it's weird this time of year to not have Warrior basketball, not because they weren't in it, because they were eliminated. We just haven't seen that in this era. So we will get to Marcus Thompson at 2:50, but on the other side, a little bit more on the Giants' victory, and we'll try to find Tom. I guess we'll try to reconnect. Didn't see him on video. Was that even Tom we were talking to? Get back to our AI combo from the other day. Wasn't on video. We thought we heard him audio. He's like, "Are you there, Cubs?" Yeah, I'm here. But if you're there,
best be ready, because Mr. T is going to you up.
Is he, though? On the other side, we'll get into the Giants win. They keep on rolling. Michael Conforto homers to center field on the first pitch of the 8th inning yesterday. He was on fire, 4 for 4 in yesterday's game. Giants with a 5-0 win, gets them back to 500. Hit his 3rd home run in the last 4 games, did Michael Conforto. We'll talk a little bit about that on the other side. And we have Giants pregame coming your way at 4:10. It's Tolbert and Copes. It's a holiday Friday right here on the Sports Leader. Giants are hot. They've won 8 of their last 10, including last night's 5-0 win over the Brew Crew, thanks to Michael Conforto's 3rd homer in his last 4 games. He went 4 for 4. More on that story is trending on the all-new KNBR app.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. This is KNBR, and they are Tolbert and Copes. Listen to us here and follow us on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook. We are KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Here in the eighth for the Giants, still with that 1-0 lead as Conforto swings and launches it high and deep out to right center. This one on its way. It is gone. Michael Conforto on the first pitch of the eighth inning launches one, and it's 2-0 Giants.
Tolbert and Copes is sponsored by Pacific Coast Termite. I will get you the rest of that information as soon as it becomes available to me. We're having crazy tech problems today on the show. I will get that to you momentarily here. Stand by. Really important stuff coming your way. It's coming in. It's being run in.
Good.
Okay. Michael Conforto hit his third homer in his last 4 games. And I now have the information to tell you that Tolbert & Copes is sponsored by Pacific Coast Termite, the trusted company that's rated A+ by the Better Business Bureau. Call Pacific Coast Termite at 1-800-PACIFIC. That's 1-800-PACIFIC. Giants are, for lack of a better term, I'll just be lazy with it. They're hot. 8 of their last 10. They're swinging the bats well. 5-0.
Scorching.
Over Milwaukee. Michael Conforto legit is scorching. 4 for 4 yesterday. And you pointed out, you're like, I don't know what's happened. And you said, I don't know if he's just settled in, if he's getting more comfortable. I think that's got to be part of it. What's frustrating about it to me is he's the guy I would have wanted to give a more solid, longer-term guaranteed deal to, because he profiles as that type of cornerstone player that can hit in the middle of a lineup and is young enough to do it. Whereas Mitch Haniger was a guy who came in with a series of injuries, oblique stuff, muscle stuff. I trusted more that Conforto would get back to form from a major injury to his shoulder like he had and missed all last year. What's even crazier, though, is he's playing now on a different coast. He's playing right field in a ballpark that's the most difficult right field probably in all of Major League Baseball to play. The rules are completely different from the last time he played baseball. Like, he came back and the rules have just changed. And it may have taken him some time to settle in, but he's on fire, man. I mean, they've got a couple of guys now, it feels like, that if certain players go into a slump or some of the lineup goes into a slump, they've got guys like J.D. Davis, Conforto, I think even at times for a couple of days, Casey Schmidt. You've got guys who are capable of carrying an offense. And that's something I don't think they've had since Buster Posey was doing what he did in 2021.
We are one Michael Conforto home run away. Maybe we're there already, but we're a minimum of 1 home run away from Polly doing something with Domo Arigato, Mr. Conforto. Domo. There's something there. I'm not sure what it's. Maybe he's working on it now. But if there's one more home run this weekend, then
I think if there's already a Mr. Roboto, I'm trying to think if he's already got one.
I expect it on Monday.
Like he might have already used
Mr. Conforto, Domo. Anyway, no. I mean, look, he's scorching, and then Schmidt and Bailey back-to-back doubles. Like I said, I don't know how everybody else feels about it. It feels different to me. It feels different watching this team. Even if they're 500 and they have been 500, this feels different. Even if they remain 500 for the next, I don't know, few weeks. Not the greatest thing in the world. You'd like to move up above 500, but still, again, it just feels different because of who's doing it and who's up there. I won't get into it. We talked about it yesterday, but I don't know. I don't know if I'm assuming a lot of people feel that way. Like, I don't know how you couldn't. I don't know how it couldn't feel different to you when you see what Schmidt's done, what Sable's done, what Bailey has done, even Walker. And then Duvall even has taken a step forward this year. Like, he's damn near unhittable in the 9th inning. So they're not there by any means. But it does. It just feels different to me. When I'm watching it now, it feels different to me.
Yeah, I said the other day, they feel like a big league club. It's not just that they feel like a major league club. It's that there's now the lineup doesn't shuffle the way it was last year. You know what I mean? Where they were trying to find stuff to stick. Like Conforto's in there at times against lefties because you just need him to be in there because he's a good enough player to do it. And so I think that's kind of what, and we all hated it. And that was sort of the fans. It's sort of a chicken and egg thing where the organization was saying, well, when we have players that are capable of not being platoon guys, then they will be in there every day. And we're going, yeah, I'm sick of seeing these platoon guys, so get us some everyday players. It was just sort of a cycle. Now, what is frustrating is Conforto's a guy who I believe is an opt-out after this year, right? I think it was sort of an incentive deal because of the injury he was coming off of.
It was like 2 for 40, I think it was.
Something
what it
like
was.
that.
He picks it up, he can stay.
He strikes me as a guy who might be willing to resign, and the type of guy the Giants would maybe be willing to resign to a 4 or 5 year deal. Is that
possible?
I mean, a West Coast guy, like he's.
I would have liked to seen them sign him for longer too. Now, it's a risk.
I get it. I get the risk.
But maybe he didn't want to either. Maybe they just both said, you know what? We're both comfortable with this. Like, we don't want to do 2 or 3 years if you're the Giants. And maybe Conforto said, I don't want to do 2 or 3 years either at this price because I feel like I can outplay this. And if I do, then I can sign for more money. Like, I don't know that he's going to get a ton more than 20 per year.
He's got 18 a year now. It's 2 for 36 with an opt-in.
Yeah, you start getting 20 per year. That's starting to get up there. I don't know if he's a 30 mil type guy. I don't know if he's a 25 mil type guy. But certainly he could do, 5 for 100, something like that. 5 for if he continues on this path, of course, which would be cool. I mean, I like him. He's fun to watch, but my guess is that this probably was a sweet spot for both of them. He thought I could do better. So I'll get some security by getting 2 years, and I get the option. So if I don't play that well this year, coming off an off year, I have another year to get it going. And then I can go into free agency after 2 years. If I do play well, I'll opt out, and we'll see where it goes. And from the Giants' standpoint, it was, look, we're going to take the risk that he's going to play well and opt out. If he doesn't, then we're on the hook for another 20, and we didn't get our money's worth this year. But at least it's not 60, 70, 80, somewhere, around there, even 50, 36. So we can live with that. We can live with that. So that's my guess, is that both of them thought, okay, this is a sweet spot, and we'll just write it out and see what happens. But, yeah, I mean, obviously, if he keeps playing like this, then, that's what you want as a team. You want the guy to opt out. You'd like to keep him, but you want him to opt out, because if he opts out, well, that means he outperformed the contract, and that's what you want, and that's the risk you're taking. So I don't know that they've done this. Have they done like the 1-on-1 with position players? We know they've done it with pitchers before. They did it with Rodon last year, and he left. But I don't know if they've done it with a position player.
And they did it with Gausman, but then Gausman re-upped, I think, because remember, Gausman signed in 2020, so he was here, and then he re-upped or he had an option year and picked it. I think they gave him the qualifying offer was the second year for Gausman. That's why he got like $18 million in that second year. He got like 18 or 19 mil, and then he left after 21. I think this is the first, because the first guaranteed money position player they'd given money to, I think, was Wilmer. I think that was one of their first signings. Tommy La Stella, I think, was a multi-year deal. I don't think that was an opt-out or a 1-and-1. I think that was like a 3-year contract. They had to just eat some of that money. But you're right. I mean, here's the other thing about Conforto. A lot of times when a guy gets traded to a team and he's a pending free agent, he almost always will test free agency. He didn't choose the team that he was getting traded to, more often than not, unless he's got some decision he gets in his contract, a veteran player. But for Conforto, he chose to come here, and the Giants didn't overpay his market to get him, which tells me there was probably other $18 million contracts out there. Maybe there weren't opt-outs after the first year, and that's something that was attractive to him. Maybe they wanted to give him the guarantee of 2 years, and he didn't want that. But because he chose to come here and agreed to that deal, if he finds success here, finds that it's not a otherworldly place to hit, that it's not or some ungodly thing happens here where it becomes difficult for him to perform, his average is rocketing up right now. He's up to an 810 OPS. He's got a 120 OPS plus. I think when guys decide to go somewhere, have success, the team does well, it's somewhere they'd like to be. You know what I mean? Like Jock Peterson decided to come on back here. It's somewhere that he felt comfortable and thought he could find success and had one of the best years of his career here. So if you do that, I think you're more likely to retain him, and I think that's something the Giants would be open to. He seems like that type of player.
Yeah, I mean, I have no idea. He's from the West Coast. He went to Oregon State, so it's easy to say, oh, yeah, I'd love to be here. I'd love to be in Seattle. I mean, who knows? I have no idea.
I'm just saying, from the Giants' perspective to me, it seems like we're trying to get a grip still on any sort of trend for this, the way this organization's run now, right? Like we knew, like I said, we all had we knew when Boch was coming out. You knew which pitcher was going to get warm in which situation. It's kind of starting to feel like that with this team because they have good enough talent, like in the bullpen. A lot of times you're getting Taylor Rogers. You know the righties coming next, you're going Tyler Rogers. Like we see that all the time. You know Duvall's in the ninth. Like we don't have the pitcher buckets anymore. There's not this vague ambiguity to how the roster is being organized. I'm just still wondering about the free agents because that's still kind of an unknown. So I wonder which types of position players are they willing to invest in. We know that they tried for Judge and Correa, but for a 31-year-old Conforto after this year, would they give him a 4-year deal? Like what? I'm wondering that. So we're trying to figure out these trends, and I wonder what they like. It's interesting.
Yeah. Well, I mean, to be fair, they did get Correa. They just flunked him.
Right.
but they got him. Like, I think that's significant, is that he didn't turn him down, or they couldn't come to terms, or somebody outbid him. I mean, they had him. He was their guy, and then he just didn't pass the physical. So I think that was significant in that they're willing to spend that type of money for someone that age, which, Soto's going to be. After next year, I think he's a free agent following next year.
Yeah,
I think Ohtani's going to be 30 going into next year, if I'm not mistaken. I think he's 29 this year. So
he profiles as a guy the Giants would like, I think.
I'm sure. Look, I think everybody's going to like him, but you feel better about giving
29. By the way, Ohtani. He's
13-year contract. Oh, he's going to be 29 next year?
He'll be 29 for 2024. Right?
Like, I mean, he's going to probably get 10 years, but, can he pitch and hit all the way to 39? I mean, who knows? But anyway, so Correa's young. What was Correa, 26?
Yeah, he was the youngest shortstop available.
He's young, and I think Soto's going to be like in the mid-20s too. So, and then Harper was in the mid-20s as well. So we know if you get a guy who's really talented in the mid-20s, they're willing to go for it. They went for it with Harper. They even went for it with Judge, who's a little bit older, but for obvious reasons. They went Correa, and I'm assuming if they don't get Ohtani this offseason, they're going to go for Soto. They tried to get him when he was being traded.
For him. Yeah.
They wanted to get him via trade. So I would think, unless the Padres lock him up long term, and unless they just have like a crypto bank somewhere they're just paying these guys with, because I don't know how they're affording all these guys. Machado to sign that huge deal. Tatis has that huge deal. Bogarts, huge deal. I don't know how you have four guys.
They gave $100 million to Musgrove. They gave $100 million to Yu Darvish.
Huge deals. I mean, just those four guys right there, you're probably looking at close to $120 million. With I have no idea how you,
for a decade plus.
Pull that off. Like, okay, 120, unless you just have an owner that says, I don't give a crap, which is an awesome owner to have, by the way, which would be the exact opposite of the owner the A's have. Yeah. If you just had an owner that said, look, I got money. I have money. Steve Cohen, I have money. Spend it. Go get me a winner. I just want to get me a damn winner. I don't care how much I have to spend. Everybody wants an owner like that.
I think the I don't give a crap is exactly what the A's have, though. I think it's just a different I don't give a crap. It's not I don't give a crap, I'll pay it. It's I don't give a crap. That's what's going on with the A's. They've got renderings.
No, the A's are, hey, look there. That's a crap.
Number one, who cares?
That's exactly. That's actually audio of over in Oakland. We'll get more into this with the free agent stuff, obviously, this offseason. But the big time players are the automatic ones. Like everybody wants those. Like for example, we know that when the Giants get a starting pitcher, like I'm more intrigued by getting a guy like obviously Rodon was a Cy Young type pitcher.
Yes.
Gosman was a really good talent, and but they basically got those guys at Smart and Final, right? They were like guys with great talent, but it was like the big jug of Jose Olay nacho cheese, but it has the fat dent in it, so you're getting it for like a bargain deal at Smart and Final.
Well, excuse me, Jose Olay?
Is that what those are? Like
Never had
the
that
taquitos?
one.
Yeah.
I don't know what that one is.
Yeah. Mission. Yeah, they got different brands. Jose Olay chicken taquitos, the yellow box. Come on, you guys know. Anyway, like when they get those guys, you know what their plan is. They see something in those guys. They think that they can bring that best out of them, and I have confidence in that. We don't really know yet, still with the position players, but Conforto was a good little sort of health reclamation project, and it's working out. Giants 8 of their last 10. 4-10 is your Giants pregame for today. On the other side, how about this? Celtics stay alive. Dallas Stars stay alive. I misspoke earlier. I said that the Red Sox were the only team in sports to ever come back 3-0. Sharks and Kings had it happen back in 2014, and 3 other times in NHL history it's happened to come back from down 3-0. Who is more likely to make history in their respective series? Is it the Dallas Stars or is it the Boston Celtics? Game 6 tomorrow. We'll discuss next. Tolbert and Copes, only here on the Sports Leader.
E-caller number 10 to 415-896-KNBR for a chance to win a pair of tickets to see your San Francisco Giants take on the Padres Monday, June 19th. First pitch, 6:45. Presented by Toyota, the MVP of MPG. With class-leading MPG and more hybrids than any other brand, Toyota, let's go places.
Hey, what's going on, everybody? Adam Copeland here for Furlong Vision Correction. It's where I had my LASIK vision done. A couple of years ago, I was wearing glasses and contacts. Contacts irritated me the most. I've told you guys about that. Putting them in, taking them out. I hated doing that, especially when I was working in the morning show. Trying to put contacts in at like 2:45 a.m. Disaster. Just got to throw on the glasses, but those aren't always the best either. You can get rid of your corrective lenses by getting a LASIK consultation. Well, getting the LASIK procedure done, but by booking a LASIK consultation with Dr. Michael Furlong. He's the highest rated LASIK surgeon in the Silicon Valley. He's been doing it for over 20 years. He and Dr. Sane are fantastic. They walk you through it. It is an easy procedure. It's simple. It's painless. I'm telling you, it's not something I would be recommending to you if I didn't fully endorse it because I did it myself. I'm seeing 2015. It's life and lifestyle changing. You can do it too. You can improve your vision. You can improve your life. Stop worrying about putting in contacts and dealing with glasses. Book that LASIK consultation online at furlongvision.com. You want to start seeing better? Go see the best. It's my guy, Dr. Michael Furlong at furlongvision.com.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now, Tolbert and Copes continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Tatum, right wing. He'll drive and kick. Smart, wide open three, left side. Hit it! Marcus Smart coming alive tonight. The Celtics have their largest lead. The Boston Celtics force a Game 6. 110-97. We're going back to Miami.
He sounded excited to say he was going back to Miami, not just for the game, because he's like going back to Miami. Mark Spears isn't, but the Boston Celtics are for Game 6. This is what we wanted. We said, you got to get us at least to Game 6, because now we've got some theater, some drama for Saturday. We've got a back against the wall, really for both teams now. We've got into a situation here where the Miami Heat, their back's against the wall here because they won 3 in a row, and they've lost the last 2. This is their last home game of this series. Now, it's never happened in the NBA where even a Game 7 was forced by a team that was down 3-0. I said this earlier. Derek and I were discussing a series between the Sonics and the Bulls where the Bulls were up 3-0. The Sonics then won Game 4 and 5, but this was when the format was 2-3-2, Tom. Mm-hmm. So it made it much more difficult for a team that was the lower seed to come back because you had to win Game 6 and 7 on the road. So they go back to Chicago and they lose Game 6. Whereas Miami gets to play this game at home. Yeah. I don't know what the format has always been for hockey. There have been 4 total 3-0 comebacks.
I think hockey's always been 2-2, 1-1-1.
So it's always been, which makes it more conducive for a comeback. The formatting of that, because of when you get to play that Game 6 and where, in my opinion.
Yeah, well, and it's hockey.
It's kind of it's more baseball-like. It's got more variance and randomness than.
Just because a goalie, I mean,
like a starting pitcher.
Penalties. The games are going to be close by definition. They just are. I mean, look how many overtime goals or overtime games we've had in the conference finals. I mean, one was a sweep, and I think they won 2. Was it 2 or 3? 3. Was it 3? No, it was 2 overtimes, and then Kachuk put one in with like 4.3 seconds left.
That was incredible.
Yeah, that was going to be overtime, but it was. So, I mean, those kind of things go either way. I mean, Carolina outshot them the 2 games they lost in Florida by like 15. I know that's not the greatest stat to use, but it is an indicator of kind of who's carrying some of the play. The other game, Vegas won their first 2 games at home. OT. Dallas won last night. OT. So it just, or 2 nights. Yeah, last night it was OT. So, I mean, these games are decided by very little. So you can be better but not win the game. It's easier to be better in hockey and not win a game than it is in basketball. Usually basketball, you're the better team's going to win that game. Yeah. Especially if you play better that night.
Baseball too, same thing. You could be terrible all game. You could get beat up. You could make mistakes. You can get bailed out, and then you can hit. I mean, we played the Bob Brenly sound. 4 errors in an inning, and then a walk-off home run.
Yeah,
it's like it just has, sometimes
you can
it
play
happens.
like crap, and then your pitcher pitches well.
Yeah,
and you just get 1 error from them.
You can win without a hit.
Yeah, exactly. So it just I was surprised that it had to happen before. In baseball, before Boston did it. I mean, it makes sense that it wouldn't happen a lot.
It's kind of wild that it happened.
But I never thought winning 4 games would be that tough for really good teams. And especially Boston, who was the better team coming in. I think everybody would concur they're the more talented team. Were they playing better? No, they weren't. Miami was playing as good as anybody. But I would imagine most of the time you don't see the higher seed get down 3-0. Right? Or lower seed. I've never figured that out. But usually it's the team like Miami gets down 3-0, and then there's a reason they're not coming back. Well, they were supposed to lose anyway. But a team like Boston, who now has those 2 games at home, like the Warriors, when they were down 3-1 to Oklahoma City, they had the 2 games at home. So really, you're looking at, okay, let's win Game 5 at home. All we got to do is win Game 6. And then we get home for a Game 7. And that's what they're doing right now. Now, they had to win 2. They're going to have to win 2 road games. They already won 1. And the good thing they got going for them is I think they've won 4 to their last 5 in Miami. So they play well in Miami. And like I said, Miami had a couple free swings at it. And they didn't get it done. And now it could be Puckerville Like, you're like, oh crap! Like, we gotta win. We gotta win this one. And Boston's looked like Boston the last 2 games. They've spread the ball around. They've hit threes. They've been active on defense. And last night, unlike Game 4, Miami did have some of their guys, their auxiliary guys, play really well. Duncan Robinson shot the ball well. Martin shot the ball well. Again, even Highsmith got into the act a little bit and scored some for him. So I thought they shot the ball pretty well for the most part in the first half. Second half, it just kind of fell apart on them. But, I mean, they hung in there. It was always like 18-14, 18-14. So it wasn't like they got up 30 like Miami did to them in Game 3. If they keep playing like this, though, they're going to be really Boston's going to be tough to beat. Because now it's not just, okay, Tatum and Brown, you got to do it for us. Derek White, this guy is rolling right now. Marcus Smart had a really good game last game. They weren't playing Williams and Horford together. They're just playing one of them. So they have 4 guys to cover their perimeter, 1 guy to stick with Adebayo, although he's usually in a high screen somewhere. So they're kind of switching out. And both those guys can cover the perimeter a little bit. So they're just playing really good basketball. They look like the Celtics. I hope they win. I hope they win because somebody said, I thought I read somewhere where if they win, the Celtics are going to be small favorites in the finals.
I was going to ask you about that.
Then I could take the Nuggets because I think the Nuggets are better than the Celtics.
I was wondering that, like in baseball, when the Red Sox came back, there was no doubt, I think, in anybody's mind. One, they were going against an inferior team in the Rockies. But there was no doubt, I think, in anybody's mind that they were just going to like they were red hot at that point. It was like they were too hot to not continue that run. Now, what was funny is the Rockies were on fire. We talked to Jeremy Affeld about it yesterday. He was on that 07 team.
Yep.
This is 04. They ended up playing the Cardinals in 04. But the Rockies had that happen in 07 against the Red Sox where they had 7 days off or 8 days off before the start of the World Series. I think the Red Sox had to come back from down 3-1 in 2007 against the Cleveland Indians. Eric Wedge's Cleveland Indians with CC and Cliff Lee. Those teams were fun. Anyway, they come back, and the Red Sox were red hot because they had to mount the comeback. Baseball, that stuff, just sort of that momentum can carry day to day. And the Rockies cooled off because they were just sort of sitting back. Can that happen in basketball? Or is that – in basketball, to me, it feels like rest is more of a thing. Football, too, like getting extra rest – the rust doesn't kick in quite as much. It's more to me when you start sitting guys at the end of the year where the rust can kick in.
You know what? I don't know. I do know this. If the Nuggets lose the first game, they'll say
Hammer
it was
game
rust.
2.
And if they win, they'll say we got rest. Just the way it works. It's like they just make it up after, which means they don't even know. Like they don't even know if it's like, is 8 days off good? I don't know. Ask me after game 1. I'll let you know if it was good or not. So I don't even know. Again, I think it's case by case. Can you get out of rhythm? Yeah, I guess you could. Could you benefit from some rest? Of course. So who knows? I mean, again, after game 1, I'll tell you what it was because that's basically what the coaches are doing. They don't even know what's better for the team.
Basketball momentum is just different, I think. Like baseball momentum is much weirder and more delicate, and it's strange how momentum in baseball within a game shifts and how a team that gets hot has that weird sort of magic feeling because it's every day. Basketball momentum is like they're playing well right now, this stretch of games, because it's 3 games a week or 4 games. I mean, it's not every day, so the momentum feels different, and you can change things, I feel like, within a game momentum-wise much differently than you can in baseball.
Yeah, I don't even really believe in momentum in between games. I certainly believe in in-game momentum, because momentum starts anew the next game. You could be as hot as hell in baseball. All of a sudden, you come up against a hot pitcher, and it's like, well, there went that momentum. Like, you got to start it every single game. I definitely believe in-game momentum exists where you just, like, catch it. But I do also believe that in a sport like baseball, or even basketball, if you're playing back-to-back or 4 games, 5 nights, 4 games, 6 nights, I guess now, that you can feel good about your game and feel good about where you are, and you go with a certain sense of confidence that may help you play better. I don't know that that's momentum, but baseball is the same way because they're back to back to back. These games just keep coming, and if you're feeling good, because half of this is mental, even for pros. I mean, they're better than everybody else because they're pros. But they go through some mental ups and downs. And you could tell when guys are struggling. It is mentally, it's like, God dang, what the heck? Why am I always 0-2? Or why can't I catch up to this pitch? Or why can't I do that? And that's why baseball players just, it's amazing what they can do, because when you're playing poorly, you do not have time to practice. It's suit up, get your ass out there, and get after it again. And you got to try to figure it out.
That's why you can spiral. That's why slumps happen.
Because it doesn't stop.
It's
it
mental.
just keeps coming at you, right? Basketball is like, okay, let me get to the gym, and we got 2 days off. Let me go get up some shots, work on my mechanics a little bit, and see what the heck's going on here, and try to figure this out. Baseball, sorry, no practice
You're a
today.
pitcher. It's like, are you hurt? Are you tipping pitches? We have to figure out what you're tipping. Is it a release point thing? Is it
18 straight games? So good luck.
Yeah.
You're not getting any days off anytime.
We'll figure it out in July. We'll try to iron it out.
Exactly.
When we get an off day in July, we'll see what.
How about we give you a week off? No, I really don't want a week off.
That's when a guy goes on the. They used to throw a guy on the injured list or the DL back then. They throw a guy on the DL with elbow tendonitis.
Exactly.
That's when a guy had to figure something out.
You know, it's something we're going to have to, we really don't have time for today, but we're going to have to, I've been meaning to broach this subject. We haven't talked about it yet this week, but we have not got into the Matt Ariza situation. Ariza, I think it's Ariza, the punt god from San Diego State that got cut last year from the Bills. I mean, after being the 6th round draft pick and then got cut because there was a lawsuit that alleged he was part of a gang rape down in San Diego State, and the Bills didn't want to have anything to do with him. And so, obviously, they didn't do a thorough enough investigation. Come to find out,
he wasn't even there.
He wasn't even at the house. He wasn't at the house. And it's just like, are you kidding me? Like, this guy, I mean, trust me, being a 6th round draft pick as a punter is like being a 1st round draft pick as a quarterback. Like, punters don't get drafted that high. And he was pretty amazing at San Diego State. I only brought that up because he's getting a tryout with the Jets now. But it's like, everybody tries to do the easy thing now. Not the right thing, the easy thing. Because I guarantee you if that was a 1st round quarterback, they wouldn't have cut him. They would have kept him and they would have investigated it a little more thoroughly. But because it was a punter, they're asking themselves, is this even worth it? We're not paying him that much money. He's a punter. It can't be that worth it, can it?
Tells you the value of a 6th round pick, too, by the way.
Yeah, let's just cut it.
We'll use it on a punter, and then we'll just throw it away.
Yeah, exactly.
We don't even care. Yeah, all right.
I mean, it's unbelievable that, like, not only did not do it, that apparently he wasn't even there. He just wasn't there. It's like, it bothers me that people won't take the hard pass sometimes and stand up for people they employ. They're just like, nah, I don't even want to. I really don't even want to. Don't want to deal with it. Let's just move on. It's a lot easier doing it this way. And like I said, if it was a quarterback, it's worth it. The whole talent tolerance.
He was drafted last year, correct? This was last April.
Yeah, I think it was last year.
It was April of 2022.
Yeah, and then got cut and had to sit out the whole year and find out he wasn't there. And now the other teams are going to give him an opportunity. So maybe he'll have a career. It sounds like he's gonna have a good opportunity to have one anyway. But
here's the other thing that's on this punter. I'm with you on the standing up for like the employees, but the punter thing too, because it's a punter, because it was a 6th rounder. Like you said, they were like, this isn't worth the.
Yeah, exactly.
They just said it's not worth the headache. But if you play that position, I mean, remember Marquette King?
Yes, I do.
Like, he was a fine punter. He was a pretty good punter, but he like drew too much attention. Like he was like getting penalties for like unsportsmanlike, like not unsport, like whatever I don't know, taunting, whatever crap.
Yeah, I know what you're saying.
It's like, dude, you're making way too many waves for the like the export you're giving this team. So we can talk more about. We have.
He brought that on himself.
Yeah. This is totally different.
If a quarterback does that, they're like, they put up with it. So that's just, and I guess that's the way it is in a lot of jobs. But I just wish more employers would say, you know what, this would be easy to do this, but is it the right thing to do? Do we want to? Because you're going to have to go through a lot of crap. You know, your fan base isn't going to be super happy. Again, it's a punter. It's easy just to say, you know what, let's just wash our hands of this and just move on. We don't want to have to deal with the backlash. We don't have to deal with the reporters. We don't have to deal with answering all the questions over and over and over again. For what? For a punter we drafted in the 6th round? Nah, let's move on. So obviously it was not the right thing to do.
McDermott's got to answer questions. He's like, I've never met this guy.
Yeah, it was the easy thing to do. And it seems like that happens way too often now, where people do the easy thing, not the right thing.
It's yes, I think that's well said. We got a little bit more time later. We can talk about it in the great OTA information we're going to give you a little bit later this afternoon.
Oh, looking forward to it. Do we have an OTA grab bag?
Yeah, something like that. Something like that. What's the worst OTA story? Is probably how we'll go about it. What's the least news that you've seen in the OTAs? All right. On the other side, we'll catch up with Marcus Thompson of The Athletic, one of our favorite conversations each and every week. Who does he think? Next time we talk to him, we'll be playing in the NBA Finals because finals start on Sunday, June 1st, so a week from Sunday, right? Thursday, excuse me. Is it Thursday, June 1st? Sorry, Thursday, June 1st. They always end on a Sunday. That's it. So they start Thursday. If there's a Game 7, it'll be Monday night. So it'll be a quick turnaround for Boston or Miami if it goes to a Game 7, and then they've got to open the finals on Thursday. Marcus Thompson joins us next. Tolbert and Copes on the Sports Leader. Buster Posey joined Murph and Mac this morning to discuss his induction into the Bay Area Sports Hall of Fame. Check out that podcast. It's trending on the all-new KNBR app.
for Tolbert, Copes, and Thompson. Tom Tolbert and Adam Copeland with The Athletics' Marcus Thompson.
Sponsored by Truett & White. Trusted by the pros for over 75 years. Let them be a one-stop shop for all your building material needs. Visit TruettandWhite.com.
On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader. Sports Leader.
We do it every week at this time. Marcus Thompson joins us from The Athletic, one of our favorite conversations each and every week. What's going on, Marcus? How are you, man?
Oh, man, I am getting dressed. I'm getting gussied up. I am, I might even, do something with my hair because it's about to go down.
What are you doing? What's the event?
Yeah, what can you do?
Well, it is celebrating 22 years of marriage today.
Oh, dude, congratulations, man. Hell
We're
yeah.
going out on the town.
Nice.
I'm about to be grown right now. I'm about to be an adult.
So what's that? And Marcus is like we've done this on the air with you before. You're a really good gift giver. I don't know if I know your wife listens every day to all 4 hours of Tolbert and Copes, and you don't want to leak any surprises. But have you mapped anything good out? Anything cool you're excited about?
I've grown on anniversaries. I'm taking a stance. I feel like this should be. Anniversaries are always like where the husband gets the wife something. But I feel like I've been pretty good for 22 years. Why I got to get the gift? You feel me? Why I don't get a gift?
No, we all
so I ain't get nothing. We're going to do it all together. Everything is a collaboration, just like it's been for 27 years.
We all feel you.
It's bold, I'll tell you that. It's a bold stance.
I ordered a necklace and it ain't here yet. That's all.
Attaboy. Yes, we agree with you, but
that's hilarious.
You can be right and still lose. You know what I mean?
Yeah, correct.
It's just late, man. It's late. I'm like, dang it, I paid for the extra shipping too, and it still ain't here. Damn. So I'm like, I had to come. You know what I'm saying? I took a stand. It was a philosophical debate, and I'll change when I get here.
Yeah, being right's overrated. It just is. It doesn't matter.
Like, you literally get nothing from it. Like, there's no victories in being right.
No, it's like, it used to be like at least you got self-satisfaction. Now you don't even get that. I don't even get that anymore. It's like, why even bother? I just move on.
I do like the last word, though. I like getting the last word in.
No, see, the last word's bad, too. That's like
that's maybe more overrated than being right.
Yeah,
the
just
last
keep
word.
moving. You just keep moving. That's it. You just keep it moving, and then just like, yeah. And don't even try, because I used to do that too. I used to do the, if we were arguing about something, I'd just go, right. And I knew that was going to be like, that's just so demeaning, right.
It's not what you said, it's how you said it.
Yeah, and it just, and then no matter what she said, I just go, right. Yeah. And now it felt really good. I got to be honest, it felt good to do that. What did it get me? Nothing. Absolutely. More grief is what it got. You suck it up, and sometimes you just say, I don't need that victory. I don't need to take an L, but I'll take a push here. I'll go to a shootout. I'll take a push. Yeah. Or an L.
I'll take the L's. I come back and I say, you know what? I thought about it. And first, let me say, I just appreciate having you in my life because I wouldn't have thought about this without you. But after examination, I see why you're right about this. And you know what? We're gonna make some amends. But thank you for being in my life. And then boom, 2 years later.
Thank you for being in my life.
Yeah.
I'll try that one out too. I'll report back. See how it goes.
That's pandering right there, baby. That's the elite level, right?
It's elite. That's 22 years. That's 22 years of experience in pandering.
That is elite level. Now your secret.
You can't pull that out all the time, though. You can't be arguing about waffles and pull that out. You got to save that for the main stuff. You know what I'm saying?
Yep. Sometimes there are battles, and then there's the war, and then you just got to win the war. You're going to win all the battles.
You don't get to 22 years without this type of perspective.
You don't got to win the battles. That's okay. You're going to get to one point like we're at now. We're like, what do you want for your anniversary? We're like, if I want it, I'll go get it. I don't even need anything. we're
no
good.
Battles is what I want. No battles.
No battles. No. Oh yeah. Well, good luck with that. I haven't got there yet. You tell me when you get there. That'll be awesome. It'll be
Just
something.
one day out of the year, no battles. My birthday.
I can do one day. That's
This is Marcus's next book, by the way, Marriage Advice. This is great.
No battle.
No battles and no gifts. That's the way to
how
do
about
it.
this one? How about losing with grace? That's a good. That's a good one.
It's just you retreating to the room every night.
That's a good one.
Sleeping on the couch. Right?
Elite losing by Marcus Thompson.
Lose like a winner by Marcus Thompson.
Golden loser.
Yeah. They can show you like in the corner, like sitting in a chair by yourself, but a little smiles on your face. That's what it'll be all about.
Dynasty is how I lost for 25
You'll
years.
know. You're like, I played that. I played that one well. Elite clock management, elite losing. Boom, you're all good to go.
Boom.
So what are you making? What are you making now of the Celtics Heat? Think the Heat are going to have a little puckeritis going on in Game 6?
Oh yeah, I think it's over.
Do you really?
I do.
Wow, good Lord.
I thought it's done. I said after the beginning, I was like, yo, they got to sweep this team. I thought they would sweep them. I mean, Boston looked so done. But then they got ridiculed so hard that they, had to respond. But I was like, if this gets back to Game 6, you know what it reminds me of? It reminds me of the Warriors going to Oklahoma City. Mm-hmm. Where at some point that home team, now it's their Game 7. It's tight, and Boston's playing like a team that's got nothing to lose. They were supposed to lose anyway. So all their threes are going in now because they're just free threes, right? They're just pressure-free threes. I think that's a bad sign. Then you start throwing in injuries, and Gabe Vincent hurt, and Highsmith looked great, but it's just, I don't have a good feeling about this. From Miami, and I want to go to Miami. My preference is for Miami. I've already done the Boston thing. Let's get a finals in Miami. But don't look good unless Jimmy pull out something.
He might, dude. That's the one sort of. I'm sort of with you where I thought if it gets to a Game 6, that's kind of it. I think Boston has a damn good shot at winning these next two and pulling off the comeback. But the one wild card, and maybe the only guy in a situation like this that we've seen this postseason that lets you believe anything could possibly happen, is Jimmy Butler. He's done this already like a dozen times over the last 3 or 4 years where you don't have any reason to believe he's going to do what he does, and then he goes for 50. 50. Yeah. He might do that. I don't know. It's absurd.
Yeah, they need Bam. They just got to do something defensively, too. Yeah. They're getting work. They're giving up so many open shots. If it's a game, if it's a close game, I can see it. But, I mean, when you really think about this Heat team, as good as they've been, it just feels like a Cinderella story, right? Caleb Martin he's unbelievable.
He's insane.
Is he this good? Really? It only makes sense that at some point everybody just comes back down to earth, and I feel like that's what we've seen. Everybody just kind of come back down to earth, and now you get the Miami team that was in the play-in tournament for a reason. Now you're right; they can get one game where it's like that team again, but man, it's just a lot to ask. The other thing you said, Jimmy might go off. The other thing that could definitely happen is the Celtics could absolutely wet the bed. They could go out and go 7 for 35 from 3, and then it's over.
Not scoring the fourth.
You can totally see that happening too, easily.
Thing about Miami too, Marcus, is you get Martin going, but then Vincent is out of his head, and either Duncan or Strus get it going. They have 3 guys seemingly nightly that are playing above their heads, kind of out of their bodies a little bit. Their numbers in the regular season would not suggest they would do this during the postseason, when it's even tougher to do this for role players. And it's not just one. They usually have 3 guys a night that are doing stuff. They're like, what the hell's going on around here? So I wonder if maybe they're going to feel a little bit of that pressure in Game 6. I said they had 2 free swings at it. Game 4, Game 5 were free swings. But if it got to a Game 6, this will be the first time all series they're going to feel, those hands kind of creeping up on the back of your neck oh, crap. If we lose this one, we are in deep bleep. They have not had – I don't know that they've had that feeling yet in these playoffs.
Yeah, and the difficulty is now you start to see Jimmy's got a guard like Tatum, where they could get away with it before because he was playing so terribly. But how much is that taken out of Jimmy? Like, you've seen him not looking for a shot as much. He's kind of playing facilitator. But, like, they've got to guard Tatum. Like, he's the one guy. He hits a couple threes earlier, kind of opens everything up. Marcus Smart, who I think is still going to give him a game. He's still got a game to give away. So he's a guarantee to do something where it's like, they would have won or not for Marcus Smart. But he's been incredible, and, like, he's all into they're like, Strus and Duncan Robinson and those guys that have a hard time getting shots off. So, yeah, it's weird. Like, it's one of the things you can see it go either way, right? But I just feel like the momentum is with Boston. They have nothing to lose. And I just wonder if they get tight, if Miami gets tight. But then also they've got, like, the best coach in the series. So Spoelstra got something, right? Spoelstra's got a plan. Like, he's going to have something. I don't know. This is where Pat Riley comes down from the box and he sits close so he can just stare at people. That maybe that's the answer.
That's the game plan. Pat Riley sits, he slicks his hair back and just stares at you.
You know what I'm saying? Just come sit in row 4, like, all right.
Crosses his legs too. He does that European leg cross. Just sits there and kind of eyes you down. You're like, damn, that guy's intimidating. Marcus Thompson on the Uma guest line. He hasn't spoken to the media yet. I know you talked to Bob, dude. What did he say? Is he leaving?
Story on The Athletic coming. I know what you know what? I knew you was going to do this because you set me up before trying to get me to do another KD out. You ain't slick.
Oh, no, I
know what you're doing, Coach.
I was on the board then. I didn't set you up then. You said that on your own.
You cut it. You the one who cut it.
Hey, it's fair game, man. You said it on the air. It doesn't get anybody fired. It's fair game.
So
you were right.
It was fair game. I was right. It's definitely a lot of people feels like he's gone, right? You just talk to people. It's not unanimous, but more people think he's leaving than not. I just think, like, how do you figure out Bob Myers? That's just the tough part. If I had to guess, I would be like, this don't look good. This doesn't feel good. Like, he's not talking. Even when we thought he was leaving, he was still talking. So the fact that he's gone, either he's in decision mode or he's in, like, here's how we're going to play this mode. But if he was staying, that's the easiest way. So it definitely feels like, it's not a good sign. So, but of course, I think that's where Joe lives, right? On the edge. Like, hey, all right, what do you want? And then, boom, he's back. So there's some people who are like, whatever, he'll be back. This is negotiating. And of course Bob could be negotiating, right? This is how Bob Myers does. This is how he does it with players, right? Ask Devon Looney. But he also could go to be with Bob Iger. Who knows, right? Like, everything is on the table. You're just not hearing from Bob Myers, and the people you talk to behind the scenes, like, it's probably 60-40 people think he's leaving. So whatever that means, go ahead and cut that and turn it into something. Myers out. That's what Copeland's going to do.
Myers out.
It's going to be all over.
Man, Bob out.
My whole guess, I haven't talked to Bob in a while. My guess, I look at it two different, same way, but from two different angles. One is that I don't know that negotiating makes much difference anymore, because I think Bob might be in a place where he's like, do I really got to work this hard to try to get top dollar? And we won 4 championships, and I got to work this hard to get it. My guess is if he was going to stay, he would have already said he was going to stay. So the longer it goes on, the more likely it is that I think he leaves. But again, I'm not talking to Bob. I'm just speculating on timeline and maybe what Bob's thinking. So, and the fact that Bob, I don't think, needs basketball as much as guys who are in his position really need basketball. Like, they identify themselves as basketball people. I don't know that Bob, although he's been in it his whole life, I don't think he necessarily identifies himself as that, and may have some other interest. It'll definitely be interesting to see what happens, but that would just be my guess. I wouldn't bet on it. I don't feel that strongly on it, but if I had to guess, I'm with you, Marcus. I would say probably a slight lean to leaving.
That's what it sounds like. That's what a lot of people think. Like, if he was staying, he would have already said it. Here's the part where I'm curious about.
Mm-hmm.
Like, you know how when a player is entering free agency and you're just like, yo, I kind of want to be wine and dined, right? I want to feel what it's like. I wonder if that's what's happening right now, right? If now other teams are like, hey, here's what we got for you. And that's probably making it harder to stay, right? Because can you imagine what like Ballmer's pitch would be or Matt Ishbia's pitch would be? You know, they're probably, I mean, what is the Wizards willing to offer, right? They'd be like, we'll change our name to the Myers. Right? Like some of these.
We've done it before. We'll change again. Yeah.
Or does that happen after his contract is up? And, you know, maybe you want to see it, right? I remember it was Tim Duncan who did it, and he, you know, got wined and dined by Orlando and ended up coming back. So I do wonder if there's a part of him that's like, all right, let me see what's out there. Then once you do that, that's when Steph calls and say, man, you ain't leaving me. Like, yeah, what is the thing that makes Bob say, yeah, I'm leaving, but I'm going to change my mind because of X? I don't think it's money per se, unless the money's like ridiculous.
Yeah.
Like, what would it be? Could Steve make that call? Does Steve, Steph, Draymond do like an intervention? Do they come? Do they put the radio over their head and show him at his house?
Do they do what they did with DeAndre Jordan, like hide him in a house somewhere?
Oh yes, is there a banana boat situation?
Until he signs,
I'd be curious.
Hide him in the house.
I'd be curious, right? Like, what would it take if he is gone? Is there anything that can get him back? I'm with you. I don't know that it's money at this point, unless the money is crazy, right? Like, it has to be like, oh, well, if you'd have said that from the beginning, of course, but like maybe it's something emotional, maybe it's something personal that would make him stay. I'm curious when he eventually talks what he says.
Yeah, no doubt about it. Hey, let me ask you this, because Copes and I were just talking about this. I'm sure you've heard the story about Matt Ariza, the punter from San Diego State. Okay, so I told everybody. Everybody knows. If you don't know the story, he's a punter that got drafted 6th round by the Bills, was cut because he was charged with gang rape while he was at San Diego State, and Buffalo cut him. And come to find out, he wasn't even at the house.
They claimed he admitted to it on a phone call too. It was like all this weird. It was a bunch of
it was just some weird stuff. So what we were saying, Marcus, is that like teams and people. I haven't asked you guys. I haven't even asked Copes this. I'm curious where you guys stand on the Glenn Kuiper situation, because I thought that kind of fell under this category. I could be wrong. I'd be curious what you guys think, but it just seems like organizations and maybe TV are willing or more apt to do the easy thing than the right thing. Like, it's easier just to wash your hands of situations now and say, you know what, it's a punter, 6th rounder, it's not that much money. Do we really want to? I don't know. Do we really want to go through all the questions and the hassle to keep this guy, even though we're not sure? We got some decent intel, but we're not positive. Let's just do this because it's just easier this way. And then come to find out, this guy's been labeled. Who knows what? I mean, I can only imagine what things have been said about him and what kind of scum he is. And come to find out, he wasn't there. So he had to go through all this crap. Where if the Bills would have stood by him, maybe it would have been easier for him. But it was easier for them to cut him. Is that kind of, are you guys noticing this? And maybe it's one thing and I'm kind of overreacting to this, but it seems like, again, it seems like organizations are more apt to do the easier thing than the right thing nowadays.
I mean, I don't think that's much different than how it always is. I mean, there's still always businesses. I think they're always looking for a way out.
Yeah.
Or unless you could provide an immense value to make it work, right?
Yeah, well, that's what I said. Right? If that was a quarterback that they drafted that was accused of that, you better believe they'd have been like, let's hold on and make sure this is real.
Bob Huggins said twice a slur on a radio show the same week of the Glenn Kuiper thing, and they lowered his salary from $4 million to $3 million.
Yep,
and said, please still keep coaching our young men and remain the highest paid employee by the state of West Virginia.
And that wasn't a mistake, what he said.
No, he said it and then he doubled down. And he
said it with his chest out.
He brings too much value.
Yep.
I definitely feel like there's no altruism in this. There isn't like righteous indignation about it at all. I think they're all operating from a business perspective. Jeffrey Lurie, the Eagles owner, is widely known as like a a real good dude and an owner people really like. But I mean, if Michael Vick wasn't a star quarterback, I don't think nobody gives him a shot, right? And I bet you if Colin Kaepernick was like that, right? If he was a top shelf dude, he'd have another shot.
Oh, absolutely.
I feel like they've always been this way. This is how they are. And there's a part of the game, and it's a tough adjustment. But I think that's part of the game now, especially in the social media era, where people can really kind of harm the public reputation of a business just by going in, and nobody likes it. As much as people try to act like they're not bothered by it, they don't like it. I mean, Tom, you probably don't care because you don't even see the stuff, but you're part of the 1% who aren't living by it. But most people getting cooked on social media, it actually bothers them.
Yeah.
So I just think it's hard, and it's just time people got to understand it could go any moment. You would like that there be a little bit more mercy and some grace and understanding, and society feels better. But society would have to be better. And I don't know if we can say that about society in general. So to me, I just feel like this is the world we live in, where some stuff gets you canned, and that's part of the game. Maybe we should start bringing that up in pay. Or now you start putting it in your contract and start negotiating that as a part of a leverage. What happens if I make a mistake, right? Start paying me out just in case if you got to let me go. That's just where we are, social media world out there.
I'll get, in my next contract, I get one accidental slur. Just one, though. And then after that, I got to leave.
A legit accident. You have to accidentally say it. Yeah.
A legit accidental, yo, man, I used my freebie. I'm good, but I can't do it again.
It's a mulligan. It's a breakfast ball.
I apologize to everybody. I really do, but I'm still good because I got it in my contract. I just feel
you ain't the one who need it, though. It's gonna be you the one. You the star quarterback. It's the rest of us.
You make a great point, though, that the society is not good enough. We've gotten to a point now where, and I think it's because the country is so polarizing, is that, boy, you step over the line one time and it's whack. And they're not interested in hearing about apologies. They're not interested in hearing about what you've done, charitable work you've done, or how nice a guy you've been, or how this is killing you that you made. They don't care. Just nope, sorry, you made the mistake. Moving on. Let's get somebody else. And I think the companies feel that, and they're like, well, do we really want to fight this? It's easier to not fight it, and it's just, I don't know. It feels kind of sad that we overreact to every little thing. Every football. I remember doing this with the Niners, right? Niners, they had a couple cases, domestic violence case, and that's when there was a lot of stuff in the NFL, and everybody's crying. I forget whose head it was. They're crying, you got to suspend this guy. You got to suspend him. You got to get rid of him. Well, can't we just let it play out?
Is it Foster? The Reuben Foster situation?
No, it wasn't Foster. It was a defensive lineman that was it. But I just remember thinking, can't we just at least wait to get a little bit of information to find out what happened? I mean, because there are mistakes made, and nobody wants to. They just want to read the headline and then decide, okay, it's easier to get rid of the guy now or suspend him now, and then we'll figure it out later. It's harder to say, you know what? Look, this is a heinous thing he's being accused of, but he's only been accused of it. Let's wait and see. Let's at least find out a little bit of information. Let's get a little background on this. But it just seems like nobody wants to wait anymore. It's all about, you got to get rid of this guy. You got to do this. You have to do this. And again, I feel bad for this guy who not obviously, but apparently wasn't at the party. Let's think of all the comments this guy got. I mean, because what he was accused of was heinous. That was heinous. Gang rape. I mean, that's about as heinous thing as you can come up with. And no, that wasn't even there.
I think the one you're talking about, Tom, was a Menahu from earlier this year.
Yes.
Yes. And then what you were talking about, Mark, I just want to clarify this because we're talking about names and accusations. It was a different fullback you were talking about, Marcus. It was Bruce Miller, who now has
Miller. Miller.
He's actually upgraded. He's now threatening U.S. congressmen. So he's ratcheted up his game.
He's upped his game.
He's upped his game now. Yeah, he's sending messages and threats to a congressman.
There you go. Yeah, wrong fullback. Sorry, Kyle.
Wrong fullback.
I was like, we can't be putting accusations out there on the wrong guys.
Yeah.
But you're right.
No, Kyle's good. Yeah. I just remember thinking that, I remember it was a fullback. But I think we must say, this is a little bit of chickens coming home to roost because, you know, like, this is what happens so many times when people are allowed to do shady and get away with it, and now people just don't have faith, right? I mean, we've seen people stick by their player. You know, Robert Kraft did it, right? And it was Aaron Hernandez. Like, there's just so many times throughout history where the person who was doing foul stuff got to ride it out. And, you know, you could say, hey, I found Jesus, or I've done this. And people don't have faith anymore. I do believe this is a window into society, right? Like sports imitates life in the same way art does. Like, people don't have faith. People don't believe. The apologies don't matter anymore. Nobody believes them. You know, everybody's got an agenda or a reason. Everybody's been scorned and burned. Like, this is the fruits of labor of a country that's put in the work, right? So we've got to figure out a way to believe each other again and want to learn about each other again. You know, like, that's what we got to do as society, and we won't see it in sports until we do it actually in society. And perhaps sports could drive it, but it's a lot to ask from this niche era.
I know we got to run, but I and that makes perfect sense to me, because we got to trust that the people that are conducting these investigations are doing it on the up and up and not just kind of doing a cursory thing, because I know fans are thinking, well, we know you want to win. Do you want to win at all costs? Like, are you going to keep this guy in your team to win? Like, can we trust that if you let this guy who was accused of something play, that you're actually and thoroughly looking into this? So we're not just feeling like, man, we got duped here. We say, oh, hey, let's wait till we're still doing the investigation, and then they just want to win football games or basketball, whatever, and then come to find out he shouldn't have been playing in the first place, but they really needed him for those 3 games. I think that's where it gets a little like disheartening. I'm more of a trusting person. Like, I can be cynical, but I'd like to give people the benefit of the doubt. But when over and over and over again, you don't deserve the benefit of the doubt, then it's hard to say, okay, let's go ahead and trust that they're on the up and up without feeling cynical and saying, of course they're not going to suspend him. They got like Dallas and New England. They need this guy to win these games, and they want to win the games because that's all what it's all about is winning. It's not a great position to be in, to be honest with you.
Right? It's not. We know, right? You know. I remember, I think it was Neil O'Shea, the Blazers guy. Like, they ran an investigation.
Yes.
I remember people went crazy with Chauncey Billups' situation. It was like, what are the results of the investigation? He's like, yeah, man, just trust us. Yeah. Like, nobody's doing that. Like, yeah, man, we did an investigation, and it's all good. Like, we straight. And I just don't, like, so many times, like, you know, we all know what's happening, which, you know, is now the person who's actually telling the truth, like, he suffers from it, right? Nobody's listening. I don't know Zane Kuiper at all, right? But people who know him, they're like, yo, that's not him. But nobody's listening, right? Nobody's listening, because how many times have you heard it? Like, I do feel like people enter these roles, you just kind of got to know, like, it could go. And that's how I operate. That's how I think this thing might be going tomorrow, right? Like, all it takes is a nice groundswell on social media, and it's over, right? And you hope your character and who you are holds up for you, but you got to be prepared for if it doesn't, because, like, people don't believe in people anymore, and probably rightfully so.
All right, brother, it's always good catching up with you. Have a happy anniversary.
Man, I'm supposed to be on my anniversary. You got me talking about the dregs of society. I'm off.
No, we're done now. We're good. Go have a good time.
I can see myself now eating dinner. What's wrong with you? I'm gonna be like, man, Tom, Coach, got me.
Don't do me like that again.
Society, man. It's like, you know.
I'm back in the good graces.
Doing, man?
I'm on a nice, really good, prolonged run with your wife. I don't need you putting me back in the doghouse. All right.
Facts, right? You've been good for a minute. Just stop acting.
Exactly.
I'd like
to keep it that way.
I'm about to cancel dinner. I can't do this right now.
Oh, God, here we go. Go get locks for the door.
Draw the shades, turn the lights off.
Oh, man. Happy anniversary, Marcus.
See you, man.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
All right, man. Have a good one.
Great stuff, Marcus Thompson. Nice, fun, wide-ranging chat with Marcus today. That was a nice long one there. And we are short on time today. 4:10 Giants pregame is coming up. We'll take a quick break, and then we'll come on back. We do have a sound soiree a little bit later to get to. There's some NFL stuff that we have not talked about. How about all the big news in the NFL with well, you mentioned the Matt Araiza thing, but the big news today, DeAndre Hopkins released outright by the Arizona Cardinals. Remember that sound we played him a couple of weeks ago? We got that coming back your way, too, for what he's looking for in a team. Apparently, it's not what the Arizona Cardinals were looking for in a wide receiver. We'll get you the sound soiree and all of the dumb OTA storylines coming your way. Tolbert and Copes, the Sports Leader. Bill Lasky joined Murph and Mac this morning to promote his Tribute to Vida Blue Memorial Show. It's happening this Sunday following the Giants and the Brewers game. Check it out right here on KNBR. A very cool special tribute. Lots of great guests. It'll all be right here on KNBR. You can check out more. It's trending on the all-new KNBR app.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now, Tolbert and Copes continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Tolbert and Copes with you on a Friday afternoon. Giants pregame coming up at 4:10. Holiday weekend. Got a 2:05 first pitch for the Giants, by the way, on Monday against the Orioles. How about that? Is that who it is? Am I wrong on that? Is it the Orioles? Is it Pittsburgh? Pittsburgh, my mistake. Orioles coming to town next week, though, I think, right? Later next week. So got my weekends mixed up. Anyway, Giants and the Brewers coming your way today. A 5:10 first pitch, 4:10 pregame. We got lineups out for this game. It's going to be Freddie Peralta, tough righty. He's got a 5-3 record with a 4.15 ERA pitching today. From Milwaukee, Alex Wood does not have a record, 4.05. He gets the start for the Giants. Leading off for the Giants, Lamont Wade at first, batting second. Blake Sable at DH. Giants stacking the lefties today. At the top of the lineup, J.D. Davis bats third at third. Conforto hits fourth in right field. Hit his 11th homer of the season yesterday. His third in his last 4 games. He's on fire. Mitch Haniger's hitting a $193. He's in left field, batting fifth. Mike Yastrzemski hits sixth in center. Nice robbing of a home run yesterday for Yaz at American Family Field. Casey Schmidt hits seventh at short. Bailey hits eighth and does the catching, and Brett Wisely bats ninth, and he'll be at second base. The Brewers are going to go Darren Ruff leading off DH, Contreras second catching, Adames third playing short, Yelich fourth in left field. Owen Miller's batting fifth at second. Anderson bats sixth at third. Brousseau bats seventh at first. Taylor hits eighth in right field, and Weimer bats ninth in center field. Those are your lineups for today. I should also remind you, Bill Lasky texted me this morning about this and yesterday. Bill is doing a really cool, beautiful tribute to Vida Blue. Following the Giants and Brewers game on Sunday. We'll have it for you right here on KNBR. It's full of interviews and music and stuff from Vida's playlist, a lot of historical stuff. I want to get you the just a couple of the names of the guys who Bill spoke to and some of the stuff that you can expect. 35 interviews from guys like Orlando Cepeda, Raleigh Fingers, Dusty Baker, Blue Moon Odom, Chili Davis, Jack Clark, Mike Norris, Larry Baird, Derek Blue, clips from Bob Hope, Dick Cavett, and music from Vida's playlist. It's going to be really cool. It's going to be a great tribute. Obviously, Bill and Vida very close, and Bill's worked really hard on this. Our producer's here, Tony, who's been working on it with him. He's done a great job with it. It's a really, really cool tribute to Vida Blue. So if you're around this weekend and you're hanging out for the holiday Memorial Weekend, make sure you check it out. Following the Giants and the Brewers game on Sunday right here on The Sports Leader, the celebration of life for Vida Blue. On the other side, we'll get into some of the dumbest and the lamest stories of the OTAs. Also a big story, not all that lame, just kind of wild. DeAndre Hopkins released today by the Arizona Cardinals. That's coming up next. And then Giants pregame 4:10 right here on The Sports Leader.
Dub Nation. Filter out the noise and kick it with KNBR on the gram for everything blue and gold. Follow the sports leader on Instagram at KNBR.
What I want is a QB who loves the game, a QB who, brings everybody on board with him and pushes not just himself, but, people around him. I think Kyler is a quarterback who loves the game as well, but he's injured. So right now for me, I'm playing with Colt McCoy, who I love, but who knows? So right now, I don't currently have a Pro Bowl quarterback or a quarterback who, I would say could
Look at you.
He's trying. He's trying.
That's my dog. I love him. Look at him. He's so cool.
He's trying.
A hell of a lot. Who's laughing? Is that Brandon Marshall or is it?
Yeah.
A little bit forced, Brandon.
Yeah.
A little forced.
Definitely a little theatrical.
Look at you.
Yeah.
That's the equivalent of the inappropriate reaction. It's the equivalent of the my God, but on the other side of the spectrum.
My God.
Like he laughed way too hard
God.
at something that really wasn't funny.
I mean, he did have a point, though. There's no doubt DeAndre Hopkins was saying, dude, this guy ain't it.
My quarterback sucks.
In a bunch of different ways, without actually saying, this dude ain't it. He ain't it. And these guys are it. This guy ain't it. He just hurt. He loves the game. It's like, just cut it short. Like, the longer you go, the more it feels like you're trying to come up with something so they're not going to make this, video go viral, so to speak. And then it did anyway because you did. Sometimes it's just better to say hardly anything and move on because that was pretty apparent. Well, it wasn't worthy of that laugh, but it was pretty transparent.
They were trying to get that soundbite, and they got it, right? I mean,
Correct.
That's what they got. So before we get to some of the stupid storylines in OTAs, because they are stupid, there was news today that's probably going to become pretty significant following this move by the Cardinals. So after his interview, saying all the quarterbacks that he wants to play with, they were like, cool, go do it then, Arizona said. And they released DeAndre Hopkins. Kind of crazy to just outright release him, and instead of moving him or trading him, I don't know what went into that. The other story that was announced yesterday is that Jimmy Garoppolo had a second foot surgery after signing with the Raiders. Remember they held that press conference up and we were like, oh boy, is there a Carlos Correa deal? Yeah, dude, there was. He had surgery. Jimmy Garoppolo is like the king of having surgery and keeping it under wraps. Like he shows up, he's like, oh yeah, by the way, Kyle, I had surgery. You just can't trade me. Nobody's going to want me now because I had shoulder surgery. I thought you guys thought your hand was hurt. No. It was my shoulder, and they cut me open. Either of these get a reaction out of you, DeAndre Hopkins?
The DeAndre Hopkins, certainly, because I still think he has a lot left in the tank. And if he goes to the Jets or goes to the Bills, Hell, I mean, the Niners can't use him. The Niners don't need him because it's not really that type of offense that throws a lot. And they already have 2 receivers. He doesn't want to be a third guy.
Well, and they don't have a Pro Bowl quarterback. He wouldn't be happy here.
Exactly. and their offense is based on running for the most part anyway. Well, I shouldn't say that. I mean, Kyle does like to throw. I think he gets pigeonholed a little bit too much.
Brock threw a lot and threw really well last year.
Exactly. Yeah. They have 2 wide receivers. So to me, Buffalo would be one. You put him with Diggs, or maybe he wants to go somewhere where he can already be a 1. But I would look at a team that has a chance to win a championship. Dallas, maybe put somebody on the other side of Lamb would be something they could look at. So Baltimore seems to always be looking at receivers, but they got Beckham, so maybe they feel like they're good now with Beckham and the kid out of Minnesota, the rookie last year that didn't play much. But that's the type of team I would be looking at. Like, who are the top 8 teams, the top end teams, who could use a wide receiver? But yeah, I think that
Jets are number 1 to me. Jets would be number 1.
Yeah,
teams that
yeah.
you mean teams that like are planning to compete that need a receiver.
Correct.
Because the Jets then would be number 1 to me because
seems significant.
If and they've got the weapon that can make DeAndre Hopkins the top receiver in the league again in Aaron Rodgers. I mean I look at Rodgers and I go, do we know if he's going to be the Rodgers from 2 years ago, 3 years ago, where he was aging and was still the best version of himself we'd ever seen? The only thing that would allow me to believe that can happen, or what would give me confidence that can happen, is giving him a DeAndre Hopkins-like, Devontae Adams-like receiver like he had prior to 2 years ago. Every year he'd had great receivers, healthy Jordy Nelson, Randall Cobb Pro Bowl years. Rodgers was fantastic. But, you gave him, who do you have last year again? They had Marquez Valdes-Scantling. He went to Kansas City. Who's the other guy? Lazard. That's the guy I'm thinking of. Alan Lazard. I was like, that's your replacement for Devontae Adams? We had break.
Yeah. By the
way, now he's a Jet, Lazard. Now they brought him over.
You know what? Here's an interesting one. Now, I don't know that it'll go here because they already have 2 wide receivers. But San Diego, L.A., I'm going to say San Diego the rest of my life, the Chargers, they have Williams and Allen, but Allen can play slot. And if you were to put Williams on one side, Hopkins on the other side, and Allen in the slot, now you're like, damn, that is formidable. That's a tough group to stop. I just don't know what he's looking for. Is it like, I've got the money now, I just want to look for the best chance to win a championship? Does he still want to be the featured wide receiver? It's hard to really guess where he may end up going without knowing exactly what his priorities are, but I would be absolutely shocked if it wasn't one of the top 8 teams. Like, if you looked at the odds to win the Super Bowl right now, and it wasn't one of those top 8, 9 teams, that would shock me.
The Chargers did draft Quentin Johnston.
Oh, from TCU.
Yeah, he's a burner.
Okay, scratch that then.
So they drafted him.
Take that, the jury. Please strike that from the record.
Can you strike that from the record, please?
Strike that from the record.
Can we strike those words? Yeah, we'll strike those words.
Yeah, strike those words.
The stenographer, let
what
the
did I say? I didn't
words
say
be
that.
stricken.
I said San Diego. I don't know what you're talking about.
Well, those are the most exciting stories you're getting from this point on. Because we are into OTAs. People losing their minds about OTAs. Yep. Football is back. No, it's not. OTA storylines are ridiculous. They're going to be the same for like the next 2 months. So we'll get to 3 of the dumbest ones. This is your Friday edition of...
Do we have a cool sounder?
The dumbest storylines.
Tolbert and Copes present Stupid OTA Storylines.
All right, here we go. I'll rattle off a couple of them. You tell me which ones are the absolute...
We got more.
What's the absolute?
This is reminiscent of the NBA grab bag music. I kind of like it.
Yeah, but I'm like more upset doing the OTA stories than I am during NBA grab bag. Like, I'm usually captivated about what's coming out of the bag next. This is all just like, oh God, here we go. Ready for this story that'll be the same in 2 months. Patriots have been penalized for supposedly having a special teams meeting go longer than limited time that the NFL allows. So they limit the amount of time you can have a team meeting. Patriots went over that time.
Yep.
Belichick got fined $50,000. Patriots had their 2 scheduled OTA practices forfeited, okay? That's story 1. Story 2, Aaron Rodgers tweaks his ankle during OTA practice this week. Rodgers and the Jets said the injury was minimal and that he was held out of practice as a precaution. But, of course, New York media believes this is already a bad sign for the 40-year-old body of Aaron Rodgers. It may not hold up, they're saying. That's story number 2. Number 3, haven't heard anything about this, the 49ers 3-way quarterback dilemma. When's Brock going to be healthy? How has Trey looked in practice? Is he getting first-team reps? Was his finger a problem last season? Is Sam Darnold already more comfortable in the offense than Trey Lance is? All of these topics are going to be the same come July when training camp kicks up. Which one of those is the worst storyline to come out this week, Tom?
Oh, man. Don't forget about Trey Lance's new compact motion.
Dude, he changed his motion.
Yes.
The new motion.
New motion. More compact. Looks better than ever.
Yeah. Thought he was great before.
Do you want me to the one that's the dumbest or the one that actually means something? Because none of them mean anything.
Yeah. Well, which one has the most meaning? No, they're like none of them have any meaning
really
at all.
I'm trying because the Patriots I'm just throwing out because that's just stupid. I want to know who narked on them. How did the league find out that?
Was it a player? Did a player narc?
That's what I want to know. I want to know who said we were in here 8 minutes too long. I want to maybe somebody wanted a 6-day weekend or something. They said, you know what, we can get 2 days off out of this and get Bill Belichick fined $50K. Let's do it. Let's drop a dime on him. So that's the dumbest.
Somebody
one.
had a Spygate deal with their meetings and they turned it in.
You know what? I will say, even though it's ridiculous, as all these are, because we're months away from the regular season, the Aaron Rodgers thing it's dumb, but it probably is the most meaningful just because, you know what? Maybe the body is getting older, and if you're going to break down, and that's not really a breakdown, but if you're going to have these little things nagging at you, then maybe that can carry over into the regular season. Again, I'm stretching because you gave me 3 pieces of dung.
You're getting more out of this than I thought we'd get at all.
I just think that could be something. But he always keeps himself in great shape. You know, he's one of those holistic dudes, so he's take care of his body, and he's into all the homeopathic stuff. So he never looks like he's out of shape. So again, I don't think it's a huge deal.
Also, never does OTAs, which is funny.
Yeah, if I had to pick one out of the 3. I mean, I'm not much to work with. It's like, here, build a sculpture, and you give me like crappy clay and sand, or maybe you give me like a pile of cow crap, and you said, here, do what they did in Ghost, and I'm like, well, how can I do that? This is cow crap. It's not even clay.
You like sitting behind me, we're molding the cow crap together on the wheel.
I can make an ashtray, maybe, but that's about it.
Move this penny across the wall with that cow crap.
There's my ashtray, the Aaron Rodgers story. That's all I got for you.
Well, those are your crap OTA stories for Friday, May 26th. I'm sure we're going to get
Stupid OTA storyline.
That's it. They're dumb OTA storylines. And you know what? There'll probably still be storylines next week. They'll be the exact same thing they're talking about next week. We've got a 707 says, I love the out of context NBA grab bag sounder, by the way, whenever you guys play it.
NBA grab bag.
NBA grab bag.
Somebody else checked in. This guy Nick goes, how many 69s has Tim dropped today?
59.
I said my guess would be about 69 of them. On the other side, we've got a sound soiree and a little soup du jour for you. We are 20 minutes away from Giants pregame. Giants and the Milwaukee Brewers game 2 as the Giants look to get over 500. Get away from that gravitational pull. They are 25-25. Alex Wood against Freddie Peralta. We'll get you ready for the Giants at 4:10. But a sound soiree and a soup du jour coming your way. Tolbert and Copes. Only here on the Sports Leader. Giants are hot. They've won 8 of their last 10, including last night's 5-0 win over the Brew Crew, thanks to Michael Conforto's 3rd homer in his last 4 games. He went 4 for 4. More on that story is trending. The all-new KNBR app.
party hard, eat like a animal, and just enjoy life with family and friends. Doesn't get any better. It kicks off the summer, and nobody does it better than your source. Already, the pool is 90 degrees. The property is perfect, and we are ready to have a debauchery. If you saw the movie Caligula, you'll know what it'll be like Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday at my house. If you're in Farmingdale, if you know where I live, come on, baby. Just bring your drugs, bring your booze, and that's all you need, and get ready to party hard.
This is Tolbert & Cope's Sound Soiree.
No, I've whipped up this nasty little soiree.
The best sounds you might have missed.
What? Soiree, honey. I think that means party.
On the sports leader.
I mean, there's a couple of like sound bites like that where, you know, draft day you're gonna get to Bill Burr. We're giving you Bill Burr on draft day. Yeah, one day a year. Memorial Day Friday, you're getting Stu Feiner.
I love Memorial Day weekend. All I do is
incredible. We got Giants pregame coming up in about 13 minutes at 4:10. So let's get you a sound soiree and see if we got some time for some soup at the end here too. Sound soiree today. Going to start with Joe Pavelski. You said you were rooting for Pavs, man. Had a big goal last night. Sean McDonough, ESPN. About just a call on the Joe Pavelski goal in overtime. Gives the Stars the win over the Vegas Golden Knights.
The net front presence tied for the team lead in the regular season with 13 man-up goals. Not available tonight. It comes down low. Hits all alone. Stopped by Hill. Sprawling save. Heiskanen. They score! Joe Pavelski! A power play goal! And the Stars are still alive.
Pretty good call there.
Great call.
Sweet moment for Pavelski, too. That was cool, man.
I think that was McDonough.
Yeah, it was Sean McDonough.
Yeah.
Soft doesn't win in the playoffs.
Yeah. No, I was happy for him. He's had 9 goals this year. They had a list of people that have had multiple 9-goal Stanley Cup runs, and it's like a who's who, as you would expect. I think Jari Kurri, Mark Messier, Gretzky. Gretzky's like the Wilt Chamberlain of scoring records in the NHL. But it's a scoring record in the NBA, just guess Wilt, and then just guess Gretzky in the NHL. Lemieux was on that list, and Yager might have been on that list.
Mario, not Claude, right?
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, not Claude. Claude
He was
pretty
at the
good,
fighting,
but he wasn't
though.
Mario. Yeah, but no, I mean, he's had a hell of a career. So, yeah, I'd like to see Dallas push it a little bit and see if we can make a series of this like Boston has in the Eastern Conference.
Pretty fun game last night. Big goal for Joe Pavelski as he is still searching for his first Stanley Cup championship, Stanley Cup final win. He's won. Is he a Hall of Famer, by the way, Pavs?
I think so, but I don't know. Like,
I don't know.
It's
hard for me in hockey to place where guys are.
Yeah, exactly. But I would think he is.
He's one of the
He's
best in
part
the
of
game
some really
for
good teams. Yeah,
long
has had some
time.
really good years. So I would think so, but I don't know. Maybe a Stanley Cup would push him over the top. Maybe he's already there.
10 points out, a U.S. player,
know.
one of the best U.S. players, certainly in
Yes.
the game and for the last generation,
Yeah.
without a doubt. Adam Silver, you had to sit down with Kevin Garnett. They're talking about 90s basketball, Tom. They're talking about your era. They drive your lane.
Okay.
Adam Silver apparently has some criticisms of the style of play in the 90s. Here it is.
Okay.
Will there ever be a time in our lives where the hand check comes back? Is that going? Is this kind of the wave in which we're going now?
I'll answer it coming from the fan in me, which is, and maybe data comes into play here because I can look at television ratings and other measures of interest. There was a point, I believe, probably in around the late 90s when the game became too physical. And I think we lost some of
For our viewers, you mean?
Yeah, and I think for our fans, from the aesthetic enjoyment of the game, where it de-emphasized the particular skill a player had and maybe weighted too heavily physicality, where a big, strong player could come in and prevent a incredibly skilled player from doing those kinds of things. I think of, not that he's a small guy, but a smaller player like Steph Curry can do on the floor. I think that when you think of some of his ability to shoot, his ability to move through the paint, that if guys could just bang him and knock him to the ground, as that was once the case in the league, I don't think that would be a better brand of basketball.
He did it again at the end, dude.
Dude, how many times did he drop a
Were those condescending? It kind of sounded
No,
like
I
he's
just think they were like conversation key. You know how you do I do it sometimes too. I don't do that. I go, yeah.
I say right, yeah, right, sure.
Yeah, I just do that
sure,
because I feel like I always feel like we're not doing an interview. It's kind of a conversation. Like
I have to
we said with
acknowledge
Steve
them.
Kerr.
Yeah, if acknowledge
it's
that-
a conversation.
It's a
But we just
conversation
listen.
among friends.
Yeah, but that was just weird because he did it so.
Particular skill a player had and maybe weighted too heavily.
I mean, I get what he's saying. It's sort of like
physicality,
the argument in the NFL against or the rules that protect quarterbacks, right? Because it's such a
Yes.
big offensive game. That's what he's saying. Is he's saying we're not getting the best out of the skill position play, out of these skills that these players have if we're allowing physicality to knock them on their ass. Whereas I say, well, then they're not the best player if they can't overcome that physicality. If that's part of the game, that's what the game is.
I think for me, it's how do you get that balance where it's in the middle? It's not super physical, or it's not, hey, let's just let guys run around and shoot, and they don't got to worry about the physical aspect of the game. In football, it's look, we want it's tough to catch the ball. We know. But you got to be able to hit them somewhere, and you got to be able to put your hands on them a little bit, make it tougher on them. But we've gone way too far. So to me, I don't want 90s basketball. I'll take this over 90s basketball all day long. But I would like to see some of that physicality come back into play It's just how do you adjudicate that if you're an official? Like, okay, we'll give them a little bit, but not too much. And so I think they're erring on the side of caution. This is what people want to see. They want to see more offense. They don't want to see defense. As a fan, I like both. I always say people dig home runs. It's like, yeah, so do I, but I don't dig them a bushel at a time. I don't need every field to be Coors Field. Don't do that. So there's got to be that balance. It's just a balance. So I know what Adam Silver's saying, and I agree with him. But I also kind of think Garnett probably wants a little bit of that back, and so do I. I would like a little bit of that back. How do you do that without like going all the way back? And because again, Steph Curry would not have been Steph Curry during the 90s. He'd still be an all-star. It'd be really good, no doubt. But it'd be really, people think he gets grabbed now. I mean, back in the 90s, they'd let you maul guys and get away with it. And if you weren't big and physical, it would have been a lot harder for him to get some of those shots off. The wear and tear on his body would have been greater. So I want to see that skill. I want to see what these guys can do. But I also don't want to feel like, you just can't touch anybody out there. And I'd like to see guys get chucked when they go through the lane now. I'd like to see them let post up and rebounding get a little more physical down low. Like if you want to keep it from getting too physical on the perimeter, that's fine. But at least let's get a little physicality back in the game down in the paint. That's where men play anyway.
Spoken like a man who played in the paint. Don't stop doing that. This is I don't know if you caught this one yesterday, dude. When you say bad national anthems, most everybody is going to go Roseanne. I might say this one from the Giants-Brewers game yesterday tops that, only because Roseanne's not a singer.
Yeah.
This person is. And they divvied it up a little bit too much. I don't know if they were trying to do their Tina Turner or whatever. It went on for so long. It was over what was it, Tim? 2:17? 2:15, and then DC, Darren Chan, had to fade it out because it was too long.
Did he really?
Dude, are we playing? We're not playing its entirety, are we? We're playing the end because it starts okay. It's about a minute and a half. We're playing a minute and a half, and you're not even getting the whole anthem. How about that? Listen to the build-up. It's the ending that really takes the cake. What's the woman's name? Lord's Lane? Lord's Lane. That can't be her real name. That's right. That's a Judge Mills Lane. Yeah, it's her adult film name, Lord's Lane. Here's Lord's Lane and the terrible national anthem from the Giants game yesterday.
And the rockets red glare, and the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave?
Wait for it. Wait for the payoff.
Oh, the land of the free and the home of the brave.
Okay.
Okay.
Back to the bottom of the third. Just kidding. It's time for our starting lineup.
I saw a rip from FP on the call yesterday. Dude, you don't get to say home of the free, land of the brave. Brave. Like, give me just the follow-up to her saying, yeah, okay. That was not good.
How the brave.
It's not the lyrics, you know?
That was something
it's
else.
Like editorializing. Anyway, there's your anthem.
Yeah, that was something.
How patriotic you feel after that.
That was something.
Yeah, that was like Roseanne was bad, but like this woman is a singer, and like she tried.
Yeah.
I mean, credit for trying. She tried something, and it didn't work.
Did not work. Yeah.
Anyway, you got time for one soup in there?
I do. Look, last thing you want to hear.
Excuse me, Flo?
Well, I was going to have time until that took up 2 seconds. The last thing you want to hear when you're at night, I guess it doesn't have to even be at night. It could be afternoon. When you're going at it, if you're a man anyway, you don't want to hear a snap.
Oh, no.
You don't want to hear that carrot snap. You don't want to hear that Slim Jim snap. You don't want the thoughts of Randy Macho Man Savage going through your head. Step into a Slim Jim. Like, that's not the... Yeah, exactly. That's not the sound.
Snap into a Slim Jim.
Yeah, apparently this man from Tanzania did the old... pull it out of the cave and then tried to reinsert and hit the side of the mountain. That did not work out well for him. So fractures in three separate places. Now it's not a bone, so even though we say it, it's not afraid they get fractures some of the cartilage tissue. But here's really what you need to be concerned with. You don't need to be concerned with this man tearing up his unit because it's not your unit. What do you care? But according to a study from British National Health Services, penis fracturing is on the rise. No pun intended.
Who's doing these studies? Where did this study come from?
That is a great question. It is the British National Health Services.
If you fractured your unit, please get in contact with us.
38% increase from 2014 to 2020.
So we had old studies that were tracking this? And
apparently. Well, people are doing, they got Viagra. They're doing different positions. There's one position called the world's most dangerous position. Now, I don't know about you. When I have sex, I don't need to climb. I'm not trying to climb El Capitan. Okay, I'm just just give me the safe. Give me the we're good. I don't need to that's the world's most dangerous position. Let's try that one. No, it's good because guess who it's dangerous for? Me.
You.
That's what it's dangerous for. So I'm okay with it not being dangerous. So there you go.
Let me guess what it is. No, I'm kidding.
That's what we had time for. And I'm not even done. So you know what? There may be a part 2 of this coming up shortly. Thank you to Marcus Thompson. Thank you, Derek. Thank you,
Three fractures. There might be a part 3.
Let's get to the Giants. Thank you. Let's get to the Giants game. Take it away, Dirk.